After transmigrating into a book, I have an entire family of cannon fodder. Chapter 1 to Chapter 48. President Xi, you haven't slept for 2 days. Get some rest. I can't sleep if Xianxia doesn't wake up. How are Master and Miss? They're waiting in the lounge next door. They haven't slept. Who was talking? Xianxia was awakened by the conversation between two men. He wanted to see who it was, but he couldn't open his eyes. The man called President Xi continued, ask the governor's private chef, Oldly, to make some porridge and send it over. Yes. By the way, President Xi asked again, have you found out why Xianxia fell to the back of his head? The person being questioned was silent for a moment. There probably wasn't much progress. It's been 2 days. What are the 12 people in your general assistant's office doing? Can't you find out such a small thing? The place where second young master fell happened to be the blind spot of Xianxia Entertainment's cameras. It happened too late, and we couldn't find any witnesses. So. Perhaps President Xi's angry voice woke Xianxia up. He finally opened his eyes. He looked around and realized that he was in a hospital room. There were 2 large detection equipment beside the bed. His name and Jing'an Hospital were embroidered on the corner of the bed sheet. The hospital gown he was wearing had his own mark. However, it didn't look like a hospital room. It was much bigger than a normal hospital room and had a bathroom and cubicle. The curtains were made of gold thread, and the windows were double-layered bulletproof glass. Even the bed sheet and hospital gown were made of soft silk. In short, it was the kind of luxurious hospital room that only appeared in Mary Sue novels. A man in his late 20s sat at the end of the bed. He was wearing a well-tailored black suit. His facial features were well-defined, and there was a blue diamond the size of a fingernail on his tie clip that reflected a blurry halo. His brows were tightly knitted. It was obvious that this was President Xi. But the problem was that Xianxia didn't know this person at all. President Xi was still angry that he couldn't find the reason. He snorted coldly and said, fine, then let the entire Xianxia apologize to Xianxia. Tomorrow, get the securities department and the legal department to draft a plan to acquire 60% of Xianxia's shares. President Xi, the composition of Xianxia Entertainment's shares is complicated. The acquisition may take a lot of effort and cost. It's okay to be a little tired for Xianxia. As for the money. President Xi dragged his words. Just give those few coins to the Xianxia shareholders as New Year's money. President Xi, Xianxia Entertainment. The more Xianxia listened, the more shocked he became. He gradually realized that he might have transmigrated into a book. The day before yesterday, he had bought tickets to his idol Bai Ye's concert from a girl he knew. However, halfway through, he received news of an accident at the concert and was shocked to get into a car accident. He thought that he would die, but he didn't expect to transmigrate into a book. Of course, this wasn't a good thing because this was a novel created by a female fan herself. With Bai Yi as the male lead and herself as the female lead, it was a masterpiece of the entertainment industry called The Peaches of the Night that combined sweet love, souchong, and political intrigue. The story was about the glorious life of the female lead, Tao Tao, who defeated the Best Actor and won the Golden Horse Award. He was just a cannon fodder with the same name in the book, and he was very lucky to have a large family of cannon fodder. No, maybe he wasn't even cannon fodder. He didn't have any lines, and he only appeared once. The original text read, "Frowny face, it's autumn. The cold wind rustled the withered leaves." Tao Tao was wearing Bai Ye's Hermes cashmere coat. She stood side by side with Bai Yi in a corner of the cemetery. Her gaze swept across the tombstones in front of her. Qi Xiaoming, Qi Yunxiao, Qi Yuji, Qi Xingchen, Qi Jiaza, Liang Jing. Tao Tao's cherry blossom-like lips trembled. Yi, you did well. They're all here. The most important thing for a family is to be neat and tidy. Yes, that was right. It had only appeared once. The family didn't have many scenes, and they were all taken care of by the male lead. One end, one nest. This was the true essence of a refreshing novel. Xianxia, why you're awake? Just then, President Xi realized that he had woken up. His gloomy expression instantly turned into surprise. He quickly ordered the bodyguards at the door to call for a doctor. A large group of people rushed in. Xianxia's mind was blank. He didn't even know how he was brought to the CT room for a scan or how he was brought out. When he came to, he was already on the helipad on the top floor of the hospital. Even Ma Huadeng wouldn't dare to use a private jet just to see a doctor. Xianxia entered the cabin with the support of a myriad of people. When he arrived at the Qi family's headquarters, Xianxia realized that a private jet was nothing compared to a big one. The Qi family had a whole lake villa in the city center. The Qi family bought the land at a high price and got a construction team to dig it out. There were many freshwater fish in the lake. When it was first built, it was a popular place for the citizens to relax after meals. The Qi family couldn't stand the disturbance. They planted a circle of French parasol trees, built fences, and set up security booths. Gradually, peace was restored. The large group of people still escorted Xianxia through the door. On the way back, he could already recognize everyone's names. They were all his family and servants. Xianxia said numbly, "Thank you. I want to go back to my room and rest for a while." "We're family. Don't say thank you in the future." Father Qi held him. "Let's go. I'll take you upstairs." The original owner's room was on the far right of the second floor of the villa. Having just transmigrated into this body, Xianxia didn't want to be exposed, so he could only be like a 3-year-old child. Father Qi walked him upstairs step by step. Father Qi was almost 60 years old this year. He took good care of himself and looked like he was only in his 40s. He was usually serious, but when he saw his son wake up today, he smiled. When they reached the door, Father Qi's smile deepened. "Xing, open the door and take a look." Xianxia? He opened the door in confusion and was almost scared out of his wits by the pile of gift boxes on the floor. There was no place for people to stand. What was this? Ahem. Father Qi was a little embarrassed and cleared his throat. "Xing, these are Dad's hospital gifts for you." "So many?" "Dad is old and doesn't know what young people like. I heard from the driver that his son likes sneakers, so I had someone buy all the limited edition sneakers. See if you like them." "It's okay if you don't like them," Father Qi added. "Just throw them away." Xianxia didn't know how to answer for a moment. He nodded and braced himself as he stepped over the gift boxes. He thought that the inside would be as luxurious as the outside, but the reality was the opposite. The large space was very clean and refreshing. In addition to the autographed basketball and guitar in the display cabinet, there was only a bed, a computer desk, and a carved yellow pearwood chair. He threw himself on the bed and closed his eyes to search for fragments of memory in his mind. The novel didn't have a setting for the original owner. As one of the characters, the original owner had his own life. The original owner was the third child of the Qi family. He was 20 years old this year and was a sophomore at an art college. Last year, he was discovered by his agent and signed to Nuya Entertainment where the male lead was at. In order to prove himself to his family, the original owner didn't reveal his identity as a member of the Qi family to the company. Later, he fell out with his agent and was left alone. He had been hanging around in the company for a year. What was this all about? Xianxia took a deep breath and went to the bathroom to wash his face. As he wiped his face, he looked at the mirror and carefully examined the original owner's appearance. He didn't look much different from his real self. He was a little shorter, and his chin was thinner and sharper. The awkwardness of using someone else's body was much less. He shook off the water droplets and knew that the most important thing now was to get out of the book. But before that, he had to save his own life. According to the timeline in the book, the Qi family would begin their journey of destruction in half a month. He hadn't seen his concert yet. He couldn't die. In order to save his own life, he had to get rid of the male lead, the original owner of the book. It was easier to destroy a celebrity, especially a popular one, than to destroy a real person. All he had to do was to use public opinion as a weapon and slowly erode his image. Xianxia sat in front of the computer, opened Weibo, and typed in the name Baiyi. Immediately, a large number of photos and videos flooded out. Some were taken by fans, and some were edited from events. The young man in the photos was tall and slender. His eyebrows were sharp, and his dark eyes were full of arrogance and aggression. It was really written according to his idol. His appearance and figure were exactly the same. The number of fans on Weibo was also the same. It was close to 80 million. He deserved to be called the most popular person. Xianxia hesitated for a long time as he looked at the male lead Baiyi. He had been a fan of this person for 7 years, but now he had to go against him. It was hard for him to accept. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that he reluctantly convinced himself that this was a Mary Sue novel made by fans. The Baiyi in the book was a 2D person, not his idol. His idol was still in real life and had just been involved in a stage accident. He had to walk out of this book alive. He had to see for himself that his idol and Ran was fine. Xianxia's arm paused. He made up his mind and applied for a Weibo account. The original owner's verified Weibo account was operated by the company, and it was a side account. He was well aware of the principle that a die-hard fan was worth 10 haters. He was prepared to use his identity as the same company as Baiyi to collect evidence and expose some real and fake information. First, he would become an influential fan. Once he got hold of the male lead's weakness, he would stop being a fan and step on him in a tearful manner. Then, he would take down the male lead in one fell swoop. When the deed was done, he would leave and hide his achievements. The account application was successful. A pop-up window popped up on Weibo. Please set up your nickname, Xianxia typed. Baiye's wife, sorry, that nickname is already taken. He typed again. Baiye's real girlfriend, sorry, that nickname is already taken. He held back his strong disgust. Baiye's little sweetheart, sorry, that nickname is already taken. Even this didn't work? What else could possibly work? It seemed that he had to make it more complicated. Xianxia angrily typed on the keyboard, yearning at night, setup successful. Congratulations on starting your Weibo journey, it worked. Xianxia brushed his bangs back and curled the corners of his lips. Heh, it's just a 2D male lead. If you can beat me, I'll take your surname from now on. The next day, Xianxia woke up at around 10 o'clock. He stared blankly at the gift boxes that had nowhere to put them. Then, he brushed his teeth and changed into a simple t-shirt. He opened the door. Aunt Zhang was carefully wiping the floor in the hallway. Firstly, the expensive floor couldn't withstand too much scraping. Secondly, she was afraid of disturbing his rest. Second, young master. Seeing him come out, Aunt Zhang stood to the side and made way for him. Xianxia wasn't used to being called that. He whispered, call me Xing from now on. That's against the rules, it's okay. Xianxia waved his hand. He looked over the mahogany railing to the dining room on the first floor. The Qi family villa was a typical Chinese-style building. Most of the furniture was handmade by carpenters. The dining table was the same. It was made of a whole piece of Phoebe Jinan wood with phoenix tail patterns. It was large enough to accommodate 7 to 10 people at the same table. There was a row of porcelain plates on the table. They were covered with a thermal cover, so the dishes couldn't be seen clearly. The original owner's sister, Qi Yuji, was on the phone at the table. The others should have finished eating and gone out. Xianxia walked down the stairs to avoid leaving footprints. He had to trouble Aunt Zhang to wipe it again. As soon as he entered the dining room, he heard Qi Yuji's coquettish voice. I received an invitation from the brand. I don't want to go. Why? Because there aren't many things that I'm interested in this year's high-end fashion week. Also, second brother was just discharged yesterday. I want to accompany him. I knew you were going to say that I'm obsessed with my brother. Forget it. I'll accompany you to Milan. You're awake. Seeing Xianxia come down, Qi Yuji quickly waved her hand to signal him to come over and eat. She said into the phone, I'll ask the hotel housekeeper to choose a room number that you like. You can go there directly when you arrive. I'll talk to you later. I'll call you tonight. After that, Qi Yuji quickly hung up the phone. Then, she asked the chef to remove the current breakfast and make a new one. Don't bother. I'll make do with it. Xianxia stopped her. It's a waste to throw it away. No, your stomach is not good. You can't eat cold food. Besides, I haven't eaten yet. Seeing that Xianxia seemed to be curious about why she didn't eat, Qi Yuji explained with a smile, I was afraid that you would be bored to eat alone, so I waited for you for a while. Xianxia did not have the habit of lazing in bed. Today, he woke up so late because he had been mentally preparing himself for a long time and did not have a good rest. He lived in the orphanage until he was 4 years old. Then, he was adopted by a couple. After a short year, he was thrown into the acrobatic troupe. No matter where they were, when food came, everyone would rush up to snatch it, fearing that they wouldn't be able to fill their stomachs. No one had ever waited for him just to be his companion. He didn't know how to answer. After the chef served the new pastries, he lowered his head and changed the topic while eating. The person who called just now was Xiaoyu, right? Xiaoyu was also an artist of Nuya Entertainment. He could barely be considered as a 17th-tier actor. He had appeared in a modeling talent show, which was a little better than the 18th-tier actor. At the same time, he was also Chiyuji's lover. The two met at a dinner party. Chiyuji was overwhelmed by his gentleness and fell madly in love with him. Unfortunately, Chiyuji had fallen for the wrong person. Xiaoyu only treated her as an ATM and often complained about her being big-breasted and brainless in front of his friends. The original owner was angry when she heard these words. She had a conflict with Xiaoyu and accidentally fell to the back of her head and died. In a word, this Xiaoyu was a bitch. However, her sister was blinded by lard and wholeheartedly devoted to Xiaoyu. What was even worse was that in half a month, Xiaoyu would fall in love with the female lead in a variety show. Chiyuji, who heard the news, went to find Xiaoyu to confront him. In the end, she was defeated by his words, "You can't even compare to a strand of her hair." The angry sister kept finding trouble with the female lead from then on. She was extremely vicious and used all the cannon fodder she could. The Chi family officially entered the male lead's line of sight, and the countdown to death officially began. Seeing that her brother guessed it, Chiyuji didn't hide it and smiled, "It's him. He asked me to go to Milan to watch a show. At that time, sister will bring you the latest style." By the way, she took out a delicate box. "Sister's gift for you to leave the hospital will definitely be better than dad's. You must be careful in the future. Don't let sister worry, okay?" Xianxia took it and opened it. Inside was a men's watch with the words Richard Mille engraved on the dial. He didn't know about brands, but he knew that the design must be expensive. The original owner's family really loved the original owner. Since the core of this body had been changed, Xianxia couldn't let what happened in half a month happen. After breakfast, he took a taxi to Nuya Entertainment. In Peaches of the Night, Nuya Entertainment was set as one of the three giants of the media industry. They cultivated many outstanding artists, and the Wall of Honor was so densely packed that it almost couldn't fit. Xianxia stood in front of the Wall of Honor and looked at Baiye's photo at the top. It felt a bit unreal. "Xing, you're back?" At this time, someone called him from the end of the corridor. Xianxia turned around and saw a boy about his age smiling and waving at him. This boy was called Han Qing, and he was the original owner's only friend in Nuya. The reason they were familiar with each other was simple: they were both poor. His family spoiled the original owner so much that he always felt that his family was restricting him, imprisoning him, and becoming more and more rebellious. His college entrance exam results weren't good, and he only got into an art college in the country. Not long after he entered the school, he was discovered by his current agent and signed to Nuya. In order to prove to his family that he could survive without the Chi family, he made up a fake identity of a working-class family. Until now, everyone in Nuya still thought that he was just an ordinary child. In fact, this was convenient for Xianxia. If the original owner had been a rich young master, he might not have been able to imitate him. "Something came up, so I took 2 days off." Xianxia tilted his head. "Didn't you have dance practice in the afternoon? Why did you come out?" "They said it was something important." The agents were all called to a meeting. Xianxia asked, "The company has a new project?" "I don't think so. It seems to be related to Baiyi." "Xing, did you go home these 2 days?" "Go home?" Xianxia looked down. "I don't have a home. That was the original owner's home, not his." I'm sorry. Han Qing thought that she had touched his sore spot and quickly apologized. The two of them chatted as they walked towards the practice room. Hearing the 2 words Baiyi from someone else's mouth, Xianxia's sense of unreality grew even stronger. He gradually realized one thing: the original owner and Bai Yi were in the same company, so perhaps he had a chance to see Bai Yi up close. Unfortunately, before he could see his fake idol, he saw someone else first. When they passed by the piano room, through the glass window, they saw Zhou Yu pointing at the watch on his wrist and chatting with several people. Looking at the appearance, it should be from the same brand as the watch that Qi Yuji gave him. It must have been bought by Qi Yuji. Qi Xingqian's eyes darkened and he grabbed the handle of the piano room. Han Qing immediately stopped him. Zhou Yu and the others are inside. I saw them. Why did you go in when you saw them? Did you forget when we were ridiculed? The original owner had ordered the Qi family not to reveal his identity to anyone, so Zhou Yu did not know that Qi Xingqian was the female lead's second brother. He also ridiculed Qi Xingqian and Han Qing for their cheap clothes. Qi Xingqian raised his eyebrows and ignored Han Qing. He pushed open the door and went straight to Zhou Yu. As he got closer, he could vaguely hear words like Milan, haute couture, and watch a show. Qi Xingqian cleared his throat. Ahem, brother Yu, what a coincidence. Zhou Yu only realized that there was a living person next to him. He was not happy to be interrupted. Can't you see that we're using the piano room? Come back later. Brother Yu, Qi Xingqian did not move. Did you just say that you're going to watch a show in Milan? Zhou Yu could not help but be surprised. They had just finished a fight and he thought that this person was going to seek revenge. He did not expect him to respectfully call him brother Yu. Qi Xingqian had never called him that before. He was naturally happier to have more people listening to him brag. He pretended to be reluctant. Yes, the brand asked me to watch a show the day after tomorrow. Every time I go, I have to take a lot of photos. It's very tiring. What about your girlfriend? She insists on going with me, Zhou Yu sighed. She has to buy me this and that. It's so annoying. Unlike female celebrities, Qi Yuji was a socialite. Being able to find a girlfriend like this indirectly proved a man's charm. In particular, this socialite was crazy about him. She was crazy about him and banged her head against the wall for him. Everyone around them showed envious eyes. Is it annoying? Qi Xingqian's eyes were indifferent. He tapped his chin on his wrist. Don't you like the new watch? Zhou Yu was stunned. You're taking someone else's things and saying that they're annoying. There's another way to say this. What's it called again? A boy was curious. What? I remember, Qi Xingqian laughed. You're AB****, but you still want to pretend to be chaste. Zhou Yu, his face fell. Only then did his friends realize that Zhou Yu was being scolded. They also stood up and surrounded Qi Xingqian. Han Qing, who had been standing outside the door, noticed the change in the atmosphere. She was afraid that Qi Xingqian would be at a disadvantage. She gritted her teeth and ran over. You. What are you doing? There's a video in the piano room. Don't fight. When they heard the video, they calmed down. Qi Xingqian knew that they would not dare to make the first move. He pretended to apologize. I'm sorry, brother Yu. I said the wrong thing. You're a bigger person. Don't lower yourself to my level. By the way, where's your invitation to Fashion Week? Take it out and let us see. Zhou Yu's face darkened. He had planned to take some photos of Qi Yuji's show on the red carpet and post them on Weibo, pretending that he had been invited. How could he have such good fashion resources? After being exposed, Zhou Yu's face turned red. His handsome face was distorted like a clown's. However, he couldn't fight with Qi Xingqian in front of his friends. Wouldn't that mean that he really didn't have an invitation? I left the invitation at home. Zhou Yu suppressed his anger. Who would carry something like that around with them? Qi Xingqian replied with an "oh" before turning around and leaving with Han Qing in disappointment. Before leaving, he said, Brother Yu, I haven't seen the invitation to Haute Couture Fashion Week. Show it to us tomorrow when you're free. Zhou Yu, looking at his friend's doubtful eyes, Zhou Yu was so angry that the veins on his forehead almost exploded. Judging from Zhou Yu's reaction, anyone who was smart enough could tell that there was something fishy about the invitation. After leaving the piano room, Han Qing leaned over to Qi Xingqian and said excitedly, Wow, Xing, you were so cool just now. Did you see Zhou Yu's face? His fake body was about to come out of his nostrils. Xianxia shook his head and didn't say anything. Han Qing continued, I finally got my revenge on him for mocking my clothes last time. By the way, Xianxia, how did you know that he didn't have an invitation? Xiaoqing, Xianxia said helplessly. Don't talk behind people's backs. In real life, Xianxia never liked to talk behind people's backs. Not to mention, he was in the entertainment industry. Okay, I won't talk about it. Han Qing waved her hand. Then, she turned her head and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, you seem to have changed. In what way? I can't put my finger on it. I just feel that you're different from before. Your eyes are brighter than before, and your temperament is also. How do I describe it? You're more serious and not as frivolous as before. As long as she didn't notice any substantial differences, Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said a few perfunctory words to Han Qing. Ah, so handsome. Boo-hoo, big brother, please look at me. Bai Yi, I'm your eternal night sky. Oh my god, I've seen Brother Yi in real life. I can die without regrets today. As they were talking, there was a sudden commotion at the main entrance of the hall, accompanied by the screams of girls and the clicking of shutters. Wow, don't tell me that Bai Yi is here. Han Qing's attention was instantly attracted. She pulled Xianxia and ran over quickly. But they were still too late. As soon as they arrived at the main hall, they saw several bodyguards escorting a man and quickly passing by them. The man's side profile was well defined. He was wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. His jawline was narrow and sharp. His shoulders were wide, his waist was slender, and his legs were long. His entire person exuded a strong offensive power. As if he felt that someone was observing him, the man looked over. It was as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky and hit his head. Xianxia felt that he was about to faint. Tombstones, broken families, and dead people all disappeared. There was only one thought left in his mind. Transmigrating through books is such a **king good thing. No, the next second, Xianxia came to his senses and questioned himself, do I want to die? Do I want to die? Do I want to die? If I don't want to die, why would I be addicted to a paper man? He's just the male lead of a Mary Sue novel. He's not the real Bai Yi, how can I face my true idol? In order to avoid the media outside the door, the bodyguards escorted Bai Yi and walked very fast. They were almost out of sight. Xianxia secretly clenched his fists at the tall and well-proportioned figure. The road ahead was long and far. To be able to charm him, this male lead was not easy to deal with. The main point of view of Peaches of the Night was the female lead. It mainly described everything that happened to the female lead. Only when the plot required it would the scene change to other people. Therefore, the plot of Bai Yi returning to the company was not written in the book. Xianxia did not know why he came back. He first went to the dance practice room with Han Qing. He stretched his tendons for half an hour and tried to bend and do the splits. The original owner of the body had learned vocal music and dance. He had a foundation, but he had not practiced for a long time. Moreover, he was spoiled since he was young and could not bear hardships, so his basic skills were not very solid. He was flexible enough. If he practiced for a few more days, he could almost pick up the acrobatic skills he had in real life. Wow! Xianxia was practicing when Han Qing, who came back with water, opened her mouth wide. Xianxia, are you trying to scare me? You almost broke in half just now. Xianxia had never heard such a description. He said perfunctorily, I haven't practiced for a long time. I stretched my tendons. Stretched tendons? Why are you doing that? Don't you want to be an actor? Han Qing muttered and trotted over mysteriously. Xianxia, guess what I just heard? Something to do with the meeting? Have you been doing brain modification these days? Yes, I heard that the company got Bai Yi a hot variety show. Xianxia asked, flying guest? No, a regular guest. Han Qing paused. You know, with Bai Yi's status, it's not easy to invite him to a variety show. I guess the contract should be filled. Whether it was in reality or in the book, Bai Yi basically did not accept any variety shows other than CCTV. Even if he did accept, he would at most be a flying guest. For Bai have enough popularity and he didn't need to rely on variety shows to increase his popularity. What Han Qing said was a common tactic used by entertainment companies. Didn't you want to invite my big shot? Not only do you have to pay, you twos, but you also have to package an artist from our company. To put it bluntly, it was a buy one get one free deal, allowing the other person to ride on the hype. This opportunity. The new to the new to the new. The persona of a second or third-rate actor was already set, so it wouldn't have much of an effect. Xianxia felt a bit strange. According to the plotline of Peaches of the Night, Bai Yi should be resting now. He even met the female lead in the restaurant. How could he be on a variety show? Follow the company's arrangement. Xianxia shook his head and opened the dance video. Qing, can you show me this part? They practiced for the whole afternoon. Han Qing's house was far from the company. After changing in the dressing room, he had to say goodbye to Xianxia. I'm going to catch the last bus. Xing, you go back early too. Okay, Xianxia replied. See you tomorrow. Han Qing said a few more words before leaving. Xianxia finally finished dealing with him. He sat down against the wall and shook the sweat off his head. His basic skills were weak. After dancing for so long, he couldn't even get the chorus of a dance. If he wanted to get close to the male and female leads, he definitely couldn't do it. Xianxia looked at the time. It was past 9 in the evening. He drank half a bottle of water and prepared to practice for a while. If he didn't master the course of this dance today, he wouldn't leave. 1, 2, 3, 4, Xianxia continued to practice in front of the mirror. At 10 in the evening, the last artist left the music room. The vocal training area was completely dark. At 11 in the evening, the artists in the dance practice room also went home. The guard came to take a look and turned off the lights in the other practice rooms. Only Xianxia's light was left on. In order to get some fresh air, he opened the door of the practice room a little. A ray of light poured out and the sound of the rhythm was very obvious in the dark and quiet corridor. Bai Yi had just come out of his music room when he noticed the noise. He followed the sound and stopped outside the door. 20 minutes went by, 40 minutes went by, Xianxia didn't seem to be tired until a male voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Kid, you can't practice like this. The voice was low and magnetic with a hint of laziness. The moment it entered his ears, Xianxia's head almost exploded. What the F***ck? Wasn't this his idol's voice? He was stunned for 2 minutes before he turned around stiffly. The first thing he saw was a pair of long legs. Then he looked up and saw Bai Yi with his cap pulled low. He was leaning against the door lazily with his arms crossed. The position of the force is wrong. It's useless no matter how much you practice. Bai Yi raised his chin. Don't look at me. Play the music again and dance from beginning to end. Xianxia turned back stiffly. His mind was blank. He lowered his head and patted his face, blinking hard. It was the first time he saw his idol alone. Even if it was fake, he was still caught off guard. There were mirrors on both sides of the practice room. Bai Yi snorted when he saw all these small movements. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long. Xianxia finally came back to his senses and started dancing. In the first half of the dance, Xianxia felt like a primary school student being stared at from the back window by his teacher. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. In the second half, Bai Yi found the problem and walked to him with his arms crossed. He rolled up the script in his hand and hit him on the waist. The position of the waist is wrong. When Xianxia moved his legs, Bai Yi hit him on the outside of his thigh. The position of the leg is wrong. The thigh should drive the calf. Being hit by his idol, Xianxia could only grit his teeth and bear it. By the time the dance was over, Xianxia had been hit all over except for his neck. It was raining heavily that day. It was even heavier than the day Yiping was whipped by her father. Bai Yi looked at Xianxia, who was standing straight in front of him with his eyelids down. Do you remember what I said just now? Yes. Do the 42-34 movement. Xianxia tried to exert force according to Bai Yi's instructions. This time, he didn't get hit. But from the corner of his eyes, he could see that Bai Yi wasn't satisfied. Acrobatics and dancing had different ways of exerting force. Xianxia had been learning acrobatics since he was 5 years old. He was so familiar with it that it was hard to change it. He knew his shortcomings. It was no wonder that Bai Yi was dissatisfied. He scratched his sweat-soaked bangs. Is this right? He did it again slowly. Bai Yi wasn't good at teaching people. Just now, he was thinking about how to say it. He didn't expect this person to break down the movements himself. And the effect was better than the last time. He could see that this person was really using his brain. He finally took a closer look at him. After the teenager scratched his bangs, he could see his whole face. It was not much bigger than a palm. He had single eyelids, a high nose bridge, and a small chin. He looked very clean and fresh. His skin was white and delicate. There were no pores. He was born to be a star. The kind that God would reward him with a living. With this kind of appearance, he could become famous as an actress. Why did he have to suffer as a singer? Bai Yi didn't ask. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to poke his nose into other people's business. It's about time. Come on. Bai Yi put his hand on Xianxia's waist. Follow my hand and slowly twist your waist. Xianxia only felt that all the blood in his body was rushing to the place where they touched. It was very hot. Especially when Bai Yi was a little closer to him. A faint cold fragrance tickled his nose, making him unable to concentrate. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He felt the strength of Bai Yi's hand little by little. The results were very obvious. After 2 tries, Xianxia was already 80% or 90% able to do what he wanted. Is the leg like this too? Xianxia did the leg movements very slowly. Good comprehension. Bai Yi nodded in surprise. With Bai Yi's guidance, Xianxia quickly learned the dance. When he returned home with wet clothes, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. He thought that the Qi family should be asleep, but he found that the living room was still lit. Xianxia, the older brother of the original owner, was sitting in the living room reading documents when he woke up. The reason why Xianxia came home so late was that he wanted to learn how to dance and to reduce contact with the Qi family. He didn't have any relatives since he was young. Now that a bunch of people suddenly appeared and treated him well, he was very uncomfortable. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xianxia put down the documents and revealed a mature man's face. Xing, you're back. Go wash up and sleep. Xianxia braced himself and said, You still want to wait a little longer? Seeing that you're back safely. Xianxia rubbed his forehead. I'm going to sleep too. The original owner had told his family that he was not allowed to appear near Nuya to prevent his identity from being exposed. Probably because of this, Xianxia didn't dare to rush to Nuya to pick him up. He could only wait at home. Also, Xianxia didn't ask where he went or what he did. He was different from the other controlling family members. It was obvious that he respected his younger brother very much. Xianxia had mixed feelings. He whispered good night and went upstairs to his room. After sweating all day in the practice room, he slept very well that night. The next day, he happened to run into Han Qing at the entrance of the company. There were many people squatting on both sides of Nuya's revolving door, both men and women. They were holding long wooden cannons in their hands and most of them had dark circles under their eyes. It was obvious that they were paparazzi. Han Qing had participated in a talent show on a video platform before but was eliminated early. She didn't have many fans and was no different from a trainee. The original owner only appeared in online dramas and didn't get any roles after that. It was almost like no one has found this person. It was self-evident who these people were waiting for. Han Qing clicked her tongue. Xing, when can I be like Senior Bai Yi and have so many fans waiting for me? It's not necessarily a good thing to have many fans. The cameras will keep pointing at your face. It's okay for a day or two, but you'll be annoyed after a long time. Yes. Han Qing agreed. Xing, if you really become popular in the future, what will you do in such a situation? The media had asked Bai Yi the same question before. Xianxia thought of his idol and smiled. Since you enjoy the benefits of popularity, you have to bear the pain it brings. Han Qing looked at Xianxia in surprise. The two of them walked to the elevator. The 3 elevators were running. While waiting for the elevator, Han Qing whispered, "Xing, do you remember what I told you yesterday?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "According to reliable sources, the variety show should be traveling together. The guest lineup will be announced in a few days." "What? Traveling together?" Xianxia's heart thumped. The male and female protagonists met in this variety show. At the same time, under Qi Yuji's operation, Zhou Yu would receive the benefits brought by Bai Yi and fall in love with the female lead during the recording of the show. This would make Qi Yuji completely evil. But the original variety show should be announced in half a month. Why was it brought forward? If the news was true, then his death was equivalent to pressing the fast-forward button. It wouldn't be long before he appeared on the tombstone. "Xing, stand still. Senior Bai Yi is here." While he was still in disbelief, Han Qing elbowed him and brought him back to reality. Xianxia took a deep breath and began to think of a solution. From afar, Bai Yi was still in the same formation as yesterday. He escaped the clutches of the fans and paparazzi at the door and walked toward the elevator. Senior Bai Yi is getting more and more handsome. If he's in a variety show, the others will be useless in comparison. Han Qing said, "Xing, the other spot will definitely be fought over. Guess who will get it in the end?" Xianxia said, "I can't guess, but I want to try." "Really?" Han Qing was surprised. "Aren't you not interested in variety shows?" "Really?" Xianxia's mind raced as he calculated the time it would take for Bai Yi to walk over. Then, he said in a low voice that was 30% sad and 70% emotional, "Because I'm a fan of Bai Yi." Han Qing was completely confused. Bai Yi, who was about to reach the elevator, heard this sentence. With a ding sound, the elevator arrived. Bai Yi glanced at Xianxia and turned to enter the car. Xianxia acted as if he hadn't said anything shocking. He shamelessly dragged Han Qing, who was still doubting life, into the car. In the entertainment industry, it was common for A-list celebrities to be fans of B-list celebrities. There were even winners in life who chased their idols to their own household register. Especially with Bai Yi's current popularity, many veteran actors said that they liked him, so Xianxia didn't think that this sentence would arouse Bai Yi's suspicion. He said this to get closer to Bai Yi. Originally, he planned to plan slowly, but who knew that the plot would be brought forward so much? If he didn't want to die, he had to speed up. Also, he had to get a spot in Traveling Together. He couldn't let Zhou Yu and the female lead meet. He had to observe the male and female leads' movements closely so that he could save himself immediately if something happened. As the elevator went up, Bai Yi didn't say anything. Through the inner wall of the car, he could vaguely see that he was looking straight ahead. Xianxia couldn't see through his thoughts. The dance practice room was on the 6th floor. After getting off the elevator, Han Qing patted her chest. "Damn, I'm dying of boredom. When did you fall in love with Bai Yi?" "Why didn't I know?" Xianxia felt that this sentence was ambiguous. It's not fall in love. It's like a fan liking an idol. I didn't say it's anything else. Isn't your idol James? I changed. Xianxia casually made an excuse. After you left last night, Senior Bai Yi happened to pass by the practice room. He saw that I was dancing wrong and gave me a few pointers. I think he's handsome, strong, and protective of the younger generation, so I became his fan. Han Qing was so angry that tears and snot flowed down her face. She regretted that she didn't stay last night and get a few pointers from Bai Yi. Especially after seeing Xianxia's rapid improvement, he couldn't help but grumble. Growing up has always been a lonely road. Thinking and practice are much more important than guidance. Xianxia rolled up the leg of her sweatpants. Her slender ankles glowed white as she interrupted him. "Xiaoqing, play the music. Dance 10 times with me first." Han Qing was speechless. "Mommy, I'm going to die." Boys at this age were like that. If they were alone, they would easily slack off if their willpower wasn't strong enough. However, if someone pulled him along, he would have to endure until the end for the sake of his reputation. Towards the end, Han Qing's soul had already left his body. However, even though Xianxia was very familiar with it, he still patiently looked for the angle of the arm and the fixed position over and over again. He did not want to admit defeat just like that. After 10 rounds, Han Qing sprawled out on the ground. Xianxia, are you possessed by something dirty? Why are you suddenly so energetic? How can you master it if you don't work hard? Xianxia tossed a sports drink to Han Qing. Get up and do it 5 more times. Han Qing was speechless. F***ck small artists with no activities had a lot of time. In the afternoon, Xianxia dragged Han Qing to the piano room for a few hours. When it was close to dinner time, Han Qing ran out to answer a phone call. When she came back, she was glowing. She waved her phone at Xianxia. Xianxia, after 2 months, my agent finally remembered me. Is there an announcement? No, it's the audition for Traveling Together. Han Qing smiled. He said that he sent my information to the producer. As long as I'm selected this time, we'll be fine. In fact, Han Qing's physical attributes were not bad. She was cute and her singing and dancing skills were above average. She only needed one more chance to become a B-list artist. After feeling happy, Han Qing asked Xianxia, "Xianxia, have you received the news?" Xianxia shook his head. If I can go, you can definitely go too. Just wait a little longer. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't receive any news until 9 o'clock in the evening. He didn't want to wait for his death. He directly called the agent of the original owner, Du Lanqin. No one answered the first time. When the second call was automatically hung up, Du Lanqin's voice came from the phone. Hurry up, don't delay my meal. Sister Xian. Xianxia went straight to the point. I want to audition for Traveling Together. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. You're Xianxia? Yes. Then what are you dreaming about? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? After saying that, Du Lanqin seemed to feel that she had spoken too harshly. Xianxia, don't blame me for my harsh words, but you should know that Maimong TV's popular variety show isn't something that anyone can get on. I know. Xianxia answered. Then I'll be honest with you. When I first saw you at your school, I liked your appearance. I really wanted to train you well, but I didn't expect you to be so unruly. She paused. If a newcomer wants to climb up, he must give something. For example, the party I took you to last year was full of rich ladies. Any one of them could give you resources, but you found an excuse to run away. You don't have the life of a prince, but you caused the prince's illness. Du Lanqin sneered. With your background, the most valuable thing on your body is your face. Who are you pretending to be virtuous for? In the end, aren't you the one who suffers? And it's not a loss for a man to serve a rich lady. I feel sorry for you, so I didn't send you to the perverted gay. But you don't understand me at all. Sigh, my painstaking efforts are in vain. Du Lanqin pretended to sigh. Xianxia's eyes became darker and darker. Compared to the original owner who was born in a rich family and was rebellious to the point that he had to work hard for himself, he grew up from a young age. In fact, he understood the adult rules that Du Lanqin spoke of. But, Sister Xian, Xianxia tried to suppress his anger and tried to make his voice sound calm. Being poor is not a crime, and it's not a reason to sell your body and soul. If you want to succeed, you can't only take a shortcut like climbing into a bed. Listening to the teenager's words, Du Lanqin couldn't help but think of Xianxia, who called her after he escaped from the party last year. He called her smelly bitch, dead brothel keeper, and hit by a car. She was very suspicious that this call was made by someone else. She smacked her lips and ridiculed. Then what other path do you have? As long as you help me sign up, Xianxia pretended to compromise. I don't want a cent of the notice fee this year. I'll give it all to you. What do you think? Give it all? It would be a waste if she didn't want the money. Besides, it was just sending the information to the producer's email. Du Lanqin's mind instantly became active and she agreed readily. After the deal was made, Du Lanqin hung up the phone first. Xianxia opened the recording of the call and replayed it. After confirming that there were no omissions, he leaned back heavily on the chair. The agent was too despicable and disgusting. He almost wanted to smash the phone. But because of the opportunity in front of him, only Du Lanxing could give him, he endured until now. He drank some water to calm himself down, opened the Weibo app, logged into the Weibo account that he registered the day before yesterday, and followed by Yi and by Ye's Weibo. Then he very smoothly signed into the Weibo account, finished the task of reposting the comments and other popular topics, and posted his first Weibo post. Yearning at dusk, I fell in love with a fairy who fell in the mortal world. 5 minutes later, the second post, yearning at dusk, I heard from a friend that my husband will be on this season's Traveling Together. I'm looking forward to it. After a while, a fan who was browsing the Weibo account replied, Sarmanch, really? By Yi on me, friends from nowhere, get lost for spreading rumors. Prehistoric girl, sister's ID means lover's resentment distant night, yearning at dusk? So romantic. Your Rose, a certain TV is trying to take advantage of my popularity again. Please spend more money next time and buy more internet water army with fans, okay? Xianxia, looking at his 1 follower, 0 fans data, he really ignored this. He opened Taobao and used the original owner's bank card to buy 30,000 live fans very generously. Then he switched back to Weibo and searched for his name. The first user that jumped out was his main account, verified as Xianxia Entertainment Artist. Number of fans, 23,000. Xianxia fell into deep thought. There were many side accounts that had not finished buying fans yet. What was wrong with the original owner? Why was it so messy? He clicked on the main page again. There were only a few posts, and the last one was published half a year ago. The original owner's Weibo had always been managed by his agent because he was afraid that newcomers would not be able to handle it well. Now it seemed that ever since the original owner offended Du Lanxing had not helped him run his Weibo. If his agent did not help him, he would do it himself. Fortunately, the original owner's Weibo account was bound to the original owner's phone, so he could easily change the password. Then he found a good angle, took a selfie, edited the Weibo account, and sent it. Xianxia, hey, Xingguang, long time no see. For money, Du Lanxing was very efficient. He received the audition notice early in the morning and prepared at home for the whole morning. Because they were only choosing from Xianxia, the variety show producer did not make a scene. He brought the director and a group of people to Xianxia. At 1400 hours, outside the meeting room on the top floor, more than a dozen small artists were practicing and reciting lines. Han Qing pulled Xianxia aside and nagged. Xianxia listened to his words and stared at Zhou Yu's movements. Zhou Yu hummed for a while and looked around. He walked to the window at the end of the corridor and took out his phone. Hey, Yuji, did you miss me? Don't do your nails. It's not good for your health. What am I doing? Let's Travel Together came to Xianxia to select people. I'm waiting for the audition. Yeah, of course I want to be on the show. I didn't go to Fashion Week this time. If I'm selected, I'll charter a plane and take you to the North Pole to see the aurora. You know the producer? That's really. Brother you're here for the audition too? Before he could finish, a voice interrupted him. When Zhou Yu heard who it was, he got angry. Xianxia, can't you see that I'm on the phone? I'm sorry, brother Yu. I can't see it from behind, Xianxia said weakly. It's my fault. Don't be angry. After that, Xianxia left quietly. On the other end of the phone, Yuji heard someone yell at her brother. She was so angry that she hung up the phone. The Qi family was involved in a wide range of industries. They also invested in the entertainment industry and had a lot of connections. Zhou Yu deliberately got close to Yuji because he wanted resources. He was dumbfounded. He called her a few more times, but it was all rejected. The duck that had been in his mouth had flown away just like that. What was even more disgusting was that he didn't know why it had flown away. Zhou Yu cursed in his heart that women were King problematic as he gritted his teeth and was shoved into the conference room by his agent. Obviously, he didn't look happy when he came out. The next person was Han Qing. Han Qing looked pretty good when she came out. She went up to Xianxia and encouraged him, Xianxia, it's not difficult at all. Don't be nervous when you go in. Your idol is watching you from inside. Bai Yi is there too? Yeah. After all, he's the main star this season, Han Qing blinked. I wish you success in chasing your idol. It didn't matter if he succeeded or not. He just wanted to chase into the show. After the last few people were interviewed, the director's assistant came out and called his name. Xianxia carried his bag and walked in. The first row of the meeting room was almost full. Bai Yi and two middle-aged men were in the middle. Bai Yi was wearing a dark jacket and jeans today. He didn't have any makeup on. However, after taking off his hat and mask, he was still dazzling. He looked up at Xianxia. Xianxia inexplicably thought of the palm on his waist the day before yesterday. He lowered his head and rubbed the tip of his nose. Xianxia, right? The director was very satisfied with his appearance. He finally showed a pitiful smile on his face. Relax. Show yourself. The people in front of him showed nothing more than, hello, director. My name is Triple X. I'm good at singing, dancing, rap. The director didn't have any expectations for him. Okay, Xianxia replied with the clear voice of a young man. He took off his backpack and took out a stack of bowls from it. Then I'll show you a bowl. The director was speechless. What did you say? Not only the director, but everyone in the room was shocked. What the hell was that? Was it the acrobatics they saw when they were young? When the internet was not so developed, people would go to the theater to watch operas and acrobatics in their free time. But what era was it now? Who could do that? And the young man standing in front of them looked like he was in his 20s. Where did he learn it from? Could it be that he was messing around with some strange things just to attract attention? Seeing that the director did not speak, Xianxia asked, Can I start? Yes, Bai Yi answered for him before the director could speak. Acrobatics was not only about skill, but also about the balance of attention and beauty. Xianxia took off his shoes, took a step back with his left leg, and put a stack of bowls on top of his head. He turned on a classical song and bowed slightly to the people in the meeting room. After the bow, he suddenly raised his hand, and a bowl flew out of his hand and landed firmly on top of the stack of bowls on top of his head. Throughout the whole process, he did not adjust his position to catch it. It was as if he was just throwing something casually. But whether it was an expert or a layman, they could tell from his skillful movements that he was not doing it to attract attention. He definitely had a strong foundation. As the rhythm of the music became faster, he performed classical dance steps and threw a few more bowls on top of his head. Then, after a heavy drum beat, he leaned his upper body forward and stretched his left leg backward and upward, making a sea exploring pose. At the moment when the next drumbeat came, he threw a bowl behind him. The miraculous thing happened. The bowl landed exactly on his feet, the second bowl, the third bowl, the fourth bowl. He threw a bowl at every beat, and every bowl landed exactly on top of the stack of bowls. Everyone was so dazzled that they even forgot to cheer. After the song ended, Xianxia, with bowls on his head and right leg, was nailed to the ground like a nail. His face was not red and he was not out of breath. He smiled and nodded to the people in front of him. *CK, the producer could not help but swear. That's amazing. Xiao Lu, go and get the bowls for him. Clap, 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 only then did everyone come back to their senses. The director took the lead and the meeting room was filled with applause. Xianxia bowed and thanked him. There were still people waiting behind him. He did not want to waste their time, so he quickly cleaned up the bowls and ran out. After a few steps, someone called him from behind. Xianxia, come back. It was Bai Yi. Xianxia turned around and looked at him. You're not wearing shoes. Bai Yi pointed at his feet. Oh, thank you. Xianxia was not very satisfied with this performance. Acrobatics had high requirements for the body's balance and flexibility. There was still a gap between this body and his real body. Today, he could only use half of his skills. Han Qing had been waiting for him outside. When she saw him come out, she followed him to the elevator shaft. Xing, how was your performance? Just so, Xianxia said. So what if you did well? At this time, Zhou Yu walked over. With your ability, do you think you can be chosen by the program team? Zhou Yu performed before Han Qing and Xianxia. Logically speaking, he should have gone home or practiced in the practice room by now. Most likely, he was here because he hated Xianxia for interrupting him to please Qiuji. He was deliberately looking for trouble. Xianxia was too lazy to look at him. He said coldly, "If I can't, then can you, a gigolo who relies on women to find connections?" Zhou Yu used to be a model. He signed with Nuya from his original small company through Qiuji. He had not acted in 2 movies, so his skills were quite ordinary. After ruining Zhou Yu's plan to ask Qiuji for help, Xianxia was basically sure that he would not be chosen. Now, he was too lazy to deal with him. He brushed past him and walked directly into the elevator. Zhou Yu staggered a little when Xianxia bumped into him. He couldn't understand how this person, who had been calling him Brother Yu not too long ago, had changed so much in such a short period of time. He rushed forward and said, "Xianxia, I dare you to say that again." "Your request is quite unique," Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Okay, then I'll say it again. Regardless of whether I have the ability to be chosen or not, at least I'm competing fairly with everyone. I'm not like you, using sweet words to coax your girlfriend to find connections for you." Zhou Yu was so angry that he did not choose his words carefully. Only a poor guy who can't find a backer would say something like that. Who in the industry isn't like that? I can find someone to help me because I'm capable. When they heard the 2 of them, the people in the corridor looked over curiously. Their expressions were very interesting. Some were waiting to see a good show, some were gloating, and some were unhappy with Zhou Yu and Xianxia for a long time. They could not wait for the 2 of them to disappear as soon as possible. However, no one felt contempt for Zhou Yu's words. Society was like this. It was better to laugh at the poor than at the prostitutes. Living a good life was a skill. No one cared about how you lived a good life. Xianxia did not want to be surrounded by people, so he pressed the elevator button and said, "I can't choose my birth, but I can choose how I live my life. Forgive me for not agreeing with you." You. Zhou Yu's face was ashen. He stuttered the word "you" for a long time but couldn't finish his sentence. He could not refute. Seeing that more and more people were watching, he suddenly felt embarrassed. He did not care about anything else and raised his fist to hit Xianxia. Xianxia did not dodge. Just as the fist was about to hit his face, a tall figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Bai Yi easily grabbed Zhou Yu's wrist and said coldly, "Did you follow the company's rules?" After saying that, he shook off Zhou Yu and led his assistant into the elevator that had just opened. Xianxia did not expect the male lead to fight for him. He was stunned. "Why are you in a daze?" Bai Yi frowned and said in a low voice, "Are you coming up or not, kid?" Xianxia had seen the same frown on his idol. Bai Yi's face many times. Bai Yi was not a patient person. For a long time, the media and anti-fans who wanted to see the world in chaos did not let go of this point. They said that he acted like a big shot, was angry at his fans, and forgot who he was after blushing. Only his fan Night Sky knew that if he had 2 points of gentleness, he would give 1 point to dance and music that he loved. The other point was given to Night Sky. He did not even treat himself as well as he treated his fans. Zhou Yu was caught by Bai Yi. His face was red with anger and he escaped through the fire escape. Xianxia walked into the elevator in a daze. It was not until he reached the 6th floor that he reacted. He turned his head and said embarrassedly, "Thank you." "It's okay." Bai Yi shook his head. "Remember to wear shoes after your performance next time." "Okay." "And?" Bai Yi paused. "If someone hits you again, don't stay still. I might not be there next time." "Okay." Xianxia touched the tip of his ears that were a little hot. "I know." In fact, he did not dodge on purpose. If Zhou Yu really dared to hit him, he could take the video to Qiuji and let Qiuji see the true colors of this scumbag. After all, in the original novel, Qiuji was so stupid that even if Zhou Yu said that he loved the female lead, Qiuji still tried to win his heart back. If he wanted Qiuji to get rid of Zhou Yu, he could only use her brother complex. And it was useless to just talk about it. He had to show evidence. It did not matter if he lost this opportunity. He could wait for the next time. Xianxia returned to the practice room to continue his training. The image of Bai Yi frowning kept flashing in his mind. As the saying goes, it is difficult to draw the bones of a tiger. When describing a specific person, it was easy to draw the outline of his appearance, but it was difficult to completely describe his temperament. He had read the original novel. It was all about how much the male lead and supporting characters doted on Tao Tao. All men were tools. The author almost never described the details of the male lead. So, why was the male lead so similar to the real Bai Yi? When he returned home at night, Xianxia was reading documents in the living room as expected. Besides him, there was also Yuji, who kept dozing off with a mask on her face. "You're back, Xianxia," Xianxia said. "You've just been discharged from the hospital. Don't be too tired. Go to sleep." "Wait." Hearing her brother's name, Yuji seemed to come back to life. She got up from the chaise lounge. "Xianxia, did you participate in the selection for that variety show too?" "Yes." "You." Yuji tiptoed and tapped his forehead. "Why didn't you tell me that you wanted to be on the show? I know the boss of Maimong TV and I know the daughter of the producer. Why did you have to go through the trouble of selecting yourself?" Her words sounded like she was blaming him, but her tone was gentle and full of heartache. Xianxia was not used to it. He took a step back. "I wanted to try it on my own. The original owner had given a strict order that no one in the family could help him or expose his identity without permission. This was also why Yuji only hung up on Zhouyu today and did not tell Zhouyu that he was scolding his brother-in-law. "Okay, you must tell us if you need anything." Yuji was afraid that her brother would do something rebellious again. She did not dare to say more. She could only pat the dust off Xianxia's clothes. "Which car did you drive back? Why are your sleeves dirty?" "I took the bus back." Yuji and Xianxia were both shocked. They looked at each other, then took out their phones at the same time and sent messages to the car dealers they knew. Xianxia did not know what they were doing. He took the opportunity to escape back to his room. After washing up, he collapsed on the bed and opened his Weibo that he had not looked at for a day. He first went to his site account. The live fans he bought were all in place. In addition, there were 7 Night Sky fans who followed him from their IDs. 3 of them had reposted his Weibo post. Well, it was okay. It was better than nothing. He was pleased to switch to his main account. Surprisingly, there were more than 40 comments under the photo on his main account. Some asked him where he had been for the past half a year. Some suspected that he had been kidnapped and asked him to blink. Some guessed that he was finally going to come out. The one with the most likes was a simple sentence. "Luo Luo, it's good that you are back. We are always here." Yesterday, he chose to take a selfie in order to accumulate popularity. Only when his popularity increased could he get closer to the male and female leads. Since he transmigrated into the novel until now, his mind had been thinking about how to survive and how to take the next step to save his life. But when he saw this sentence, he suddenly realized that he was not just himself. He was also an unknown artist. He was also the idol of dozens of girls. Just like how he liked Bai Yi, those girls also liked him. Xianxia's nose was a little sour. He replied to these more than 40 comments one by one. His fingers were stiff. Then, his phone rang. It was a call from Du Lanqin. Her voice was surprised and pleasantly surprised. "Yo, you brat, did you step on dog shit luck? You actually got selected." As the name implied, Let's Travel Together was a travel show. It accurately captured the audience's desire to see big-name celebrities suffer and embarrass themselves. It specifically threw the celebrities to remote villages or places with high expenses, and gave them a very small amount of travel funds. Then, it followed the celebrities and guests throughout the twisted journey of suffering and quarreling. When this show was planned, Maimong TV wanted to make it their flagship variety show. In the first season, they invited A-list or the most talked-about guests at the time. Together with the strong publicity, it directly became the #1 topic of the year. This year, the show was running for its 4th season and the attention had decreased a little. Therefore, the producers somehow managed to get Nuya to invite the big god, Bai Yi. The original article said that Bai Yi and the producer had a personal relationship, which was why he accepted the variety show. However, during the interview yesterday, Xianxia clearly saw that Bai Yi was not familiar with the producer beside him. In short, everything was a mystery. Next week, he would be away from home for a long time. During breakfast, Xianxia told the Qi family about his variety show. Is it that budget variety show? Qi Yuji put down the teacup in her hand. I thought you just signed up for fun. You're not really going, are you? Xianxia, it's true. I've seen a little of that variety show. It's too tough. Qi Yuji was worried. You're weak. Can you bear it? Come with me to the mall later to buy some things. After breakfast, Qi Yuji pulled Xianxia out. As soon as they entered the underground parking lot, the two luxury cars parked side by side almost blinded Xianxia's eyes. One was a silver Rolls-Royce, and the other was a grey Koenigsegg. Qi Yuji brushed her hair. If you're tired of your old car, tell me. Why take the bus? These two are both yours. Choose which one to drive today. She blinked when she said this, as if she was a little nervous. Xianxia pointed at the low-key Rolls-Royce. The corners of her mouth drooped. Seeing this, Xianxia quickly tried to salvage the situation. This car has an even number. There's a limited number today. You should have driven the one with the odd number. Yay! Qi Yuji shouted happily on WeChat, brother, Xianxia likes my car better. I've won this time. Xianxia was speechless. Oh right, Xianxia, have you forgotten that the Qi family's cars don't have a limited number? Qi Yuji pursed her lips and smiled. Let's go. Indeed, the Qi Yuji family didn't need to abide by the rule of limited numbers. Even when there was a traffic jam on the road, Qi Yuji instructed the driver, old Zhang, call Officer Li to send a car to clear the way. No need. Xianxia looked at the traffic in front of them. It'll be through in less than 10 minutes. It wasn't easy for you to agree to come out with me. I want to stay with you a little longer. Don't call the traffic police. Xianxia looked at his sister who was trying to please him and said helplessly, I won't go to the company today. I'll accompany you. Wow. Qi Yuji was overjoyed and started to plan what to do for the day. The first stop was to bring Xianxia to a jewelry store. As soon as they entered, she shouted, the clothes I ordered for Xianxia have arrived, right? The shop owner pulled out two 3-meter-long display racks from the thermostat storage room. The second stop was a salon. After entering the salon, 4 waitresses and 4 bodyguards took the card that Qi Yuji handed over. It was more serious than an underground gang meeting. Xianxia didn't know what they were doing. Qi Yuji explained, this salon has a membership system. There are only 200 members in each city. The membership review is very strict. Only famous people and public figures who have reached a certain level can join. For example, Bai Yi is the only artist member in each city. It turned out that the salon of the top people was so particular. Xianxia was pressed on the massage chair in the small private room by Qi Yuji. He closed his eyes and then opened them, changing his hairstyle. Xianxia hadn't taken care of his hair since the original owner of the body was admitted to the hospital. This time, the styling consultant helped him cut his hair shorter and dyed it dark brown. It made his already white skin look even whiter. At this time, the director's assistant of Traveling Together asked him for the official photo. Xianxia took out his phone and pressed the button. Oh my god, you look so good even under the front camera of an iPhone. The hairstylist's eyes were full of amazement. Second Master Qi, do you mind keeping this photo in the salon as a template? Xianxia didn't care. He sent a copy of the photo to the director's assistant and the hairstylist. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the program team announced the first group of guests, Traveling Together, Season 4 official Weibo, the ripe peach in summer, the brightest Xianxia in the galaxy, all the sweetness and beauty between you two. Welcome Tao Tao Xianxia. Picture, soon after, the fans who had been waiting for the official announcement exploded. Damn, this face. This body. Where did this immortal come from? Within 3 minutes, I want all his information. In just one afternoon, Xianxia's Weibo was almost overloaded with new fans. In fact, it wasn't a lot, only 30,000. However, the number of comments on his last photo had already reached more than 1,000. He picked a few replies, but found that he couldn't reply, so he gave up. Xianxia didn't think it was enough. She picked a facial mask for him and kept typing on her phone. Xing, your fans are hundreds of thousands less than Tao Tao. I'll buy you a trending topic to increase your fans, ? Xianxia hurriedly refused. Don't buy it. Xianxia. I've already bought it. I'm sorry, Xing. I'll withdraw it then. Xianxia didn't expect her to be so fast. He was speechless for a moment. How much does it cost to buy a trending topic, he asked. Xianxia felt wronged. 1 million. Then just leave it. I don't have many fans anyway. It won't take long for my popularity to fade. Xianxia was right. Because there was no fan interaction to maintain his popularity, he was in the middle of the trending topic for 3 hours, and his ranking gradually slipped down. In these 3 hours, his number of fans tripled to 150,000. Xianxia clicked his tongue. Was this the power of capital? On Friday, the program team informed Xianxia to go to Maimong TV for his first interview. For an artist like him who couldn't be more transparent, the company didn't give him a nanny van. Du Lanxin drove him there herself. Then, she kept talking to him in the waiting room outside the studio. We'll be recording a short introduction video in a while. It's mainly to let the audience get familiar with you. Tell them all the interesting jokes and burdens. Don't hide them. According to Baidu Encyclopedia's age and height, you should know that yourself. Your age hasn't changed, but your height has increased by 3 centimeters. Say what you should say. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Don't reveal your working-class family background. Nowadays, the audience likes tall, rich, and handsome people. They don't like grassroots people. If they ask you, just shake your head. The host won't make things difficult for you. Did you hear what I said? Xianxia didn't say anything. Du Lanxin was angry. Are you ignoring my words? And what's wrong with your face and hair? You didn't do your makeup? Du Lanxin was in her 30s. Her figure was badly out of shape because of her frequent visits to brothels. When she spoke, the fat on her face jiggled. Xianxia glanced at her and then turned his head. I don't have a stylist. Du Lanxin choked. Indeed, she hadn't seen Xianxia for half a year. She even forgot about this. She had to do her hair and makeup. She was counting on this new money tree to make money. She stopped the stage supervisor who was pushing the reflector hurriedly to the studio. Hey, young man, my artist came in a hurry and didn't put on makeup. Ask your makeup artist to come over later. Okay. The stage supervisor was blocked by the reflector and didn't see who was in front of him. He agreed casually. Wait for me to do this thing, ouch. As he spoke, he didn't see the wires on the ground in front of him. He accidentally tripped and his body fell forward with the reflector. Xianxia was sitting on the bench in front of him. He saw a black thing coming down on his head. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He raised his arm to protect his head, wondering if he would be killed here because he changed the plot. But after a while, he didn't feel any pain. Opening his eyes, Baiyu was holding the reflector with one hand and supporting the stage supervisor with the other. He probably came from another set because he couldn't hide the tiredness in his voice. Be careful. Thank you. The stage supervisor hurriedly bowed. When he straightened up, he realized who was supporting him. He suddenly screamed like a groundhog. Ah, are you Baiyi? I saw the living Baiyi. Ah. He took out a pen from his pocket with trembling hands. I am your night sky. Can you give me an autograph? Baiyi didn't respond. He turned to Xianxia. Are you okay? Xianxia, I'm fine. Okay. Baiyi turned back. Where do I sign? The stage supervisor didn't bring a notebook. In the end, he let Baiyi sign on the clothes. Xianxia looked at his handwriting carefully. It was exactly the same as the signed album in his dormitory. Du Lanxin probably wanted to get close to Baiyi. After the stage supervisor left, she moved closer to Baiyi. She thought about what to say. Baiyi turned to Xianxia. No stylist? Yes. Follow me. Bai Yi walked past Du Lanqing and asked his assistant to lead the way. He went straight to the lounge prepared for him in the studio. With Bai Yi's status, there would be a lounge with his name on it no matter where he went. It was used for makeup, changing clothes, eating, waiting for the shoot, and so on. At this time, the clothes and makeup were ready. The makeup artist was spraying a sponge. When she saw Bai Yi come in, she wanted to ask why he was so late. Then she saw someone behind Bai Yi. Boss, this is Xianxia, Bai Yi said calmly. Xiaoman, help him do the makeup. I'll go change first. Oh, okay. Xiaoman glanced at Xianxia in surprise. Teacher Qi, come and sit. It was easier for boys to do makeup, especially for Xianxia's small face and flawless skin. He only needed a little foundation and a touch-up. Xiaoman didn't stop. She asked in a low voice, Teacher Qi, are you a friend of our boss? No way. Xianxia didn't know who they were. I'm also an artist of Nuya. I didn't do my hair today. I happened to meet Senior Bai Yi and he brought me here to do the makeup. Xiaoman was even more surprised. Bai Yi liked the quiet and hated social activities. He almost never brought people to his lounge. Why did he suddenly change this time? Not only did he bring her, but he also brought a boy who wasn't even a friend. It was definitely not that simple. Xiaoman rolled her eyes. Teacher Qi, how do you know each other? Are you going to ask his family? Bai Yi came back and gave Xiaoman a warning look. Work hard. Xiaoman stuck her tongue out at Xianxia and pretended to cry. But from her expression, it was obvious that she wasn't afraid of Bai Yi. Bai Yi's staff had revealed that he looked cold on the surface, but he didn't put on airs at all. It seemed to be true. Xiaoman still hadn't finished her makeup. Bai Yi could only sit on Xianxia's left and do his hair first. Xianxia had never seen his idol's face behind the scenes. Although it was fake, his eyes couldn't help but drift to the left. He quickly retracted them. They drifted to the left again, and then he quickly retracted them. Damn it, I'm going to the head. His idol was too good-looking. If beauty was taxed, his idol would probably be bankrupt. Xianxia's eyes drifted to the left for the third time. Bai Yi finally couldn't take it anymore and looked at him in the mirror. The moment their eyes met, Xianxia immediately sat up straight like a student who had been caught copying homework. He didn't seem to have done anything wrong, his reaction was too big. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. Are you afraid of me? No, no. Then why are you so scared? Because you look exactly like my idol. Every time I see you, I can't help but think of my idol. It makes me nervous, Xianxia thought. Is it because? Bai Yi hesitated for a moment. I hit you in the practice room that day. You're scared? Xianxia, impossible. He couldn't wait to love his idol. Why would he be scared? I'm not scared. Really? Xianxia was so anxious that he forgot whether the person in front of him was real or not. Afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain himself, he scratched at his pants anxiously. You can draw as much as you want. Draw as much as you like. I'll be happy to draw as much as you want. Xiaoman, hairstylist, Bai Yi's assistant, everyone in the lounge fell silent as if they were witnessing a large-scale SM scene. Only then did Xianxia realize that what he had just said was extremely inappropriate. Heat surged up his face and his face flushed red. He wanted to explain, but he realized that the situation was getting worse. He could only lower his head and lie to himself. They didn't see me, they didn't see me. It's as if I didn't come. After a full minute, he suddenly heard a soft chuckle from the left. Bai Yi put his fist to his mouth, and the ice on his face melted. A few days ago, a stage accident caused him to transmigrate to this space. The unfamiliar people and things made him physically and mentally exhausted. He looked at the ostrich-like boy beside him. This was the first time he smiled from the bottom of his heart since he transmigrated. In order not to waste the artist's time, the interviews were divided into groups. This morning, Bai Yi and Xianxia were filming. Logically speaking, Bai Yi had other work to do and Xianxia could wait a little longer. Therefore, Bai Yi should go first. However, Bai Yi said, you go first. Xianxia did not stand on ceremony. He had just embarrassed himself and wanted to find a place to calm down. He walked into the studio in a few steps. The assistant director had already adjusted the equipment and was waiting for him. Xianxia went in and bowed. The assistant director asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "Let's start." As usual, the first interview was a self-introduction segment. Because it was a one-on-one interview, there was no need for a big venue. The studio was very small. The setting was very simple. There were 2 chairs, a table, and a sign with the words, "Let's travel together." Bai was outside and could vaguely hear the voices inside. "Hello everyone, I'm Xianxia." The assistant director said, "That's all?" Xianxia said, "Then I'll add one more sentence. You may not be familiar with me, so just call me Xianxia, okay?" Xianxia, the assistant director continued to ask, "After your official announcement, many fans said that they want to know everything about you. Do you want to satisfy them personally? What kind of information do they want? Height and weight? You can also add in relationship status and criteria for choosing a partner." The assistant director was digging a hole for him. Xianxia could tell and quickly waved his hand. "You're setting me up for a blind date so soon. I'm only 21 and this is my first variety show. Can you let me work for a few years first?" "Ha ha ha, okay, you're very dedicated." The assistant director was amused. "Then tell me your basic information." Xianxia truthfully reported his height and weight. The director pondered for a long time. "That's not right. Your height is 181. Why is it 178 now? 181 is fake." "I'm only 178. My manager thinks I'm too short, so he purposely changed my profile and Baidu encyclopedia. Don't believe those things." In reality, Xianxia was about 180 centimeters, but the original owner was shorter. Seeing him wave his hand again and again with an honest and disdainful expression, the director was once again amused by him. Bai, who was outside the door, could not help but smile. Following that, the assistant director asked some random questions. Before the interview ended, the assistant director said, "Xianxia, why did you choose to participate in Traveling Poor Together?" "To become famous." Xianxia paused. "And, what else?" "My idol is here too." The assistant director instinctively felt that this was a point that could be dug deeper. He asked, "Who is your idol?" Xianxia shook his head. "I can't say. I don't want to ride on his coattails. If your idol knows about this, he probably won't blame you. After all, you are his fan. It's his business whether he blames me or not. It's my business whether I do it or not." Xianxia did not fall for the assistant director's trick. In fact, he knew that the male lead could hear him outside. When he was waiting for the recording, he heard the voices inside. But this sentence came from the bottom of his heart. With the male lead's current fame, he would definitely be stained with scandal while riding on his coattails. And if he thought about it from another perspective, if his idol was in the male lead's position, he would never do anything that would make him dislike him. He could not bear to see Bai frown. No matter how the director tried to dig, he would not say anything. Later, the director gave up. He stood up and shook hands with him. "Have fun next week." Bai's interview was much simpler. He could be said to be "Who doesn't know you in the world?" He was just short of being exposed for eating, drinking, and defecating. There was no need to dig deeper. After finishing the interview, Xianxia was sitting where he had been sitting, playing with his phone in boredom. Bai slowly walked over, bent his index finger, and knocked twice on the table in front of him. "Why didn't you leave?" "I was waiting for you." Xianxia quickly put away his phone. "You helped me a lot today." "I haven't thanked you yet." Bai was standing. Xianxia had to raise his head when he spoke to him. When he looked at people from the bottom up with his single eyelids, a shallow crease would appear, making him look especially sincere. Bai looked behind him. Du Lanqing was not there. He asked in a low voice, "Are you going home?" "Yes." "Where is your house?" Xianxia gave him a rough location. "Take my car," Bai said. "It's on the way." Xianxia followed him. It would be a waste if he did not take the opportunity to get close to the male lead. Bai took a private business car today. It was not the company's nanny car. Unfortunately, the license plate number was leaked and they were not spared. As soon as they drove out of the underground garage, a large number of paparazzi and fans rushed up and surrounded the car. They could not drive at all. The driver seemed to have encountered this many times. He skillfully drove out of the car. Bai rubbed his throat and opened the window. Ah! As soon as he showed his face, there was a sudden burst of screams outside. The female fans seemed to be competing with each other. One shouted louder than the other. "Brother, look at me. Hoo, look at my husband today. He broke the beauty record again. Brother, are you recording for the Maimong variety show today? Did it go well?" Bai waved to the fans. "It went well. Don't worry." He had worked until the early hours of the morning to film the commercials. This morning, he went to the recording studio to dub the commercials. After that, he came to the Maimong headquarters. His throat was very tired. The fans seized every opportunity to ask him questions. He patiently answered them one by one. After chatting for about 10 minutes, his voice became hoarse. Thinking that his true idol had been like this, Xianxia was a little anxious. He quickly opened a bottle of mineral water. Bai was stunned when he saw the water. He picked it up and took a sip. This action made the fans see Xianxia behind Bai. One of the girls asked, "Brother, who is he?" "His name is Xianxia. He is also an artist from Nuya. We will work together in the future." Xianxia. The girl smacked her lips and said in surprise, "Is he Xianxia from the official announcement of Traveling Poor Together? Yesterday, someone said that you will be on Traveling Poor. Is it true?" Before the official announcement, the announcement had to be kept secret. Bai did not answer. He only said, "Well, I still have work to do. I can't chat with you. You should go back early." After that, he rolled up the car window. The fans' voices of reluctance and dissatisfaction were instantly blocked out. He turned around and saw that the girl who gave him the water was looking down at the ground. Her expression was very unclear. "Did they disturb you?" Bai asked. "No, I just feel that." Xianxia's voice was muffled. "Your throat is so uncomfortable. You shouldn't have talked to them for so long." "Long? I haven't talked to them for more than 15 minutes, but they have been waiting for me. If we count from the time I entered Maimong, it should be 3 or 4 hours. I can't let them wait for nothing." Xianxia was speechless. Bai asked the driver to drive faster. Then he said, "Are you in a hurry to go home?" "No." Xianxia's fingers scratched at his trousers, but he didn't want to continue speaking. Why did this 2D person have the same personality as his real idol? If they really liked you, they should be able to hear your tiredness and feel sorry for you. Unlike now, they don't care about anything else in order to seize the opportunity to communicate with you. Bai did not know what he was thinking. He took out the mineral water and continued to moisten his throat. Xiao Man and the others were also exhausted. They leaned back in their seats and closed their eyes to rest. The car was silent. Halfway through the journey, everyone was suddenly awakened by the driver's voice. The driver spoke with a northeastern accent. "There's an SUV behind us. Why is it following us?" Assistant Luan was a boy with small canine teeth. He looked at the rearview mirror. "It's on the way." "It's not on the way. It's been following us for 4 crossroads. Then you can take the lead in front." Luan hesitated. The driver immediately turned left and took the left turn at the next intersection. The whole process happened very quickly. It took about 10 seconds. The car they bought later obviously did not react in time. It slid forward 2 meters and immediately braked. Then it took the lead at the crossing and chased after them. Although there were not many cars on the road, everyone was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. It was very easy to cause a traffic accident by driving an SUV. It was already illegal. What was even more uncomfortable was that Luan squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "It's an illegitimate fan again." Illegitimate fans were a kind of abnormal fans in the fan circle. They stole information about their idols and chased after their idols' private lives for fun. There was once a male star who returned home and found a strange woman lying on the bed. The star was so scared that he almost fainted. They could do such perverted things. It was a piece of cake for them to rent a car to chase after their idols' private lives. Hurry up and get rid of the car behind us. Bai Yi thought for a moment. Try not to hurt them. The driver stepped on the accelerator and drove into all kinds of small roads. The car behind them crazily turned left and right. They were worried about the safety of the car behind them. They were almost at the Qi family's house, but they could not get rid of them. Bai Ye's address was well protected, so the illegitimate fans had not found it yet. The most important thing was that they were not going back to his house, but to Qi Xingqian's house. If they were found, Qi Xingqian would be in trouble. Bai Yi pressed between his eyebrows helplessly. Let's go back to the company and get another car. I'm sorry, I dragged you into this. Qi Xingqian clenched his fists and did not say anything. Bai Yi thought that he agreed and ordered the driver to drive to the company. No, you're right. After driving for a short distance, Qi Xingqian seemed to have made up his mind and suddenly said, "It's the illegitimate fan's fault. Sir, please stop the car." The driver did not know if he should listen to him. As he drove forward, he looked at Bai Yi questioningly. Bai Yi did not know what Qi Xingqian wanted to do, so he motioned for the car to stop. The driver pulled over and opened the door. The SUV also stopped. Four girls around 18 or 19 years old and a boy in his early 20s jumped out. Everyone's eyes were shining with excitement. They thought that their idols were coming down to educate them. Most celebrities were afraid of public opinion and did not dare to speak harshly to their illegitimate fans. Even if they were angry, they would at most tell them about the danger of chasing cars. In the end, they would comfort them and persuade them to go home early. They could see their idols up close and be comforted by their idols. They were killing two birds with one stone. There was nothing to be afraid of, however, when they saw the person in the car in front of them, they were dumbfounded. Who was this boy? Why was he in their idol's car? He was so good-looking. When the boy walked in front of them, they were directly stunned. Qi Xingqian's face was cold as he said word by word, "Do you really love him?" On the bustling street, car horns and pedestrians were noisy and ear-piercing. Strangely, this sentence was not loud, but it penetrated the noise and directly pierced their ears. Yes, yes. The girls answered sparsely. No. Qi Xingqian's lips curled up, but there was no smile. This is not love. This is just your own selfish desire. If you really love him, you should want him to be relaxed and happy. You should want to see him smile, not let him be chased by you like a mouse. But we don't mean any harm, they retorted. We just want to see him. Is that wrong? Qi Xingqian sneered. Can't you see him anywhere? Can you see him at the recording site? Can you see him at a signing event? Can you see him at a concert? Do you have to use this method? He stared at them fixedly, watching their heads lower and lower. Compared to loving him, you love yourself more. Love yourself more. The girls murmured. Their faces turned from white to red, and tears kept rolling in their eyes. They actually knew that this was not good, but they were not satisfied with the relationship between fans and idols. They wanted to be closer, closer. The only boy was still unconvinced. He pointed at Qi Xingqian's nose. Then who are you? Bai Yi didn't say anything. What right do you have to teach me a lesson? Qi Xingqian, because I'm Bai Ye's, because he's my friend. Before Qi Xingqian could say the word fan, he was interrupted by a male voice behind him. Bai Yi had arrived at some point, listened for a long time, and heard something. He grabbed Qi Xingqian's wrist and pulled Qi Xingqian behind him. He was too lazy to look at the fans. His voice had lost its usual warmth. Don't do it again, or I'll see you in court. 3 days later, all the guests of Traveling Poor Together were announced. As expected, Bai Ye's participation set off a wave of discussion and pushed Traveling Poor to the top of the trending list. With a good start, the recording of the show officially began. Traveling Poor was recorded and broadcast at the same time. There were a total of 6 episodes this season, and they needed to film in 6 places. Each episode would be recorded for a week, and the first episode would be broadcast the next weekend, and so on. Every episode would be broadcast the next weekend. The recording period was 1.5 months, which was a severe challenge for both the guests and the post-production staff. Before leaving on the weekend morning, Xianxia was still worried. "Xing, let me take you to the airport, okay?" Xianxia hesitated. "The recording starts at the airport. Then I'll send you to the parking lot and you can go up yourself," Xianxia said pitifully. "Otherwise, I'll miss you if you leave for so long." Xianxia. "Okay." He had no choice but to agree. He went upstairs and kicked away the supreme suitcase that Xianxia had bought for him, and replaced it with his own ordinary suitcase. When he was in the acrobatic troupe, he never brought a suitcase with him when he went out to perform. He always used a backpack. He didn't want to bring one this time either, but Xianxia had given him a bunch of snacks and clothes because she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat enough and keep warm. He threw the suitcase into the trunk and opened the car door. He suddenly realized that not only was Xianxia in the back seat, but Father Qi was also in it. "Dad." Xianxia had never called him that before. It took him a while to say, "When did you get in?" "When you were packing up just now." Father Qi chose a very awkward excuse. "The airport is on the way to the company, so I hitched a ride." Because of his rebellion, the original owner of the body wasn't very close to his father. Xianxia didn't expose him and jumped into the car. Along the way, Xianxia kept telling Xianxia to pay attention to this and that. When they arrived at the airport, it was Father Qi's turn. "Xing, I've transferred some money to your card. Don't refuse it yet." Seeing the change in Xianxia's expression, Father Qi hurriedly said, "I've watched a few episodes of that show, and I know that you shouldn't spend your own money. If you don't spend it and keep it with you, Dad will feel more at ease." Xianxia bit his lower lip. "Okay," he said. "Okay. Don't force yourself. If you feel wronged, just tell us. It's not like I can't afford to raise you." "I understand." Xianxia took a deep breath. "All right, it's time. I should go." Father Xianxia and Father Qi nodded in unison, and the driver also looked reluctant. Xianxia turned around and left without looking back. There were a total of 3 guests from City H, namely Bai Yi, the female lead of Peaches of the Night, Tao, and him. The program team had already bought tickets for them, and the first gathering place was in the VIP lounge. Thinking about how he was about to meet the female lead, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. At this moment, a message came in on his phone. "Your wealth card ending in 9999 has received 5,000,000 yuan, and your current balance is 763,3254. 21 yuan. Construction Bank, 1, 2, 3, 6 zeros, 5 million yuan." Was this the travel expenses that Father Qi had mentioned? Xianxia sighed as he walked into the lounge, and then stopped. It was the off-season of spring, and there weren't many tourists. There were about a dozen scattered here and there. But when he looked up, it was as if he couldn't see anyone else. His eyes were completely attracted by the girl in the corner. The girl was reading a book. She was wearing a white t-shirt and light-colored jeans, and her ponytail was tied up high. Even if he couldn't see her face, she exuded a soft glow from head to toe that said, "She must be very beautiful." Xianxia immediately shook his head, and the hairs on his body stood on end. How was this a soft glow of "she must be very beautiful"? This was AF** King protagonist's halo. Xianxia had seen this girl's photo before. She was clearly the female lead of Peaches of the Night, Tao. At this moment, the cameraman of the program team noticed him and ran over with the camera. "Xing, say hello to everyone." "Hello everyone, I'm Xianxia. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Have you all had lunch?" The cameraman complained, "Who eats lunch at this time?" Xianxia said, "If you don't eat actively, there's something wrong with your mind." His fallacious reasoning made the cameraman laugh. Tao seemed to have heard the sound. She put down her book and looked up. Xianxia seemed to see a gardenia quietly blooming. It was so pure, shy, and beautiful. He had to admit that the female lead's halo was really powerful. Tao's appearance was not beautiful, but it made people feel that she was very beautiful. "You're Xianxia, right?" Tao Tao put down her book and walked over. When she spoke, she was a little timid and looked very pitiful. "I'm Tao Tao. Just call me Xing." Xianxia maintained his smile. "Hello, Sister Tao Tao." After greeting, he hinted to the cameraman that they should communicate. Tao Tao's character was naturally not lively enough, so Xianxia went to buy a few cups of coffee. After distributing it to the rest of the staff, he handed a cup to Tao Tao. "American, no sugar." "Thank you, you understand." Tao Tao's eyes widened as she spoke. She was very sincere. "But I don't get fat no matter how much I eat. You don't have to take care of me." As expected of the protagonist's halo. She didn't get fat no matter how much she ate. Xianxia joked with her and then said tentatively, "It's really unexpected to be on budget." "I didn't expect it at all." This position should have been Zhou Yu's, but his appearance disrupted the plot. He didn't know if the female lead had realized it. "Who isn't?" Tao Tao smiled. "I just said that I wanted to rest for a while, so I came to experience life." This sentence was not a direct answer, so Xianxia didn't test it. The two chatted for a while, and there was a clear and rhythmic shout outside. It was the support of Baiye's fans. It seemed that Baiye was also here. The cameraman immediately ran out with the camera. The male and female leads were about to officially meet. Xianxia's palms were sweaty. In the original novel, Baiye, who didn't look at a woman for more than 3 seconds, would be shocked by Tao Tao's beauty and temperament for 5 or 6 seconds. Of course, at this stage, the female lead was just a vase that was much prettier than other women in the male lead's heart. In the next 1.5 months of filming, the female lead would use her pure and kind character to make the male lead look at her in a different light. Xianxia observed the female lead's movements. The female lead didn't seem to show any abnormal emotions because of Baiye and continued to read with her head down. After a while, Aluan and Baiye's agent, Xianxia, escorted Baiye in. Baiye was wearing a dark blue denim jacket today, which outlined his shoulders and waist perfectly. His hair was slightly styled, and he wore black square sunglasses. His neck and wrists were clean, and he didn't wear any jewelry. He slowly took off his sunglasses and his eyes fell on Xianxia. In the next moment, he was about to see Tao Tao. Xianxia's heart suddenly jumped. However, Baiye didn't look to the side. Instead, his gaze moved down and landed on Xianxia and Tao Tao's coffee cups. Xianxia was speechless. He was distracted by the female lead's protagonist aura. When he bought coffee, he only bought coffee for the people present and forgot about Baiye. As a top celebrity, he shouldn't care about coffee that cost dozens of yuan, right? Xianxia stood up nervously. Tao Tao then put down her book and stood up with him. "Are the other guests here?" After saying that, the camera guided Baiye to the two of them. Tao Tao exclaimed, "It's actually Baiye." "What a surprise." Hearing that, Baiye said, "Hello. I've seen your performance at last year's Xingguang ceremony," Tao Tao said. "It was very cool. It was very shocking." Baiye said, "You flatter me." The camera and assistant were speechless. Why did the atmosphere seem a little awkward? In fact, this was also the reason why Baiye didn't accept variety shows. He was arrogant and could kill the conversation in an interview. If he went on variety shows, he would either freeze the other guests to death or tire the director to death. Tao Tao wasn't embarrassed. She still looked at him with a smile. Baiye didn't seem to see such a beauty. He said to Xianxia lightly, "What time did you arrive?" "I just arrived." "Okay." Baiye responded and then led Aluan away. He just turned around and left. He didn't act out the scene written in the original story. Xianxia fell into deep thought again. After finding a good place to sit down, Baiye turned his head slightly and found that no one followed behind him. Shouldn't fans follow their idols? After all, it wasn't the official filming yet. The production team of Budget Travel booked business class tickets for the guests. Xianxia, Tao Tao, and Xianxia were sitting together. She explained very smoothly, "Our Baiye's personality is like that. I'm sorry for neglecting you guys just now." Tao Tao said, "It's okay. We're not familiar with each other yet. It's normal. Yes, you guys will love each other dearly in the future. Xianxia lay sideways on the back of the seat and flipped through a magazine in boredom. Then he felt the back seat shake twice. Maybe he was woken up by the sound of talking. Bai turned over. Xianxia had an idea. He peeked his head through the gap on the inner wall of the cabin. Bai crossed his arms in front of his chest and closed his eyes. He was resting. This was the first time Xianxia saw his idol sleeping. Damn, how can he look so good even when he's sleeping? Is he human? He's obviously an angel. Xianxia observed his fake idol without any psychological burden. He felt no difference between looking at a paper person and looking at a photo. His forehead was full, his eyebrows were sharp, and there was a small mole on the left side of his high nose bridge, which made his facial features look sharper. The night sky fans were obsessed with this mole. Every day on Weibo, they would shout, "Aw, I want to lick it." The author of Peaches of the Night was no exception. After the female lead and the male lead fell in love, they really did lick it. Hiss, it was a bit exciting to peek at the male lead next to the female lead. Afraid of being discovered by the female lead, Xianxia took one last look. Just as he was about to retract his head, Bai's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. He met Xianxia's eyes, caught peeking. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to retreat immediately, but he was afraid of looking guilty. He could only stay where he was and stare at Bai. After a long time, Bai finally opened his mouth. His voice had a hint of laziness. "Have you seen enough?" Xianxia, Bai, if you've seen enough, go back and rest. Or did you drink too much coffee and can't sleep? The first place to travel was Denmark in Northern Europe. As soon as they got off the plane, they saw two other guests. One was the former Golden Horse movie queen, the 52-year-old Luo Qiuman. The other was a first-tier actor, Zhang Yunfei, who had been nominated for Film Emperor for 2 consecutive years. After everyone greeted each other, Luo Qiuman counted the number of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, are we missing someone? Ziyu's flight is a little late, the assistant director said. It lands in about half an hour. Then let's wait a little longer. Tao Tao was very understanding. Sister Qiuman, are you tired? If you're tired, I have a cervical massage machine here, Xianxia said. When he said this, he felt a chill beside him. He turned his head and saw that Bai was wearing sunglasses. He could not see his expression clearly, but for some reason, he gave off a very uncomfortable feeling. Xianxia asked tentatively, do you want to use the massage machine? Bai, that day, when Xianxia said that he was a fan, Bai was skeptical. He believed it because he had a large fan base and they were everywhere. In real life, many trainees in the company were his fans. He suspected that it was because he had just entered this world and could not tell if Xianxia was telling the truth or if he was trying to get close to him with a purpose. He was not familiar with this world, so he had to be careful with everyone. It was not until he was chased by an illegitimate student and heard Xianxia's words that he believed that Xianxia was really his fan. And then today, was it like this? Not to mention that there was no coffee, everyone had taken a day's flight here. Shouldn't his fans care about him first? What kind of plastic fan was this? The plastic fan was still looking at him carefully. Its single eyelids drooped slightly, like an innocent big dog. Bai was speechless for a moment. No need, you can keep it for yourself. After receiving Bai's answer, Xianxia put away the massage machine very smoothly. Bai. Alright. When Lu Ziyu was bored, everyone reported their age when they chatted. The oldest was definitely Luo Qiuman, followed by Zhang Yunfei, who was 28 years old this year. Bai and Tao Tao were both 24 years old. When they arrived at Xianxia said, I was born in December 1999. Then you're the youngest. I'm more familiar with Ziyu. Ziyu is 1 year older than Tao Tao, Zhang Yunfei sighed. What do children nowadays eat to grow up to be so good-looking? Xing is indeed good-looking, but you are good-looking too, brother Yunfei. Tao Tao smiled sweetly. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It's over, this female lead is going to emit her charm and start the charming script. Sure enough, after Zhang Yunfei saw Tao Tao smile, he was momentarily dazed. Then, he took out his phone and asked if he could add Tao Tao on WeChat. In the original article, Bai Yu was a little unhappy at this moment. Xianxia secretly observed Bai Ye's expression. He leaned his elbow on the luggage cart and swiped his phone. He did not care about the situation of the two. Xianxia? Tao Tao agreed to Zhang Yunfei's request. After adding each other on WeChat, the two of them opened Weibo. Not long after, Zhang Yunfei burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, Xing, you are too interesting. Xianxia did not understand. What? Your voiceover interview. Zhang Yunfei waved the phone in his hand. Is there a need to be so honest? If I were your manager, I would probably be pissed to death, ha 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 ha. It turned out that before they set off, the production team had released voiceover interviews of the guests in order to maintain popularity. In order of popularity and expectations, the first to be released was Xianxia's clip. How did the production team edit it for him? Xianxia opened Weibo and saw countless notifications popping up. Switching to the homepage, he saw that the number of fans had exceeded the 200,000 mark. He hurriedly opened the official Weibo of Budget Traveler and watched his video. The production team did not edit too much. When he revealed his true height, they made a special effect of a helmet on his head, indicating that he was very stubborn. When he said that he could not fall in love and had to go to work, they photoshopped a factory uniform on him, making him look miserable and funny. Below the video, the netizens were already laughing. Lol, this guy is so cute, isn't he afraid of getting beaten up for being so honest? Xianxia, as long as I speak fast enough, Baidu Encyclopedia can't catch up with me. What an interesting and honest boy. He looks so valiant, I'm a fan. Am I focusing on the wrong thing? I'm more curious about who Xianxia's idol is. The last question was the third most liked by the fans, and some even went to his homepage to ask him. After Zhang Yunfei finished laughing, he asked the same question. Xianxia, who is your idol? Tell us. Xianxia shook his head. Then what are his characteristics? You can at least tell us. This? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before clearing his throat. He was finally going to say it? Everyone looked at him. The director felt that this was a good topic to talk about, so he gestured for the cameraman to cut to a close-up shot. The cameraman responded, and Xianxia's flawless face instantly appeared on the director's monitor. He blinked and said with unusual sincerity, "My idol is a magician." What do you mean? If beauty can be turned into magic, Xianxia paused. Then my idol can save the world by himself. The whole room was silent for 3 seconds. Ha 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 ha, then, there was a burst of loud laughter. I can't take it anymore, Xianxia. The assistant director held his stomach and laughed so hard that tears were almost coming out of his eyes. Where did you learn to flatter me? Xianxia felt wronged. I'm not flattering you, I'm telling the truth. Okay, it's true. If I were your idol, I'd be so happy right now, ha 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 ha. Yeah, when can I have such a good fan? I'm so envious, wahahaha. Would he be happy? Xianxia laughed with them, and his eyes drifted to Bai Yi. In fact, he said that on purpose. If he made the male lead happy now, maybe the male lead would be gentler when he hit him in the future. Besides, Tao Tao's protagonist aura was so strong that as long as he was around Tao Tao, he would be haunted by a sense of crisis. He had to seize the opportunity to get familiar with the male lead, stay by their side, collect dirt on the male lead, and observe the development of their relationship. The easiest way to get familiar with someone was to flatter them. Everyone liked to be flattered, and if there was, it only meant that he wasn't good enough. Bai Yu was still looking down at his phone. Xianxia secretly stared at his unmoving face for a long time and came to the conclusion that he wasn't good enough. When he felt the gaze on him leave, Bai Ye's eyes under his sunglasses gradually spread into a faint smile. Everyone waited for a full hour before Lu Ziyu walked over in her high heels and model gait. She was wearing a halter top and hot pants, and she kept complaining with a small electric fan in her hand. Why is it so hot here? My makeup is ruined. Lily, bring me my powder. Her assistant handed her the powder. She touched up her makeup in front of the mirror and said, "Oh, Director Zhang, you're all here. I didn't look good just now." Can you cut it and not air it? As a hot A-list starlet in the entertainment industry, Lu Ziyu could be said to be the model of a black star. There were more topics than works, and more people scolded her than liked her. However, variety shows liked this kind of star because she could bring about discussion. Okay, I won't air that part. The executive director, Director Zhao, agreed to her request. Lu Ziyu happily put away the powder and turned to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, I can't believe that I can be on a show with you. I love your music so much. Next month, the TV series I'm starring in will be on satellite TV. Can I ask you for a song? I don't have any inspiration to write a song recently, Bai Yi rejected directly. Sorry. Lu Ziyu didn't care. Whether Bai Yi agreed or not, she had already achieved her goal of promoting the new TV series. She pouted and expressed that she hoped to work together again in the future. At this time, Director Zhao saw that everyone had arrived and took out the loudspeaker. Everyone, quiet down. Everyone quieted down and formed a circle in front of the director. The director continued, "Welcome to Traveling Together. The rules of the show have been explained before, so I won't repeat them. Now, on behalf of the production team, I will start our first mission." What mission? This trip to Denmark will last for 7 days. The production team will provide a certain amount of travel funds. The requirement is to update a scenic spot every day. After the trip, everyone will pick a gift for the audience to share on Weibo. The top 3 most popular gifts will be given a personal travel reward by the production team in the next trip. You can distribute it as you wish. Is everyone clear? Yes, Zhang Yunfei said. Then how much is our travel fund? Director Zhao, 8,000 kronor, 8,000 kronor. The original owner had traveled to Denmark before, so Xianxia had a slight impression of it. Kronor and RMB are about the same. If one person has 8,000 kronor, 6 people will have 50,000 kronor. 7 days should be enough. Who said that each person has 8,000 kronor? Director Zhao threw a "you're too naive" look. All of you, a total of 8,000 kronor. Xianxia, he had just come to work when he received his first blow. The other guests also found it difficult to accept and remained silent. Lu Ziyu was obviously not satisfied and muttered. The reason why she was black and red was because she dared to say anything. It was unknown if it was the image that the company had set for her, or if she had always been like this. The assistant who followed the filming ran over and asked, "Ziyu, do you have any questions? 8,000 yuan for 6 people to play for 7 days, and we still have to buy gifts. Isn't this asking for our lives?" The assistant explained, "The production team has calculated in detail. As long as you save some money, your life will definitely not be a problem. That depends on the quality of life." Lu Ziyu snorted. Now it seems that I might as well participate in the metamorphosis. At this point, she seemed to have thought of something and shook her hair. If I participate in the metamorphosis, I can exchange places with Xianxia. She stood on the far left, so Xianxia, who was on the right, could not hear what she said. Instead, it all fell into the ears of Bai Yi, who was next to her. Bai Yi's hand that was pushing the luggage trolley paused and he took off his sunglasses. The show gave 8,000 kronor to the guests. After some discussion, the guests decided that Tao Tao would be in charge of keeping the money. The transportation problem was easy to solve. There were cars outside the airport and they could stop at a moment's notice. Then came the first problem, accommodation. During a trip, other than transportation, the biggest expense was accommodation. Lu Ziyu brushed her hair and said, "We're all public figures. It's not appropriate for us to stay outside. It'll be awkward if fans recognize us. Let's stay in a hotel." But Tao Tao hesitated. "It's too expensive to stay in a hotel. I checked just now. A good hotel here costs 2,000 kronor a night. A hotel only costs 200 kronor. What about a normal hotel? It doesn't need a star rating." "It's fine as long as it's clean," Zhang Yunfei asked. "About 500 to 1,000 kronor. I've filmed here before." Luo Choman, who had been silent, finally spoke. "It's very cheap to rent a villa in the countryside, and the environment is good." Lu Ziyu said, "But what time is it now? Are we going to spend the night in the car?" Lu Ziyu was right. It was already late at night in Denmark. If they went to the countryside now, they would indeed have to spend the night in the car. It was fine for a group of men, but there were also the older Luo Choman and the female stars. Xianxia thought for a while and said, "How about staying in a hotel for the night? It's not safe or convenient for girls to stay in a small hotel or a place to stay. We can go to the countryside tomorrow. Maybe we can pass by a tourist destination on the way." "That's right," Zhang Yunfei said. "Tao Tao, book a room." Tao Tao asked, "How many rooms?" Everyone was in a dilemma again. There were 6 guests in total. The budget for 6 rooms was definitely not enough. If 2 people shared a room, there would be 3 men and 3 women. 1 man and 1 woman would have to share a room. In fact, this was the show's plan. They deliberately chose an odd number of guests. This way, there would be a segment where men and women would stay together during the trip. At that time, whether the 2 parties agreed to promote a couple or one party paid to ride on the popularity of the couple, it would only be beneficial for budget traveler. "How about a standard room or a suite?" Zhang Yunfei suggested. Xianxia did some calculations. 2 girls can stay in a standard room, and 4 people can stay in a suite. This is cheaper than 3 standard rooms. "Then it's settled," Lu Ziyu said sarcastically. "Xing, you're really good at scheming." Xianxia joined the acrobatic troupe when he was 5 years old. After that, he learned acrobatics while attending school. A small acrobatic troupe was like a miniature version of a small society. It could be said that he had already entered society when he was young. He was very familiar with Lu Ziyu's tone. She was clearly mocking him for being poor and sloppy. Before the recording of the show, Lu Ziyu's team had checked everyone's background and easily found out that Xianxia was a child of a working-class family. There was always a need to find someone to quarrel with in the show. Either that or the camera wouldn't focus on you. If you quietly recorded the show, you would only be marginalized. You had to find ways to stir up trouble to get attention. This was the truth of the black and red lines. And among these guests, if she provoked others, their fans wouldn't let her go. Xianxia was different. He only had a few tens of thousands. Now, he had 200,000 fans. His fighting power couldn't be compared to her 7 million fans. He was the easiest to bully. So she stared at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't care too much. He had heard worse words than this before. He pretended not to hear and turned his head to stare at Tao Tao. "Can you guys understand it?" As he spoke, Lu Ziyu also stretched his neck over. On the surface, she seemed to be concerned about Tao Tao's situation, but in fact, she was in front of Bai Yi. As the most popular person in the entertainment industry, Bai Yi was the ideal person for female stars to ride on his popularity. Lu Ziyu's team had thought about it for a long time, but Bai Yi had always been protective of his reputation and rarely accepted private invitations from female stars. He also rarely went on other entertainment shows except for music. They didn't expect that he would come to Budget Traveler this time. It would be a shame if they didn't create some scandals. Lu Ziyu asked softly, "Bai Yi, do you know Danish?" Bai Yi didn't look at her and said something in Danish. Lu Ziyu. "Wow, that's amazing. What does that mean? Aren't you hot?" Bai Yi pointed in the direction of the bathroom with his chin. "There's air conditioning there." There were cameras around, so Bai Yi couldn't say something too unpleasant. He changed his way of saying it. But Lu Ziyu understood. What he meant was, "Aren't you hot? Why are you so close to me?" Lu Ziyu's smile froze at the corner of her mouth. She relied on her poor acting skills to return to normal. She had heard about Bai Yi's character, but she didn't expect him to be so rude. At this time, Tao Tao's room was booked. She cheered and said, "Done, we can sleep now." "That's great." Luo Choman laughed at herself. "Let's go over quickly. I'm going to fall asleep standing up." Not only Luo Choman, but also the guests who had been on the plane for half a day were tired. Zhang Yunfei took Luo Choman's suitcase and led the way to the exit. Xianxia couldn't give the male and female leads a chance to interact. He had an idea and grabbed Tao Tao's luggage cart. Tao Tao said, "It's okay. My suitcase isn't heavy." I can push it myself. It's okay, Sister Tao Tao. You're so thin. Let me do it. Xianxia waved his hand and was very gentlemanly. Then, in order not to give Tao Tao a chance to change her mind, he walked away. As he walked, the sound of footsteps got closer and closer. He thought that Tao Tao had caught up with him and didn't think about anything else. However, the next second, a piece of clothing was thrown onto his arm that was pushing the cart. He looked down and saw that it was Baiye's dark blue denim jacket. The footsteps continued to get closer and slowed down beside him. Baiye looked forward and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "There's too much luggage. I can't carry it." Xianxia was speechless. "Didn't you only bring one suitcase?" When they arrived at the hotel, they encountered another problem. Usually, a suite had 3 rooms, 1 living room, and 2 bedrooms. Xianxia originally planned to sleep on the sofa in the living room with the extra girl in one room and the other 2 men in the other. However, this hotel suite was different. There was no living room, and there were 2 bedrooms, 1 big and 1 small. The small bedroom had a double bed, and the big bedroom had 2 single beds. There was also a sofa, but it was very small. Even if the 2 beds were put together, it wouldn't be enough for an adult. Tao Tao said, "Can we change rooms?" The 6 of them came in 2 cars. Zhang Yunfei, who arrived first, shook his head. "I just asked the front desk. All the suites have been reserved. We've already checked out of the suite. Can we book 2 more standard rooms?" "We can check out, but you'll have to pay half of the handling fee." The price of the suite was 1,000 crowns. With half of the handling fee, 500 crowns would be gone. "Then how about we book another standard room?" Luo Choman yawned. "A standard room costs 400. The taxi just now cost 150. Tao Tao was in a difficult position. "If we book another room, we'll have to spend nearly 2,000 today." She didn't finish her sentence. Everyone present knew what she meant. The travel fund had a total of 8,000 yuan. Before the first day, they had already spent 2,000 yuan. What about the 7 days of the official trip? If they wanted to save bullets, they could only let a female guest come out and stay in the suite with the boys. Or, as the female lead of this article, Tao Tao showed her responsibility at the critical moment. Sister Choman doesn't sleep well. Ziyu has been active recently, so they all need to rest well. "I sleep more heavily, so I'll go over." Luo Choman said, "Won't it be inconvenient?" "It's okay, Sister Choman." Tao Tao held Luo Choman's arm. "I'll take a shower and remove my makeup in the side room later." Seeing that Tao Tao's expression didn't seem to be fake, and that this was indeed the best solution, everyone praised Tao Tao and returned to their rooms. While all the guests were packing their luggage, the director's assistant opened a group chat to facilitate the notification of matters or the allocation of artists. The large bedroom with 2 single beds was definitely for Tao Tao to stay in. The other bed had not been decided yet. Xianxia slumped on the sofa and swiped his phone. Brother Yunfei." He looked at the members of the group chat and asked in surprise, "Why are there so many people in the group?" Zhang Yunfei was taking out clothes from the suitcase. "There's the director's team, as well as the guests' managers and assistants." "Of course there are many." "Assistant, will your assistant always be with you?" "Of course." Zhang Yunfei chose his clothes and called his assistant. "Who will take care of the clothes for tomorrow's shoot?" After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something. "Xing, I see that you came alone. You didn't bring your assistant?" "Not yet." Zhang Yunfei also came over at the same time. He patted him on the shoulder and didn't say anything. He took the clothes out and asked his assistant to iron them. Xianxia looked at Baiyi, who was washing his t-shirt in the bathroom. An A-list star like Zhang Yunfei didn't lack money or support. He was already used to being waited on. Lu Ziyu was even worse. Today, she directly brought 4 assistants. She was staying in this hotel, and her manager booked a few more rooms next door. She didn't care about the expenses at all. Only this top celebrity, who was often rumored to be a big shot, packed his own luggage and took care of his own clothes. God, was his idol really not an angel? Xianxia held his cheek and blinked. He found Baiye's WeChat Bo in the group chat list. He was as fierce as a tiger. Your friend request has been sent. Please wait for the other party to accept. In the original novel, Tao Tao and Bai Yi would stay in a room with 2 single beds. The male and female leads would be alone for the first time. The female lead's quiet and sweet sleeping face made the tired male lead have a good night's sleep. This kind of plot was very romantic. Xianxia didn't want to do anything to ruin their marriage. But the love between the male and female leads threatened his life, so he had to do something. Tonight, he had to separate the male and female leads. After washing up, Tao Tao knocked on the door in a white t-shirt and jeans. Who am I going to stay with? When everyone was cleaning up, the program team installed cameras in all the rooms except the bathroom. Everyone's posture could be seen at a glance. Xianxia didn't dare to be like Guyo. He sat up straight and asked half-truthfully, Sister Tao Tao, who do you want to stay with? His question was equivalent to shifting the conflict to Tao Tao. If Tao Tao chose Bai Yi, there would definitely be netizens who would criticize Tao Tao for taking advantage of his popularity. If Tao Tao chose Zhang Yunfei, there might be some scandals. The least controversial choice was himself. His fans were young. Even if they stayed in the same room, the program team wouldn't make an issue out of it. It was the safest choice. Tao Tao hesitated slightly and didn't say anything. At this time, Bai Yi finished washing up. He came out of the bathroom with wet clothes and said in a low voice, next. There was only one bathroom in the suite. Everyone took turns to wash up. Xianxia hadn't finished with Tao Tao yet. He turned to Zhang Yunfei. Brother Yunfei, you go. You go first. I love the young. You go first, Xianxia joked. I respect the elders. After that, Xianxia covered his mouth and pretended to realize that he had said something wrong. Zhang Yunfei cooperated very well and made a gesture of spitting out blood. Behind the monitor, the director chuckled. In the latter part of the scene, we photoshopped a few arrows into Zhang Yunfei's chest to make it look like thousands of arrows piercing his heart. Nuya, this kid really didn't sign him for nothing. That's right. The assistant director sighed. It actually has such a sense of variety. As long as you don't court death, you'll definitely make a name for yourself in the future. Of course, the 4 people in the room had no idea what the director was talking about behind the scenes. Xianxia hurriedly got up and apologized to Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei held his chest and walked to the bathroom sadly. After the performance, Xianxia sat back on the sofa. As soon as her butt touched it, the cool smell of cedar entered her nose. She turned around and saw Bai Yi sitting beside her. His hair was still wet and stuck to his forehead. In order to sleep comfortably, he changed into a loose black t-shirt. Droplets of water flowed down his cheeks, slid past his protruding Adam's apple, and disappeared into the collar of the t-shirt. Xianxia, damn, the male lead was too hard-working in order to seduce the female lead. Xianxia had no doubt that as long as a woman saw that scene just now, she would definitely not be able to escape from his charm attack. After watching Xianxia and Zhang Yunfei's performance, Tao Tao's gaze had already shifted to them. Xianxia hurriedly said, how about? Tao Tao looked at Xianxia. Let's sleep in the same room, Sister Tao Tao. Xianxia saw that she didn't see Bai Yi and heaved a sigh of relief. I sleep very quietly. I don't snore or turn over. There's no sound at all. The camera was next to them and Xianxia had already spoken. Tao Tao was in no position to refuse and was ready to agree. No, Bai Yi suddenly said. Xianxia choked on his words. Do you have to sleep with the female lead? Actually, it wasn't Bai Yi's fault. After all, this was how the plot developed. As the male lead, Bai Yi had to follow the rules. Xianxia silently lowered his head and waited for Bai Yi to extend an olive branch to the female lead. I'm a light sleeper, Bai Yi said. I can't sleep with ordinary people. Oh, that means you can only sleep with the female lead. You're good at finding excuses, Xianxia thought. So, Bai Yi turned to Xianxia. You'll sleep with me. Xianxia? The rooms were assigned just like that. Zhang Yunfei shyly led Tao Tao into the big bedroom. Bai Yi and Xianxia slept on the double bed. Xianxia was now living in the school dormitory with a bunk bed. But when he was young, he lived in the acrobatic troupe's bunk, so he didn't mind sharing a bed with two men. He was just curious about why Bai wanted to sleep with him. Was he afraid that he would taint the female lead? Compared to him, Zhang Yunfei was beautiful and had a good figure. Wasn't he a bigger threat? Xianxia was very confused. He took out his pajamas from the suitcase and tugged at the hem of his clothes. Bai was still sitting on the sofa listening to music. Seeing his actions, he took off his headphones and frowned. "What are you doing?" "I'm changing, taking a shower, and going to sleep." Bai glanced at him, picked up his jacket and walked to the left corner. He threw it up and perfectly covered the camera. "There are many people watching. Be careful." Thank you." Xianxia rubbed the tip of his nose. "I'll take a quick shower. I won't disturb your sleep." Then, he hurried into the bathroom. When he came out, Bai was wearing an eye mask and had his back facing him. He seemed to have fallen asleep. As soon as Xianxia lay down, he smelled the lingering fragrance. That night's dream was also cedar-flavored. Xianxia often had messy dreams, most of which were about his childhood. Sitting in the snow and looking at the moon was very rare, so he slept very peacefully. He was also in a very good mood when he got up, humming a song as he tidied up the sheets. Bai woke up earlier than him, and his hand paused in the middle of drying his hair. "What are you doing?" "Folding the quilt." The hotel's quilt would be washed after the guests left the hotel, so there was no need to tidy it up. This was common sense, unless this person had never stayed in a hotel before. Bai's eyes were fixed on Xianxia's back for a few seconds, and he didn't say anything. So Xianxia happily finished folding his quilt, and also folded Bai's quilt. The hotel provided breakfast, and during the meal, everyone gathered together to discuss their next move. Tao Tao said, "Let's walk around Copenhagen. Since we're already here, we can use it as a tourist attraction for today." "I agree," Zhang Yunfei said. "Are there any famous attractions here?" Xianxia searched his memory. Copenhagen Theatre, Andersen Cemetery, Danish National Museum, Little Mermaid sculpture. Copenhagen Theatre and Andersen Cemetery are very close, so we can see them together. Then it's settled. Zhang Yunfei clapped his hands. Xing, it's so good to have you. You can save us the time of making a strategy." Before he could say anything, today's tour route was decided in a few words. Lu Ziyu saw that this wasn't going to work, and she rolled her eyes. Xing, you specially checked the route before you came, right? You're so hardworking." Xianxia nodded vaguely. The Qi family had more than a dozen wineries in Denmark, and Xianxia would occasionally bring the original owner to inspect them, so the original owner had a deep impression of them. "That's what I said." Lu Ziyu took a sip of milk. "You probably haven't worked here before." "I did shoot a magazine in Denmark before, but I didn't have enough time to do it." Xianxia finally understood what she meant. She was mocking him in a roundabout way. He had racked his brains to come to Budget Traveler to get close to the male and female leads, so he had no time to care about other people. But Lu Ziyu was always looking for trouble, and he didn't want to tolerate it. "Move aside." Xianxia was just about to retort when a cold voice came from behind. Bai had returned from his morning run and stood behind him. He said to Lu Ziyu, "You're sitting in my seat." "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice." Lu Ziyu smiled awkwardly and got up to sit on the stool opposite him. As the guarantor of the 4th season of Budget Traveler, Bai had his own fixed position, which was the place where the camera was facing. This ensured that he had the most screen time during post-editing, even though he didn't talk much. Lu Ziyu had sat there just now because the fixed camera was facing her, so she wanted to get more screen time. Who would have thought that Bai would drive her away? She clenched her fists so hard that her long nails almost pierced her palms. At 10 o'clock in the morning in Denmark, everyone left their luggage at the front desk and set off for Andersen Cemetery. As the oldest man, Zhang Yunfei automatically took on the responsibility of leading the team and conveyed the director's message. Denmark is a green country and advocates low-carbon travel. The row of bicycles on the streets and alleys can be used for free. It saves money and is environmentally friendly. Let's go by bicycle, what do you think? What else could they do? Looking at the big sun in the sky, the guest smirked and said, "Of course. It's boring to just ride bicycles. Do you want to compete?" Zhang Yunfei suggested again. "How?" "We'll be divided into 2 groups, 3 boys and 3 girls. The boys and girls who win first place will get a big meal as a reward." The travel fund was so small, how big could the meal be? Although the guests complained in their hearts, they acted quickly and each of them chose a bike that they liked. While waiting for Zhang Yunfei to give the order, Xianxia took out his earphones and stuffed one into his ear and the other wrapped around the handrail of the bicycle. The cameraman was puzzled. "Xianxia, what are you doing?" "I'm letting the bicycle hear my idol's voice. It'll go faster later," Xianxia said seriously. The cameraman was speechless. He really couldn't afford to offend someone who liked to flatter others. 5 minutes later, everyone was ready. Zhang Yunfei shouted, "In your positions." Xianxia bent over and got ready. The cameraman was silent. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Xianxia dashed into the alley next door with a whoosh. The cameraman couldn't react in time. "Xianxia, slow down." Unfortunately, Xianxia couldn't slow down. He usually rode a bicycle to school and the acrobatic troupe. After more than 10 years, he had mastered this skill. Moreover, he knew how to ride a unicycle. If he could handle a unicycle with 1 wheel, wouldn't it be a double kill if he added another? Xianxia rode faster and faster. He didn't use his full strength because they were filming. Afraid that the guests would go into the alley, the cameraman rode an electric bike. Now that they realized that they couldn't catch up with the people, they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Xianxia." The director heard the cameraman's voice through the monitor and thought that there was a problem. He quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm carrying the machine, so I don't dare to drive too fast. I can't catch up with Xianxia." The director heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Then, he felt that it was quite funny. He ordered the cameraman in Xianxia's team, "Show me what the scene looks like." The cameraman took out his phone and pressed the record button. The cameraman shouted again, "Xianxia." "Yes?" "Wait for me, I can't catch up with you." "No, I'm competing." One of them was on one side of the street, while the other was on the other side. Perhaps Xianxia's voice was too loud, it startled a group of pigeons at the corner of the street. He even said to the pigeons in Danish, "I'm sorry." The cameraman couldn't take it anymore. He took a deep breath and said, "Xianxia, we're filming a show, not participating in a sports competition. If I can't record you, you won't have any scenes when it's broadcast." "It's okay. The competition comes first, the show comes second," Xianxia said righteously. "Brother, you have to train more." With that, he sped up and ran again. The cameraman looked worried. He slapped his forehead and could only continue chasing. After the cameraman finished recording, he sent the video to the director. The director and assistant director laughed when they saw it. They said regretfully, "This clip is quite funny. It's a pity that it was filmed with a mobile phone. It's a waste." "Not necessarily," the assistant director said. "We don't have a trailer to maintain the popularity. It's too expensive to let you do the work. Why don't we use this clip?" The director thought about it and realized that it was true. He told the cameraman to shoot another video of them reaching the finish line. Then, he informed the post-production crew to get ready to edit the video. In the second half of the ride, the cameraman was panting. Xianxia slowed down a little. The final result was obvious. He rode fast and chose a shorter route. He was the first to reach the finish line. The cameraman, who could finally stop, was scared out of his wits. He looked confused and didn't know what day it was or where he was. He kept muttering. Following the director's instructions, the cameraman took out his mobile phone and asked the cameraman, "Brotherly, what did you say?" "I committed so many sins in my previous life that I had to do this industry." The cameraman wiped his tears. "If there is a next life, I will definitely not enter the media industry." Xianxia, who had defeated the industry's elite single-handedly, didn't know anything. He took off his headphones and was still bragging about how awesome his idol's voice was. It was all thanks to his idol that the car could fly. Bai Yi, who had stood at the entrance of the alley for 5 minutes and waited for Xianxia to reach the finish line, continued to ride forward. He was puzzled. Was his function so advanced? Tao Tao was the winner of the girls' competition. As the winner, Xianxia and Tao Tao naturally won a big meal. They found a restaurant that looked good. After ordering, Xianxia got up to wash his hands. When he opened the bathroom door, he was surprised to see 2 familiar faces. The manager and assistant manager of the Qi family's wine cellar had finished lunch and were chatting in front of the mirror while tidying up their appearance. Second young master. At the same time, the manager also saw him. He rushed up to greet him with surprise and enthusiasm. "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Xianxia quickly said, "Shu." "Oh, I'm sorry, second young master." The manager lowered his voice. "Are you here for an inspection?" Xianxia looked around. Fortunately, the cameraman was exhausted and didn't have time to film him. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "No, I'm here to record a show." After a pause, he said vaguely, "I don't want anyone to know my identity, so from now on, pretend that you haven't seen me. Don't talk to me." Xianxia didn't hold any power in the Qi Corporation, but all the employees in the Qi Corporation's domestic and overseas branches knew that this second young master was the apple of the Qi family's eye. He was a precious treasure that the Qi family held in their hands and was afraid to break. Therefore, they didn't dare to disobey. They both covered their mouths and became mutes. Xianxia looked at them with satisfaction, washed his hands, and left. After he walked away, the assistant manager looked at the manager. "Although second young master gave the order, are we really going to pretend that we haven't seen him? Are you stupid from eating onions?" The manager slapped the assistant manager's head hard. "If President Qi finds out, he will definitely scold us for not taking good care of second young master. Let's go and see what second young master is eating." The 2 of them tiptoed to the side of the door and stuck out an eye to look outside. They saw a set of affordable set meals in front of Xianxia and Tao Tao. The rest of them were even more shabby. Each of them only had one staple food. What kind of show is this? The manager was anxious. How can they let second young master eat this? Go and call the restaurant owner over. The assistant manager called the owner over. The manager whispered a few words in the owner's ear and then gave the owner a stack of money. The owner nodded happily. After riding for the whole morning, everyone was exhausted. After cooperating with the program team and acting like a winner, Xianxia smiled and said, "Come, let's eat together." The price of food in Denmark was high. As losers, they also wanted to save money. The rest of them ordered vegetarian dishes. Luo Qiuman said, "Can we really?" Xianxia and Tao Tao agreed in unison. Everyone cheered and began to eat to their heart's content. Halfway through the meal, the restaurant owner and the waiter suddenly came over with a large tray. He coughed softly and said, "Ahem, sorry to disturb you." The owner's English was not very authentic. The guests took a while to react before saying, "Yes, what can I do for you?" "Today is our restaurant's anniversary. I want to give the most precious dishes," the owner pointed at the tray, "to the most beautiful person in the restaurant." The guests thought that the owner had recognized one of the celebrities and came over to ask for an autograph. They did not expect that he wanted to give away food. Needless to say, it was the most precious dishes, fresh fish roe, all kinds of seafood and meat, and even 2 blue lobsters. The owner was standing next to Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu calmly analyzed that the owner was a man, so the dishes must be given to a woman. Among the 3 women, Luo Qiuman was the oldest. Tao Tao looked innocent, and only she was beautiful and had a seductive figure. Most of these complimentary dishes were for her. Lu Ziyu sat up straight and licked the lipstick that remained on her lips. "So the most beautiful person in the restaurant is at our table. Thank you for your hospitality, and thank you for exchanging your looks for a good meal for us." "You're welcome." The owner bowed gentlemanly and ordered the waiter to serve the dishes. "It's my honor to serve you, Mr. Xianxia." Lu Ziyu's smile froze in an instant. The cameraman in front of her covered his mouth and shrugged his shoulders, as if he was having a hard time holding back his laughter. In fact, the cameraman was not to blame. Lu Ziyu's misunderstanding and pretentiousness were too obvious, anyone could see it. Only the boss was standing, so he could not see Lu Ziyu's expression. He kept praising Qi Xingqian's good looks and how much he liked him. Qi Xingqian could still listen at first, but later, he could not stand it anymore and said with a fake smile, "You flatter me, thank you for your hospitality. You are too modest, my boy, I hope to see you again next time." Of course, he wants to see me again. Every time he sees me, he can earn a lot of money, Qi Xingqian thought. He could guess that it was the manager's doing because if the boss really wanted to give the dishes to a man, there was obviously a better-looking man beside him, and he would never get the chance. He secretly glanced at the better-looking Bai Yi. The man's mouth was slightly tilted, and it was hard to tell if he was happy or sarcastic. "Are you full?" As if he sensed someone looking at him, Bai Yi raised his left eyebrow and the end of his left eye also raised. "Focus on eating, you are the best-looking man." Qi Xingqian, his face was completely burned. The afternoon was mainly sightseeing. Copenhagen was not big, and the six of them chatted as they walked. After returning to the hotel to get their luggage, they decided to rent a villa in the countryside according to Luo Chomon's suggestion. The price was cheap, and the most important thing was that the living conditions were good. On the way to the Olympic Village, Qi Xingqian twisted his body, hugged the back of the seat, and kept winking at Director Zhao. Director Zhao blinked. "What's wrong, Xing?" "I want to ask, our request is to travel to different places every day, right?" Director Zhao. "Yes. There is no requirement that the attractions have to be in different places, right?" "Yes." Director Zhao raised his guard. "But in the same place, such as the Olympic Village, walking from the tree at the head of the village to the tree at the end of the village is definitely not two different scenic spots." Bai Yi was sitting next to him with his eyes closed. Qi Xingqian was afraid of disturbing him, so he waved his hand sanctimoniously and whispered, "No, we have to be responsible for the audience. We definitely can't play in the same village." As he spoke, he took out Google Maps and pointed at the screen. There are 2 other villages around the Olympic Village. The scenery is beautiful and different. Do they count as 2 scenic spots? Director Zhao was speechless. "You've F***king grown up, haven't you?" Director Zhao did not want to agree, but he had no choice but to agree. When they arrived at Osei Village, they quickly rented a villa from a local farmer. There were 2 floors and a total of 4 rooms. In order to avoid the same embarrassing situation as last time, they decided to let the oldest, Luo Chomon, stay in one room, while Tao Tao and Lu Ziyu stayed in the other. When it came to the boys, Qi Xingqian learned to answer first. "Senior Bai Yi can't sleep well, let him stay in one room." "Brother Yunfei, let's share a room, okay?" Zhang Yunfei agreed with a smile. Everyone went back to their rooms. After packing up all his personal belongings, Qi Xingqian lay on the bed and looked at WeChat. The friend request he sent to Bai Yi yesterday was still not accepted. Bai Yi's profile picture was a picture of an earpiece. The light was very dim, and in the light and shadow, a hand was reaching for the earpiece. Qi Xingqian could recognize that the hand was Bai Yi's hand. And that pair of earpieces was actually a gift he gave to Bai Yi through the fan club on the 5th anniversary of Bai Yi's debut. It cost him a year's worth of savings. There was a line of words engraved on the inside of the shell, "I look up to you from the abyss." Qi Xingqian specifically told the customer service to make the engraving more subtle. Bai Yi should not be able to see it. But for some reason, he had so many earpieces that could be matched with different styles, but he used the one he gave as his profile picture. Qi Xingqian was stunned for a long time. He shook his head and opened the Weibo app. The number of ads that came rushing at him gave him a shock. There were more than 20,000. What was going on? Could he have been tricked by someone? He quickly clicked on the Weibo post that was forwarded. It was a short video posted by the official Weibo of Budget Travel. "Let's Go Broke Together Season 4 Official Weibo, #Let's Go Broke Together Season 4 We never would have thought that after 3 seasons of the show, the 4th season actually had a bad start, sacrificing an excellent cameraman Qi Xingqian in the first episode." Video, he opened the video and saw Qi Xingqian on the streets of Denmark. The cameraman carried the camera and rode the electric scooter with all his might. It was as if he had transcended. He was weak, pitiful, and helpless. It was as if he was asking God, "Who the F***ck am I?" Where the F asterisk CK am I? Why the F asterisk CK do I have to suffer like this? There were more than 30,000 replies and more than 20,000 reposts. The screen was full of, ha 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 ha. Due to the popularity of this video, the hashtag budget travel together season 4 hashtag also jumped up and became the second most trending topic. When he opened the trending topic, the hashtag Xianxia, the cameraman who died of exhaustion, was already in the middle and upper reaches of the trending topic. It even continued to rise under the constant reposts and comments. With the help of the trending topic and the trending topic, the number of fans on his main account rose to 500,000. There was no doubt that this was a topic that the production team had created. Xianxia did not expect such a good thing to happen to him. He switched back to WeChat and planned to thank the director verbally first. He would buy the director a gift when he arrived in the city. After a quiet night, Xianxia was woken up by Zhang Yunfei's excited voice the next day. Xing, get up. You're on the trending topic. Brother, didn't you check Weibo yesterday? Xianxia rubbed his eyes hard. His single eyelid was rubbed into double eyelids. I was on it yesterday. Zhang Yunfei took away his pillow. It's not the same. Get up. Xianxia thought that there was nothing different. At most, he would fall down. After all, except for major events that continued to ferment, it was rare for him to be on the trending topic overnight. He got up and slowly changed his clothes and washed his face. This time, he did not forget to cover the camera. Then, he opened Weibo. The towel in his hand fell to the ground. He actually climbed to the fourth most searched topic. Except for a little famous star, very few invisible people could reach this position. And if there were no netizens to forward it, it would not be like a nail that was nailed to the fourth place. He was very confident in his ability. He hid in the bathroom and immediately called Chiyuji. Xing, Chiyuji answered immediately. You finally remember your sister? Xianxia was stunned. Didn't I just leave for 2 days? But I feel that I haven't seen you for a long time. Xianxia did not have any siblings. He only had parents for a short time. He could not understand this kind of relationship. He said perfunctorily. Then I'll call you every day. Chiyuji cheered. Then, she changed from a pitiful tone to a normal tone. Xianxia tried and still felt that he could not call her sister. He said vaguely, by the way, did you buy the trending topic and the internet water army? It's not me. It's my brother. Don't blame me this time. It was indeed the original owner's family. Wasn't it the same no matter who bought it? Xianxia was speechless for a moment. The trending topic is too expensive. And it requires too many internet water army to buy it for me. Tell my brother not to buy it in the future. You can talk to him yourself. I can't persuade him. Chiyuji paused. Besides, it's not useless. Look, you have more than 1 million fans. Xianxia took a look. The number of fans almost doubled last night. It was now 920,000. Work harder and you'll reach 1 million soon. Chiyuji encouraged. Xing, you have more fans than your sister. Chiyuji was unemployed after graduating from university. Occasionally, she would take private jobs in the field of design. When she was bored, she liked to post photos and statuses on Weibo. Because she was beautiful and the life of a socialite was fascinating, she had accumulated a lot of fans. Xianxia talked to Chiyuji for a while. Before hanging up, Chiyuji whispered, Xing, Dad and brother miss you very much. Can you take a picture of the surroundings and show it to them? Hearing Chiyuji's careful tone, Xianxia felt a little bitter. The original owner did not know how lucky he was. If his family gave him, forget it. Don't think about it. These things don't belong to me. Xianxia hung up the phone and took a picture of the villa. Then, his phone buzzed. Bo, I accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now. There was only one line on the chat interface. After the request was accepted, Bai did not say anything. Chiyuji, who had received the photo, was furious. She called Xianxiao. Brother, did you see Xing's photo? Yes, Xianxiao asked, what's wrong? The furniture in that shabby house is from the 90s. Can Xianxia get used to living there? Xianxia sighed. If he can't get used to it, try your best to get used to it. Boys have to go out and experience some hardships. Otherwise, what if something happens in the future? Yuji pursed her lips. Xianxia was right. She could not always protect her brother. However, she still felt sorry for him. She thought for a while and said, let's invest some money in my Mang. Xianxia can't suffer for nothing. Let my Mang edit more scenes for him when she's editing. You don't need to remind me, Xianxia said calmly. I've already done it. Why do you think I bought the 4th trending topic? Yuji thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Oh. I know. With Xianxia's fame, there must be someone behind him to get to the 4th trending topic. After my May realizes it, she will take care of Xianxia more. Maybe she will release more clips of Xianxia so that we can buy more trending topics. Xianxia smiled. That's right. Xianxia doesn't want us to help him behind his back. We can only think of other ways. Just as Xianxia had expected, after being in the entertainment industry for so many years, the director and producer were all experienced. They guessed that Xianxia had a backer and treated him better. Under the trap that Xianxia had dug for the director, the guests had a comfortable 3 days. During the day, they strolled around the village and chatted. At night, in order to save money, they went to the farmer's house to buy vegetables and cook. Among them, only Luo Qiuman and Tao Tao knew how to cook. Zhang Yunfei had become famous early in his career, so he always had an assistant to serve him. Lu Ziyu's 10 fingers did not do any household chores, and Bai Yu was even more so. His father was in politics and his mother was in business. He was like a young master who did not differentiate between the 5 grains. Seeing that Luo Qiuman had to cook for 2 days, Xianxia felt guilty and volunteered. Sister Qiuman, let me cook tonight. You can cook at such a young age? Luo Qiuman didn't believe it. Xianxia smiled. It's not delicious, but it can be cooked. After saying that, Xianxia picked up the bags and walked out. Bai Yi happened to come in from outside and saw him dragging a few bags. Where are you going? Xianxia, grocery shopping. Can you do it by yourself? No. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said pitifully, come with me, Senior Bai. For the past 2 days, Xianxia had been keeping an eye on the male and female protagonists. Wherever Bai Yi was, he would be there. Fortunately, the male protagonist did not have any obvious feelings for the female protagonist. Or perhaps, the male protagonist was already moved, but did not show it. So if he wanted to go out now, he had to drag Bai Yi with him. What if the male and female protagonists suddenly had a spark of love when he was not around? Bai Yi was not surprised by Xianxia's request. He took all the bags from him and led the way out. When they reached a farmer's house, Xianxia called him. Senior. Bai Yi nodded. The carrots here are good. Let's go in and take a look. The farmer and his wife were leaning against a tree and chatting. Xianxia greeted them in Danish. Then, he asked in English, how much are your carrots? The farmer replied in Danish. Xianxia only knew a few simple Danish words and could not understand the meaning. He whispered to Bai Yi, what are they talking about? Their carrots are for their own consumption. They are not for sale. Oh. Xianxia said, tell him you only want a few carrots. Ask him to help us distribute them. Bai Yi was speechless. Bai Yi's face turned cold. He translated according to Xianxia's instructions. The farmer and his wife looked at each other and did not speak. They had been growing their own vegetables all these years and had never sold them. Xianxia saw their hesitation. He put his hands together and said, the carrots in your yard are the cutest and freshest. If you were willing to sell me a few, he pointed at Bai Yi and said, I'll ask him to sing a song for you. He is a big star in China. He is very famous. Bai Yi was stunned. He did not expect that he would be sold like a melon in a basket by fans. Xianxia did not notice and continued to sell his melon. Look at his body. If you don't like it, I'll ask him to dance for you. Bai Yi whispered, why don't you dance? Because I'm not good at dancing. Xinchen said confidently. The cameraman and the assistant burst into laughter. It was the first time the farmer and his wife had heard someone use the word cute to describe carrots. They were also amused by Xinchen. The wife dug out more than 10 carrots and threw them into the basket. She handed it to Xinchen and said, "Here you go." Xinchen was very happy that he had achieved his goal. "How much is it?" "It's free." "I'll give it to you," the farmer said. "He's so beautiful. He matches these cute carrots perfectly." He was naturally referring to Bai Yi. Xinchen sighed in satisfaction. He thanked the farmer and his wife and hummed a song as he walked to the next house. As he walked, he bragged to the camera, "It was so wise of me to ask Senior Bai to come out. Otherwise, how could I get so many free carrots?" Bai Yi was speechless. So in the eyes of his fans, he was only worth a basket of cute carrots? With the help of Bai Guoguo, Xinchen successfully swindled a lot of fresh vegetables. Luo Qiuman wanted to stay in the kitchen to help, but Xinchen pushed her out. "Sister Qiuman, you've been tired for 2 days. Try my cooking today." "All right. Can you make it yourself?" "Don't worry, no problem." There were nearly 20 people in the acrobatic troupe. After the decline of acrobatics, in order to save unnecessary expenses, everyone took turns to cook every day. When he was 8 or 9 years old and couldn't even memorize the 300 Tang poems, he could already cut 2 potatoes in 5 minutes. With the knife flying, it didn't take long for him to finish all the vegetables. An hour later, 4 dishes and a soup enough for 6 people were on the table. The guests were amazed. Only Bai Yi looked at the table and didn't say anything. To be able to cook so many dishes at such a young age, this little fan. What on earth had he experienced? Xinchen only made home-cooked dishes, but under these conditions, it was quite good. Everyone ate and chatted, and after they were full, they went back to their rooms. When the room fell silent, Xinchen thought of Bai Ye's profile picture. He didn't feel sleepy at all. Afraid that he would disturb Zhang Yunfei, he put on his clothes and prepared to go to the yard to watch Xing. As he walked up the stairs, he heard some rustling in Tao Tao and Lu Ziyu's rooms, as if someone was looking for something. "It's so late. Are they still awake?" Xinchen didn't understand girls, so he continued to walk. Before he took the first step, suddenly, there was a scream of horror in the room. It was Lu Ziyu's voice. At that moment, Xinchen didn't think about anything else. He turned around and kicked Lu Ziyu's door open. The room was dark, and the windows were wide open. Under the moonlight, Lu Ziyu was kneeling on the bed and crawling desperately toward the door. Behind her, beside the bedside table, stood a masked man. Judging by his size, he should be an adult. Xinchen immediately realized that they had been burglarized. "Help, help! Help me!" Seeing that someone had come in, Lu Ziyu shouted for help. The burglar only wanted to steal something and leave, but he was shocked when he heard the sound. In a hurry, he grabbed Lu Ziyu's hair and dragged her back. In a panic, he pulled out something from his pocket. The moonlight flashed, and there was a dazzling silver light. It was a knife. "Help me, I don't want to die." Lu Ziyu was dragged back by her hair. The pain and fear of the unknown made her legs tremble. She looked up and shouted at the door. Then, she saw that it was Xinchen. Her heart skipped a beat. There was only one thought left in her mind: it was over. It didn't matter who it was, it couldn't be Xinchen. Because she had offended Xinchen in the past 2 days. The two of them had to cover the camera when they slept. Xinchen would definitely use this opportunity to take revenge on her. She would pretend that she didn't know what was going on and watch the burglar hurt her. Then she would really be done for. Lu Ziyu was scared and resentful. She gritted her teeth and prepared to be friendly with Xinchen. After all, her life was more important. However, before she could say anything, Xinchen rushed over. He kicked the burglar's arm that was holding Lu Ziyu. Ouch! The burglar grimaced in pain and let go. Lu Ziyu escaped from the clutches of the devil and scrambled off the bed. The series of events seemed complicated, but in fact, it only took 2 minutes from Xinchen rushing in to save Lu Ziyu. Tao Tao, who was in the same room, quickly took Lu Ziyu. Zhang Yunfei, who was on the second floor, and Bai Yi, who was on the first floor, finally arrived at the scene. Fuck. With so many helpers, the burglar naturally didn't dare to stay any longer. He scolded Xianxia in English and pushed Xianxia away with all his might. Then, he took something from the bedside table and jumped out of the window to leave in a hurry. Only the curtains were left fluttering in the wind. Xing xing. Zhang Yunfei turned on the light and looked at the empty courtyard. Are you all right? I'm fine. Xianxia covered his forearm and shook his head. Zhang Yunfei said, then you rest for a while. Bai Yi, help Ziyu and Tao Tao get a glass of water to calm down. I'll go to the side and inform Director Liu to call the police. The director also rented a villa next to them as a temporary office and rest place. The two courtyards were about 10 meters apart. As Zhang Yunfei ran over, he checked to see if the burglar had left any traces. Just as Zhang Yunfei said, Bai Yi went to the kitchen on the first floor to pour 3 glasses of warm water. When he came back with the water, he found that Xianxia wasn't in the room. Where is he? Bai Yi asked. Tao Tao comforted Lu Ziyu and answered, he went back to his room. Bai Yi frowned. The image of Xianxia covering his forearm flashed across his eyes. Not long after, Zhang Yunfei came back. Bai Yi saw that the two girls had returned to normal. He handed them to Zhang Yunfei and went out with his coat. 40 minutes later, Xianxia finished his second shower of the night and put on his t-shirt with difficulty with one hand. His phone buzzed twice. It was WeChat. Bo, are you asleep? Xianxia's hand that was tugging at his clothes stopped in place. Why did Bai Yi ask if he was asleep? Could it be that he wanted to ask about the situation at the time of the incident, but Bai Yi didn't look like someone who liked to meddle in other people's business? Xianxia's arm was uncomfortable. In addition, he was very tired after the shower. He replied, I've already laid down. This sentence clearly showed the meaning of I want to sleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Bai Yi shouldn't continue to interrogate him, right? In the end, the other party replied instantly, open the door. Xianxia stared at the chat interface for a moment before reluctantly grabbing his coat and opening the door. Bai Yi was standing outside his door with a bag in his hand. The Danish wind in the spring night was a bit strong. Xianxia could feel a slight chill on his body. Xianxia put his left hand behind his back and blocked the door with his body. He asked lazily, what's the matter? Bai Yi said, is it convenient for me to come in? This person was asking a question, but his tone was affirmative. Would it be useful if he said it was inconvenient? Come in. Xianxia stepped back and only hoped that the other party could finish asking and end it as soon as possible. Bai Yi entered the room and locked the door. Xianxia was confused. If you want to ask, just ask. Why lock the door? Then a shadow covered him. Bai Yi walked in front of him and whispered, give me your hand. Xianxia had an ominous feeling, my hand? What hand? Left hand. Bai Yi paused, the one that's injured. Xianxia did not speak. Before the thief escaped, he pushed him with the hand holding the knife. He stretched out his arm to block, but was accidentally cut by the tip of the knife. But he did not want to show his wound to others. He did not have this habit since he was young. Acrobatics was a very difficult art. It was easy to get started, but difficult to master. In the process of practice, it was common to fall or be injured by props. On the first day of entering the acrobatic troupe, the troupe leader told him, if you want to be above others, you have to suffer. Everyone here can cry, but don't cry to me. I can't hear you. So since then, unless he had a fever and lost consciousness, he did not disturb others. Since the other party had found out, he did not intend to continue hiding. Xianxia licked his lips and said perfunctorily, it's okay. Bai Yi's tone was irresistible, give me your hand. I'm really fine. Why are you so stubborn? Bai Yi sighed and softened his voice. Reach out, Sex Xing reaching out, Sex Xing. This was the first time Bai Yi had called him by his nickname. His voice was low and magnetic. When he said it in a gentle tone, it was like a feather falling on his heart, tickling his heart. Xianxia stretched out his forearm. Bai Yi grabbed his wrist and pushed up the sleeve of his jacket. On the little fan's white and slender wrist, there was a red scratch that snaked up. The wound was not deep, but it was very long. The owner of the wound must have washed it with water. There was no scab and no bleeding. Sit. Bai Yi pointed to the side of the bed. Xianxia sat down again and watched as Bai Yi took out the disinfectant and gauze. He vaguely remembered that the production team did not prepare any medicine. He rummaged in the bag curiously. Where did you get these? Bai Yi said, I asked for them from the neighbor. Which one? Is this a shopping receipt? Bai Yi did not say anything. Just say that you bought them. Why are you lying? Xianxia now knew the source of Bai Yi's cold aura. He stuffed the receipt back and did not dare to look up. His eyes darted around and finally fell on the hand that Bai Yi was bandaging for him. After staring for a long time, he found something very strange. Bai Yi did not know how to bandage. That's right, the top influencer, the owner of 80 million fans on Weibo, Bai Yi, did not know how to bandage. There were 3 layers of gauze on the inside and 3 layers on the outside, wrapping his arm like a mummy. Xianxia pursed his lips and tried to suppress the urge to laugh out loud. Bai Yi seemed to have sensed something. He maintained his posture of bandaging with his head lowered. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at him indifferently. Bai Yi had underwear. His eyelids were very thin and the ends of his eyes were slightly upturned. When he looked at people from this angle, the shape of his eyes was very beautiful, with a subtle sense of rebuke. Xianxia lowered his head and rubbed his ears. Bai Mummy production worker finally stopped his warning gaze and tied a dead knot on the gauze, successfully completing the day's work. He concluded, it's too late now. There are probably no doctors in the hospital. Get up early tomorrow to get an anti-inflammatory injection. No need. It's just a simple scratch. Bai Yi snorted. Xianxia quickly changed his tone. Okay. Bai Yi looked at the time on his watch. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. It was time to leave. He paused before he left. Why are your ears so red? Are you having a fever? No. I'm like a monkey. My ears are naturally red. That night, Xianxia slept very gloomily. He did not know why his IQ suddenly went offline. Why did he choose to be a monkey instead of a human? When he woke up in the morning, Zhang Yunfei, who had guarded Lu Ziyu the whole night, had dark circles under his eyes. He was standing in the living room with the director, talking to 2 men dressed as police officers. Xing, you're just in time, Zhang Yunfei said in English. Officer, this is the person who confronted the burglar last night. Wow. The officer was surprised. It's such a young man. He's handsome and brave. What a good boy. Xianxia smiled and thanked the officer. He cooperated with the officer and recounted the events of last night. After the officer left, Director Zhao and the guests apologized profusely during breakfast. Director Zhao comforted Lu Ziyu and Xianxia for a long time, especially for the frightened Lu Ziyu and the injured Xianxia. The improper security measures of the program team led to a burglar with a knife. If this was broadcast, it would drown in the spittle of the fans. So in addition to the apology, Director Zhao hinted that he hoped everyone could hide this matter together. Xianxia and Lu Ziyu expressed their understanding. If they had to pursue responsibility, offending Maimon TV would not be worth the loss. Everything in the Olympic village was finished, which symbolized the end of the trip for the 3 villages. It was time to move on to the next destination. Everyone pulled the boxes downstairs. Xianxia had fewer things. After he carried the box downstairs, he helped Luo Choman carry it downstairs. Luo Choman counted the heads on the first floor. Tao Tao is still missing. Tao Tao hasn't finished packing? I don't know, Lu Ziyu replied. She said she couldn't find something. Then I'll help her. Luo Choman heard this and wanted to go up to help Tao Tao. Halfway through the words, Tao Tao came out with a pale face and interrupted Luo Choman. I'm sorry everyone, I'm really sorry, Luo Choman, what happened? Our money. 2 lines of tears fell from the eyes, Tao Tao's voice trembled. Our travel fund is lost. When the burglar escaped last night, he took something from the bedside table. The light was not turned on at the time, and Xianxia was pushed away by the burglar, so he did not see what the burglar took. Now he knew that he took Tao Tao's wallet to keep the travel fund. There were 3 days left in the trip, but the money was gone, which was a great blow to the guests. The first floor of the villa suddenly fell into silence, only the sound of Tao Tao sobbing could be heard. Xianxia remembered that the original story did have a plot where the burglar stole the money and the male protagonist comforted the female protagonist. But it was not the female protagonist's fault that the money was stolen. He went upstairs to support Tao Tao. "Don't cry, it's not your fault. I didn't do my duty, I shouldn't have left the travel fund outside, I should have kept it with me. You didn't know that a burglar would come in, right?" Xianxia said softly, "If the money is gone, we can find another way, but if you get sick, we have to stay in the hospital for 3 days, and the mission will fail." Hearing the words mission failure, Tao Tao gradually stopped crying. Luo Qiuman came up to comfort her for a while, saying that no one blamed her, and Tao Tao finally became happy. Without the travel fund, the program still had to be recorded, and the program crew was even happier. They filmed a film about losing the money, and changed the burglary to theft on the road, and then left the comfortable Ovensay village in high spirits. At the entrance of the village, Xianxia took out a few notes from his pocket. "I still have more than 200 yuan left from buying groceries last night, it should be enough for us to go to Ovensay." Ovensay was Anderson's former residence, and it was also one of the more popular tourist destinations in Denmark. Luo Qiuman was surprised. "Xianxia, didn't you take the money out last night? Why did you take it back?" "Because of Baiyi." "Brother." When he said Baiyi, the word Xianxia suddenly came to his mind. Xianxia's ears turned hot, and he changed the way he addressed him. "Brother Baiyi used his beauty to help us get a basket of vegetables." "I see. Then let's use this money to go to Ovensay first," Zhang Yunfei said. "When we get there, we'll think about it at length." Tao Tao nodded, took out her phone, and was about to call a taxi. At this time, Baiyi stopped her. "Wait. What's wrong?" Baiyi turned to Xianxia. "Your hand hasn't been injected with an anti-inflammatory injection." Xianxia hadn't revealed his injury until Baiyi told everyone in the morning. They all thought that the knife used by the burglar might not be clean and needed an anti-inflammatory injection. Later, when the money was lost, everyone was busy comforting Tao Tao, and this matter was forgotten. Now that Baiyi mentioned it, Zhang Yunfei slapped his forehead. "Right, how could I forget about this? Let's take Xianxia to get an injection first." "An injection?" Tao Tao was slightly hesitant. Zhang Yunfei didn't hear clearly. "Tao Tao, what did you say?" Tao Tao bit her lower lip and didn't answer. Xianxia sighed. He knew what Tao Tao meant. There were only 200 kroner left. If they used it to get an injection, wouldn't they be starving? He took the initiative to say, "It's okay. The wound has already scabbed. There's no need for an injection." "No." Baiyi shook his head. "An injection takes too much time. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach Ovensay today." Baiyi glanced at him. The little fan didn't mention the money on purpose. He was afraid that it would affect the trip, and he wanted to protect his teammate in front of the camera. However, it was not good to use the last of the stock now. Otherwise, it would cause disagreements during the broadcast. He called Director Zhao aside and said a few words. Not long after, the two came back together. Director Zhao said sincerely to Xianxia, "Xianxia, your injury is our fault. I'll take you to the hospital for an injection now. All the travel and medical expenses will be covered by the program." Xianxia nodded. Only now did he understand that Baiyi had gone to negotiate with Director Zhao. The medical conditions in Northern Europe were not as good as in China. An injection and an appointment with a doctor could take up the whole morning. Director Zhao would definitely not be willing to do that. However, since Baiyi had personally asked, they didn't dare to disagree. After buying medicine last night, he owed his fake idol another favor. Xianxia wasn't the kind of person to express gratitude. He nodded in thanks. Baiyi's expression was still indifferent. He crossed his arms and raised his chin. "Get in the car, little monkey." After the anti-inflammatory injection, it was already dusk when they arrived at Ovensay. After work, a group of well-dressed Asians were surrounded by all kinds of camera equipment on the crowded streets of a foreign country. They looked at each other. What should we do? Lu Ziyu asked. It'll be dark in 4 to 5 hours. Where are we going to stay? Lu Ziyu didn't speak much the whole day. Maybe it was because she was scared yesterday. This was the first time she spoke seriously. Zhang Yunfei looked at the remaining 20 yuan in Tao Tao's hand. We have to find a way to make some money. Otherwise, we'll have to sleep at the station or be sofa patrons. He understood. How do we make money? Sell your personal belongings. Xianxia waved at the director. Is that okay? Director Zhao said, yes. The guests were greatly relieved. If they knew they could sell their belongings, they would have done it long ago. They wouldn't have had to suffer so much. As people at the top of the pyramid of the entertainment industry, they all had at least 1 or 2 valuable items. But, the director kept them in suspense and added, you can only sell it to fans. I knew it. Everyone wailed. I knew it. The program is not that simple. Denmark was different from the US and UK. There were very few Chinese people there. They were popular in China, but not in Northern Europe. Where could they find fans? Everyone sighed in unison. At this time, Zhang Yunfei seemed to have thought of something and turned to Bai Yi. The rest of the people also reacted and looked at Bai Yi. You've had a global concert tour, right? Bai Yi. Yes. Then you're the only one who has fans here. Zhang Yunfei pretended to be sad. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't. I can only trouble you. Bai Yi was silent. He didn't know what to say. He could sell his belongings, but he didn't want to sell them to fans. Usually, he would give them to his fans if they wanted something. He had never taken a single cent from them. Everyone looked at Bai Yi expectantly. Firstly, they really wanted to get some money and find a hotel to sleep in. Secondly, Bai Yi selling things would definitely have a special variety effect. Let's think of something else. Xianxia glanced at Bai Yi from the corner of his eye and said, looking for fans in a crowd of strangers is like looking for a needle in a haystack. You're right. Finding fans isn't smart enough. The problem is, what else can we do? Luo Choman felt a headache coming on. With so many Asians standing there chattering, a small group of curious Danes stopped on the other side of the road and craned their necks to look over. Seeing that they were surrounded, Xianxia knew that it was useless to just stand there. He thought for a moment and said, Brother Yunfei, can you give me the rest of the money? This amount of money couldn't even buy a meal, so it was useless to keep it. Zhang Yunfei waved his hand, indicating that Tao Tao should give it to him. Wait for me for a few minutes. I'll be right out. Xianxia took the money from Tao Tao, looked back for a moment, and ran into the supermarket behind him. Everyone obeyed and waited in place. In less than 10 minutes, he came back as promised. He was holding a low-quality umbrella and 6 discounted porcelain plates with missing corners. Zhang Yunfei laughed, Xing, why did you buy this? We'll each have a plate and beg for food on the street. Zhang Yunfei immediately looked like he wanted to beat him to death. I'm just kidding. Xianxia stopped smiling and said seriously, I have a way to make money. Brothers and sisters, please help me clear out a space. Everyone was skeptical. Tao Tao was curious, Xing, you want to sell your skills to make money? Something like that. Xianxia took off his jacket and stretched his body. Singing and dancing? Aren't you an actor? For the first time, Lu Ziyu spoke to him in a non-sarcastic tone. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. For the sake of the variety show, he said, just wait and see. Everyone was skeptical. They used their bodies to block the pedestrians and cleared out a circle for him that wouldn't affect traffic. Bai Yi looked at him skillfully stretching the tendons and curled the corners of his lips. Ladies and gentlemen. After warming up, Xianxia cleared his throat, bowed to the onlooking Danes, and said in English, Hello, everyone. We are from China and accidentally lost our wallets on the journey. Now, I'll perform 2 traditional Chinese performances for everyone. If everyone likes them, can you sponsor us for some travel expenses? The fiery red glow of the sunset danced on Xianxia's body, outlining his lean, powerful figure and clean facial features. It also jumped into his eyes. In the center of his dark pupils, there seemed to be a small burning sun, blazing and bright. The Othensay people didn't see many Asian faces, and such a dazzling young man was even rarer. They stopped and stood in front of him, cheering, "Okay, come on cutie." "Thank you, then I'll embarrass myself." Xianxia took off his shoes and lay down. He raised his right foot at a 90-degree angle to his body, opened the umbrella, and placed the handle on the tip of his right foot's thumb. What was he doing? Everyone was confused. The handle was so small, and so was his toe. If he let go, wouldn't the umbrella fall? However, something miraculous happened right after. Xianxia let go, but the umbrella didn't fall. Not only did it not fall, but he also used the strength of his leg to kick the umbrella into the air. Then it spun in the air and fell back onto Xianxia's toe with the top of the umbrella facing down. It still didn't fall. What kind of magical skill was this? All the passers-by were stunned. They took out their phones to take pictures and record videos. In the video, the umbrella flew up and down on the tip of the young man's foot. Whether it was the edge or the top of the umbrella, it fell steadily. Soon after, the young man raised his other leg and showed off his 2 feet in turn. The pink petal pattern on the umbrella spun, flew up, and fell. It was as if the petals were falling from the umbrella, fluttering in the wind. It was very romantic. Even the guests, who were Chinese and had seen acrobatics before, couldn't believe that there was such a talent around them. They were stunned like the Danes. Only the cameraman remembered his job. He stared at Xianxia's performance while aiming the camera at Xianxia. From time to time, he would take pictures of the audience's reactions. After the performance, Xianxia patted his clothes and stood up to get the plate. The plate was on the ground. When he bent down, his snow-white waist slipped with his clothes and was accidentally exposed. Then, Xianxia felt someone tug at the back of his t-shirt until he stood up straight with the plate. "Thank you, Brother Baiyi," he whispered. "But it's okay. I'm not a girl. I'm not afraid of being seen." Baiyi looked away and shook his head without saying anything. Xianxia ignored him and showed the plate to the audience to show that it was a porcelain plate. "Honey, take the plate and follow me. I'll give you all the delicious food in my house." A Danish boy thought that he was taking the plate to ask for food. He pushed the people in front of him aside and shouted, "Thank you." Xianxia was amused by him. Wait a minute. His smile was even more beautiful. At this time, many people had recovered from the shock of the umbrella. They took out their wallets and gave Tao Tao some money. Tao Tao clicked her tongue as she accepted the money. After one round, she had received 700 to 800 kronor. The umbrellas were a rather entertaining show, so Xianxia planned to do something more interesting next. He walked to the front of the crowd with the plate and handed it to the girl in the first row. Wow! The girl opened her mouth in surprise. She thought that the beautiful Chinese boy was going to give her a gift. Just as she was about to take it, Xianxia raised his hand and threw the plate into the sky. The girl and the crowd raised their heads subconsciously. After throwing the first plate, Xianxia threw the second one. When he threw the third one, he caught the first one. The audience's heads kept moving up and down, up and down, up and down. Throwing was the most basic part of acrobatics. The difficulty increased with the number of objects thrown. It was also related to the weight of the objects thrown. The heavier the object, the harder it was to control the rhythm. However, Xianxia didn't care at all. He increased the number of plates to 4, then to 5, and, unfortunately, there was only enough money to buy 6 plates. Otherwise, he could break the audience's neck. After throwing the plates, Tao Tao accepted another wave of money. After 2 performances, the audience was almost emptied by Xianxia. He smiled gently. "Thank you for your support. I'll give you the next performance. You don't have to pay." After that, he lay down like before. Then, with an umbrella on his feet, he started throwing plates. Wow! Director Zhao couldn't help it. Not only can this kid hold an umbrella and throw plates, but he can also throw plates while holding an umbrella? Ha 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 ha. The assistant director laughed. "Old Zhao, this kid is really a treasure. Do you believe that his video will go viral again tomorrow?" Even though Xianxia said that they didn't have to pay for the last part, the passers-by still generously took out money. A girl with black hair came forward and stuffed a roll of money into Xianxia's hands. She insisted on taking a photo with him. Xianxia took the photo in a good mood. The girl suddenly burst into tears. What's wrong? Xianxia put down his phone. Are you not feeling well? No, no. The girl's Chinese wasn't very fluent. My mother is from China. I was born and raised in Denmark. When I was young, my mother told me that my motherland is very good and powerful. There are many, many magical things. I've always wanted to return to China for a visit, but I haven't found the opportunity. Thank you for bringing China's culture here, so that the Chinese who left home can experience their motherland up close. Thank you for showing the Danes and letting them know that there is such an ancient and mysterious race in the East. The girl's accent was very heavy and her words were very confusing. Her words were too formal, and it took a long time for everyone to understand. Xianxia saw that she described his street acrobatics as cultural transmission and was a little embarrassed. Then, he felt a lump in his throat. After leaving her homeland for decades, she was like a duckweed that couldn't find its roots. It was easy to imagine how much she missed and how sad she was. He took out a pen and paper from his bag and wrote down his address and phone number. If you have time to return to China, you can contact me. I'll take you to see our magnificent rivers and mountains. Really? The girl cried even harder. You're really kind. You're also welcome to come and play with me often. Xianxia smiled. Okay. In order to let Xianxia find her, the girl left her Facebook. Lu Ziyu came over to take a look and gasped in shock. This girl was actually a blogger with 3 million fans. After sending the girl off, the guests couldn't hold back their joy and pretended to be calm as they squeezed out of the crowd. Then, after completely leaving the passers-by's sight, 6 heads quickly gathered together. Tao Tao, count it quickly, Zhang Yunfei said excitedly. How much? Let me see. 100, 200, 300. Tao Tao's voice grew louder as she counted. 3,200, we have 3,200. Luo Qiuman's eyes widened when she heard the number. Oh my god, it's actually so much? It's almost half of the travel fund. Yeah, Lu Ziyu agreed. Xing, you're really our hero. Xianxia put his hand on his back and pinched it twice. He felt very strange. With Lu Ziyu's personality, this sentence should have been sarcastic. But now, her tone was normal, as if she really regarded him as a hero. Xianxia wasn't used to hearing his companion's praise and quickly stopped. Let's find a place to stay first. It'll be completely dark soon. Yes. Everyone reacted and searched for hotels on their phones. Xianxia also searched. Vaguely, he felt that someone was looking at his back. The house prices in Odense were cheaper than in Copenhagen. With this money, the guests could finally get rid of the miserable situation of sleeping on the streets. They booked 2 suites, one for men and one for women. After hanging out together for so many days, everyone was already familiar with each other. Xianxia went straight to the bathroom and blocked the door. I'll take a shower first. Okay. Zhang Yunfei didn't care. Hurry up and take a shower. I'm going to stink after spending the whole day in the car. Okay. Xianxia ran in quickly. Fortunately, there was a mirror when he went in. He took off his shirt and turned around. In the mirror, there were more than 10 purple bruises on his back. They were all caused by the stones when he was lying on the ground and performing. In order to maintain his balance, he had to be focused while holding the umbrella, so he didn't feel the pain until he was counting the money. After lying down for so long, the dents caused by the stones were very deep. It didn't hurt, but it didn't feel good to sleep. He rushed under the shower and took a quick shower. He put on his pants and put his arms behind his back, trying to rub the bruises away. Knock. The bathroom door suddenly rang. Brother Yunfei? I'll wait a little longer. No. A low and magnetic male voice sounded. It's me, Bai Yi. The male lead? What was he doing? The bathroom in the hotel was dry and wet. If he wanted to go to the bathroom, he could go outside. Was he in a hurry to wash his face? Please wait a moment. I'm not done yet. From the voice, Bai guessed that he was done washing and his clothes should be able to be worn. Therefore, he didn't plan to be long-winded and said directly, I'm coming in. After that, the door handle made a metallic sound as it was twisted. Xianxia's nerves were also twisted. In a hurry, he picked up his jacket and covered his chest. Bai, who came in, was speechless. In the bathroom, the cold white light made the boy's skin white and almost transparent. The curve of his thin jawline was beautiful. Under his slender neck, the lines of his collarbone could be seen. His exposed upper and lower arms were very thin, but not as thin as a stick of firewood. The lines of his muscles were smooth, and it was obvious that he paid a lot of attention to exercise. Seeing him come in at this time, the boy's cheeks were visibly flushed, and it was gradually spreading to his neck. What are you trying to do? Hurry up. Xianxia took a step back. I haven't dried my hair yet. Bai raised his eyebrows. Aren't you not afraid of being seen? When Bai helped him pull up his clothes, he had said, it's okay. Boys are not afraid of looking. He did not expect this person to hold a grudge. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Seeing him deflated, Bai's smile deepened. He finally let him go and asked, is your back injury serious? How did you know? That's not important. Bai let go of his arms and shook the small bottle in his hand. What's important is that you can't apply the medicine yourself. Xianxia glanced at the small bottle. He had seen it before. It was the medicine oil that Bai bought last night. Last night, Bai did not know whether it was a cut or a sprain, so he bought 2 bottles of all kinds of medicine. Turn around, Bai said. I'll apply it for you. Xianxia's ears were burning. Thank you, but it's okay. I'll do it myself. You don't want to disturb Brother Yunfei's shower, right? Xianxia. Yes. Then listen to me, Bai said. There was no other way. It was not good for the two of them to be in a stalemate. Bai was right. The bruises were on his back, and he could not rub them himself. So Xianxia pressed down on his clothes with one hand and held the edge of the sink with the other. Very humiliated, he turned around. Bai had achieved a temporary victory. He poured the medicine oil into his palm, rubbed it twice, and slapped Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia, had this young master applied medicine for others before? Bai's mother was a businesswoman, and his father was in politics. Since he was young, he had been taken care of by his mother. He debuted at the age of 17 and won the Best Newcomer award with only one debut song. He became a hot new star. His agent, assistant, and bodyguard treated him like a Buddha. Not to mention applying medicine for others, his own injuries were treated by others. He had no experience in this area. However, he could feel that his method was wrong. He softened his strength and rubbed slowly. The boy's protruding back was like the curve of a musical note. It was full of rhythmic beauty. Bai's strength was even lighter. After more than 10 minutes, he was finally done. He had to admit that the medicine oil was very effective. When it was time to sleep, he did not feel any pain on his back. Xianxia lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He felt as if there was a stone pressing down on his heart. He kept feeling that he should say something to Bai. However, he did not know how to start. He had already thanked him, and there was no point in saying more. He took out his phone from under his pillow and thought for a long time in front of Bai's profile picture. He typed a line and deleted it. He typed another line and deleted it. Bai and his agent finalized the next schedule on WeChat. He wanted to remind his little fan to try not to press his back when he slept. He opened the chat and saw the message, the other party is typing, 3 minutes past. The other party is typing, 8 minutes past. The other party is typing. Bai was speechless. This person would not write a letter of praise for him, would he? Then it was better not to. Bai simply typed one word, speak. Xing. Oh. Xing, I just wanted to. Thank you. Bo, you're welcome. Xing, okay, then I won't disturb your rest. Good night. Bai Yi looked at the two words goodnight and felt much more relaxed. He was about to lock the screen and go to sleep. Xing, wait. Bo, ? Xing, can I ask, why are you so good to me? Why? Bai Yi thought of the boy biting his lower lip and insisting on not extending his arm, his sparkling eyes when performing acrobatics, and his waistline when he bent over. Tsk, he was so fair. No reason. Bai Yi replied, I dote on my fans. With the money that Xianxia earned, the remaining 3 days were not too good, but they were not short of money either. They walked around every day, and it was harmonious and happy. On the last day of the trip, when it was time to buy gifts for the fans, Zhang Yunfei said, Xing, you choose first. The number of shares of the gift lottery directly determined whether there would be a personal reward on the next trip. The money for the gifts was all earned by Xianxia, so it was understandable that Zhang Yunfei let him choose first, and everyone agreed. However, Xianxia shook his head. I'm not buying it. I plan to give the umbrellas and plates that I use for my performances to my fans. Don't laugh at Xiao Man, that's what I rely on for my livelihood. Okay, I won't laugh. Hearing that Xianxia was going to give the discounted umbrella and broken plate to his fans, Luo Qiuman couldn't help laughing. Probably not many fans would want this. In fact, Xianxia also knew that this gift was shabby, but he had his own considerations. If he took the money to choose a gift first, not only would it be disrespectful to the seniors, but if his gift really got into the top 3 shares, it would be too ostentatious. He did want to become popular in a short period of time. He had already been in the limelight for the first episode, and he had to give others some benefits. If he attracted the hatred of the other guests, they would hire the internet water army to smear him in the dark. He was alone and couldn't find a way to clear his name. Therefore, he had to give when it was time to give and when it was time to take. This was the experience he had summed up after many calculations. Seeing that he insisted on not buying a gift, everyone stopped persuading him and rushed to the mall to choose. There wasn't much money left. Everyone had about 100 kronor to spend, and it depended on whose gift was more creative and thoughtful. Everyone chose, and Xianxia didn't stay idle. Yesterday, Yuji called and said that she wanted a Danish specialty. Actually, she didn't have any specialty, but she wanted a specialty that her brother bought. Xianxia bought Yuji a small decoration and a painting. In the end, he felt that it wasn't practical enough, so he bought her a new bag from a niche brand. Yuji was still worried and called. Xing, you didn't forget my gift, did you? No, I just bought it. What did you say, Yuji? Father Chi's voice came through the phone. Yuji covered the receiver. Xing bought me a gift. Ha. Dad, you didn't. Yuji was so pleased that her voice couldn't help but be louder than usual, and Xianxia heard it all. He suddenly remembered how Father Chi had lied about sending him off before he left. Resigned to his fate, he turned back and picked out a tie for Father Chi and a pair of shirt cuff clips for Qi Yunxiao. After doing all this, Xianxia, who didn't have an agent to help him maintain his interpersonal relationships, chose a gift for everyone on the show. The director's gift was more expensive, followed by the assistant director, the cameraman, and so on. He didn't leave out the small crew either. The female guests bought trinkets with local characteristics, while Zhang Yunfei bought an oil painting album. When it came to Bai Yi, he was in a dilemma. In Bai Yi's heart, he was his fan, so he had to treat him differently. In his heart, he now owed Bai Yi 2 favors, so he couldn't just buy blindly. He walked around twice, and finally caught his attention in a handmade shop. He took out his AirPods and walked in. After shopping, everyone began to move to the next destination. On the way to the airport, Director Zhao smiled and said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Our next stop is in China. We're finally back. It's so inconvenient because of the language barrier." "Where are we going?" "A place with beautiful scenery," Director Zhao said. Qianzhou. Most of the guests had filmed or participated in activities in Qianzhou, so they were relieved to hear that. In fact, as long as they were in China, they felt safer than overseas. The medical and security facilities in China were commendable. After Tao was done being happy, she asked the most important question. "Director Zhao, How much is the budget for our second stop? Director Zhao showed 5 fingers. Xianxia's heart jumped to his throat. Don't tell me it's 5,000? Based on the show style, it was possible to reduce it to 5,000. No. Director Zhao was still smiling. 50,000. 50,000? The guests couldn't believe it for a moment. If it was a poor tour, with 50,000 yuan, it was completely possible to live comfortably for 7 days, not to mention other things. I'm not done yet. Director Zhao continued, the tickets to Quanzhou are included. The guests were speechless. F*ck, they knew the show was up to no good, of course. After they got out of the car, they still went to buy the tickets. I just checked. Xianxia took out his phone. If we use the mileage and the money, the business class from Denmark to China is about 6,400, and the business class from China to Quanzhou is about 2,000. Then one person is 8,400, and 6 people. 50400, Zhang Yunfei finished the calculation and gasped. Do we still have to pay another 500? No need for 6 people, just 5. I'll take the economy class. I can buy a discounted ticket. Xianxia shook his head. The economy class from Denmark to China was 3,000, and the special fare from China to Guizhou was 900. The total cost was 45,900, leaving them with 4,100 yuan. Although it wasn't much, it was better than losing money. However, Zhang Yunfei couldn't bear it. I'll go to the economy class to accompany you. I can bear hardships. It's not a matter of suffering, Xianxia said jokingly, clutching his chest. No matter which one of you goes to the economy class, it may cause the passengers to be too excited and cause a heart attack. Especially the top passenger. Plane trampling accidents are not easy to solve, so don't harm innocent people. Indeed, with the fame of the guests, going to places with many passengers would definitely cause a commotion, especially by Yi. As for me, I don't need to. I'm such a mess that no one would recognize me even if I went. What's that phrase again? What's the phrase? The cameraman asked subconsciously as he watched his performance with great interest. That's right, Xianxia affirmed. That's what they said. Committing murder? Ha 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 ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at his novel choice of words. Luo Choman laughed until she wiped her tears. Amidst the laughter, Bai Yi quietly approached. Come to the business class. His voice was soft and low. It's more than 10 hours of flight. The economy class isn't comfortable. It was not that he didn't want to go, but the conditions really didn't allow it. If we spend all the money, what should we do when we get there? Do we have nothing to eat? Bai Ye's good-looking eyebrows suddenly frowned. It's okay, Xianxia waved his hand. I'm used to being rough. After that, Xianxia went to buy a plane ticket. Everyone felt that it was not good to let the youngest feel wronged, but they couldn't find any other solution. They could only sit in a circle in the departure hall and chat with him to relieve boredom and express their care. After chatting for a while, a slender hand suddenly reached out to Xianxia. The hand had well-proportioned joints and was holding a bear-shaped ice cream cone. Wow! It's so cute. Lu Ziyu was surprised. Bai Yi, you just went to buy ice cream. Is this the cold drink shop next door that sells ice cream for 10 pounds? Yes. Why did you buy this for Xing? Ahem. Bai Yi put his fist to his mouth and coughed softly. Children like to eat ice cream. Xianxia felt offended. He was already very old, okay? He had been an adult for 3 years, okay? How could he be called a child? Hey, this little bear looked so cute. He licked it and the sweet and sour taste of the ice cream exploded on the tip of his tongue. It was sweet but not greasy. It seemed to be delicious. He vaguely remembered that when he was 3 or 4 years old, he would salivate at the colorful ice cream balls every time he passed by the snack shop. The director of the orphanage would pull him away and coax him. Ice cream is not delicious. Our little Xing is the best. He doesn't eat ice cream. Over time, he really thought that ice cream was not delicious. Later, when he could make money by performing, he didn't think of buying ice cream to reduce the heat, no matter how hot the summer was. He didn't expect it to taste like this. His heart was as sour as the ice cream. He took out his phone and found Bai. Xing, thank you. Xing, I forgot to tell you. The 6 guests were sitting in a row waiting for their flight. Luo Choman was using his massager and sat next to him on the left. Bai was on the far right. He felt his phone vibrate, took it out, looked at it, and then turned off the screen. Xianxia didn't get a reply. He leaned to the right and saw that Bai was listening to music with his headphones on. He might not have heard it. He typed again, by the way, what did you buy it with? Didn't we use all the funds from the Denmark station? During the recording, the camera followed Bai closely and followed him to buy ice cream. Bai didn't find a chance to cheat with his own money. Bo, eat your ice cream. Xing. Oh. Xianxia put away his phone angrily. It was his first time eating such delicious ice cream. He didn't want to finish it too quickly. He took small sips. Bai touched his index finger. There was a ring there, but it was now empty. After more than 10 hours of flight, it was already noon on Monday when they arrived in Xianxia. Director Zhao was quite generous. We'll pay for the transportation to the destination. You don't have to pay. Huh. Zhang Yunfei was so sleepy that his eyes were dark. My intuition tells me that you're hiding something. As expected, Zhang Yunfei's intuition was right. Everyone got into the car and took a nap. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in a vast expanse of greenery. Xianxia jumped out of the car. He put his hand between his eyebrows and stood on his tiptoes to look ahead. He saw endless mountains towering into the clouds. The lush forest was endless. The end of Mount Fushan was the end of the world. It was a place that could never be reached. It's so beautiful. Looking at the scenery, the guests couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, more than 10 villagers were driving an ox cart. When they saw the car approaching, they immediately clapped and shouted in a dialect, "Welcome to Yumai TV town and Yongyue village for a show." It's Maimong TV, not Yumai. Director Zhao was the last to get out of the car. He corrected them helplessly. We're not here for a show. We're here to record a show. Leader, please forgive me. I was wrong. The leader of the villagers laughed. My name is Xianxia. You can call me Old Xing. The village chief's family has sheep. He asked me to receive you. I don't know how to speak. Please don't take it to heart. As he spoke, he took out a towel from his trouser pocket and whipped the ox cart a few times. Get in the car, leaders. It rained a few days ago and the road was full of mud. The car can't go in, so I'll have to trouble you all to sit in this. Lu Ziyu, she had said that participating in Poor Traveler was better than participating in a shapeshifter. She didn't expect it to come true. What was the difference between this and a shapeshifter now? The guests climbed into the ox cart with wooden faces. Xianxia stared at Bai from the corner of his eyes and saw that he didn't look good. He had an old problem with dust allergies. Even the night sky knew that. Facing a dusty ox cart, he might have an allergic reaction. Xianxia took off his jacket and quietly spread it on the edge of the cart. Brother Bai, there are wooden thorns here. Be careful. He was afraid that the villagers would be hurt by his words, so he didn't say that the dust was too big. Bai didn't say anything because of this. Fortunately, Xianxia made an excuse. Bai nodded at him and finally sat down. The road into the village was really bad. After more than an hour of walking and stopping, the guests were sent to the village chief's office by Xianxia. The village chief's office was at the entrance of the village. It was a small brick house. If it wasn't for the village chief, it wouldn't have been able to fit so many people. Director Zhao arranged the guests in a row. Yangyong village and the surrounding mountains and villages are the main tourist attractions of this station. From now on, I will release a mission message every morning. If you complete the mission, you will be successful. If you fail, you will fail. You will have to deduct 2,000 yuan from your travel fund. 2,000 yuan? After the director finished reading the rules, Tao Tao couldn't help but protest. We only have 4,000 yuan left. It'll be gone after 2 tries. Director Zhao shrugged. You can choose to complete the mission. Who knows how difficult the mission is? It doesn't matter if it's difficult. I've hired a helper for this station. The director smiled. He's our flying guest. Speaking of the devil, he's here. Through the small glass window, a tall and slender man could be seen talking to the camera as he walked over. The curious guests craned their necks to look out. Xianxia was the only one who felt like he had been doused with ice water. He was stunned and couldn't say a word. Xianxia did not expect that even though he had tried his best to get Zhou Yu out of the picture, he still could not avoid what he wanted to avoid. Could it be that he still could not? Change the plot. Zhou Yu was holding a red Rimowa Supreme suitcase in his left hand and a Gucci backpack on his right shoulder. He was dressed in a Parisian aristocrat suit and his dirty shoes matched the outfit perfectly. It had to be said that Zhou Yu's looks and body were really good. Otherwise, Qiuji would not be able to love him so much. Walking into the courtyard, Zhou Yu bowed and respectfully shook hands with Director Zhao. Director Zhao smiled and said, "His name is Zhou Yu. He is now a model for Nuya. Bai Yi and Xingxing should know him, right?" "Oh, I know him." Bai Yi did not say anything. Xianxia responded. At the same time, he is also a child from Qianzhou. Director Zhao continued, "He is more familiar with this place. If there are any customs that you do not understand, you can ask him." "Yes, I will be looking forward to your guidance in the coming week." Zhou Yu continued. The audience in the first episode was more familiar with the regular guests. From the second episode onwards, new blood would be added to prevent the audience's aesthetic fatigue. This was a common practice of variety shows. However, when it came to the flying guests, they would usually choose the more famous ones. For Zhou Yu to be able to come this time, Qiuji must have played a part. After the director's introduction, the guests began to exchange greetings. Zhou Yu politely shook hands with them one by one. When it was Tao Tao's turn, Tao Tao smiled faintly. "Hello, just call me Tao Tao." In a flash, Zhou Yu was dazzled by Tao Tao's smile. Love was born at this moment. Zhou Yu fell hopelessly in love with Tao Tao. This sentence was the original content of The Peaches of the Night. Xianxia remembered it vividly. The scene in front of him overlapped with the original text. Zhou Yu looked at Tao Tao and lost his soul. However, the original text happened during the first recording of the show. This was the second stop of Poor Traveler. Xianxia gritted his teeth and quickly inserted himself between the two. He patted Zhou Yu's arm and pretended to be familiar. "You, why didn't you tell me before you came?" Zhou Yu was confused. He did not know to contact Xianxia. How could he? Then, he realized that Xianxia was probably trying to get close to him. Xianxia's popularity had skyrocketed ever since he joined Budget Traveler. Every night, Zhou Yu couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if he had been the one to enter Poor Traveler. He must have performed better than Xianxia, right? He to millions of his fans to fans, you should have gotten the role of a big platform web drama, right? Maybe he could even star in a movie. Xianxia was in his way. Fortunately, he had been trying to bewitch Qiuji. He begged Qiuji to use her connections to get him in. Now, it was his turn to take revenge. Zhou Yu smiled and said, "I was afraid that you would be busy, so I didn't contact you." "Xing, long time no see." After picking them up, the second stop officially began. The most important thing was to find a place to stay. Zhang Yunfei wanted to rent a house from a local farmer like he did in Olympia Village. Xianxia stopped him and said, "Brother Yunfei, let me try. Maybe I can do it for free." "How are you going to do it?" "Wait for me. I'll talk to Xianxia." With that, Xianxia asked the others to wait and ran to Xianxia's house. The Xing family was the wealthiest family in Yangyi Village. When the village chief was busy, they could ask him to take care of important guests. In the bright and spacious house, there were brand new brick houses on the north, west, and south sides. The door opened to the east, and there were two big yellow dogs at the door. Xianxia stepped into the house and nodded with satisfaction. Then he shouted, "Uncle Zeng." "Io." Xianxia took the man over and settled him in the village chief's office. Then, he went home to feed the horses. When he saw Xianxia and a large group of cameramen coming in, he immediately put down the fodder in his hands and said, "The leader is here." "I'm not the leader. You can call me Xing." Xianxia smiled kindly and said, "Uncle Zhang, I want to discuss something with you." "What's the matter?" "The 7 of us came here in a hurry and don't have a place to stay. Can we stay at your place for a few days?" Xianxia immediately looked embarrassed. Although his house was big, his son and daughter-in-law lived with them. It was inconvenient for so many people to come all of a sudden, and it would be troublesome to have more people to eat. Xianxia saw that Xianxia was worried. He took a small stool and sat next to Xianxia. He put on a sincere attitude and said, "Uncle Zhang, you know why we're here, right?" Xianxia said, "I know. We're here to film a show." "Then you should know why the village chief came to pick us up with such great fanfare." Xianxia nodded and said, "He said that you're strategic partners who can promote the development of tourism and make a celebrity farmer's house rich." "That's right, Uncle Zhang." Xianxia leaned closer to Xianxia and lowered his voice. The assistant couldn't hear anything, so he moved closer to Xianxia. Xianxia whispered, "Do you think it's appropriate to leave such important guests in the office?" Xianxia shook his head and said firmly, "It's not appropriate." "Then think about it. Why would the village chief rather leave us in the office than let you take us to your house? Your house is the best in the village. It's even bigger than the village chief's house. It's the most suitable place to receive guests, and it's also the most suitable place to open a celebrity farmer's house to make money." Xianxia emphasized the last 2 words, earn money. The assistant thought that it was the program team who asked the reception staff to leave the guests at random. If they took them to their hometown's house, wouldn't it indirectly save the tourism fund? That's not in line with the program's content. However, Xianxia, who didn't know the inside story, frowned and fell into deep thought. "Oh. I got it." After a while, Xianxia slapped his thigh hard and gritted his teeth. "Damn the village chief. He wants you to go to his house after he's done with work. He wants to turn his house into a celebrity farmer's house and make money." Hey, Uncle Zhang, lower your voice. Don't be so agitated." Xianxia smiled mysteriously and blinked. "You said it, not me." "I didn't say anything." Xianxia nodded. He was so angry that he panted heavily. He didn't expect the village chief to be so unscrupulous. He actually took advantage of him. He patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Little Xing, don't worry. You're so good to me. I won't tell anyone about you. You can stay here for as long as you want. I'll kill pigs for you every day." No, we celebrities are on a diet. We don't eat much meat." Xianxia was a little ashamed of lying to Xianxia. He didn't dare to eat other people's pigs. "Just make us some green farmer's vegetables." "How can that be?" "We can eat chicken or fish. Uncle has a fish pond." Okay. "Anyway, don't spend too much money." Seeing the 2 of them with their arms around each other's shoulders and singing the same tune as if they were uncle and nephew, the staff present wanted to laugh. However, due to their professionalism, they forced themselves to hold back. Their faces were all red. In the monitoring room, the director and assistant director looked at each other. They wanted to laugh but also wanted to cry. Assistant Director Li, Director Zhao was so angry that he grabbed his hair. "This kid was sent by God to torture me. He actually knows how to drive a wedge between us." Assistant Director Li looked like he had nothing left to live for. "Amazing, this is King amazing. This old man has eaten more salt than this kid. How could I be so easily fooled by him? I thought he was doing it for the good of the Zhang family. He wanted to kill pigs and feed them fish. This King, isn't this the same as selling people and helping them count the money?" Sigh. "It's my fault for not informing you in advance. We can't stay here for free." "It's not your fault. Who the CK knew that monkey would do this?" While the directors were deep in thought, Xianxia had already hurriedly tidied up the house on the west and north sides of his house. Everyone was preparing to tidy up the house. The girls were sent to wash the pots and pans. In the house, Zhang Yunfei was sweeping the floor and was surprised. Xing, how did you manage to get Uncle Zeng? That. Xianxia was embarrassed to say that he had tricked him. I just acted pitiful. How much did you sell him? Call him uncle and say something nice. Xianxia's eyes kept darting around guiltily, and inadvertently fell on Bai. Bai was in charge of making the bed. At this moment, he was taking out the bedding from the cabinet. His arm that was touching the quilt was tense, and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Xianxia sighed faintly. The 2 rooms in Zing Er's house had been empty for too long. The bedding was probably damp. His fake idol had sensitive skin like his real idol. If he slept with him, he might get a rash. Xianxia threw down the rag and tiptoed out. The cameraman who had just sat down had to stand up again and follow him in tears. Zhou Yu, who was cleaning the yard, saw him and ran over. Xing, where are you going? I'm going out for a walk. Just now, Xianxia had settled the residence by himself. This time, he might do something to claim credit. Zhou Yu couldn't let him do all the good things by himself. Zhou Yu's mind raced as he smiled and said, then I'll go with you. I also want to see the local customs here. Xianxia looked at Zhou Yu and said with a smile, okay. He had to find a chance to get rid of this disaster. However, he hadn't thought of a plan yet, so he could only wait. The 2 of them walked to the main road of the village. Because they lived in the mountains, the villagers' yards were drying wood ears, mushrooms, and other mountain products. Xianxia looked around as he walked, as if he was looking for something. Zhou Yu snickered in his heart. Oh, his purpose was indeed not pure. When they reached the east side of the village, Xianxia stopped and turned into the last yard. This yard was very clean, and the farm tools were placed neatly. There was a long clothesline from left to right in the yard. A few quilts, quilt covers, and bed sheets were floating in the wind. They were very clean. Xianxia went over to touch them. They were already dry. He shouted into the house, hello, is anyone here? Not long after, a woman in her 50s came out with a spatula. Who are you looking for? Hello, Auntie. We are guests who are here to record the show. Seeing that the woman was cooking, Xianxia didn't want to waste her time and went straight to the point. Are you selling this quilt? Zhou Yu suddenly realized that Xianxia was looking for a quilt because the quilt in Zing Er's house was not good. Xing, Zhou Yu finally found something to use against him, so he quickly said, why do you suddenly want to buy a quilt? Do you think that Uncle Zhang's house is dirty? No, Xianxia said, Uncle Zhang's quilt has been there for too long. It's too damp. It's normal that it's damp in the south. How can a man like you be so delicate? Look at me. I grew up here, but I'm still alive and well. A quilt is very expensive, and our travel fund is so small. Try to reduce unnecessary expenses. Xianxia was in a dilemma. Zhou Yu was now pretending to be considerate of the team. If he insisted on buying a quilt, he would definitely be criticized by the haters. However, he couldn't reveal that he was looking for a blanket for Bai. There were more people who were targeting Bai, and there might be rumors of Bai acting like a big shot again. The 2 of them were in a stalemate for a while. The woman who had been watching understood. She smiled and waved her hand. Child, which blanket do you like? Just take it back. Auntie doesn't want money. Just bring it back before you leave. But, it's okay, the woman said. There are only 2 of us in my house. We don't need too many blankets. You can choose whatever you want. It was better to get a blanket for free. It would be good to shut Zhou Yu up. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to care about Zhou Yu. He picked the driest bed and pulled it down while chatting with the woman. Aren't you afraid that I won't return it after taking it? I'm not afraid. Your eyes are clear. I can tell that you're a kind child. Xianxia blinked his amber eyes and smiled embarrassedly. His eyes were shining. The cameraman covered his heart and muttered, damn, this monkey is starting to show off his charm again. He's definitely up to no good. However, the cameraman guessed wrong this time. Xianxia folded the blanket and carried it on his shoulder. He asked politely, Auntie, my name is Xianxia. My nickname is Xing. How should I address you? Call me Auntie Sun, Widow Sun said. Okay, Auntie Sunday. Thank you for the blanket, Xianxia said. I can stay here for 7 days. If you need any help during these 7 days, feel free to look for me. I can help you with everything from cutting melons and vegetables to fixing light bulbs and flushing toilets. Wow, that's amazing. Good, good, good. Widow Sun hadn't finished cooking yet, so Xianxia didn't want to disturb her. He thanked her again and left with the blanket. After taking 2 steps, he didn't hear anyone following behind him. He really wanted to go back alone, but there were cameras around. He could only pretend to be united. He turned around and looked at Zhou Yu. Brother Yu? Zhou Yu was relieved from the awkwardness just now. He pulled a long face and looked worse than constipation. When Xianxia returned home, everyone had finished cleaning up the house and was sitting in a circle in the living room, pondering what to eat for dinner. Bai had no interest in participating in this kind of conversation. He leaned against the window and looked out in boredom. Suddenly, he saw a person sneaking in through the door. The man was carrying something white on his shoulder. He winked at the big yellow dog and made a should gesture. His actions were as strange as it could get. He didn't look like a good person. Bai was afraid of another burglary, so he wanted to go out and take a look. In the end, after the man finished his discussion with Big Yellow, he raised his head. A palm-sized face with fair skin and single eyelids. Wasn't this Xianxia? Bai watched as Xianxia slipped back into the room with the quilt. 5 minutes later, he appeared in the living room as if nothing had happened. Xing, why did you run off halfway just now? Where did you go? Zhang Yunfei asked. It was too stuffy in the room. I went out to get some fresh air. Hey, what fresh air? Zhou Yu sneered. You obviously went to look for a quilt. Lu Ziyu was curious. Looking for a quilt? Why would you look for a quilt? Zhou Yu snorted. Delicate. Zhou Yu's tone was strange. Everyone present could hear that there was a problem. Luo Choman changed the topic in time. Why don't we go to Old Zhang's garden and pick some vegetables ourselves? Celebrities rarely had the opportunity to participate in this kind of farmhouse activity. Hearing this, they happily went back to their rooms to change into trousers suitable for the vegetable field. Bai's eyes fell on Xianxia, who also ran into the house. With the little fan's character, was it possible that he was so delicate that he had to sleep in a clean quilt? Then he came to the answer himself. Well, the skin on the little fan's back was so tender. It was indeed possible. It was the time for the first season of vegetables to ripen. Everyone was having a lot of fun. Old Zhang came to call them for dinner and then reluctantly went back with the trophies. The female celebrities' trophies were basically persimmons, cucumbers, and other vegetables, which were just right for dinner. Xianxia, on the other hand, was empty-handed. He sat down beside Old Zhang and poured wine for him as he tried to curry favor with him. Looking at his posture, he was even closer to Old Zhang than his own son. Everyone was amused. Director Zhao and Assistant Li felt their scalps tingle. They kept wondering if the monkey was up to something again. Fortunately, Xianxia only wanted to understand the situation in the village. In the time it took to eat a meal, he knew everything in the village. He even knew when the village head's dog eloped with a stray dog. Old Zhang's house was big. Each house had 3 or 4 rooms. This time, the guests did not need to be assigned rooms. At night, Xianxia listened to the sounds in the yard until only the sound of cicadas could be heard. He held the quilt he borrowed during the day and knocked on Bai's door. So when Bai opened the door, he saw a tall pile of white quilts. A small head poked out from behind the quilt. The small head whispered, "Don't ask. Let me in first." Okay. Bai turned sideways and made way for the small head. Xianxia held the quilt and went straight to the single bed. Sure enough, the quilt was lifted and piled aside by the owner of the bed, revealing the hard bed underneath. Xianxia huffed and puffed as he laid out the new bedding and folded the damp bedding. He clapped his hands and said, "I don't like white bedding. It's just like in the hospital. Your blue bedding looks much better. Bai, can we change?" It turned out that the little fan ran out to look for the quilt because of him. Bai was stunned and raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you already change?" Xianxia. He was afraid of being discovered, so he came in and made a move. He forgot to ask Bai first. If he didn't want to change, wouldn't he be doing something bad with good intentions? Xianxia was silent for a long time. Bai saw that he was defeated and finally let him go. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But what a coincidence. I happen to like white. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. He was completely relieved. Then I'll change the blue one. Xianxia picked up the quilt. By the way, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. He had been careful since he came in and tried not to make a sound. He didn't want the audience to know about Bai's problem. He didn't want to be slandered. Bai was very cooperative. He imitated Xianxia and said, "Thank you, I won't tell anyone," but he bent his index finger and knocked Xianxia on the forehead. "But we have a camera in the room. Did you forget?" As a poor little guy who participated in the show for the first time, Xianxia often forgot about the existence of the camera. He rolled around gloomily for a long time before falling asleep. Bai lay on the soft and clean quilt. He smelled the unique grassy countryside wind and fell asleep quickly. The next morning, Big Rooster woke up the sleeping guests. Director Zhao was crueler than Big Rooster. In the yard of the Xing family, he held a loudspeaker in one hand and pulled a middle-aged man with the other. He shouted, "Are you all awake?" "Ah? Oh, oh, oh." The guests responded sluggishly. "We're awake." Director Zhao. "Okay, then I'll announce today's task. The one standing next to me is Old Tai. He is a blacksmith who specializes in making basins, ladles, and other daily necessities. Today's task is, come, Shaoli." After hearing the voice, the stage supervisor, Shaoli, drove a small farming tricycle slowly out of the shed. The back of the tricycle was filled with all kinds of iron utensils. Today's task is to go to the market with Old Tai to sell iron utensils. The more you sell, the higher the completion rate of the task. Hearing the unfamiliar term, completion rate of the task, Zhou Yu asked, "What's the difference between a high and low completion rate?" If the completion rate of the task is less than 50%, the task will be considered a failure. If the completion rate is above 50%, there will be no deduction or reward. If the completion rate reaches 100%, that is, all sold out, you will receive a hidden reward. All? Sold? Sold, that was a large cart of iron utensils. How could it be sold out? The yard was filled with complaints. No matter who it was, there was a limit to the amount of daily necessities they needed. With such a large cart, let alone selling half of it, it was a big problem to even sell 1/10 of it. While everyone was complaining, Xianxia's expression was not very good. When he was chatting with Xianxia last night, Xianxia said that the blacksmith next door was the one with the most difficult conditions in the village. It seemed that it was this Old Tai. If there really was a market for iron utensils, Old Tai would not be in such a situation. From this, it could be seen that Old Tai's goods were definitely harder to sell than expected. But no matter how hard it was to sell, they still had to go. Under the urging of the program team, everyone carried their bags and headed out in the morning light. There were not many customers at the market. Old Tai slowly drove forward and said with a smile, "We're almost at my stall. My son bought soy milk and youtiao for you. It's not expensive, but it's hot. Don't dislike it." Everyone expressed that they did not dislike it. Today, they might have to deduct 2,000 yuan from their travel fund. If they could eat a free meal, it was better than nothing. 10 meters forward, the two huge words "iron utensils" came into view. Under the cover of 2 bamboo poles and a piece of cloth, the stall had already been set up. There were no goods on it, only 7 sets of breakfast. Behind the stall, a boy of 14 or 15 years old was holding a pen and seemed to be writing something. "Uncle Tai." Xianxia immediately frowned. "Your son is not going to school today?" He was supposed to, but something happened at home, so he had a break. If a teacher has a family problem, can't he let another teacher take over? Lu Ziyu could not figure it out. Besides, it can't be that there's only one class a day, right? "Oh, girl, you don't understand us. Little Tai school only has one teacher, who teaches Chinese and mathematics. Something happened at home, so of course he doesn't have classes." Lu Ziyu was shocked when she heard this, but in fact, many poor mountainous areas were like this. Teachers were scarce, and a teacher had to take on several positions. Not to mention the quality of teaching. If one day the teacher could not come, the whole class would be suspended. Okay, we're here. Old Tai parked the car in an open space and jumped out first. Little Tai, come and call for people. Little Tai put down his pen, greeted the guests, and very sensibly called everyone for breakfast. Xianxia watched Little Tai from the corner of his eye while eating. He saw that Little Tai went back to where he was and continued to write. As he wrote, he wiped the corner of his mouth. Xianxia said, Little Tai, come here. Brother Xianxia, he obeyed. What are you writing? Doing yesterday's homework. For the whole class? Little Tai scratched his head. There are a few application questions that I don't know. Okay, I'll help you look at them later. Xianxia picked up a fried dough stick from his plate. In exchange for answering the questions, help me eat this fried dough stick that I can't finish. Little Tai was honest and kind, and could not tell whether Xianxia was telling the truth or not. He happily took the fried dough stick. Xianxia looked at him wolfing it down. And felt gratified but also distressed. He passed the soy milk to him. Eat slowly, don't choke. When he passed the soy milk to him, he suddenly found that there was one more fried dough stick on his plate. He turned his head to look at Bai Yi, but Bai Yi seemed to be eating very seriously and did not see him. After breakfast, Xianxia fulfilled his promise and asked Little Tai to bring the exercise book over. Application questions? Zhou Yu heard Xianxia's words and came over. Aren't you an art major? Zhou Yu squinted at the exercise book in Xianxia's hand. You know this stuff? Almost everyone in the company knew that the original owner had a junior college degree. He was spoiled when he was a child and only cared about playing every day. He didn't do well in the college entrance examination. His father wanted to send him abroad, but he was in a rebellious period. He refused his family's kindness and stubbornly went to a junior college. But who said that a junior college student's studies were bound to be bad? Xianxia was a little uncomfortable. He ignored Zhou Yu and looked at Xiao Tai's questions. Then he took a pen and paper and said, Xiao Tai, your way of solving the problem is off track. This function. Everyone had a thirst for knowledge. When the assistant saw Xiao Tai's homework, he was very curious about how to solve it. Now that he saw Xianxia's logic was clear, he couldn't help but be attracted to him. The cameraman rarely saw celebrities doing homework, so he craned his neck to look inside. After finishing a question, Xianxia brushed 2 strokes on the paper and said, so the answer is. Why are you all looking at me? Wow, Xianxia, you still remember junior high school questions? The assistant was curious. Isn't this the most basic function? Xianxia said, if I forget, how can I learn advanced mathematics? Advanced? Math? Hearing the words advanced mathematics, the assistant jumped 3 feet high as if his tail had been stepped on. Xianxia, you can learn advanced mathematics? Xianxia, he was studying at a top 10 university in the country. What was so difficult about advanced mathematics? However, in order to not violate the original owner's professional persona, Xianxia didn't reply. He explained the steps to Xiao Tai again and asked, the answer to this question isn't important. What's important is the way to solve it. Do you remember the way? Xiao Tai scratched his head and said, Brother Xianxia, I still have to think about it. Inherent logic couldn't be corrected immediately. Xianxia nodded. Brother Xianxia, Xiao Tai said carefully, if there's something I don't know, can I still ask you? Sure, I live with the Xing family. You can come find me anytime. Then, can my classmates ask you if they don't know how to do it? How many children could there be in a village? Xianxia waved his hand carelessly. Come on. After finishing Xiao Tai's homework, the number of people in the market gradually increased. Everyone got down to business and began to help old Tai sell his goods. Unlike the shopping malls in the city, the bazaar in Oxford town was open air. The long cross-shaped street was filled with stalls selling all kinds of goods from the beginning to the end, from the bottom to the top to the top to the top to the top to the mechanical farming tools. The bazaar was held once a week. Many small merchants who relied on selling goods for a living were waiting for this day to earn enough money for their families to survive. They were already shouting with all their might. The 7 guests had never sold anything before, so they didn't know what to do for a while. They imitated the uncle who was selling melons next to them and shouted. But after shouting for a while, some customers saw that there were so many people selling fresh goods, so they gave face and bought a few. After that, there were no more sales. Xianxia thought about it and felt that they couldn't go on like this. The mission would definitely fail. He stuffed the iron ladle in his hand to Zhang Yunfei. "Brother Yunfei, hold on for a while. I'll go take a look. You're unfamiliar with this place. Don't go alone." Zhang Yunfei subtly felt that Zhou Yu and Xianxia didn't get along well. He said to Bai Yi, "Xiao Bai, you go with Xing." Bai Yi also felt that his little fan was worried about going alone. After all, this was a person who didn't say anything even when his hands and back were injured. He lifted his long legs and led the way to the other end of the market. Xianxia could only follow. Not long after they left, Xianxia began to regret. Why did he let Bai Yi follow? Wasn't this looking for trouble? On the whole street, all the women who passed by Bai Yi, from 70-year-old women to 3-year-old girls, had their eyes glued to Bai Yi. They were accompanied by praises such as, "This young man is so handsome, Big Brother is so handsome, so handsome, hey, why does he look so familiar," and so on. Fortunately, Bai Yi's identity as a top idol was too different from the young men wandering in the market. So far, no one dared to recognize him. Xianxia immediately took out a pair of sunglasses from his backpack. "Put them on." Do you want to be on the news tomorrow?" Xianxia puffed out his chest and imitated the tone of a broadcaster. Yesterday, a serious stampede happened in Nyoming town. After investigation, the cause of the accident was idol Bai Yi's shopping, which caused the women to rush to see his handsome face. "Okay, stop talking." Bai Yi pursed his lips. "I'll put them on." As he spoke, he turned his head to take the sunglasses. The thin ends of his thin eyes were raised into a very beautiful arc. His jawline was tight, and it was obvious that he was trying to hold back his laughter. Xianxia's first reaction was, damn, he's so damn handsome." His second reaction was, "I can't let him laugh. If he laughs, these women will go even crazier." He couldn't wait for Bai Yi. He jumped in front of Bai Yi and accurately put the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. After a moment of careful observation, he found that his eyebrows, nose, mouth, and so on, were also too good-looking and very attractive. So he took out his hat and put it on Bai Yi's head with a smack. Bai Yi stood there and let him do as he pleased. He said helplessly, "Are you satisfied?" "It's just so." Xianxia tooted. "It would be better if you had a mask." "How do you want to cover me up?" "Don't blame me." Xianxia raised his hands. "You're so good-looking." After saying that, he realized that he seemed to have said what was on his mind. He quickly shut up and pretended that he didn't say anything. Bai Yi wasn't deaf. He looked at the camera and asked in a low voice, "What did you say just now?" "Xianxia, Bai Yi, you think I'm good-looking?" Xianxia's eyes darted left and right before he said vaguely, "Didn't I always praise you for your good looks?" Thinking about it carefully, his little fan did praise him a lot in public. But it was difficult to distinguish between the truth and lies. How could it be said unintentionally? Bai Yi was inexplicably in a good mood. Xianxia secretly glanced at the corner of his mouth and said unhappily, "Do you have to be like this?" Looking at him, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Thank you for the compliment. You're also very good-looking." Xianxia, hee. Of course. Xianxia and Bai Yi, who was wrapped up tightly, walked around the market. When they returned, they didn't look very good. "I just counted. There are a total of 3 shops selling ironware in the market. One of them is at the crossroads with the most traffic. The other one is similar to Uncle Tai's shop, but the price is about 3 to 10 yuan cheaper. So, there are a lot of people buying them." "Yeah, sigh." Old Tai sighed. "Originally, there were a lot of people buying my ironware because the iron was thick and the paint was good. But later, the other two shops were so competitive that only the returning customers were willing to come to me. Everyone was in a dilemma. Old Thai's location was not good, and the price was not good. Although the quality of the products was good, a piece of ironware was only 10 to 20 yuan. 4 or 5 yuan cheaper was equivalent to a quarter cheaper. Naturally, customers were willing to buy cheaper ones. Old Thai's core competitiveness was too poor. Lu Ziyu asked tentatively, "Uncle Tai, can you lower the price and try the quantity?" "I'm afraid not." Uncle Tai frowned. "Take this iron basin for example. The cost of making it is 12 yuan. If I sell it for 16 yuan, I make a total of 4 yuan. If I sell it for 13 yuan like other shops, I only make a profit of 1 yuan. He could sell 30 or 40 wash basins. At most, he would make a profit of 1 yuan. 30 or 40 yuan a day was not even enough for 2 meals. Old Tai was a real farmer. He hadn't made a single defective product in all these years, and he disdained to do such a thing. After hearing this, everyone frowned like him. They couldn't lower the price, and they couldn't change the location of the fixed stall. What else could they do? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Since the situation is like this, why don't we try our best?" "I have an idea." He briefly described his idea to everyone. Zhang Yunfei decided, "I think we can try it. Let's try it for the whole morning." "Okay." Luo Choman began to arrange according to Xianxia's idea. Half an hour later, a farmer was pushing a cart and looking around. He stopped in front of the Tai family's stall, looked left and right, and said discontentedly, "Other wash basins are 13 yuan. Why are you selling them for 25 yuan? Xianxia said slowly, "Selling them at an expensive price naturally has its advantages. If you want to buy cheaper ones, here, these are all cheap goods." Xianxia pointed at the wash basin at the other end. The farmer looked at it carefully and said doubtfully, "But I think this 13 is exactly the same as your 25. The pattern is the same. What's the difference?" "It's not bad. You can try it if you don't believe me." Xianxia was still slow, "But it's not as good as the 25. The farmer picked up the 13 and knocked. The sound was thick and clear, and it was indeed better than other wash basins. If the 13 was already so good, how good would the 25 be? The farmer thought for a moment and took out 25 yuan. "I'll trust you this time. Give me the best one." "Okay." Xianxia smiled and took out a plastic bag and put it in the wash basin. "Uncle, come back when you're done." "Okay." The farmer took the wash basin and left happily. Behind them, Old Tai and the guests were also overjoyed. A wash basin that doubled the price was easily sold. Luo Choman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Xing, where did you get so many tricks? I've seen similar cases before." "I have a question." Zhou Yu looked for trouble. "What if the customers prefer to buy the cheaper ones?" "There will definitely be people who choose the more expensive ones out of curiosity. The money we make from selling the more expensive ones can balance out the money we make from selling the cheaper ones. 1 to 4, we won't lose money." "Wow, what a marketing genius." Zhang Yunfei smiled and stretched out his finger to tap Xianxia's forehead. "You little brain, how can you be so smart?" However, halfway through, Bai Yi suddenly put his arm between them. "Brother Yunfei, the iron ladle in front is out of stock." "Oh," Zhang Yunfei had to withdraw his hand. "I'll get it for you." Needless to say, Xianxia's method was very effective. After a whole morning, more people bought the expensive products than the cheap ones. Due to the consumer's curiosity, the overall sales were several levels higher than before. Old Tai, on the other hand, felt a little apologetic. He pulled Xianxia to the side and asked, "Xing, do you think we're lying?" To be honest, although Old Tai's ironware was worth a lot of money, this method of selling was not honest. Xianxia nodded. Old Tai suggested, "Then can we change the method in the afternoon?" Old Tai was an honest person and Xianxia naturally did not want to force him to be a profiteer. Xiao Tai was next to him and Xianxia hoped that he could learn to be kind. At Old Tai's request, everyone changed the method of promotion in the afternoon. Xianxia picked up his old business and threw pots and pans all over the place. Tao Tao and Lu Ziyu smiled sweeter than the other, and many of the young men were so charmed that they bought several more pots. Later, someone recognized Bai Yi and the stall was emptied. The day's mission was successfully completed and everyone sat in the empty back of the cart and sang along the way. Back at the Xing family's courtyard, Director Zhao gathered everyone together and took stock of the day's situation. Everyone did well in the first mission, so I won't beat around the bush. Now, I'll announce the reward for the first mission, 1 pass card. When there's a mission that you think is difficult or don't want to complete, you can use the pass card to pass it. The reward is 1. The guests were overjoyed when they heard the pass card, but when they heard that there was only 1 slot, they all cried out, "There's 7 of us." Hee, there's only 1 pass card anyway. You guys can distribute it however you want. I'm leaving. Director Zhao was afraid of being beaten up and left quickly. There was no other way. Participating in other people's shows meant that they had to follow the rules. Zhang Yunfei clapped his hands and said helplessly, "It's better to have a card than nothing. How about this, I'll name the person I think should take the card and we'll vote by a show of hands, okay?" Okay. Then I think Xianxia and Baiye's contributions today are the highest. More than half of our turnover today came from them. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads, no. Let's vote by a show of hands, Zhang Yunfei, excluding the 2, there are 5 people, to say, the ones who get 3 or more votes, to say, get the pass card. Hearing this, Zhou Yu's eyes turned. Bai Yi was the most popular person on this show. If he could get close to Bai Yi and create a couple, it would definitely be very popular. To say, Bai say, I vote, to say, Zhou to say, I to say, to say, to say, to say, to say said, to say to say, to say, to say, to say. Me what? To say, to say, to say to you to say, you, to say, you say, Yi to Zhang Yunfei said, next, you don't have to vote, Bai Yi interrupted him. Just give the card to Xianxia. Why? Zhou Yu's face immediately darkened. He said in a dignified tone, Bai Yi, you don't have to be modest. Let's get the reward based on our strength. Xianxia will agree, right, Xianxia? Zhou Yu was right. Xianxia nodded. Bai Yi frowned. It's just a card. I don't believe that there's a mission that I can't pass. Then you can use it to rest when you're tired. Zhou Yu refused to give up and continued to persuade him. You really don't have to be modest. Ever since he saw Zhou Yu attack Xianxia during the selection, Bai Yi knew that there was a grudge between the two of them. Now that he saw Zhou Yu's face clearly, the disgust in his eyes could hardly be concealed. I didn't give up. Xianxia deserves it, Bai Yi said impatiently. Besides, this is between me and my, the word fan was on the tip of his tongue, but he remembered that Xianxia was afraid of using Baiye's popularity and was unwilling to call himself Baiye's fan in front of the camera. Bai Yi forcibly changed it to friend. This is between me and my friend. We can discuss it ourselves. Baiye's words were very straightforward. There were 2 meanings. First, it was none of your business. Second, Xianxia was my friend, but you weren't. Zhou Yu's face could no longer be described as ugly. Even his pores were full of embarrassment. Xianxia was shocked when he heard Baiye's words. He immediately stepped to his side and whispered, the camera is here. Yes. Don't be angry. Yes. His tone did not sound like he was appeased. Xianxia still wanted to say a few more words, but the camera was there. He decided to wait until night to coax the male lead. The 2 guests arguing was a big show, but one of the participants was Bai Yi, so this part of the film could only be edited out. Otherwise, if it was released and caused trouble for Bai Yi, Baiye's team would definitely not let Mai Meng off. Zhou Yu couldn't bear to be exposed in front of a group of people. He said that he wasn't feeling well, so he turned around and went back to his room. During dinner, there were 6 people at the table again. What was more ironic was that halfway through the meal, Luo Choman remembered. Xiaoyu hasn't eaten yet. Should we send him some? Yes, send him. Zhang Yunfei nodded perfunctorily. But he's not feeling well. I don't know if he can eat it. Then I'll pick a few dishes for him. Ziyu, I can't bring them over. Come with me. I can't stop eating, or I'll get a stomachache easily, Lu Ziyu refused. Sister Chomon, you should find someone else to go with you. You'll get a stomachache if you stop eating was obviously nonsense. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ziyu. Recently, she had been protecting him in the open and in the dark. Xianxia could feel it. No matter why she suddenly changed, as long as she didn't come looking for trouble with him, Xianxia didn't care about anything else. However, Baiye's anger today reminded Xianxia of one thing: Zhou Yu could not be kept alive. He thought that the crisis had been resolved, but who knew that Zhou Yu would still be stuffed in. Now that Qi Yuji had turned into a vicious cannon fodder, it was like a time bomb hanging above his head. He couldn't tell when it would explode. Boom. Boom. He couldn't bear the consequences. Xianxia finished his meal in a few mouthfuls. He greeted everyone who hadn't finished eating and strolled around the path to Yangyi village. He realized that the drying field beside the path was not bad. Xianxia memorized the location of the drying field and downloaded a live broadcast platform. He waited until late at night, but Zhou Yu didn't come out of his room. Xianxia hid under the blanket and called Qi Yuji in a low voice. I brought the gift back. I was on the plane yesterday and didn't have the time to tell you. Aha. Xing, when are you coming home? He pretended to be regretful. It'll be more than a month later. I can't go back during the recording of the show. Qi Yuji was silent for a moment and said weakly, but I really want to see your gift. Then I'll find a courier to send it back to you. No. What if the courier is broken or lost? How about? Xianxia suggested, you come over and get it from me and visit me while you're at it? Qi Yuji was speechless. Qi Yuji hadn't seen her brother for more than 10 days and had long wanted to visit him. She was afraid that her brother would reject her, so she didn't dare to say it. She didn't expect her brother to take the initiative to invite her. Qi Yuji was so happy that she couldn't wait to fly over. Really? You really want me to come? Really? There's no time like the present. Come tomorrow, Xianxia said. I'll book a plane ticket for you now. Qi Yuji rejected the plane ticket. The Qi family's plane had just been repaired and it was much more convenient to take a private plane than to go to the airport. After hanging up Qi Yuji's call, Xianxia secretly knocked on Baiye's door with the small box just like yesterday. However, he learned his lesson this time. After Baiye let him in, he first covered the camera. Then he turned around and saw Baiye sitting on the windowsill. His 2 long legs were propped up and he raised his chin slightly to look at him. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't say what he wanted to say. It was said that one could see a beauty under the light. This fake idol had inherited all the advantages of his real idol. He had fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs. When he looked at you, his eyes were dark as if there were whirlpools. Xianxia almost drowned. Baiye wasn't in a hurry and waited quietly for him. Xianxia struggled for a while before he broke free. He said incoherently, well, you haven't slept yet. Yes. It's quite late. Can't sleep? Because you're here, Baiye said calmly. Let's talk business. Well, it seemed that he was still angry. Xianxia sighed. Don't be angry. I was wrong this afternoon. Baiye, what was wrong with you? Xianxia, yes, what was wrong with him? It's my fault anyway. Xianxia forced himself to lie. I shouldn't have rejected the pass card. Forgive me. I'm angry because of this? Then who are you angry at? Zhou Yu? There's no need to be angry because of him. It's not because of him. Baiye was speechless for a moment. Then his eyes fell on his hand. What are you holding in your hand? At the end of the first leg, Xianxia bought gifts for everyone in the program. Last night, he was so focused on getting a blanket for Baiye that he forgot about the gift. Tonight, he brought it. Xianxia opened his palm. There was an AirPods charging case on it. The design was a dark blue night sky with the Milky Way flowing slowly with the moonlight. It was bright and mysterious. For you, he said. For me? Baiye raised his eyebrows and took it. He looked at it twice and suddenly laughed. You drew this yourself? Xianxia. Yes. There's both you and me. The meaning is not bad, Baiye said. Thank you. I'll take it. You're welcome. Xianxia was curious. But there's only the night sky on it. Where's me? Bai pointed at the shining Xianxia. Isn't that you? Xianxia was stunned. He was abandoned at the entrance of the orphanage when he was born. His name was given by the director. Qi came from the meaning of abandonment. Xianxia was a very common word. After being adopted for a short year, he was sent to the acrobatic troupe by his adoptive parents. How could a child who deserved to be loved be abandoned twice in a row? But when it came to the male protagonist, he became Xianxia in the night sky. He was just a speck of dust. How could he be worthy of standing next to his idol? I'm not, Xianxia hurriedly explained. When I was drawing, I only wanted to draw the night sky. I didn't think about myself. This time, it was Bai's turn to be stunned. He just said it casually. He didn't expect the other party to have such a strong reaction. He immediately thought of Xianxia's previous actions and behaviors. Seeing that he didn't speak, Xianxia asked tentatively, "Are you not angry now?" Bai didn't give a definite answer. He took a step forward. He raised his arm and froze for a moment. Finally, his palm fell on Xianxia's head. Unlike the cold fragrance on his body, the fake idol's palm was warm and comfortable. It was just enough to drive away the cold of the long night. Then, Xianxia heard him say, "If you don't want me to be angry, be more obedient next time." The next mission was very simple. The guests worked together to complete it in the morning and returned to the Xing family's base camp to enjoy a rare break. This just so happened to benefit Xianxia. He ran to the director's lounge and asked, "Director Zhao, can I start the live broadcast? The kind that definitely won't expose the filming location." Director Zhao was speechless. "What are you trying to do now?" "I want to help promote our show." Xianxia pulled over a folding stool and acted as if he was confiding in Xing air. Director Zhao's hair stood on end. "I'm telling you, don't try to trick me. I won't fall for it. How would I dare to scheme against you?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I just wanted to discuss with you. It wasn't easy for my popularity to rise. If I don't open for business for a period of time, I'm afraid I won't be able to maintain it. Idols that flowed like water, fans that were made of iron. For a newbie like Xianxia, if he didn't show up often, he might be forgotten by the public." Director Zhao understood his approach, and it was also good for him to maintain the popularity of the show. Thus, after nagging him about the 3 no's and so on, he agreed. Xianxia thanked Director Zhao and ran to a secluded area to ask about Qiyuji's progress. Xing. Qiyuji turned into a whining monster. "I'll leave right away. I brought you some dried silver cod and some spicy beef mince made by Aunt Zhang. What else do you want?" "That's enough," Xianxia said. "The place where I'm filming is not good, so I'll have to trouble you and your bodyguard to come here on an ox cart. What time are you arriving?" "I'll ask a fellow villager to pick you up." "Not at all. As long as I can see my Xianxia, I wouldn't feel bad even if I had to crawl over. I'll be at the Kaopi town government office around 4 in the afternoon, and the mayor can send me to Sheepshead Village Lane around 5. Alright, be there, or be square. By the way, Xianxia reminded him, it's cold here at night. Bring a jacket." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before a scream erupted. "Ah! I've reached perfection, woo. Xianxia hurriedly pulled the phone away from his ear and waited for Qiyuji to calm down before hanging up the phone. Director Zhao and Qiyuji had been settled, and now all that was left was Zhouyu. Xianxia first went to old Zhang's place and asked him to help him pick up Qiyuji. After that, he went back to his room to get a small box. Zhouyu was massaging Luo Chomon's back in the courtyard. Xianxia put his phone to his ear and slowly pretended to pass by. He seemed to be discussing something with the person on the other end of the phone. "Yes, 5:40. The drying field beside the path leading into the village." "Aya, don't ask me what I'm doing." "Of course, it's something good." He. Zhouyu pricked up his ears to eavesdrop and gradually became suspicious. After 2 days of recording, he could see that Zhang Yunfei was the oldest male in the guest group of budget traveler and played the role of the decision-maker. Qi Xingchen was the youngest and the smartest. He was already faintly favored by the group. Therefore, even if Qi Xingchen did not say what he was going to do, Zhou Yu could already guess that he was definitely going to do something to attract the attention. How could he let that kid have his way? He had to go and take a look. Qi Xingchen saw the change in Zhou Yu's expression, and the huge stone in his heart was lifted. He was exploiting Zhou Yu's mentality. Everything was ready. He posted on Weibo that he was going to broadcast. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Old Xing set off on time to pick up Qi Yuji. At 5:20 in the afternoon, Qi Xingchen arrived at the drying field and opened the streaming software. There were more than 100,000 viewers in the streaming room. In his expectations, 20 to 30,000 people would be enough. He didn't expect that there would be so many people waiting before he even showed up. He took 2 deep breaths and clicked the Start Live Broadcast button. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, a clean and clear young man's face appeared on the screen. The Xinguang girls who were looking forward to it. F***CK. Aha! A series of screams immediately appeared on the bullet screen, followed by even more ahs. It could be said to be the scene of a large gathering of groundhogs. Seeing that the audience was so enthusiastic, Qi Xingchen greeted them stiffly. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Xing, you're finally streaming. Mom has been waiting for you for a long time, you know? Sob. I'm satisfied to be able to watch my boyfriend's livestream while I'm still alive. Baby, where are you? There are a lot of mountains behind you. Oh my god, what kind of godly face is this? I've become a fan. Finally, something different from the ahs appeared on the bullet screen. Qi Xingchen replied one by one, sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm recording a show. The location has to be kept secret. Become a fan of mine. It's not a loss to invest in the original shares. Those Xinguang girls who call me son, have you reached the legal age to get married? Seeing that their idol was promoting himself, the bullet screen burst into laughter. The fans who received the notification of the livestream also came in one after another. The number of views increased to 200,000. However, Qi Xingchen was very adaptable. After gradually letting go, he became more and more excited as he chatted. He even waved his hands to the audience with the music. The bullet screen was full of 666 frowny face F***CK, who did you learn this from? This scene is too beautiful. I don't dare to look. I just took a look. Damn, I'm getting carried away. What kind of old-fashioned idol is this? It's so interesting. Is this real? At this time, the screen was filled with screams again. Qi Xingchen thought to himself, the audience's hobby is quite special. Is there a need to be so excited to see a flower hand? The next moment, he figured out the source of the screams. At the top of the livestream interface, there was a flash of light like the Milky Way. Then, Baiyi scattered a meteor shower in your livestream. Qi Xingchen, the Milky Way special effects were tailor-made for Baiyi by the livestream platform. The meteor shower was an exclusive gift that only Baiyi could send. So, why did the male protagonist enter his livestream? Qi Xingchen didn't know if the male protagonist saw the silly scene of the flower hand shaking. His face gradually heated up. Just as he was about to do something normal to redeem himself, he suddenly heard the sound of clothes rubbing against each other behind him. It was Zhou Yu. He was here. There were piles of mountain goods everywhere in the drying field. Qi Xingchen deliberately sat behind the wooden pile. It was normal that Zhou Yu couldn't see him. Business was more important. He didn't have time to think. He whispered into his headset, the other guests of Budget Traveler are here. I'm going to see what he's doing. Wait for me. After that, he put his phone on the ground, turned the screen brightness to the lowest, and rushed to the left. Huh? Brother Yu. Yeah. Zhou Yu came over and looked behind him. Where are the others? Qi Xingchen blocked the phone with his body. I'm the only one here. Why are you here? You're the only one? Zhou Yu was skeptical. He clearly heard Qi Xingchen call someone to ask. But he couldn't ask. If he did, his intentions would be exposed. He stared at Xianxia unkindly. Xianxia didn't seem to notice that Zhao Yu was in a bad mood. He patted his head and said, "Yeah, brother Yu, it's good that I ran into you. I want to apologize to you. I really didn't want the pass card yesterday." Zhou Yu opened his mouth and said with a gloomy face, "Apologize? Ha, I've already lost all my face. What's the use of apologizing?" Yesterday, he had been humiliated in public, and it was all because of this little bastard in front of him. Zhou Yu wished he could turn this little bastard into ashes, so he didn't want to say a single word to him. Xianxia had already expected that he wouldn't accept. He took out a box from his trouser pocket. There was a Richard Mille logo on it. It was the watch that Qi Yuji gave him. He was afraid that Qi Yuji would be sad if she didn't wear it. Before he left, he stuffed the watch into the compartment of his suitcase. He didn't expect it to come in handy now. This year's new. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the watch. "What are you doing with this?" "Brother Yu, we're from the same company. I want to be friends with you more than enemies. This is a small token of my appreciation. Don't lower yourself to my level, okay?" "Don't lower myself to your level, ha," Zhou Yu sneered in his heart. How could he forgive someone who stole his variety show and made him lose face? However, the watch was quite good. This brand had released 2 models this year. Qi Yuji gave him one. If he got another one, he could post it on his WeChat moments. It remains to be seen if you're sincere about apologizing. Zhou Yu took the watch and couldn't wait to put it on. He looked left and right and suddenly remembered something. "No, you're so poor. How could you have the money to buy a watch? Is this a fake? I wouldn't dare to fool you with a fake watch. I have a lot of fans now, and I've also taken on some jobs." Xianxia lied. "The first thing I did when I got the money was to buy you a watch as an apology." "Oh, you even know about such a high-end brand?" "I don't know," Xianxia chuckled. "Didn't your girlfriend buy you this brand? I saw that you liked it, so..." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yu immediately reached out and covered his mouth. He looked around like a thief and said, "Don't talk nonsense in public." "It's okay, brother Yu," Xianxia said. "I came here without a camera. At least you know what's good for you." Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "But in the future, when there's no one around, don't talk about her." "Who?" "That's my legendary girlfriend." He remembered that not long ago, Zhou Yu was proud of having a socialite as his girlfriend. Now, he didn't even want to admit that Qi Yuji was his girlfriend. He even referred to her as her. What kind of F*** garbage was this? Xianxia was furious. He originally wanted to bait Zhou Yu into talking slowly, but at this moment, his patience ran out. "What do you mean by legendary girlfriend?" Zhou Yu looked indifferent. "Because I'm considering whether to dump her or not. She just found someone to put you in budget traveler, and now you're dumping her. What's the difference between that and burning the bridge after crossing the river? I don't like her to begin with. She's the one who's always clinging to me. Also..." Zhou Yu was confused. "How do you know that she's the one who set me up?" Seeing that Zhou Yu had made it sound like Qi Yuji was the one who clung to him, Xianxia couldn't control himself anymore. He reached out and grabbed Zhou Yu's collar. "If you don't like her, then why did you accept her gifts? If you don't like her, then why did you coax her? If you don't like her, then why did you trick her into chartering a flight to see the aurora? If you don't like her, then why didn't you break up with her earlier?" Zhou Yu coughed a few times. In his impression, Xianxia had nothing to do with girlfriends. Why was he fighting for justice? Being exposed, Zhou Yu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He threw a punch at Xianxia. "You bastard, why are you always poking your nose into our business?" As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. His expression gradually became perverted. "What, you like her and are waiting to take her over?" During the afternoon break, Bai scrolled through Weibo and happened to see Xianxia's livestream notification. The little fan had helped him find a blanket and gave him a hand-drawn charger case. Thinking that he could help the little fan attract more traffic, Bai entered his livestream room to show his face and watch a rustic performance for free. Who knew that Zhou Yu would come looking for him and things would develop like this? Bai Yu was afraid that they would fight, so he picked up his phone and wanted to air it out. When he heard the words "you like her," Bai Yu paused in his steps. Previously in the company corridor, the little fan and Zhou Yu quarreled over Zhou Yu's girlfriend. Could it be that the little fan was really interested in Zhou Yu's girlfriend? Zhou Yu's punch happened to land on Xianxia's nose. Xianxia was disgusted by him and punched him back. How can you say such things? Are you still a man? Xianxia's strength was not weak. Zhou Yu was hit so hard that he staggered. However, just as Zhou Yu steadied himself and was about to fight back, a small green whirlwind suddenly rushed out. The small whirlwind rolled in front of Zhou Yu. With a smack, he only felt pain on the right side of his face. Then, a beefy liquid covered his face. Qi Yuji slapped him hard with her left hand and poured the spicy beef mince on his head with her right hand. Ah! It hurts. The original owner and Xianxia both liked spicy food. Aunt Zhang put a lot of chili in the beef mince. At this moment, the chili flowed into Zhou Yu's eyes. Tears and snot flowed down his face and he cried out in pain. You swiped my black card and drove my car to show off your wealth. I tolerated it. You stared at the luxury goods like a pug and twisted your head to say that I had to buy it for you. I tolerated it. Now you actually dare to hit me. You actually dare to hit people. I'm telling you, I can't tolerate it anymore. Qi Yuji was wearing a grass-green dress. Her brown curly hair hung down to her waist. Her red lips and white skin made her look like a fairy jumping out of the forest. She hit Zhou Yu with her bag and calculated the bill very rationally. I don't want the small things that I gave you before. Give me back the 2004 Carina Section 42 Cabernet Sauvignon wine I gave you last month, the Sri Lanka Padma Sapphire tie clip I gave you last month, and the Richard Mille I gave you half a month ago. Give me back all of them. Oh right, Qi Yuji paused and pointed at the Gucci logo on Zhou Yu's clothes. I also bought these clothes. Brother-son, brotherly, Qi Yuji called the bodyguards who came with her. Take off his clothes and pants. Now, immediately, take them off. When Xianxia apologized to Zhou Yu and wanted to give Zhou Yu a gift, Qi Yuji was already there. This was her younger brother whom she had doted on since he was a child. How could he be so humble, and the person he was apologizing to didn't accept it? Qi Yuji was already furious at that time. She held back from scolding Zhou Yu because she wanted to see if Zhou Yu really dared to accept her younger brother's gift. In the end, not only did Dog Zhou accept it, but he also suspected that her younger brother bought fake goods. Later, he even hit her younger brother. He dared to hit her younger brother now. What would happen if he got married in the future? She definitely couldn't bring such a man into the family. The more Qi Yuji looked at her younger brother's bruised nose, the angrier she became. She ordered the bodyguards, strip him. The two bodyguards immediately rushed up. Old Zhang, who had been watching from the side, didn't expect that the boy he had been with day and night was such a person. He was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and followed the bodyguards to strip him. Zhou Yu's eyes were blurred by the chili sauce and couldn't see clearly. When he heard Qi Yuji's voice, he panicked. No. Baby, listen to me. It's not like that. I didn't want to dump you. I was just joking with this little bastard. Little bastard? Qi Yuji almost fainted from anger. She stomped her feet. Strip him. Yuji, baby, big baby. You let go of me. Unfortunately, no matter how Zhou Yu shouted, Qi Yuji didn't listen to him. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yu, who couldn't break free, was stripped down to his underwear by the two bodyguards and Old Zhang. The scene was extremely uncomfortable. Xianxia remembered that he was still on the live broadcast. He quickly turned around and ran back to put away his phone. Qi Yuji made a tisk sound. I actually bought this underwear for him. Brotherly, take it off too. Although the live broadcast was turned off, everything that had just happened had been recorded on the screen and in the memories of hundreds of thousands of viewers. However, Xianxia didn't have the time or the mood to look at her now. In his impression, Qi Yuji was a gentle and innocent girl who would cry for a long time when she was hurt in a relationship. That was why he hadn't told her about Zhou Yu's face. He wanted to kill her with one blow, so that she wouldn't be tricked by Zhou Yu and get hurt repeatedly. Who would have thought that she could rip off Zhou Yu's clothes so ruthlessly? Originally, Xianxia only wanted to force Zhou to quit the entertainment industry and leave Qiuji. Now, it seemed that this guy's naked body had been seen by the audience. It was no longer a problem that could be solved by quitting the entertainment industry. His reputation would be ruined. However, a green TB asterisk starred who deceived a girl's feelings wouldn't be pitted even if he went to hell. Xianxia had no sympathy for him at all. At most, he was afraid that he would scare Luo Qiuman with his naked body. Xianxia stopped the bodyguards and didn't let them rip off his last fig leaf. The situation gradually calmed down. Xianxia saw that Zhou was pressed to the ground by the bodyguards and couldn't move. He turned around and comforted Qiuji. "Sister, don't be angry. It's not worth it to be angry with him. No, he dared to hit you just now. Today, I must." "No, Xing, what did you call me just now?" "Xianxia, you called me sister?" Qiuji jumped 3 feet high in joy. "You called me sister. Xing called me sister. You haven't called me sister since you were in junior high." Qiuji's eyes turned red as she spoke. "Xing, do you know how long I've been waiting for you to say this?" Xianxia looked at the girl in front of him who was a head shorter than him. When Qiuji rushed up just now, every word she said was to blame Zhou for hitting him. She didn't mention anything about cheating money and feelings. He was just punched. Qiuji, who was in this relationship, was the biggest victim. However, when the incident happened, Qiuji completely forgot about him and put him first. What a selfless family. Xianxia subconsciously called out, "Sister." Zhou was still hugging his body and howling in pain. He didn't hear the conversation. It wasn't right to stand in the sun all the time. It was immoral. Xianxia looked around and said, "Let's go back first." Qiuji didn't force him. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you." Xianxia brought Qiuji to old Tai's house. There were surveillance cameras in Xianxia's yard. If it wasn't necessary, Xianxia didn't want Qiuji to be exposed to the cameras too much. Old Tai and Xianxia lived next door. Qiuji kept crying because of sister, which made Xianxia scratch his head. It was only when he gave her the gift he bought in Denmark that the thunderstorm turned into a sunny day. Qiuji held the bag and played with it. She kicked Zhou, whose hands were tied behind his back, with the tip of her shoe. How do I deal with him? I must have been blind. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in so much trouble now. How to deal with him? This was a tricky problem. Xianxia frowned. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Director Zhao. Without guessing, Xianxia knew that the news of Qiuji tearing the scumbag apart had spread. He ordered the bodyguards to take care of Qiuji and rushed back to the Xing residence. Director Zhao first scolded him to his face. After that, he threw the cigarette box and opened Weibo. Xianxia shamelessly went over to take a look. The video of his livestream was first shared by Xinguang and Night Sky. Then, seeing such a beautiful girl tearing apart the scumbag so valiantly, the netizens of Xinguang and Night Sky also shared it like crazy. Just like that, the video went viral. Most importantly, there were millions of scumbags. Countless girls had been hurt by them. But how many of these victims could seek justice for themselves like Qiuji? How many of them were hurt so badly that they could only lick their wounds in the middle of the night? Qiuji's actions were very satisfying. Director Zhao opened the comment section. Awesome. 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 I haven't felt this good in a long time. I met scumbags like him in university. Unfortunately, I was too young and not as good as the beautiful sister. If I meet him again, I just want to say that scumbags should walk at least 300 yards when they leave the house. Off topic, I also want to live a beautiful and rich life like him. Off topic again, the guy who started the livestream is quite good looking. Is there a portal? A group of people, Xianxia commented. Director Zhao glanced at Xianxia. Tell me the truth. Is it intentional or not? It's intentional and not intentional, Xianxia said honestly. I called the girl over on purpose, but I really didn't expect things to escalate to this point. Director Zhao was quite a smart person. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, he could roughly guess what had happened. He pulled out a cigarette and smacked it. I don't believe it if others say it's not intentional, but if you say it's not intentional, I believe it. But this is already considered an accident. The second stop has only been filming for 2 days and the flying guest is already involved in a scandal. Do you know how much trouble you've caused me? Where do you expect me to find a flying guest at the last minute? Besides, Zhou Yu is the sponsor. Sponsor? Director Zhao's phone vibrated before he could finish his sentence. When he saw the caller ID, he immediately put on a smile and ran out. When he came back, the frown on his face was completely gone. He smiled quite happily. All right, Xianxia, don't worry about it. The sponsor has also had a disagreement with Zhou Yu's side. He asked me to remove Zhou Yu directly. The post-production mosaic will be handled and the public relations will be handed over to them. That's great. Xianxia pretended to be relieved and nodded. He was too embarrassed to tell Director Zhao that his family was the sponsor. Director Zhao gave the order, and the post-production workers cut out the film in advance. Then, they quickly mosaicked Zhou Yu's face, covering it very well. Xianxia saw the video forwarded on the internet and was so angry that he directly threw his pen. Tell the captain to bring Yuji back and call the public relations department upstairs for a meeting. After receiving Xianxia's order, Xianxia sent Yuji to the Qi family's private jet and asked her to bring back the gifts for Father Qi and Brother Qi. The matter was completed satisfactorily. Xianxia was too lazy to look at Zhou Yu and left it to Director Zhao. Director Zhao also did not want to take over this hot potato. He ordered his assistant to help deal with the swollen walnut-like eyes and informed Zhou Yu's agent to come and pick him up. Xianxia asked the director's assistant for a band-aid and put it on in front of the mirror while dealing with the guest's interrogation. I really didn't know that the girl would come. It was all a coincidence. Ouch, Bai frowned. Let's go to the hospital to check the bridge of your nose. It's okay. I've fallen many times before and have experience. I'm sure it's not broken. Xianxia put an X on the bridge of his nose and turned around. The guests laughed. Ha 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 ha, Xianxia was depressed by their laughter. More importantly, he was afraid that they would continue to ask, so he found an excuse to escape. After everyone was done laughing, Lu Ziyu could not help but gossip. Why do you think Xianxia felt injustice for the girl? Could it be that he has feelings for her? It's very possible. Tao Tao analyzed. The girl is so beautiful. How many boys can resist her charm? I think they're a good match. Hey, look at Weibo. They have the same surname. It's fate. If I didn't know that Xianxia came from an ordinary family, I would have thought that they were a family. The three women's chatter drilled into his ears. Bai frowned and got up. Bai, didn't you just come back? Where are you going? Back to my room, Bai said. I'm a little tired. Rest. Taking care of Zhou Yu was the same as cutting off Qi Yuji's transformation into a vicious cannon fodder at the source. It was the same as saving his life. Xianxia woke up feeling refreshed. Before the other guests got up, he quickly got some water to wash his face. After washing up, he found Xiao Tai leaning against the iron door of the Xing family's house. He waved and smiled. You're looking for me? Come in. Xiao Tai came in with an exercise book in his hand. Brother Xianxia, I have a question for you. The cameraman who woke up earlier than the rooster yawned. Young man, your brother Xianxia didn't eat breakfast. Wait for him to finish. It's okay. Xianxia shook his head. It'll take a few minutes. Let me see. He took the exercise book and really did take a few minutes. Not only did he solve the questions, but he also wrote down the entire solution. Xiao Tai watched him write and was overjoyed to find that the questions he didn't know were so easy. Brother Xianxia, my classmates also want to ask you a question. Eat first, I'll ask them to wait. No need. Yangyi village wasn't big. How many kids of the same age could there be? Xianxia had a great time solving the questions. Let them all in. I'll finish it in 20 minutes. Okay, thank you brother Xianxia, Xiao Tai shouted. Come in. Then, 1, 3, 5, 8. They lined up and walked in. There were more than 40 F*King people in. The cameraman covered his head. Oh my god, how many students are there? 42, Xiaotai said shyly. The cameraman asked, how many students are there in your grade? Our school doesn't divide students into grades. Adding all the villages within 10 miles, there are only 2 classes with less than 100 students. There were less than 100 students in total, and 42 of them had come today. Half of the school had come. The cameraman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia's heroic expression gradually froze and turned into a blank and bitter smile. He ran to the table, grabbed a bun, and put it in his mouth. Come on. Thus, Xianxia was surrounded by the children that morning. It wasn't until Director Zhao came over to give the task that the children finally dispersed. Whose turn is it? Xianxia wiped his sweat. It's my turn, Teacher Xingxing. A girl raised her hand with a red face. There are 8 more behind me. Okay, I got it. I have to do my own work now. You can come and find me tomorrow morning. Is it too late? The girl hesitated for a moment. We have an exam at 9 tomorrow. Then come early. Come find me at 5. Xianxia set the time, sent the children away, and gathered with the guests. Director Zhao first teased Teacher Xingxing and raised the loudspeaker. As you all know, there was a small incident yesterday. The number of guests has been adjusted back to 6. I hope you won't be affected by it and don't respond to it on social media. Continue to work together to complete the task. Now, I'll announce today's task. Today, we will be doing a wilderness survival challenge. The props required for the task will be provided by the program. The requirements are. Director Zhao turned around and pointed behind him. You see those 2 mountains? The one on the left is called Panlong Mountain, and the one on the right is called Jufeng Mountain. You will need to find the pass key in each of these mountains to complete the task. The time limit for the task is 24 hours. If you can complete it before sunset today, you will trigger a hidden reward. The reward will be announced after the task is completed. When they heard the time limit, everyone could feel the difficulty of the task. There had never been a time limit before. Pass key? Lu Ziyu asked. Is it a normal key? You'll have to find it yourself. Director Zhao smiled. It's different from the things that grow on the mountain. Alright, put down your personal belongings and come with me. Everyone looked at each other and helplessly threw their backpacks back into their rooms. Panlong Mountain and Jufeng Mountain were about half an hour away from Yangyi village. In order to save energy, Tao Tao took out 200 yuan of travel funds and rented 2 tricycles from her fellow villagers. The closer they got to Panlong Mountain, the more everyone understood why the program limited the time to 24 hours. From afar, these 2 mountains were the flattest and shortest of the nearby mountains. It was only when they got closer that they realized that even the shortest of them was much taller than the mountains that had been developed. Xianxia glanced at Luo Qiuman and saw that she was slightly embarrassed. He asked Director Zhao, can I give the pass card to the other guests? Director Zhao, no, I reminded you yesterday that you must distribute it well. Xianxia, but, it's okay. Luo Qiuman took the initiative and said, do you want to give it to me, Xingxing? I work out regularly, so I should be able to hold on. Since Luo Qiuman said so, everyone could only bite the bullet and go to the stage supervisor to get the props. The props were 2 large bags. Zhang Yunfei opened them one by one. 2 tents, 6 hiking sticks, 6 sun hats, 1 basin, 6 rice bowls, 12 chopsticks, 1 lighter, 1 switchblade, and some seasonings. Seeing that he stopped, Lu Ziyu urged, go on. That's it, Zhang Yunfei said. That's it. That's it? No way. Tao Tao was surprised. Where's the food? It's only 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll climb 2 mountains and then return to the village, and that's if we find the key. If we can't find it, we'll have to spend the night in the mountains and not eat for more than 10 hours. Not eating or exercising for more than 10 hours was acceptable. However, climbing mountains was very tiring, and not eating was the same as asking for death. Zhang Yunfei also felt that something was wrong. The stage supervisor might have neglected to prepare the items. I'll go ask. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yunfei came back with a blank face. What did he say? Xianxia asked. Zhang Yunfei said. Director Zhao said, this episode's test is to survive in the wild. What's the point of surviving if we give you all the food? The guests, I want to curse. Zhang Yunfei could understand everyone's feelings. After comforting them, he said, why don't we go first? It's useless to stay here. Maybe we'll find the key later. Yes, Xianxia said. Let's take it one step at a time. There's always a way. The cameraman. You even came up with a jingle. The guests were in a better mood. Ha 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 ha, accompanied by a loud jingle, everyone slowly climbed up the mountain, looking around to see if there was anything that looked like a key. Unfortunately, they didn't find it until noon. Brother Yunfei, shouldn't we take a break? Tao Tao wiped her sweat. We've been walking for 3 hours. Luo Choman was also a little out of breath. Zhang Yunfei looked at the time. Okay, let's rest for an hour. I'll see if I can find some fruit to fill my stomach. Then you look for the fruit. I heard the sound of water nearby. I'll go get some water, Xianxia said. They asked the 3 girls to wait in a cool place. Xianxia took out a basin of water. Bai Yi said, I'll go with you. There might be fish in the water. Xianxia. You want to catch fish? The fish in the mountains are smarter than people. Without a fishing net, it might be a little difficult to catch them with your bare hands. Why do we have to catch them with our bare hands? Bai Yi took out a switchblade from his backpack. We can sharpen the branches to catch the fish. Xianxia, excuse me. What did you say? Xianxia was completely speechless. What kind of brainwashing had Bai Yi become? How could he think that using a branch to catch fish was easier than catching them with his bare hands? His real idol couldn't be so silly, Xianxia thought. However, he couldn't bear to break his fake idol's martial arts dream, so he still took Bai Yi with him. On the way, his fake idol picked up a branch as thick as a finger and used a knife to sharpen it like a pencil. He didn't say anything. After walking for more than 20 meters, they saw a stream. They didn't know if it was lucky or unlucky. The stream was cut off by a fallen tree trunk, forming a shallow pool. In the pool, several carps were swimming around leisurely. There really are fish. Bai Yi raised the branch and stood by the pool to observe for a moment. Then, he lifted his leg and was about to walk into the water. Xianxia was about to use the basin to catch the water when he paused. Eh? Where are you going? Over there to fish. Just like that? Bai Yi was puzzled. Then how do we get there? Xianxia was a little suffocated. He stood there for a while and struggled for a while. Then, he put down the basin and walked to Bai Yi's side. Then, he squatted down and rolled up Bai Yi's sweatpants bit by bit. If you go into the water like this, won't your pants get wet? Bai Yi wasn't a particularly naughty child when he was a child. He had never done things like catching fish or frogs in the water, so he had forgotten to roll up his pants. How could he let Xianxia do it for him? He quickly bent down and rolled up the other side. Thanks to his good body proportions, his calves were much longer than those of ordinary boys. They were slender and well-proportioned. Because of his years of dancing, they were full of explosive energy and vitality. Xianxia's eyes lingered on his bare calves for 3 seconds. In other people's eyes, rolling up their pants and holding a branch would most likely make them look silly. But this person wasn't like that. He was more like a knight holding a sword to slay a dragon. His appearance was the model of justice. Xianxia cleared his throat. Well, go ahead. Good luck. Bai Yi felt that this sentence was strange. It was as if he was being treated as a tool to spear the fish. He groped his way to the center of the pool and carefully observed the swimming trajectory of the fish. After finding the target and predicting its next movement, he raised his hand high. He missed. The fish ran away. He changed the target. He missed. The fish ran away again. He couldn't help but frown and analyze the reasons for his repeated failures. At this time, someone behind him said, "Why don't you spear it?" There was an unconcealable smile in the voice. Bai Yi subconsciously turned his head. He saw the boy standing behind him, rolling up his pants like him. His eyes were curved. On his thin single eyelids, the blue veins were faintly visible. Don't laugh. Bai guessed at once. You already knew that you couldn't spear the fish like this? Xianxia's fan was very bad. No, I just found out. Who would dare to believe a monkey? Bai threw away the branch and snorted. Xianxia felt guilty for deceiving him for so long. He said flatteringly, actually, I have a way to catch fish. Oh? Bai smiled faintly. Teacher Xianxia, please enlighten me. Teacher Xianxia was how Xiao Tai's classmates addressed him. When it came out of Bai's mouth, there was an inexplicable feeling to it. Xianxia rubbed his nose, which was rare. Bai saw that he was embarrassed and asked, Teacher Xianxia, why aren't you saying anything? Okay, stop shouting. Xianxia hurriedly begged for mercy. I'll say it now. His method was to let Bai drive the fish at one end, and he used a basin to catch the fish at the other end. This was an old-fashioned way to catch fish when he was young. As long as the fish were thick enough, he could catch a few. Bai really listened to Teacher Xianxia's words and did so. He buckled one and threw the other onto the shore. In the end, the two of them dragged the basin together. There wasn't much water in it, and it was densely packed with fish. Zhang Yunfei had returned to the temporary resting place empty-handed. It was not the ripe season. The fruits on the branches were very small and sour. The more he ate, the hungrier he became. Everyone was worried about how to fill their stomachs. Now that they saw that Xianxia had a bountiful harvest, they were happy that they could have a picnic like in the TV series. As they laughed, they realized that they were a little embarrassed. Wait, we don't have anything. How can we make fish? Among them, Luo Qiuman and Tao Tao knew how to cook, but they had no experience surviving in the wild. Zhang Yunfei had experience surviving in the wild, but he didn't know how to cook. So Xianxia sighed. Now listen to me. Do whatever I tell you to do, okay? Okay, they said in unison. Brother Yunfei, pick up the dry and thin branches. Sister Ziyu, you and Sister Tao Tao find some edible wild vegetables on Baidu. Our lives are in your hands. Don't try anything poisonous. Sister Qiuman, I'll leave the dishes and chopsticks to you. As for the rest. Xianxia imagined how Bai would look like when he used the branches to spear the fish. Stay here and help me clean up the fish. Yes, sir. Everyone did as they were told. Soon, only Xianxia and Bai were left under the tree. When they were by the water, Xianxia had done some preliminary processing on the fish. The scales and organs had been cleaned. Bai pointed at the basin. What else do we need to do? Bring the seasoning. Bai gave him the seasoning. What are you going to do? Roast half and stew the other half. Soup alone won't help with hunger. Bai wasn't good at cooking. He sat on the side and watched Xianxia sprinkle seasoning on the fish. Teacher Xianxia, Bai watched for a while and said, Is there anything I can do for you? Or you can teach me and I'll help you. There's no need, Xianxia said honestly. It's better not to help a newbie. If you feel bad about it, Xianxia thought for a while and said, Sing a song. After transmigrating into Peaches of the Night, he had been running around for his life. He rarely had the chance to listen to songs. Although this was a fake idol, it had reached the point where it could be mistaken for the real one. It was good to listen to it occasionally. Singing was Bai's specialty. Without hesitation, he sang his classic lyrical song. Listening to it on the radio and in person was different from listening to it in person. The low and magnetic male voice flowed slowly in the quiet forest in spring. Even the wind couldn't help but tremble. Xianxia was unconsciously immersed in it. After singing the song, he couldn't help but think of his true idol. Uncontrollable love and admiration overflowed from the bottom of his heart and spread to the corners of his mouth. Bai saw his expression and knew that he was in a good mood. He asked softly, Xianxia, where did you learn to cook? He almost never asked about other people's private lives. First, it was impolite. Second, few people aroused his curiosity. But the reaction of the little fan 2 nights ago made him uncomfortable. He couldn't help but want to find out. Xianxia was indeed in a good mood. He smiled and said, I don't know why. I just learned to cook by myself. Bai heard something different. Didn't anyone cook for you when you were young? You can't say that. I'm not that poor, Xianxia said. I can cook for myself. At this moment, the assistant who had just been released from Bai's singing joined the conversation. Xianxia, you're good-looking, have a good temper, and can cook. The girl who marries you will be very happy. Bai suddenly thought of Zhou Yu's girlfriend and glanced at Xianxia. Hey, why are you so worried about my life? Xianxia was busy braising the fish and joked without looking up. I'm in Poor Traveler, not if you're the one, right? Everyone did a good job. Xianxia lived up to everyone's expectations. He found an open space and made 2 fires. One was roasting fish, and the other was stewing soup. Roasting fish required sticking branches into the fish. Xianxia couldn't bear to let the girls do such a bloody thing. He called the 2 men over and took out a pile of branches he had just sharpened. He pointed at them and said, "How do you use these branches? Let me show you how." Then, he aimed the tip at the fish's open mouth, and with a poof sound, he stabbed it in. Bai was speechless. After stabbing the fish, Lu Ziyu said, "How are we going to stew the fish soup? We don't have a pot. What do you think we're doing with the basin?" Xianxia said, "In the program's mind, we don't need to wash our faces. The sloppier we are, the more attractive we are. So it's." Xianxia held the basin full of water and set it over the fire. "It's a pot." Lu Ziyu was speechless. Director Zhao was speechless. "You little monkey, I hope your fish is burnt." Unfortunately, things didn't go according to Director Zhao's wishes. Not long after, the fish grill began to smell. Not long after, the smell of the fish pot almost enveloped the mountain. Zhang Yunfei tentatively tasted it first, and his expression changed from worry to shock. "Wow, pure wild fish is delicious. Everyone, come and eat." The guests rushed up and ate heartily. Bai was always the last to eat. Xianxia quickly grabbed a fish from the fish grill and secretly stuffed it into Bai's hand. They ate happily, but the program crew felt a little uncomfortable. As the flagship variety show of Maimong TV, the program team of Budget Travel had always maintained the best treatment. No matter where they went, there was a team of chefs responsible for 3 meals, and there were several dishes a day. Today, they had to go up the mountain to shoot, and the camera equipment was too heavy. In order to travel light, the director only asked the stage supervisor to bring bread, biscuits, sausages, and other fast food. Compared to the guests' hot and fragrant fish soup, it was simply not a meal for humans. Xianxia didn't forget to think about how to find the pass key while eating. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of half of the program crew, who were looking at him eagerly. He had an idea. He washed his bowl, poured a bowl of fish soup, and took a hot grilled fish. He went to the small stage supervisor in the corner. The small stage supervisor was a girl. When she saw Xianxia approaching, she blushed. "Xianxia, are you looking for me?" "Yes." He nodded. "The biscuits are too choking. Have some soup." "Are you really giving it to me?" The small stage supervisor swallowed quietly and reached out to take it. Before she touched the bowl, she retracted her hand. "No, Xianxia, are you trying to trick me?" Xianxia choked, feeling offended. Was this his image in the minds of the program crew? "I'm not trying to trick you," Xianxia explained. "I'm afraid you won't eat well, so I asked what the passkey looks like." "I knew it." The stage supervisor felt lucky that she didn't fall for it. She waved her hand. "Xianxia, the director doesn't want me to reveal it, so I can't tell you. He's eating in his tent and can't see it. Only you and I know." The cameraman who was too lazy to follow them and zoomed in, did he think that he was invisible? Xianxia still didn't give up. He waved the white fish soup in front of her and tried to persuade her. "Also, I only asked what the passkey looks like. I didn't ask where you hid it, so it's not against the rules." The small stage supervisor thought about it. What he said made sense. The passkey. She gritted her teeth. In the end, she couldn't resist the double temptation of a handsome man and delicious food. The passkey is made into the shape of a fruit with a wax mold. Don't ask me what fruit it is. I can only tell you this much. Okay. Xianxia agreed very generously. He then gave her all the food and went back to report excitedly. When you look for the pass key, look up. The program crew made the pass key into a fruit and hung it on the tree. The stage supervisor. She forgot that in the mountains, only trees could bear fruit. In order to make it look realistic, the props team hung the key on a real fruit tree. The guests only needed to look at the trees that bore fruit as they walked. Pine, poplar, and the like were eliminated at a glance. An hour later, they found the first pass key at the peak of Panlong Mountain. 4 hours later, they found the second pass key in the valley of Fingji Mountain and returned home. Director Zhao and Assistant Li were dumbfounded. Did any of the guests have the power of divination? It was so difficult to find the pass key. Why didn't they find it at night? They didn't even use the tents prepared for them. What was even more infuriating was that after completing the mission, Xianxia's cleverness came back. Sister Tao Tao, we don't need to go back the way we came. We can go down the mountain from Fingji Mountain and find the villagers below to take a taxi or rent a car. The props team leader, who had prepared many scary props in hopes of filming the guests exploring the mountains at night, said, "Oh, F***CK. Don't invite this kid next season." Just like every day, after the guests returned to their rooms to tidy up, the director called everyone out and announced today's mission reward. Because you have fulfilled the condition of completing the mission before sunset, you have triggered the hidden reward. This time, the reward is, Tao Tao, pass card? No, Director Zhao said, the hidden reward this time is a wish card. It can complete the wish of one of your guests that is related to the mission. It will expire after 10 minutes. Everyone did not quite understand and looked at each other. Director Zhao continued, how about this, let me give an example. For example, if the wish card is given to Ziyu, Ziyu can make a wish and withdraw from all the missions in the future. The reward will not be reset to 0. Do you understand this time? I understand. In that case, the wish card had more power than the pass card. It could achieve the effect of once and for all. To be honest, these few missions all required a lot of mental or physical strength. After a few days of non-stop work, other than the energetic young men, everyone else was exhausted. The appearance of this wish card was the ark that brought them out of hell. No one did not want it. In fact, the program team's intention of setting up the wish card at this juncture was very obvious. They wanted to see everyone tear each other apart. Now that their team was too harmonious, there would be no sparks, and the explosive points would become fewer and fewer. Originally, the conflict between Lu Ziyu and Xianxia could still be used as material. A godly editing would cause a war, and poor traveler would reap the benefits. Later on, for some unknown reason, Lu Ziyu actually gave up on targeting Xianxia and turned to protect him everywhere. The program team also had their own difficulties. Fortunately, they had many ways to start a war. Director Zhao smiled. Don't forget that the wish card's time limit is only 10 minutes. 3 minutes have already passed. Have you thought of who to give it to? The leader, Zhang Yunfei, was in a difficult position. The more difficult it was for him, the happier Director Zhao was. He counted down on his watch. There are 6 minutes left, 5 minutes left, 4 minutes left. Yunfei, are you sure you don't want to say it? No, if you don't say it now, there's really no time left. Zhang Yunfei stomped his foot. I'll say it. Maybe you'll think I'm biased, but this time. I still want to give the card to Xianxia, huh? Lu Ziyu was confused. You also want to give it to Xianxia? If I had known, I wouldn't have held back. Hey, what's all this about? Luo Choman slapped her thigh. I was afraid of causing internal conflict, so I didn't dare to say it. My first reaction was to give it to Xianxia, but you didn't say anything and nodded. The only one who really didn't care was Xianxia. Director Zhao, who was waiting for the guests to tear each other apart, was also stunned. Damn, this kid shouldn't be called a monkey anymore. He should be called a little goblin, but at this point, there was no use in struggling. Director Zhao threw the card to Xianxia without much interest. There's still 2 minutes left, hurry up and think of a wish. Wow, Xianxia, you have to think about it carefully. Yeah, why don't you not participate in the rest of the mission? You're the most tired these days, so you can take a break. Or you can make a wish to increase your personal reward so that you can use it in the next episode. Or, Xianxia's ears were blocked by other people's suggestions, so he didn't listen to a single one of them. He raised his hand quickly. I've thought about it. Director Zhao, so fast? Yeah. Then tell me. My wish is that if you know how we're going to complete the mission today, you can't scold your employees. In the last row of the program, the little stage supervisor who had been worried about leaking information was stunned. So he wasn't just using her. Everyone was exhausted from climbing the mountain today. After taking a quick shower and lying in bed, the courtyard fell into silence. Xianxia was still thinking about the livestream of Zhouyu, so he opened Weibo before going to bed. Under the clever operation of the public relations team, all the dirt on Zhouyu from birth until now was dug up and spread widely. The screenshot of his face covered in chili sauce was also made into an emoji pack for widespread use, directly nailing him to the pillar of shame of being a scumbag. And the biggest beneficiary of this incident was Qiuji. Xianxia and Qiuji's Weibo were accidentally dug up. Xianxia's followers increased from more than 900,000 to 1 million. Qiuji was different. As the protagonist of this incident, her followers directly jumped from 1.3 million to nearly 2 million. However, there was no lack of netizens with opposing views on this incident. Many people guessed that this was a joint publicity stunt by Xianxia and Qiuji. And the number was not small. Immediately, a large group of anti-fans rushed in aggressively, scolding Xianxia for being disgusting and using other people's private problems to create hype. There were even some who said that Xianxia shouldn't be jumping around anymore, and that he should just go to hell. Xianxia was speechless. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable being cursed by countless people who didn't know him? As a public figure, he couldn't confront them directly. Xianxia thought about it and felt that anything he said might distort the true meaning, so he got up and took a photo of the night sky outside the window. Without any caption, he directly typed out a Weibo post. Perhaps it had something to do with the word "yi" in his idol's name. In his heart, the night was the most tolerant. It could contain all the beauty in the world, and also all the filth in the world. In the end, as time passed, night after night, the scars would gradually be erased, and all the past would eventually become memories, dissipating in the long river of time. Xianxia looked up at the moon for a while and finally calmed down. When he got into bed, he scrolled through his phone and suddenly found that comments and notifications of increasing fans were piled up in his taskbar. What was going on? Did Xianxia buy trending searches for him again? Xianxia frowned and opened Weibo. Bai Yi became your fan. Xianxia's hand trembled, and his phone fell onto his face. It happened to hit the bridge of his nose. Xianxia was in so much pain that he saw stars. He still couldn't believe it. He clicked on Bai Yi's homepage and clicked on follow. The 3 eye-catching words Xianxia were at the top. That's right, the male lead did follow him. As a top influencer with more than 80 million fans, Bai Yi's effect was unprecedented. With just a click on follow, Xianxia's homepage instantly boiled over. The post with the most comments was the one he just posted on Weibo. Frowny face night sky sightseeing group is here to check in. Night sky 1, wow, look at this guy too. Do handsome guys only make friends with handsome guys? I suddenly remember that this guy seemed to have sat in Brother Ye's car before. The last post talked about going to Maimon TV's headquarters to record the narration of Poverty Traveler. That day, Xianxia didn't have a car, so Bai Yi gave him a ride. Ah, I remember too. He even brought water for Brother Yi, right? That's right. In that case, I suddenly feel that there might be something wrong between them. Upstairs, you're observant. I took a look. Among the 6 guests recording Poverty Traveler, Brother Yi only followed Xianxia. RWKK. It's true. F*CK, if there's really a problem. Yixing and Yixing's looks are too good. Ah. Only followed him? Xianxia thought about it. Bai Yi didn't seem to follow any other guests just now. What did he mean, then? Xianxia's face turned red. What did he mean by there was a problem? What problem could there be between the two of them? Besides, Bai Yi and Tao Tao would be stuck together like glue in the end, okay? He had an official matchmaker, okay, this group of fans was really. What kind of cult was this? Fortunately, they didn't have any contact before, so cults were rare. Not long after, members of Baiye's anti-defamation team and Dewey came to comment, pushing the comments about the couple to the bottom. There were many people who scolded Xianxia, but he chose to ignore them. After thinking for a moment, he returned to Baiye. After that, he switched to Yearning at Dusk sub-account. Recently, he had been using this account every day to forward some news about Baiye to confirm his identity as Night Sky. Under the hard work of the fans who bought it, this account already had close to 50,000 fans. Xianxia opened the photo album on his phone and browsed through it. He found 2 photos of Baiye in Denmark taken from afar. Yearning at Dusk, Gidge's photo of poor traveler, I'm super handsome. Big eye picture. In the past, when he was chasing his true idol, he didn't say anything like this. He didn't even repost much. His fake idol was really lucky. The next day, Xianxia got up with difficulty and washed his face casually after promising Xiao Tai to teach him the questions at 5 o'clock. He yawned and walked out. The children were already waiting for him in the yard. Xiao Tai asked, "Brother Xianxia, have you had breakfast?" "No, I'll eat after I finish teaching you. I brought some pancakes made by my mom." Xiao Tai took out a metal lunchbox from behind him. "If you don't mind, pancakes?" Xianxia interrupted him, his eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. "I love biscuits the most. Thank your mother for me." He opened the lunchbox and stuffed a big piece into his mouth. The quality of the pancakes was average and hard. It couldn't be compared to the ones he ate at the Qi family. But he was quite satisfied. After Xiao Tai saw it, the cautious look on his face faded away. Seeing that he was eating happily, the last little girl from yesterday suddenly took out 2 eggs from her pocket. "That. Teacher Xianxia, actually, I also brought you something to eat. These are free-range eggs that my family's chicken just laid." "Xianxia, give it to me." The tanned little boy behind the girl said, "Teacher Xianxia, I brought milk from my family's cow." "Xianxia, give it to me." "Teacher Xianxia, I brought apples. I brought tomatoes. I brought pickles. I brought." "Xianxia, give it to me." But he couldn't eat all the food the children gave him. He was afraid that he would die on the spot before the lesson was over. In the end, all the food was given to the guests. 2 hours later, Luo Qiumon finished a set of exercises. She touched the table and said, "Brother Zeng, is there a happy occasion today? Breakfast is so sumptuous." "It's not me. It's Xianxia's students," Xianxia said. "It saves me the trouble of making it myself." Lu Ziyu picked up a piece of pickle and threw it into her mouth. "It's quite delicious. Eat more if it's delicious. Don't waste their good intentions." Xianxia, who had just sent the children away, said, "It's not just delicious." Xianxia's wife smiled. "It's a blessing for the children who eat rice from hundreds of families. If he was blessed, he wouldn't have transmigrated into the book to be cannon fodder." Xianxia thought to himself. He glanced at Baiyi, who was eating breakfast slowly. This guy didn't mention a word about his following on Weibo last night. Xianxia couldn't help but whisper, "You're following last night. Did your hand slip?" "No." Baiyi looked straight ahead. "Then, did your agent order it?" Baiyi glanced at him. "That's not it either. Did you order it yourself?" Xianxia couldn't believe it. "But why did you only follow me and not others?" Baiyi, he found that this little fan was very smart when he was smart, but also really stupid when he was stupid. He picked up a tomato from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. "Because you're lucky." According to the usual practice, the mission was released after the meal. In order to have more highlights, the 4 directors changed the mission overnight last night. The difficulty and confrontation were increased, and they buried a few fuses. "Humph, I don't believe that I can't take care of that little vixen." Director Zhao picked up the loudspeaker with a proud face. "Let me talk about today's mission. Oh, are you guys busy?" At this time, a woman in her 50s ran through the door. She was wearing shabby but clean clothes, and her hair was neatly tied behind her head. It was Widow Sun, the one who lent Xianxia a quilt. The yard was full of people. She stopped and rubbed her fingers on the hem of her clothes. I'm sorry, I'll come back later. No need. Xianxia hurriedly stopped her. Aunt Sun, just say it. He promised Widow Sun that she could come to the Xing family to find him if she needed anything. Now that she was in such a hurry, there must be something she needed help with. Sure enough, Widow Sun said, my daughter's wedding is tomorrow, but the MC ate something bad this morning and was sent to the hospital with food poisoning. I see that you're pretty and have a clear voice. Do you think you can help me? The news of a big video platform recording program had spread in the village. Widow Sun knew Xianxia's identity as an artist. The MC was sent to the hospital, and she couldn't find anyone else. Her first reaction was to come to Xianxia. Xianxia had always been a man of his word. He immediately agreed. Okay, I'll go with you. Eh? Director Zhao hurriedly stopped him. You're recording the program. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Zhao. Xianxia took out a card. I'll pass today's mission with a pass card. You guys go ahead and record first. I'll apologize to you tonight. After that, Xianxia and Widow Sun left. Director Zhao, who had finally gotten a difficult mission and was eager to try and take advantage of Xianxia, wanted to cry but had no tears. This kid, he's pretty King lucky. Director Zhao was so angry that he put his hands on his hips. Bai glanced in the direction where Xianxia disappeared and frowned. Xianxia couldn't see any of this. He had already arrived at Widow Sun's house. In the clean and bright hall, the male and female relatives gathered together. They were like ants on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around. As soon as Widow Sun opened the door, the man's mother immediately greeted her. Found him. Why is it a child? Widow Sun smiled apologetically. He's a celebrity. There's no problem with his eloquence. Celebrity? I've never seen him on TV. The man's mother looked left and right. The more she looked, the more she felt that Xianxia was just for show. He didn't know how to do things properly. But she couldn't think of any other way at the moment. The man's mother reluctantly waved her hand. Forget it, forget it. I hope it's like what you said. Sai, look, my son is so outstanding. He married your daughter and didn't ask you to do anything else. Even hiring an MC can cause problems. Let me tell you, in-law. If the wedding banquet isn't done well, I won't pay a single cent for the MC. Hearing this, Widow Sun's expression was awkward. She didn't say anything. From the man's mother's attitude toward Widow Sun, Xianxia could tell that the man had taken advantage of his better conditions to control Widow Sun and her son. Okay. Without hesitation, Xianxia agreed on Widow Sun's behalf. But my price is twice that of other MCs. If I do a good job, you have to pay according to the rules. With your family's conditions, you should be able to afford this small amount of money. The man's mother was stunned. She gritted her teeth and said, what can't I afford? Xingxing Widow Sun didn't know what Xianxia was trying to do. Xianxia patted her arm, indicating that she shouldn't worry. For some reason, although this child was young, he gave off a very reassuring feeling. Widow Sun acquiesced to his words and began to familiarize him with the customs. The customs here weren't complicated. Before long, Xianxia finished learning, and Widow Sun took him to the auditorium to check out the place. The auditorium was located between Yangyi village and another village. The stage was open air, and the spacious floor was covered with a red carpet. There were sound systems, microphones, and other equipment. The effect wasn't good, but it was loud enough. When one roared, it could be heard from a mile away. After checking out the front stage, Xianxia went backstage. There were plastic fake flowers, a bubble machine, and other small things in the old cabinet. Then, he was attracted by a red mound piled up in the corner. It was a set of props for the lion dance. Because it had been there for too long, it was covered with a thin layer of dust. Xianxia took them out one by one, gently wiped the dirt from the lion's eyes, and packed them back to the Xing family. When he finished writing the lines and designing the program, it was already 21 o'clock. He put on the lion's head and used the moonlight to gesture a few times in the courtyard. Then he patted his head regretfully. If he didn't count the ball setter, the lion dance required at least 2 actors to perform together, Now that he was the only one, how could he dance? What's wrong? He was worried when Baiye's voice came from behind him. Are you in trouble? Yes, Qi. Xianxia answered and told him the truth. I want to do a lion dance for Auntie Sun's wedding, but I don't have enough people. Baiyi looked at his lowered eyes. What are the conditions for the lion dance? The body is soft and flexible. It's best if you have some foundation in dancing. I can teach you the rest. Okay, I got it. After Baiyi finished speaking, he picked up the lion's suit and put it on quickly. He had an excellent figure and still looked tall and slender in this costume. It didn't look like a lion dance, but more like a catwalk. Xianxia's eyes darted around and he wasn't sure. You want to help me with the lion dance? Sigh. Baiyi couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that this was his fan. He couldn't scold or hit him. Baiyi reached out to straighten the lion's head and said in a low voice. It's late, Mr. Xing. Let's start class. Xing sensei was a little confused. The male protagonist was wearing his idol's face and talking to him at such a close distance. Especially in the dead of night, there was no one around, and everything was silent. Ahem. Xianxia's legs were a little weak, and he couldn't help but take a step back. You can talk, but why are you so close to me? Baiyi was very innocent. Just now, he saw the little fan in a difficult situation from the window of the room, so he came out. In the end, he didn't rest in the middle of the night and accompanied the little fan to dance the lion dance, but he was actually disliked for talking too close to him. Life is really hard. His idol sighed. Baiyi didn't say anything. He picked up the embroidered ball and studied it for a while. Not long after, Xianxia finally recovered. He quietly took out a few stools and used them as the plum blossom poles. Then he snatched the ball from Baiye's hand, stood on the stool, and wanted to hang it on the eaves. He raised his hands and feet with all his strength, but he couldn't touch it. Come down, Baiyi said. I'll try. Xianxia obeyed, and Baiyi went up. He was tall and had long arms. In a few minutes, he grabbed the tassels on both sides of the embroidered ball and hung it on the eaves. This time, it was Xianxia's turn to feel wronged. In real life, he was taller than the original owner and was about half a head shorter than Baiyi. Unlike now, he was a head shorter than Baiyi and couldn't even hang an embroidered ball. Baiyi jumped off the stool lightly, patted the dust on his hands, and asked, Is there anything else that needs to be arranged? We have the plum blossom poles and the embroidered ball. No need. Okay. Baiyi tilted his head at him. Then let's do it. It had to be said that this kind of idol was very charming. Xianxia began to explain obediently. There are a lot of technical moves in the lion dance. We don't need to be so professional. We just need to show the atmosphere of the lion celebration. The steps and movements have to be light. The movements that will definitely be used are the poles and jumps on the poles, which need the two of us to cooperate to complete. Baiyi didn't understand. How? It's like a lift, Xianxia said. You hold my waist and lift me onto the plum blossom pile. Then, you use my strength to jump up. When Baiyi attended the New Year's Eve party, he had seen a lion dance performance. He had some recollection of what the little fan had said. He walked behind him while recalling. She put her hands on both sides of his waist and asked, Is that so? Yeah. Why are you so skinny? Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia? Isn't your focus a little off? It was as if all the blood in his body had flowed to his head. Within 3 seconds, Xianxia's face quickly turned red, as if it was dripping blood. Fortunately, the culprit was behind him, so he couldn't see his expression. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Study hard. Eat more in the future. Baiyi did not give up. Xianxia was speechless. I'll supervise you. Xianxia felt like he was about to suffocate. However, he wasn't the kind of person who didn't know what was good for him. He forced himself to nod. Only then did Baiyi let him go. He exerted a little force, and Xianxia's feet fell into the air. Do you want to lift it like this? How high is it? Baiyi continued to raise his arm. Do you want it higher? He was a living man. Why did he say it as if he was lifting a cabbage? Xianxia was confused for the umpteenth time tonight. It depends on the height of the plum blossom pile. Xianxia told himself that this was work. He took a deep breath and said, let's go to the pile and take a look. Okay. Bai lifted Xianxia and walked to the stool. Xianxia was speechless. Can't you put him down? However, Bai was very smart. He knew at a glance which height to lift him to. According to the method described, after putting him up, he also used his strength to jump up. Is that right? Bai asked. Xianxia was quite surprised that he could do this on his first lion dance. Yes, that's about right. Because the lion head needs to control the lion's eyes, mouth, and other expressions. I can only be the lion head, and you can be the lion tail. You'll have to bend over during the performance. This time, it'll be hard on you. Bai grunted and did not say anything. Considering that Bai was inexperienced and that a wedding banquet did not need to be so professional, Xianxia's choreography was very simple. It only required 4 piles. Before long, Bai had learned them all. After putting on a full set of lion clothes and pants, putting on the lion head and lion tail and practicing a few times, the two of them were basically done. Xianxia selected the music he had chosen and played it. Bai's dancing skills were very strong. He did not need Xianxia to remind him to beat. In fact, he found the rhythm more accurately than him. The two of them cooperated well throughout the song. There were no problems like falling off the pile or stepping on feet. Xianxia had learned lion dance when he was a child. After that, he had never touched a lion head. It had been a long time since he had played to his heart's content. In the countryside, the bride was usually picked up early. As the MC, Xianxia not only had to preside over the wedding banquet, but he also had to follow the scene from the moment the groom was ready to leave. He arrived at the groom's residence at 3 in the morning. It was in town. It was not big, and the decorations were average. He did not know where the groom's mother's inexplicable sense of superiority came from. After exchanging a few words with the groom, who was putting on makeup, he felt much more at ease. The groom was different from his mother. He looked very gentle and seemed like someone who doted on his wife. Seeing that Xianxia was unfamiliar, the groom's relative was puzzled. You are? I'm the MC of today's wedding banquet. Whoa. The relative slapped his thigh and joked, with such a good-looking young man as the MC, won't our nephew's limelight be completely stolen? In order to avoid this problem, Xianxia only wore the formal suit that Qiuji had given him. His hair was uncombed. Xianxia thought to himself, there will be more good-looking men later. I can't control that. At 4 o'clock, the groom finished his makeup and went to the groom's house to pick up the bride. When they arrived at the auditorium, it was a little past 5. Xianxia looked at the guests sitting below and almost fainted. The entire budget traveler crew, including the guests, were all sitting in the last row. There was still some time before the ceremony began. He ran down and said, Brother Yunfei, why are you here? This is your hosting debut. We have to come to cheer you on, Zhang Yunfei said with a smile. And Director Zhao thinks this is good material, so he wants to come and film it. Xianxia had no choice. Then try to keep a low profile. Don't cause a commotion among the guests. After instructing Zhang Yunfei, he found the couple and told them about the program crew coming to film. Many people didn't want to be exposed to the public, so he had to respect the opinions of ordinary people. The couple was very open-minded. The groom said, with so many people witnessing our happiness, of course I'm willing. Me too, the bride said. And I really like Bai. If he can attend my wedding. My God, I can't imagine it. This will be the most unforgettable moment in my life. When she said this, the longing and expectation on the bride's face were obvious. Bai, who came to find Xianxia, happened to bump into her. He thought for a moment and retreated behind the scenes. While Xianxia was discussing with the couple, Director Zhao had settled the parents and guests of both parties. At the auspicious time of 6 a.m., the wedding officially began. Xianxia came out from backstage with a microphone. The guests below were in an uproar. Oh my God, this MC is so handsome. Which village is this kid from? Does he have a girlfriend? My granddaughter is 22 years old this year. She's single. Tisk tsk, uncle, are you old and confused? Isn't this a celebrity who came to film a show? He was hanging around the village 2 days ago. Have you forgotten? Oh, a celebrity also has to find a partner to start a family. After the ceremony, I'll take him to see my granddaughter. Xianxia tried the microphone, gathered his emotions, and said the first opening speech. Acrobatic performances required announcements. Because he was good-looking, he was often sent to make a guest appearance, so he wasn't afraid. The atmosphere was immediately stirred up by him. Luo Qiuman and the others also applauded and praised. I didn't believe director Zhao when he said that Xianxia was a little fairy. Now I believe it. This kid is really smart. Then the newcomers came on stage. After the two sides changed their names and exchanged rings, it was time for the newcomers to toast and perform. Xianxia went backstage to change into the lion suit. Bai Yi was already dressed and waiting for him. The two looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, they put on the lion's head and lion's tail. The moment they jumped on the stage with the beat of the drums, the audience was stunned for a moment. Lion dance was a very ancient art. In recent years, with the increase of musical instruments, dance, and other arts, fewer parents chose to send their children to learn martial arts and lion dance. It was rare to see lion dance live. Especially after going on stage, Xianxia lifted his leg very lightly and jumped high. He shook the lion's eyes and moved the lion's mouth twice. The image of a little lion that had just come out of the mountains and was very curious about everything was vivid in front of him. It was charmingly naive and lively. It was not something that could be done by an amateur. As the beat of the drums gradually increased, the little lion played on the plum blossom pile, sometimes jumping around and sometimes jumping up to express its joy. Finally, it found the red embroidered ball at the top. After trying to get close and pick it several times, Xianxia whispered in the lion's head, "It's the last time." Okay, pay attention. After Bai Yi finished speaking, he lifted Xianxia's waist and lifted him directly to his shoulder. Xianxia sat on Bai Yi's shoulder, took off the embroidered ball, solemnly held it in his mouth, and threw it to the most beautiful and happiest bride of the day. Loud firecrackers sounded. The bride received the embroidered ball and cried with joy. The guests also cheered and applauded for the cuteness of the little lion and the beautiful meaning behind it. In the midst of the bustle, Xianxia pulled Bai Yi back to the backstage and raised his fist at Bai Yi. "Thank you for your hard work. Happy working with you." When he spoke, his eyebrows, eyes, and the corners of his mouth were all raised. Compared to his usual reserved and mature appearance, Bai Yi realized for the first time that he was also a lively and energetic young man. Therefore, Bai Yi smiled and bumped fists with him. "Happy working with you." When the two fists touched, Bai Yi's hand was a little colder, and Xianxia's hand was a little warmer. Xianxia was secretly curious. Bai Yi's body temperature seemed to be naturally lower than other people's. But when he pinched his waist, why did he feel so hot? Oh, right, Teacher Xianxia. At this moment, Bai Yi pulled his thoughts back. As he changed his clothes, he said, "Sing a song for the bride with me." Xianxia was stunned. "Why do you want to sing?" "She's my fan." Oh. He really doted on his fans. Xianxia inexplicably felt sour. After drawing a few circles on the ground with the tip of his foot, he said, "Sure, what do you want to sing?" Bai Yi had never sung a wedding song before. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with a popular duet song. "Today You're Marrying Me." After Bai Yi suggested the title of the song, Xianxia's first reaction was, "I want to sing the boy part." "I can't get married." Bai Yi said, "There's a rap in the boy part. Can you do it?" Oh. Xianxia accepted her fate and said, "Then I'll sing the girl part." Just like that, Xianxia was forced to find an accompaniment and return to the dance with Bai Yi. All the guests thought that after watching the lion dance, the performance would be over. After all, it was hard to find a more interesting performance than the lion dance. Until two handsome men came up with microphones. One was the MC of the wedding just now. He was wearing a beige suit, with short hair lying on his forehead obediently. His chin was small, and his single eyelids were clear and innocent. The other was a strange handsome man who she had never seen before. His bangs were combed, revealing his smooth forehead. The sleeves of his black shirt were rolled up to his forearms. His skin was cold and pale, and his expression was indifferent. He exuded a strong charm and offensive power. Who is this young man in the black shirt? Why does he look so familiar? Me too. He seems to have participated in some show. Hey, did he appear on the New Year's gala? Oh, I think so. I think his name is. The uncles, aunts, and grandparents in the guest seats immediately began to discuss, while the bride, who was halfway through her toast, was stunned. Am I seeing things? Is he Bai? Is he the light that has been silently guiding me for a long time? When she learned that Bai was coming to the village to record a show, she only went to the Xing family's house once because of the hurry to prepare for the wedding and the constant nitpicking of the groom's parents. She didn't see Bai and didn't find another opportunity after that. She didn't expect that he would come to her wedding today. Bai glanced around and then fell on the bride. Hello, everyone. I'm Bai. Today is my fan's wedding. Here, I want to give her a song. A cheerful and sweet prelude sounded. Bai raised the microphone, and beautiful notes jumped out. The warm spring flowers take away the sadness of winter / the gentle breeze blows the romantic breath / every love song is suddenly full of meaning / I suddenly see you at this moment. Following that was Xianxia's segment. The judges had never heard him sing before. They did not expect him to be quite good when he opened his mouth. His singing was average, but his pitch was on point. His silver voice was clear and bright, and it refreshed everyone's understanding of his identity as an actor. This was the most common song. At wedding banquets and KTV. It was not difficult. Needless to say, Bai was a professional, and Xianxia had also interpreted it well. The guests couldn't help but clap and shake along. An auntie who was good at using her phone searched the internet and exclaimed, "Oh my God, this young man in the black shirt, he's a big star." The guests invited by Widow Sun's family were all wishy-washy. The man felt that it was embarrassing to hold a banquet in the countryside, so he only invited a few of his closest uncles. Therefore, there were no young people at the banquet. Hearing that this was a big star, the aunties took out their phones one after another. Give me a seat. I want to take a short video and send it to my WeChat moments. The notifications of Kuaishou and TikTok rang one after another. All the guests' cameras were aimed at the stage. It happened to be the chorus. The two of them were immersed in their emotions. They turned sideways at the same time and looked at each other. Yesterday was too late. Tomorrow will be a pity. Marry me today, okay? After the song ended, Bai said happy marriage to the bride in person. The bride could not hold back at that time. She laughed and cried. After a long time, she said, thank you so much. This is the happiest moment of my life. Xianxia was inevitably touched. They were both fans. He could understand how happy the bride was. At this time, a short and fat woman passed by. Xianxia seemed to remember something and hurriedly grabbed her. Auntie, do you remember what you said yesterday? Ah? The man's mother rolled her eyes. What did I say yesterday? According to my net worth, give me double the money for the MC. It had to be said that this young man did not look professional, but he was quite good at hosting. Moreover, ordinary MCs could not perform the lion dance. In the end, they were able to get a top star to sing with them, which made her feel proud. However, double the price was beyond her budget. She did not want to pay, so she denied it. Weren't you invited by my in-law? Go to her. Oh? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. If you don't pay, I will tell everyone here now that you did not pay the MC for your wedding. Let's see who will be embarrassed, you or Aunt Sunday. After all, her family was marrying a daughter-in-law. In the end, the man's mother gritted her teeth and reluctantly paid for it. Xianxia took the money, stuffed it into the red packet he had prepared, and walked back to the bride's side. Bai was already gone. The bride was still sobbing. Xianxia comforted her softly. Don't cry. Thank you. You're welcome. Xianxia took out the money he had just received. When we came, we did not expect to see your wedding, so we did not prepare anything. Just accept this red packet. The bride was stunned. How can I accept that? You took the time to help me save the day. I haven't had the time to treat you properly. No need. This is not from me. Xianxia smiled and pointed in the direction where Bai had disappeared. It's him. After a wedding with laughter and tears, the guests could not help but sigh. After completing the mission, they discussed as they walked back. Both young girls expressed that they wanted to get married. As an experienced person, Luo Qiuman could tell that Zhang Yunfei was interested in Tao Tao. She hinted at Tao Tao to try. No, Tao Tao said coquettishly. In my heart, brother Yunfei is a good big brother. Luo Qiuman could tell that Tao Tao did not mean it, so she did not mention it. After returning to the Xing family, she sat under the grapevine and scrolled through her phone. Then, as if she had seen something, she said in surprise, Xing, come here. I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Xianxia trotted over. What does CP mean? It's short for coupling, which means to pair up. It's more commonly used in the fandom. If the fans are cute, they can pair them up. Oh. Luo Qiuman was puzzled. Can the two boys be a CP? Of course. Xianxia pondered for a moment and chose his words carefully. Now that society is open and love is free, people can be together regardless of whether they are of the same sex or opposite sex. If the fans feel that the two boys are a CP, then they can be a CP. Luo Qiuman was silent for a while. Then, she said, what does Last Night Star CP mean? Last Night Star CP? I've never heard of this name before. Xianxia thought that his logic was good. He first analyzed from Luo Qiuman's point of view. First of all, during the filming, she must be concerned about traveling penniless. Then, this CP must be between them. Last night stars, there is a night, there is a star. Xianxia's brain buzzed. Damn, isn't this me and Bai? When he checked Weibo the day before yesterday, there were already cult comments, but at that time, the name of the CP was Yixing. Why did it suddenly become Last Night Stars? Xianxia didn't know how to face Luo Qiuman's shocked face. He ran back to his room with his tail between his legs and opened the topic list. As expected, in #Bai #SuperTalk, which dominated the topic list all year round, there were videos of him and Bai singing, especially the part where they looked at each other, which was specially cut out by the enthusiastic netizens. Xianxia opened it and watched it. Needless to say, if he didn't know that they were in an emotional state at that time, there would be that look. He also felt that there was something wrong with it. The comment section below almost fell into chaos. F***ck, who said that I'm a cult? It's too sweet, too sweet. Have you seen such a sweet cult? Before I opened it, I'd rather die than be a CP. After I opened it, so fragrant, manual dog head, mom, I'm going to die from the sweetness. I unilaterally declare that this is Yixing's wedding. I agree with the person above, but the name Yixing is too ordinary. How about Last Night Stars? Last Night Stars, Last Night Wind. F***ck, sister is talented. Okay, now come in and watch the scene of Last Night Stars. Xianxia's scalp went numb as he watched. He only hoped that Bai's loyal fans would quickly come and control the comments. However, the number of CP fans increased a little this time. Not only did the loyal fans not decrease, but they also made Xianxia's homepage more and more lively, and his fans increased a little. Before going on the show, he was unwilling to use his identity as a Bai fan to gain popularity. Now, he didn't want to take advantage of the popularity of CP fans. He thought for a moment and typed on Weibo. Xianxia, I came here to record the show and happened to run into Brother Ye's fan's wedding. I made a last-minute effort to choose a blessing song. I wish the two newlyweds happiness forever and grow old together. After typing, he hesitated whether to buy or not. On second thought, it would seem too deliberate to Bai. It would be easier to clear his name if he didn't say anything. After doing this, he knew that a large wave of haters was coming. He locked his phone and squatted alone in the corner of the wall. An hour later, Luo Qiuman pushed the door open and came in. Whoa, Xianxia, why didn't you turn on the lights? Are you planting mushrooms? No, I was thinking about life. What life? You want to get married too? Come on, your show is on TV. Huh? Xianxia reacted. My show is on TV? Isn't Poor Traveler not on air yet? Poor Traveler was produced and broadcast exclusively by Maimong. The copyright was not sold to any satellite channels. Even if it was watched, it could only be watched on Maimong TV. It was impossible to watch it on satellite channels. You're not on an ordinary show. Luo Choman smiled mysteriously. Come on, Xianxia. This time it's amazing. Xianxia was dragged out of bed by Luo Choman and walked to the living room. He saw old Zhang's family and the guests sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV opposite them. And the show Luo Choman was talking about was the daily 7 o'clock news broadcast. On the TV screen, he was lying flat on the ground on the streets of Denmark, his umbrella flying up and down with his toes. Because he came 2 minutes late, the broadcast was coming to an end. He could only hear the host, Xianxia, introducing, recently, a video has been widely circulated on foreign social media sites. The man in the video performed traditional Chinese acrobatics such as holding an umbrella and throwing a bowl on the streets of Denmark. He was praised by foreign friends and compatriots alike. It played a role in cultural dissemination and exchange. It is reported that news links broadcast, needless to say, Xianxia knew who had posted the video. The Chinese girl who had exchanged contact information with him in Denmark last week was a Facebook blogger with millions of fans. But he didn't expect the girl to be so influential that she could spread the video so widely. Xianxia is here. Hearing the voice behind him, Lu Ziyu reached out and touched his arm. Xianxia? You're lucky, Lu Ziyu joked. You're now a big shot on the news. Xianxia was dumbfounded. I performed acrobatics on the street because I was short of money, but it became a cultural broadcast on the news. He didn't deserve it. Performing is not low class, Bai said. To be able to earn money with one's own labor and let others enjoy spiritual enjoyment, that is noble. Xianxia was still in a daze when his phone vibrated. He looked down and saw that there was only a single word, Jing. Who was this? Xianxia walked outside and picked up the call. A gentle male voice said, Xianxia, how have you been? Pretty good. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, my phone broke down a while ago, so I can't see the caller ID. Who is this? The person on the other end was silent for a moment. Then it turned into a light laugh. Are you still angry? You're so childish. Xianxia was stunned. Okay, it's my fault. I'll go back to China and make you happy, okay? Angry, make you happy, go back to China. The memory fragments reassembled in his mind. Xianxia remembered. This person was the original owner's childhood friend, Liang Jing. In Peaches of the Night, Liang Jing was a relatively famous canon fodder. He was 2 years older than the original owner. Before he graduated from Harvard Immunology, he was recommended by China's leading expert in immunology and became his last disciple. He had a gentle personality and an outstanding IQ. He was a Jackson-type medical genius. At the same time, he was also one of the female lead's admirers. During a consultation with the female lead's younger brother, he fell in love with the kind-hearted female lead at first sight. After that, when the female lead's younger brother had acute kidney failure and needed a kidney transplant, he donated one of his kidneys to the female lead's younger brother to save his life. It was a plot that would only appear in a Mary Sue novel. Unfortunately, no matter how noble and selfless they were, they still couldn't escape the fate of being cannon fodder. Knowing the other party's identity, Xianxia replied hesitantly. Liang Jing didn't seem to want to pursue this issue. He smiled and asked, you went to Northern Europe a few days ago. Why didn't you come over to play with me? Half a year ago, Liang Jing was sent to the Joint Medical Laboratory of China and Sweden for research. Before that, the original owner quarreled with him. Xianxia couldn't remember why they quarreled. I'm going to Denmark to record a show. I can only stay for a week. Xianxia felt that the other party's tone was strange. He wanted to hang up quickly. What's the matter? Nothing. Liang Jing was still smiling. I just wanted to ask when you learned acrobatics. I remember acrobatics requires tongzi gong. You were weak and delicate when you were young, so you didn't learn acrobatics. From the moment he performed acrobatics in front of the camera, Qi Xingchen expected this question. He had already thought of an excuse. I learned acrobatics after I joined the company. I'm not as good at singing and dancing as others, so I had to find another way. Then in just 1 year, I practiced harder. Qi Xingchen interrupted him. What, you don't believe me? The original owner and Liang Jing lived in the same villa area. When he was young, he would sneak to the Liang Jing's house, eat Liang Jing's food, and sleep in Liang Jing's bed. Later, the Qi family built their own villa in the middle of the lake. But compared to his family, Liang Jing had more feelings for the original owner. Qi Xingchen's question was equivalent to pushing all the problems to the other party. So Liang Jing could only helplessly say, of course, I believe you. But Qi Xingchen's hair stood on end. But what? Acrobatics is difficult. If it's too hard, then stop. It's not like the Qi family can't support you. Moreover, you still have me. Hearing this, Qi Xingchen was relieved. He was afraid that Liang Jing would find other flaws. Well, I'll think about it. He replied, I have something to do now. I can't talk to you. Okay, wait for me. After hanging up the call with Liang Jing, Qi Xingchen didn't have time to think before Qi Yuji called again. News simulcast was not like other programs. Every elderly family loved to watch it. Father Qi saw it on the TV and asked Qi Yuji to ask about it. Qi Xingchen used the same excuse, which made Qi Yuji cry again, so my Xingxing has suffered so much outside. I'll ask Big Brother to bring you back now. Let's not be a star anymore. If you insist on acting, then buy a film company for you. No need. Boys have to be trained. After the incident with Shouyu, he spoke to Qi Yuji in a soft and gentle tone, and people have to grow up by themselves. They have to learn to face the world by themselves. You're just like Big Brother. By the way, Xing, I find that you seem to have matured a lot recently. You're also much more stable in doing things. Maybe the experience of being in the hospital made me grow up. Qi Xingchen lowered his voice. He didn't want to lie to Qi Yuji. But he had to, because he didn't know how the plot would proceed. Qi Yuji finally smiled through her tears and took a deep breath. It's good to grow up, but Xing, you don't need it. With us around, you can always be a willful child. With us around, you can always be a willful child. The moment he heard this, Qi Xingchen's nose twitched. When he was young, he looked forward to growing up. When he grew up, he could protect himself and not be bullied by anyone. As a result, he grew up too quickly and didn't experience what childhood was. He also didn't see the world from a child's perspective. Qi Xingchen sniffed. Qi Yuji continued, also, Xing, I brought the gifts you gave to Dad and Big Brother. TSK, tisk. Do they like it? I'm not telling you. Go to Moments and see for yourself. Qi Xiaoming's father and Qi Yunxiao's eldest brother had been running the Qi Corporation together. They were very busy with work and never posted on Moments. After hanging up the call with Qi Yuji, Qi Xingchen curiously found Qi Xiaoming's WeChat and found that the original owner had left him with an emoji of a monkey covering its ears. Qi Xingchen was speechless. How much did he hate his father's nagging? He clicked on Qi Xiaoming's Moments. On the blank interface, there was only a frontal photo without his face. The focus of the camera was on his chest where he was wearing a tie. The caption was, wearing a tie given by my son to the Davos Forum. All my partners praised me for being more energetic. Qi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. What kind of psychological hint was this? Then he opened Qi Yunxiao's Moments. The comment was similar to Qi Xiaoming's. It was a monkey covering its mouth. Yunxiao, the weather is good. The attached photo was of the tie clip Qi Xingchen gave him. Qi Xingchen rubbed the tip of his nose. He changed the comments of the two to Dad and Brother respectively. The guests thought that the last task of the second stop would be very difficult, but Director Zhao said, today's task is very simple. Some of you have already experienced it. That is, go to Shaotai's junior high school to experience teaching. Some of you referred to Xianxia. He was very happy when he found out about the task. The fragrant pancakes, the sweet and sour tomatoes, and the children's thirst for knowledge had already made him fall in love with them deeply. Everyone felt that this task was very meaningful, so they picked up their bags and set off. However, when they stood on the bumpy, winding path and the mountain rocks that could only be crossed by pulling an iron chain, their hearts were in their throats. When they arrived at Oxen School, the form teacher showed the guests around and told them about the interesting things that had happened in the past 10 years. I came to teach 10 years ago. The conditions were worse back then. The students used their own desks, which were of different heights. The classroom floor was bumpy. The first time I taught, I tripped and fell. She said it with a smile, but if they thought about it from her perspective, they could guess how difficult it was when she first entered the mountains. The relaxed expressions on the guests' faces completely disappeared. Oxen School had a total of 2 classrooms, a playground, and a teacher's dormitory-cum-office. They finished touring in 10 minutes. The class director said, "It just so happens that the children in Class 1 are studying by themselves. I'll take you to have a look." As he spoke, the director opened the classroom door and Xianxia appeared in the children's field of vision. The children. Teacher Xianxia. Because the teacher was not strict and they really liked this very powerful and good-looking big brother, they did not care whether they were studying by themselves or not. They all rushed out with a whoosh. "Teacher Xianxia, why are you here? Did you miss us? You asked me to follow the train of thought of the 3rd question and do the same 10 questions. I'm done. I'm more obedient than him. I did 20 questions. Looking at Xianxia, who was surrounded by the students, the director was quite surprised. "Do you know each other? Okay, you're going to squeeze me out." Xianxia comforted the children and explained, "I've explained the questions to them twice." In a situation where there was no need to build feelings, filming was even easier. The guests were divided into their respective subjects and the day's classes were quickly finished. In the afternoon, when the program crew was about to go home, the children were still lying in front of the window and looking at Xianxia. Xianxia did not dare to linger for fear that the children would cry. He smiled and waved his hand, then turned and left. On the way back, Bai saw Xianxia with his head down and walked back to him. "Feeling uncomfortable?" "No. It's okay, Changzhou is not far. You can visit them often in the future." I said I'm not feeling uncomfortable. Teacher Xianxia was stubborn. Bai could not help but sigh. This little fan's habit of hiding everything in his heart was really annoying. Back at home, Xianxia ate a few mouthfuls of rice and rushed into his room. 3 hours later, he hurriedly ran out with a stack of books. Director Zhao was filming the rest of the guests discussing the lucky draw when he called out to him. "Xianxia, where are you going?" "I'm going to bring something to Xiaotai." "Huazi, follow Xianxia." Director Zhao hurriedly assigned people, afraid that they would miss a scene. Woof. 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 At this time, the big yellow dog jumped up and barked. Suddenly, dozens of people appeared outside the yard. Some of them carried a bag of biscuits, some carried 2 thermos bottles of milk, some carried a snakeskin bag of tomatoes. Their eyes were red. Xianxia was stunned. "Why are you all here?" "Because they can't bear to." The teacher touched the children's heads. "They can't bear to leave their teacher Xianxia." Xianxia turned around and wiped his eyes. "What's there to be reluctant about?" He turned back and smiled. "You're not the only ones who have gifts, I have gifts too." He waved the book in his hand. "These are the questions you've asked me recently. I've organized them according to type. You need to finish reading them within 10 days. I'll ask Xiaotai to check them at any time." "Got it, Teacher Xianxia." The children cried in unison. "You must ask, don't forget us." Such a scene moved everyone in the yard. Bai walked over and patted Xianxia's shoulder. He asked softly, "Teacher Xianxia, shall we give the children another song?" Xianxia knew that he did not want the children to cry. That would make them feel even more sad. "Okay, what song?" "An old song." Bai cleared his throat. "No matter how it ends in the future, at least we've been together, everyone in the courtyard, from Xianxia, who was in his 50s, to the children in their teens, sang in unison, "As long as we've been together, it's enough for you and me. A person's life is full of memories, I only hope that your memories include me." As the saying goes, there is no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. On the second night of the news broadcast, someone found out who the mysterious man who spread the traditional culture was. At that time, Budget Traveler was in Denmark. There were no Weibo users in the audience, and Xianxia's popularity was low. Therefore, this video was not spread in China. This time, Starlight happened to see it. They hurriedly went to Facebook and uploaded it to their homepage along with a clip from the news broadcast. The Xinguang followers were all stunned. Is this my idol? To be honest, my idol's business skills are average. The main thing is his good looks. A while ago, I found that he is quite good at variety shows. Other than that, he doesn't have any other good points. But today, I found out that he knows how to do acrobatics. He's not the kind of acrobatics that can be done casually. He even made it to Facebook and news broadcast. What is this fatty see? The Xinguang followers were all silent for 3 minutes. Then, as if they had a tacit understanding, they did the same thing. I don't care how he is fatty see. Has your idol ever been on news broadcast? No way, my idol is on it. Yes, then repost it, all of you repost it. The Xinguang followers who discovered the unknown side of their idol all became Weibo users. Each of them reposted it at least 10 times. They were determined to spread this video to every corner of Weibo. There were also smart fans who tagged the Weibo of the People's Daily, Ziguang Pavilion, the Central Committee of the Communist Youth League, and other official organizations. Hey, this is your idol who has been on the news before. Find out more about him. Unfortunately, the Xinguang followers were in full swing. Due to the small number of followers, this wave of Weibo only brought Xianxia 8,000 new fans. For the original owner of the body, who had 30,000 fans, it was quite a lot. For Xianxia, who now had millions of fans, the change in the data was negligible. It was also from this incident that the Xinguang followers realized that it was useless to go their own way. They had to unite. Therefore, under the call of a few live fans, Xianxia's first fan club, Xianxia, was established. They started to recruit members of the frontline group, the data group, the anti-hacking group, and other groups. With the growth of Xianxia, the first episode of the 4th season of Budget Traveler was finally released on Sunday at 8 p.m. Night Sky, who had been looking forward to it for a long time, and the fans of other popular young stars, each showed their own ability. At 8:03, only 3 minutes after going online, the number of views of the program exceeded the number of views of the same period in the past, and it took the #1 spot in Maimon TV. After the end of the single episode, it became the most viewed variety show on the entire platform in one fell swoop. At the same time, Xianxia did not fall behind. With the help of Maimon TV's Water Army, it reached the top of the variety topic list and the top of the hot search list. At this time, they were on their way to the next destination. While waiting for the plane, Luo Choman took out her phone and fiddled with it. Which of you young people can tell me how to get to Topic Square? Lu Ziyu joked, take the bus. Okay, don't tease Sister Choman. Tao Tao took Luo Choman's phone and sat next to her. Click on this, and you'll come in. Luo Choman clicked on it and was shocked. Wow, our yes popularity is really strong. The moment I open it, it's his clip. Next. Ha 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 ha. Luo Choman held up her phone and looked at it for a while. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. This clip of Xingxing below is too fun. Xianxia thought that he was an idol with serious skills. How did he become a funny idol? It also opened up the Topic Square. The most popular clip was Baye's clip. Next was his clip. He played the video. Airport rainbow farts, bicycle races, winning the most beautiful diner award, exchanging Bayi for carrots, busking on the street, and so on. They were all funny clips. Xianxia was speechless. Despair. He continued to scroll down with a blank face. Some praised Tao Tao's beauty, some scolded Lu Ziyu to get out of Budget Traveler, some thanked Zhang Yunfei for taking care of their idols, and some criticized the program crew for being harsh to their artists. In short, there were all kinds of good and bad. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a picture. It was the last day of the trip to Denmark. To comfort him, who was sitting alone in economy class, Bai went to the cold drink shop to buy ice cream. At that time, he asked Bai how he bought the ice cream. After all, it was expensive, and there was not much left in the travel fund. Now he knew. He looked at Bai's index finger and rubbed it near Bai. That. Xianxia made up a story. I have a sister who likes you very, very much. Bai took off his headphones and turned his head. Do you want a special autograph? No, she wants me to shake your hand for her. What a strange request. But since the fan asked, a handshake was nothing. Bai held out his hand. That won't do, my sister said. Xianxia bit his lower lip and said, I'm sorry, sister, I'm sorry, sister, I'm sorry. Fingers interlocked. Bai raised his eyebrows. Then he slowly opened his fingers and took the initiative to wrap them around Xianxia's hand. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he silently remembered the size of his fingers. The rest of the trip went smoothly. The team was in place, and the mission routine was found. With the presence of Xianxia, the NPCs couldn't do anything to this year's guests. The 6 permanent guests and the flying guests of the last 4 stations successfully completed the recording of the entire variety show. At the same time, during the fan lucky draw at each station, Bai's gift was undoubtedly the most forwarded. The second place winner was unexpected. It was Xianxia. Both of them received personal reward funds, but strangely, neither of them used it on the trip. After the last station, there was a solo interview. The assistant director asked, Monkey, what are you going to do with your personal reward fund? Donate it to the children in Oxford Town. When it was Bai's turn, the assistant director asked the same question. Bai said, donate it to the children in Oxford Town. Because of their tacit understanding, after the interview was broadcasted, the couple's fans ate a big piece of candy. Under the two-sided attack of Bai's fans and Xianxia's fans, they struggled to survive and raised the banner of last night's stars with difficulty. The night before the departure of the crew was the traditional celebration party. Director Zhao booked the entire floor of the hotel, and the producers and investors were all present. Bai didn't like this kind of occasion, so he just went with the flow. Xianxia, on the other hand, was participating for the first time. He sat in the corner and quietly observed everyone's speech and behavior. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was a little tipsy. Director Zhao said, Come, Xianxia obeyed and poured wine for Director Zhao and the investor next to him. Yo, this kid has a good eye. Boss Wu asked, is he new to the scene? He's been in the scene for a year, but he just got the chance to show his face. Director Zhao answered for Xianxia. He's very smart and can endure hardships. He also has a unique skill. I guarantee he won't go wrong in the future. Xianxia cast a grateful look at Director Zhao. As a well-known variety show director, Director Zhao's words were equivalent to supporting him. Xianxia was very grateful to be able to meet such a director for the first time on a variety show. However, he didn't know that Director Zhao was thinking, Monkey King has a bright future. I'll build a good relationship with him now, and then I'll give him face in the future. After a few drinks with Boss Wu and adding his assistant's contact, Xianxia felt dizzy and went to the balcony outside. The cool night breeze brushed against his face, and he finally woke up. Suddenly, someone called him from behind, Xianxia? It's me. Xianxia said, Sister Ziyu, are you here for the breeze too? No, I'm here for you. Lu Ziyu leaned against the railing beside Xianxia. Xianxia, if I don't tell you something now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to say it in the future. What is it? I'm sorry, and thank you. Lu Ziyu's eyes were sincere. If it weren't for you that night, I might not have the chance to stand here now. You were the one who saved me, but I've always been against you. I even measured the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, thinking that you would leave me in the lurch. It had been so long ago that Xianxia had almost forgotten about it. He comforted Lu Ziyu with a few words. No, Xianxia, you don't have to comfort me. Please accept my apology. In that case, Xianxia smiled and said, Okay, Sister Ziyu, I accept. Then we Lu Ziyu asked tentatively, can we be good friends in the future? Xianxia nodded, of course. Yes. Then we'll be good friends in the future. But we can only be friends in private. If I get defamed on the internet, you don't have to speak up for me. It'll be easy to get into trouble. When Lu Ziyu revealed her emotions naturally, in addition to her beauty, there was a trace of innocence that was even more moving than Tao Tao's. Therefore, Xianxia solemnly replied, okay. He chatted with Lu Ziyu for a while. She wanted to go back to the social circle, so she said, call me if you need anything. She left. Xianxia didn't have enough of the wind and continued to stand. Not long after, another person came. Bai Yi looked at him from head to toe. Are you drunk? A little, Xianxia said. Bai Yi approached slightly and saw that the little fan's face and expression were normal. His eyes were not as clear as usual, misty and watery. Come with me, Bai Yi said, I'll send you to the hotel. No, thank you. I'm almost sober. I just need some more wind. Bai Yi respected his opinion and said, okay. It was rare for the city to be quiet at night. Xianxia was silent for a moment and couldn't help but say, I have a question. Go ahead. He remembered that when Bai Yi introduced him to the fan, he called him colleague. He gritted his teeth and said, after tomorrow, are we still colleagues? Still colleagues, Bai Yi smiled. He was worried that the little fan would get drunk. In fact, he had arrived just now and didn't disturb him. Now that he asked the same silly question as Lu Ziyu, Bai Yi wanted to laugh. He tightened his mouth and said, no. He was rejected. Xianxia was stunned. Sorry, I asked for it, you're not a colleague, Bai Yi interrupted him. You're my fan, my friend. Xianxia's nerves were a little stiff because of the alcohol. He didn't react. Bai Yi looked at him and shook his head helplessly. He took a step forward. Why, you don't want to be friends with your idol, or, do you want to cheat? I don't want to climb the wall. Xianxia jumped up from his bed and yelled at the top of his lungs. Immediately after, a bright light blinded him. He covered his eyes and turned to the left. When he saw the light coming through the curtains, he realized that it was daytime and last night had passed. Thanks to his fake idol, he had a dream last night. In the dream, his real idol kept questioning him, did you climb the wall? How would he dare to climb the wall? He asked his fake idol that question last night because he was afraid that if he lost contact, he would not be able to follow the plot in real time. He only loved Bai Yi. Xianxia climbed out of bed and brushed his teeth while turning on his phone. A bunch of notifications popped up. There were more than 10 WeChat messages and 3 missed calls. One was from Qi Yuji, saying that she would pick him up at the airport tonight. Xianxia replied, okay. The rest were the guests of Poor Traveler. Luo Qiuman was flying to Hong Kong, Lu Ziyu and Tao Tao were going to Shanghai to attend a brand event, Zhang Yunfei was going to Hengdian Film City, and Bai Yi was going to Washington. Everyone had different destinations and flights. They were afraid that they would feel uncomfortable when parting, so they decided not to send each other off. They just needed to say goodbye on WeChat. So Xianxia replied them one by one, wishing them a safe journey. After dealing with these, he opened the missed call record. They were all from Du Lanxin. Why was she looking for him? Xianxia wiped the toothpaste foam from the corner of his mouth and dialed back. Sister Xin. Du Lanxin sounded anxious. Why didn't you pick up the phone this morning? I just woke up. Don't turn off your phone next time when you sleep. Du Lanxin nagged a lot. The general idea was that as an artist, he needed to be on standby at all times. Maybe there would be a last-minute job, but her tone was not as tough as before. She saw that his situation had changed and was ready to treat him well. Xianxia replied, okay. Du Lanxin said with satisfaction, come to the company tomorrow. The Communist Youth League wants to interview you. I also got a book for you. Take a look. Youth League? Xianxia was stunned. It seemed that the fans tagging the official Weibo account was useful. And to pick up a book, at first, he didn't understand what it meant, but 3 seconds later, he suddenly realized that it was a script. He was going to act in a movie, however, Du Lanxin's resources were ordinary, so there was a high chance that it was not a good book. Xianxia agreed and went home. At 18 o'clock, the plane landed on time. Xianxia had just walked to the exit and was about to look for the elevator in the underground parking lot when a girl in front of him suddenly shouted, "Ah ah 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 ah. Xing xing. Ah. Xianxia, question mark. The voice was very unfamiliar. It was not Qiuji. He looked towards the source of the sound. About 10 girls were running towards him with small, quick steps. They were holding signs, banners, and other items of support in their hands. His name was printed on all of them. "Brother, we are your Xingguang. Are you tired? Did your assistant come to pick you up? What's the next schedule? Do you have a plan?" The girls surrounded him and asked him a bunch of questions. In the past, when he was in Baiye's fan club, the president of the fan club would organize a fan pickup flight whenever there was an event. Xianxia had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. His mind was blank and he couldn't believe it. There were actually fans coming to pick him up. There was not much difference between 30,000 and a million followers on Weibo. They were all virtual. He was an idol. There were really so many people who missed him even though they had never met him. Xianxia was stunned for a few seconds and quickly took 2 steps forward. "Let's not block the exit." "Okay, brother." Xingguang obediently followed beside him. In order to take care of the girls, he deliberately slowed down and chatted with them as he walked. "Fortunately, I slept all the way. I'm not too tired. My family is coming to pick me up. They're waiting in the parking lot now. I'll probably rest for a few days before I start work. Don't worry, I won't become a missing person." Xingguang didn't expect him to be so good-tempered. He answered all of their questions and they jumped up and down happily. When they reached the elevator, Xianxia said, "Okay, I should go down. You guys should go back quickly too. Be careful on the road." "Okay, you too." Xingguang was very obedient. "Brother." At this time a girl took out a small box. "I have a gift for you." Bai never accepted personal gifts from fans. He only accepted letters and gifts from fans. Xianxia immediately refused. "I appreciate your kindness, but I won't accept the gift." "It's not expensive," the girl said anxiously. "It's a plush pendant I made myself." In order to prove herself, the girl hurriedly opened the gift box. There was indeed a plush pendant inside. It had single eyelids and a sharp chin. At a glance, one could tell that it was a cute version of Xianxia. Xianxia's heart instantly softened. "How long did you make it?" "More than a week." "Okay." Xianxia sighed. "Then I'll accept it. Thank you." He hung the pendant on the side of his backpack. Xingguang immediately let out a cry of jealousy. The Qi family had a dedicated parking space at the airport. Xianxia followed the signs and walked in search of Qiuji's Bentley, which had a license plate ending in 666 and was flapping its little wings. When he arrived, he saw the license plates ending with 666 and 777. Qiuji leaned against the car and touched up her makeup with a small powder puff. Xiaoxiang's custom-made jacket matched with a miniskirt. Her knee-high boots made her legs twice as long. Xianxia was standing next to her and talking on the phone. He was tall and straight and his smoky gray shirt was unbuttoned to the second button. He had probably just finished reading some documents and hadn't had time to take off his black-rimmed glasses, which added a sense of abstinence. Grandpa Qi was dressed more formally in a suit and leather shoes. His hair was neatly combed. Even though he was already an uncle, he was still the most handsome among all the uncles. If one didn't know them, one would think that they were going to receive a foreign leader. Xianxia cleared his throat and wanted to ask why there were so many people. At this time, the door of the Lamborghini next to him rose. A leg in ripped jeans came out first, followed by a 17 or 18-year-old boy. The boy's hair was dyed gray and blown into the most popular hairstyle. His eyes were arrogant and the 2 earrings on his left ear shone. Xianxia didn't have time to recall who he was before the boy spoke first. "Brother, why didn't you tell me you were leaving?" Oh, Xianxia remembered. This was Jiaza, the cousin of the original owner's uncle. As soon as Xianxia spoke, the others also noticed the big treasure. Yuji hurriedly put away the powder and said, "Xianxia, your brother is tired. Let's not talk about this first." Then she turned to Xianxia with a worried look. "Xing, you seem to have lost weight again." "No, maybe it's because I exercised too much and my muscles are tighter. That's why I look thinner." Later on, under the supervision of a certain fake idol, he ate until he was full every meal. It was impossible for him to lose weight. "That's good." Yuji's eyebrows relaxed. "I made soup for you. It's almost ready. Let's go back and drink it." "Well, by the way," Xianxia asked, "why are you all here?" "We're here to take you home." Yuji replied with a smile. Father Qi and Xianxia nodded in agreement. Xianxia's heart melted and he also smiled. 666 was Yuji's car, and 777 was Xianxia's car. When they got in the car, the harmony that had been maintained until now was instantly broken. Yuji said, Xing, take my car. I'll drive for you." "She can't drive properly," Xianxia said. "I brought old Sun here. You should take mine." Old Sun was the most stable driver in the Qi family. "Yes, take Yunxiao," Father Qi said because he and Xianxia were in the same car. Yuji's face immediately darkened. World War III was about to start. Xianxia's scalp went numb. If he chose anyone now, he would make the other party unhappy. Thus, he chose none. "I'll take Jia's car. I forgot to tell him before I left. I can talk to him on the way." Hearing this, Jia's expression finally softened. He gave Xianxia "at least you know what's good for you" look and opened the car door for him. "I see. Okay then." The others could only admit defeat. On the way, Jiaza looked ahead and said coldly, "What do you want to talk about? Don't apologize. I'm telling you, it's useless." Xianxia choked. When he left, Jiaza was in boarding school. At that time, he had just transmigrated and his thoughts were in a mess. He accidentally forgot about the original owner's younger brother. In the original owner's memory fragments, although Jiaza had a bad temper, he was quite good to him. Most importantly, Jiaza also played the role of cannon fodder. As for what exactly it was, Xianxia needed time to figure it out. It seemed to have something to do with Tao Tao's younger brother. In order not to ruin his brotherly image, Xianxia asked, "Then what can I do to appease your anger?" "Do you still need to ask me?" Xianxia, forget it. Jiaza sneered. "You're not sincere." Xianxia had never interacted with such a young master before. He didn't know how to answer, so he lowered his head weakly. Looking at his phone, he suddenly remembered that he had promised Luo Choman and the others that he would inform them after they landed. He hurriedly sent a message one by one. When he sent it to Bai Yi, he thought for a moment and typed, "I'm here." "Are you here?" This rhetorical question greatly reduced the possibility that the other party would not reply after seeing that he had reported that he was safe. Unfortunately, 10 minutes after he sent the message, everyone replied. Bai Yi's call log showed that nothing happened. Perhaps his plane had not landed. Xianxia thought to himself and put the phone back into his pocket. Without knowing what happened, Jiaza suddenly slammed on the brakes. His body leaned forward due to inertia and was pulled back by the seat belt. The back of his head hit the back of the seat heavily. Ouch, the seat was not hard, but the impact was not pleasant. Xianxia's vision turned black. Then, a hand held the back of his head and caressed it randomly. Jiaza's voice was anxious. "Are you hurt?" No. Xianxia shook his head. "I'm a little dizzy. I'm fine now." Jiaza was still worried and caressed the back of his head carefully. After making sure that there was no blood, his face was gloomy. "Brother, there's your favorite sandwich candy in the back seat. Wait for me here for a few minutes." As he spoke, he pressed the electric door. Xianxia hurriedly pulled his sleeve. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to deal with that bastard who crossed the road." Xianxia looked forward and saw a boy in a school uniform in the middle of the road. He was holding his school bag and walking very slowly with his head down. "Go around him and continue walking." Xianxia shook his head. He might have something on his mind or he's not feeling well. Go around him? In your dreams. Xianxia snorted. How dare he hurt you? I must kill him. After that, Xianxia slammed the car door and walked towards the boy. Xianxia couldn't stop him. He was afraid that they would fight, so he had to get out of the car and follow him. Xianxia ran to the boy's side and said in surprise, It's you. Why aren't you going back to class? Why are you wandering on the road? The boy didn't say anything. He kept holding his school bag and looked sideways at Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia was surprised. The boy looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Xianxia seemed to know who he was. Xianxia asked, Jiaozi, do you know each other? We're in the same grade. He's in class 3. Since we're classmates, let's forget about it. Xianxia acted as a peacemaker. Our car and people are not hurt. Let's not argue. That won't do. Xianxia snorted and turned to the boy. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Why are you wandering in the middle of the road? Are you mute? What does it have to do with you? The boy finally spoke. What does it have to do with me? His words directly infuriated Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his finger and tapped him on the shoulder. You didn't look at the car and crossed the road with your head down. Even if you were hit by a car, you wouldn't be wronged. Do you understand? The boy immediately took a step back and dodged his finger. How I die has nothing to do with you. This sentence was even more infuriating. Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore. He took off his jacket and wrapped it around his waist, as if he was going to hit him. Xianxia now understood. With his brother's bad temper, if he wanted to hit someone, he would have done it immediately. He didn't hit him and even warned the boy to look at the car when crossing the road. His words were unpleasant, but his intentions were kind. It showed that he cared about their friendship. On the other hand, the boy did not appreciate her kindness. Every word he said was more insulting than the last. Moreover, it sounded like he was harming himself. Perhaps it was because he was in a bad mood. Xianxia did not want to cause any trouble, so he grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, All right, stop arguing. No, I must beat him up until he kneels down and calls me grandpa. I don't have that much time to wait for you. Xianxia pretended to be exhausted. I'm really tired after a day's flight. Then, Xianxia looked at the boy, then at his brother. In the end, he felt that venting his anger was not as important as his brother. He put down his fists and gave up. That's all for now. Don't get too cocky. I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Xianxia put on his clothes, warned the boy, and prepared to go home. Xianxia was a little worried about the boy's mental state, so he said, Jiaozi, it's getting late. You're all classmates, so let's give him a lift. Brother, why is your elbow facing outwards? No need. Before Xianxia could finish his protest, the boy turned around and left. Since the boy said so, Xianxia could not help him even if he wanted to. He shook his head helplessly and dragged Xianxia, who had evolved into a super tyrannosaurus, back to the car. When they reached home, Xianxia was shocked by the dining table. The long table, from left to right, was covered with plates. Why did you make so many dishes? Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Can we finish it all? It's all because Dad felt that you've been suffering outside after watching Budget Traveler, so he wanted to make sure you're well nourished. Xianxia pushed his back. Go wash your hands. I'll get you some soup. Xianxia washed his hands as he was told. When he sat down, there was a bowl of soup in his usual spot. He could not tell what it was. He picked it up and took a sip. This was the smelliest soup he had ever tasted. He did not know what was in it. Did Missy not taste it herself? Xianxia put down the bowl of soup silently. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Xianxia looking in his direction. He could not bear to disappoint Xianxia's expectant gaze, so he raised his hand and drank the bowl of soup. After dinner, Xianxia chatted with him for a long time. When it was time to sleep, the soup might have taken effect. He lay in bed and felt bored. He forgot to ask about Xianxia. The Communist Youth League had arranged a meeting at 10 o'clock in Nuya's practice room. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Du Lanxin was afraid that Xianxia would oversleep, so she made a series of calls. The driver will pick you up in half an hour. Remember not to drink water. It won't look good on camera. I've asked my assistant to bring you breakfast. Eat it on the way. Don't waste time. Xianxia had just woken up. His brain quickly filtered through the information in this paragraph. The driver will pick you up meant that the company had arranged a car for him. The assistant will buy breakfast meant that the company had also arranged an assistant for him. After a year and a half, he finally enjoyed the treatment an artist deserved. This was because he had gained more attention through Poor Traveler. Otherwise, with the character of the original owner, if he did not want to use the Qi family's resources, he would have been frozen for years. He left 10 minutes earlier than Du Lanxin said. When the original owner gave the address, he gave the name of the neighborhood next to it. When he arrived at the designated location, the car had already been waiting for a while. An ordinary Buick business car and Baez luxury RV were worlds apart. He motioned to the driver to open the door. The driver and the assistant could not help but open their mouths in surprise. Oh my God! The assistant could not believe it. I thought you were very good-looking in Poor Traveler, but I did not expect you to be several times better in person. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Enran. I'm 3 years older than you. I'll be your assistant from now on. Please take care of me. Xianxia secretly calculated her age. If she had entered the entertainment industry after graduating from university, she would have only worked for a year. She was not experienced enough. But it was good enough that she was not an intern. He could do most of the things himself. There were few places where he needed an assistant. The driver was older. His surname was Qin. After the introduction, Enran gave him breakfast. 2 boiled eggs, a small box of purple potatoes, cherry tomatoes, and boiled vegetables. He was too tired of eating last night. He wanted to eat something light this morning. Xianxia took it and said casually, "Did Sister Xian ask you to bring me a diet meal?" "No." Enran smiled. "I looked at your profile yesterday. I thought your weight was okay, but your body fat ratio was not good. So I made it for you myself." She was very thoughtful. Xianxia asked again, "Then what should I do when I get to the company? Should I meet up with Sister Xian first, or should I go directly to do my makeup?" As he asked, he stared at Enran's expression. Enran said naturally, "Didn't you discuss it? Then I'll call and ask now." Wait a moment. Xianxia was completely relieved. He asked these questions because he wanted to know the relationship between Enran and Du Lanxin. Usually, an agent earned a commission while an assistant was employed by the company. The two belonged to different systems. But there was no lack of agents who used benefits to train their assistants to be their confidants. They were always monitoring the movements of their artists. If Enran was Du Lanxin's confidant, his actions would be limited. It would be difficult for him to do many things. Fortunately, they did not have a deep relationship. Xianxia ate his breakfast in peace. At 8 o'clock, Xianxia arrived at Nuya. Du Lanxin was waiting for him in the makeup room. Seeing that he was wearing a simple and solemn black suit, Du Lanxin smacked her lips, "You know quite a lot." To participate in an official interview, one had to dress formally and seriously. Anyone with a little social experience knew this. Xianxia could not be bothered with her because he knew that she would not be able to jump around for long. He said lazily, "Do your makeup and give me the script while you're at it." Du Lanxin was obviously not satisfied with his attitude. She slapped a piece of A4 paper on the makeup table in front of him. On the paper were questions that the reporter wanted to ask. They were nothing more than the reason for performing on the streets of Denmark, why he chose to learn acrobatics, what changes China's traditional culture had brought to his life, what he planned to do in the future, etc. These questions were easy to answer and difficult to answer. He needed to always remember to promote positive energy and play the role of the youth group as a leader. When he finished the draft, his makeup was almost done. He picked up his phone to check the time. However, he was surprised to see a reply from Bai Yi. Bo landed in the second half of the night yesterday. Xianxia was silent for a moment. He felt that something was missing. You landed in the second half of the night and did not reply to my message because you were afraid of disturbing my rest. Or were you tired and fell asleep, so you did not see my message and did not reply to it? Why didn't you say it clearly? Are you waiting for me to guess? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Then, 2 new messages popped up. Bo, the signal here is not good. I didn't finish the message just now. Bo, I guess that you must have slept so late and did not reply in time. Oh, so that's what happened. Xianxia lowered his eyes and put away his phone. Mr. Qi. At this moment, the makeup artist suddenly called out to him. Ah? Xianxia was so shocked that he quickly turned off the screen. I'm putting on your lip makeup. Don't laugh. Oh, I'm not laughing. With the answer prepared in advance, the interview went very smoothly. When asked about the reason for performing on the streets of Denmark, there was nothing to hide since Traveling Penniless had already been broadcast. He told the truth. When I was filming the show, I did not have enough money to travel, so I wanted to perform to earn some money. So many pairs of eyes watching you in a foreign country. Aren't you shy? No, Xianxia said with a smile. I'm using my own hard work and sweat to earn money. I'm proud of it. The reporter nodded. It was obvious that he was very satisfied. Xianxia secretly thanked Bai Yi. The interview ended in less than an hour. After escorting the reporters to the car, Xianxia sprawled out on the sofa and realized that the clothes on his back were all damp. Du Lanqing saw it too. She said, it's normal to be nervous and scared when facing an official organization for the first time. Your performance just now was perfect. Xianxia, I was wrong about you. This sentence was equivalent to a positive affirmation of his ability. It was not easy to get a positive comment from her. Xianxia smiled but did not say anything. Okay, you should have rested enough. Look at the script. Okay. Xianxia took the script and flipped to the first page. The next second, the name of the lead came into view. Xianxia's brain buzzed. Script name, Heart of the Ocean, lead actors, Tao Tao, Feng Qingyuan. Heart of the Ocean was about an actor who performed a dance with a whale in an aquarium. In the process of getting along with the beluga whale, he gradually fell in love with this angel-like species and began to run around to protect the beluga whale. After many hardships, he finally made the United Nations legislate to protect wild belugas. The dance with the whale in the drama was called Heart of the Ocean, named after the last 2 performers who would form a heart with the beluga whale. Tao Tao played the female lead who worked in the aquarium, and Feng Qingyuan played the male lead. He was a marine biologist whose family owned a mine. At the same time, this was also Tao Tao's first star drama where she played the leading role. After the review, Heart of the Ocean would be broadcast in the non-prime time slot of the local channel. Feng Qingyuan was 35 years old this year. He came from the Central Opera House and was a legitimate actor. His acting skills and artistic ethics were indisputable. He could be said to be the mainstay of the middle-aged generation of actors. Xianxia looked at the script and the actor's introduction, and his whole person was not very good. In the original book, this drama was the turning point of the female lead's career. In order to learn how to dance with a whale, Tao Tao went into the water again and choked on water. The director would be moved by her dedication to art and personally cut a trailer for her. This trailer finally let the public see this beautiful and dedicated second-tier actress and laid the foundation for her to walk on the A-list. At the same time, in the romance plot, the male lead was shooting a new music video next to the crew. When the director passed by to visit, he happened to see the female lead diving into the water again and again. Naturally, the male lead, like the director, appreciated the female lead more. Of course, no matter how the female lead got promoted, it had nothing to do with Xianxia. As friends who had been together for a month and a half, Xianxia hoped that she would get better and better. But this plot, it had something to do with the Qi family. It was during this drama that Xianxia fulfilled his mission as cannon fodder. Xianxia? Seeing that he was holding the script in a daze, Du Lanqing reached out and waved her hand twice in front of his eyes. What are you thinking about? have you finished reading? Yes, Xianxia said perfunctorily, I've finished reading. I got you the third male lead. Being the third male lead in a star drama is only average in terms of increasing one's popularity, but it's helpful in increasing one's national popularity. You've just gained a wave of fans, so you need to solidify them with your work. Okay. Xianxia pressed his forehead. I got it. The film would start filming in 3 days. Xianxia had plenty of time on his schedule, so the director decided to let him join the cast a week later. On the way back, Xianxia sent a WeChat message to Zhang Yunfei, Brother Yunfei, are you busy? Zhang Yunfei probably had a filming assignment, so he replied half an hour later, not bad. What do you want to say? Xing, recommend me some teaching materials for learning acting. Zhang Yunfei, is our Xing going to work hard? Xianxia and Zhang Yunfei chatted for a while and then received the names of a few books. Zhang Yunfei was also from a professional class, so the things he recommended were definitely not wrong. Xianxia asked Brother Qin to stop by the bookstore. After buying all the books, he got out of the car at the entrance of the neighborhood. He opened the door with the books in his arms. Grandpa Qi didn't go to the company today. He was chatting with Qi Yuji on the sofa in the living room. Xing is back. Did the interview go well? Xianxia said, it went well. After saying a few words, he returned to his room with the books. Watching his back disappear into the distance, Qi Yuji muttered, Dad, don't you think Xing is in a bad mood? He seems to have something on his mind. I can tell. This child, sigh. Father Qi sighed. Maybe it's because his mother's death anniversary is coming and he misses her again. Then how can I make him happy? Qi Yuji blinked. Xing has changed a lot. It's like he's a different person. He's mature and sensible. He's not as easy to coax as before. In the past, when I saw his eyes, I knew what he lacked and what he wanted. Now. She frowned slightly. He doesn't seem to want anything now. This makes my heart ache even more. Either. Father Qi suggested. Or I'll try. You can ask old son to help me prepare the car. The Qi family didn't know that they were worried about Xing's unhappiness, while Xing was worried about their lives. He remembered why Xianxia became cannon fodder. As a rising female star, Tao didn't have much time to take care of her younger brother, Tao Xian. She transferred Tao Xian to a boarding school. It was Xiaoxia's school. Xiaoxia had a bad temper. Anyone who provoked him would suffer. In addition, he was handsome and had a good family background. In school literature, he was a proper school bully. That was how the story happened. For some reason, Tao Xian provoked Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia beat him up and sent him to the hospital. Tao asked the director for leave to take care of her brother. When the director found out, he was very angry. He posted a Weibo that insinuated school violence. The male lead helped to repost it. Thus, Xiaoxia was exposed by the resourceful netizens. They attacked him on the internet, sent him wreaths, and harassed him with phone calls. In the end, Xiaoxia couldn't take it anymore. When he was on the verge of a mental breakdown, he drove his car and crashed into Tao Xian. Tao Xian was fine. He died a horrible death and was the first to enter the cemetery. Perhaps to make it more enjoyable, the author even wrote about the netizens' reactions when they found out about Xiaoxia's death. To sum it up in 4 words, he deserved it. When he saw this paragraph, Xianxia had the same thought as the author. School violence was vile. The victims might be shrouded in its shadow for the rest of their lives. The perpetrators deserved to die. However, when he thought about how Xiaoxia treated his classmates yesterday, Xianxia was a little confused. Was his younger brother really that bad? Could he try to guide him? As he pondered how to guide Xiaoxia, he quickly went through the script. Then, he opened the book that Zhang Yunfei recommended and read until it was time to eat dinner. He rubbed his eyes and was about to rest for a while before continuing to read when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't gotten close to the male lead yet. Coincidentally, he didn't reply to his WeChat message in the morning. He took his phone and typed, "Sorry, I was busy this morning. I'm only free now." It's already late at night where you are, right? There was a 13-hour time difference between Washington and Beijing. It was 5 in the afternoon now, so it should be 4 in the morning where the male lead was. After Xianxia sent this message, he turned off his phone. At this time, the other party must be asleep and wouldn't reply. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, Bo sent a voice message. Xianxia's hand trembled as he flipped through the book. After adding each other on WeChat, because they saw each other every day, they didn't talk much. They only spoke a few times. This was the first time he had sent a voice message. Xianxia licked his lips unconsciously, raised the phone to his ear, and pressed play. Yes, I just finished shooting a set of scenes and am walking to the hotel. The man's voice was low and magnetic, and it sounded even better after the electric current treatment. Xianxia quickly moved the phone away and rubbed the tip of his ear. Then, a picture appeared on the screen. It was taken from the car window. Above an old building, a crescent moon hung on the tip of a cross, and a few stars decorated it. The picture was quiet and romantic. Xianxia thought, he must be tired if he's not asleep so late at night. He left the crew of Budget Traveler and went to Washington without stopping. He's also immortal. Won't he be tired? Xianxia felt his chest tighten, so he got up and opened the window. After the frustration faded, he copied the other party and sent a picture of his desk. Look how hard I'm working. After the message was sent successfully, he realized that it sounded wrong and immediately chose to delete it. Unfortunately, Bai had already seen this sentence, which was similar to a child asking for praise from his parents. From a psychological point of view, the parents had to give appropriate encouragement so as not to dispel the child's enthusiasm. Bo, did the company accept a role for you? Xianxia, yes, I'm cramming at the last minute. Bo, very good. Xianxia, Bo, study well. If you improve, I'll give you a gift. Xianxia, why did he sound like he was coaxing a child? However, he was a little tempted. He supported his cheek with his left hand and typed on the phone with his right index finger. What reward? Xianxia has deleted a message. The tone of the message just now was not right. It sounded like a spoiled child, so he had to send it again. Xianxia, what reward? Bai was conquered by his words. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at your progress, it must be what you want. What he wanted? What could it be? Okay. Then I'll definitely finish it before I enter the set. Xianxia immediately finished. He put down his phone and watched until midnight. Without the call of the program crew's loudspeaker, and without Du Lanqing's desperate calls, he finally had a good 10 hours of sleep. When he opened the door and saw Auntie Zhang, he stretched happily. Hey, Auntie Zhang, did you go for a Botox injection? What's that? Celebrities often get it. It's something that removes wrinkles. Hey, you child. Ordinary people like us don't need that stuff. Don't lie to me. Xianxia was reasonable. If you don't get Botox, how can you get younger and younger? Hurry up and tell me the truth. Oh, so second young master was praising her in a roundabout way. Auntie Zhang let out a pft and burst into laughter. In the past, second young master was rebellious. He rarely spoke at home and was not close to the servants. Recently, the rebellious period had passed and he had become more and more cheerful. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful and clever young man? Aunt Zhang waved her hand. Okay, second young master, don't tease me. Hurry up and eat. Master will look for you after. Father Qi was looking for him, afraid that something big would happen. He ran to the dining room. After eating breakfast, the driver, Old Sun, came in and told him that Qi Xiaoming was waiting at the Baisha Harbor Oceanic World and asked him to go over. The Baisha Harbor Oceanic World was a large tourist attraction built near the sea. It had a zoo, an oceanarium, a museum of marine animals and plants, and other entertainment venues. When foreigners came to H City, they would most likely come here to check in. If it weren't for the fact that it was privately funded, it would definitely be rated as a national 5A scenic spot. The main filming location of Heart of the Ocean was also at the Baisha Harbor Oceanic World. Xianxia didn't dare to delay and immediately got in the car. An hour later, he saw Grandpa Qi on the beach of Baisha Harbor. Dad. Xianxia stood behind him and called him softly. I'm here. Okay, come to Dad's side. Let's have a good chat. Xianxia walked to Xiaoming's side. Xiaoming's gaze was distant. I still remember that you liked to come to the oceanarium to see rays and seals when you were young. So many years have passed in a flash. It seems that we haven't been here for a long time. Xianxia didn't have this memory in his mind, so he could only nod. Now that I think about it, Dad hasn't been considerate enough to you all these years, so Dad has decided to give you a gift. Another gift? The pile of sneakers was still in the storeroom and hadn't been opened. No, Dad, you're very good to me. You really don't need it. He quickly refused. It's too late. Xiaoming shook his head. I've already bought them. Xianxia. Okay, what do you want to give me? Father Qi put his hands behind his back, and the sea breeze blew his clothes, making them flutter. Do you see this Baisha Harbor oceanic world? Father Qi said. From today onwards, it's yours. Xianxia. Xianxia was forced to accept this gift. He had no choice but to accept it. His daddy had already bought it. Without the boss's instructions, the marine animals might starve to death. Second young master, this is the central console, this is the visitor center, and this is, don't call me second young master. Xianxia interrupted the manager, who was holding a map and introducing him to him. Oh, okay, little CEO Qi, the manager continued, this is the bird park, this is the aquarium. Yes, little CEO Qi, there's a film crew that wants to borrow the aquarium's beluga whale hall for a month next week, so the beluga whale hall needs to be closed for a month. The boss and your father have discussed this matter. Xianxia. I know, don't call me little CEO Qi. The manager felt wronged. Then what should I call you? Xianxia thought about it and didn't want to make things too difficult for them. He said, in the future, just pretend that you don't know me. Call me whatever you want. Yes, little CEO Qi. After completing the handover procedures, he asked the manager to take him around the beluga whale hall. After all, that was where he was going to stay for a month. The third male lead he played was a university student who worked part-time in the aquarium during his vacation. After spending time with the female lead, he fell in love with her. It was a setting similar to a little wolf puppy. In order to fit the character, the styling director of the crew discussed with him during the makeup shoot in the afternoon. Teacher Qi, your current image is too cute. It's not enough. Do you think I can help you redesign it? Of course, this was possible. Xianxia nodded and asked curiously, what does it mean? Well, it means to describe someone who is very handsome, very manly, and very valiant. This term comes from ABO novels. Xianxia understood what I meant, but another term that he didn't understand popped up. What does ABO novel mean? The styling director's sister blushed. You can search for this yourself. I won't talk about it. After that, the styling director called the hairdresser to help him dye his hair. It took a long time to dye his hair. Xianxia was bored and switched to his Weibo account. Actually lovesick at dusk, does any of the sisters have ABO novels? Let me take a look. In the second half of Poor Traveler, he had not stopped operating his alternate account. From time to time, he would post a so-called bias photo. The frequency control was good, and so far it had not attracted bias attention. To be able to take such a high-profile photo at such a close distance, one had to be either a staff member of the program or someone close to their idol. Thus, word spread like wildfire. This account already had 200,000 followers, reaching the basic level of a big fan. As soon as she posted this Weibo, the Night Sky fans thought that a beautiful photo had arrived and quickly opened it to take a look. In the end, it was actually a request for literature. When one side was in trouble, support came from all sides. The dial links and extraction codes were quickly sent to his private messages. Ancient Dungeon ABO Difficult Master, currently playing ABO Irresistible Your Pheromones, Shiraba New Text, DD Marriage, ABO, Last Night Stars Dojin ABO, General Let Me Go, Tisk, why can't I see the main point of these titles? Wait, that's not right. There seems to be something weird mixed in. Xianxia had been chasing after idols for 7 years. Naturally, he knew about the mysterious species of Dojin. The peaches of the night that he wore was a different kind of dojin. However, he did not expect that one day, he and Bai Yi would also become the main characters of a dojin. Xianxia's curiosity reached its peak. He opened the dial and entered the extraction code. Then, a paragraph of text came into view. Frowny face. General, please mark me. I can't hold it in anymore. The youngest general of the empire, Bai Yi, who was known as the Eagle of the Empire, slowly squatted down and looked at the writhing young man on the ground. The young man had red lips and white teeth. His entire body exuded a sweet fragrance of pheromones. Bai Yi sniffed the back of his neck deeply and pinched his chin, forcing him to raise his head. Why didn't you have this attitude when you dumped me 3 years ago? Xianxia smiled bitterly. It was a misunderstanding that had to be buried in the bottom of his heart. Okay, you don't want to say it, right? Bai Yi touched his soft lips. If you want to mark me, beg me. Xianxia, please. Beg me for what? F***ck me, Xianxia. The description at the end was so unbearable that Xianxia almost threw his phone away. What the hell is this? How can a fan write? How can they write such shameful things? It's too scary. So many of the night sky fans are minors. Reading this will affect their development and their physical and mental health. Xianxia clicked the report button. After the report, he still had lingering fears. At this moment, the hairstylist came over to check the color of his hair. She accidentally saw a little Xianxia with watery eyes and a flushed face. His lower lip was red and swollen, with teeth marks all over it. The hairstylist was surprised. Mr. Qi, you. What were you doing just now? No, nothing, I was sitting the whole time. Are you not feeling well? Your face is so red. Maybe I have a low fever. It's okay, you do it. The low fever. Xianxia was pressed into a chair by the hairstylist and makeup artist. The moment the makeup was done, all the girls in the room screamed in unison, F***ck. F***ck, I can't take it anymore. The makeup artist clasped her hands. Mr. Qi, please don't take a selfie tonight. Otherwise, the fans won't be able to sleep. Is it that bad? Xianxia stood up and leaned toward the mirror to look at himself. In order to match his student status, the hairstylist cut half of his half-length hair and dyed it black. His bangs were pulled to the back, revealing his smooth and full forehead. His eyebrows were shaped like sharp swords, neutralizing the childishness of his single eyelids. At the same time, compared to his tight jawline, his face looked smaller and his facial features were clearer. Needless to say, it was really good-looking. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and walked into the studio. As the third male lead, he only had 2 sets of makeup photos. One was a work photo of him wearing the Ocean Museum's plastic work clothes, and the other was a life photo of him wearing sportswear and pushing a bicycle. After the shoot, he asked for 2 photos of him pushing a bicycle and sent them to the group chat of the Poor Tour program team. In an instant, the cameraman remembered the fear of being dominated by a bicycle. I won't be a photographer in my next life. I've left the group chat. The group chat, which had become a pool of stagnant water after the program, was boiling again because of him. Director Zhao, little bastard, this is the best master in my team. I'm not done with you. Xiaoman, ha 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 ha, Xing, you scared the cameraman. Follow Ningning, Xing, how have you been recently? Sister misses you. Ziyu, Xing, is this your new style? It's so and handsome. Sister is going to be moved by you. After Lu Ziyu finished speaking, everyone realized that he had changed his style. The stage supervisor and the like all came out to praise him. Even Zhang Yunfei, who was so busy in Hengdian, came in to flatter him. Only Bai Yi did not move. Xianxia stared at the screen for a long time and silently put away his phone. The roles of the male and female leads of Heart of the Ocean had been announced yesterday. Tomorrow, the officials would announce the second male lead and the second female lead. The day after tomorrow, it would be the third male lead, Xianxia's turn. This kind of urban theme, satellite TV drama without celebrities, attracted little attention. Even if it was announced officially, it would not cause much of a stir. He was not in a hurry. And tonight, he had something important to do. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the official Weibo of the Communist Youth League released a 5-minute short video. Central Committee of the Communist Youth League, #positive energy #idol report, at Xianxia said that he had nothing to be afraid of, because the fruits of hard work were the most glorious. He clicked on the video. It was a clip of Xianxia's interview and a clip of the news broadcast. The young actor on the screen was sincere. As an official blogger with 12.5 million fans, once it was released, the number of views of this video reached more than 1 million. The netizens who had never heard of Xianxia's name wanted to see who this master was. In the end, when they opened it, it was actually a handsome young man. They searched for related information on him on the internet. Whoa, this variety show's funny clip was too cute. The number of clicks and followers was almost gone. The netizens who had seen Xianxia's trending searches but did not follow him felt that this name was familiar. They clicked on it as they recalled. Oh, so it's the kid who rode a bicycle and vomited the cameraman. I didn't expect him to know acrobatics. His skill points are maxed out. Should I follow him for a period of time? The child's father and mother saw the #positive. After admiring the video, they poked the child who was doing homework on the head. Look at him. He can perform acrobatics on the news broadcast. If you don't study hard, you won't be able to compete with acrobatics. After scolding the child, they felt that this young man was really quite positive. They clicked on Xianxia's homepage and clicked follow. Just like that, with the help of unknown netizens and Xinguang's reposts, Xianxia's fans, which had stagnated at 1.6 million since the end of Poor Traveler, finally had a visible change. It broke through the 2 million mark. Xinguang's were overjoyed. They almost wanted to ask their idols for benefits. On second thought, they felt that it would be very uncool to give benefits to 2 million fans. Therefore, without saying anything, they quietly waited for their brother to repost the Communist Youth League's Weibo and do another round of voting. Usually, when a celebrity was called by the official account, the celebrity would give an attitude as soon as possible. This was especially so for a positive idol like Xianxia who had been stamped by the official account. He would definitely repost quickly to express his feelings of being close to the official account. However, after waiting for an hour, their idols did not respond. After waiting for 2 hours, their idols still did not respond. Some impatient fans could not sit still anymore. They sent a private message to Xianxia. Is it the manager's account, or is it brother himself? Please repost the Communist Youth League Central's Weibo. Grievance. Unfortunately, there was still no response. The fans were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Look at you, you have to have the awareness of being invisible. How can you ignore the official account? You're not Bai Yi, right? While anxious, they refreshed their idol's homepage every 10 minutes. Finally, at 24 o'clock in the evening, they saw their idol's updates. Not just one, but 2 in a row. The first post was a repost of the Communist Youth League. After reading it, their hearts were at ease. Then, their hearts were lifted again, because they heard the recording of a phone call in the second Weibo post. The caller was a man and a woman. They were very familiar with the man's voice. It was their idol. The woman's voice was slightly unfamiliar. What are you dreaming about? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? If a newcomer wants to climb up, he has to give something up. It's not a loss for a man like you to serve a rich woman. I feel sorry for you, so I didn't push you to the perverted gay side. The more Xinguang fans listened, the more ferocious their expressions became. They were burning with anger and almost wanted to smash their keyboards. F***CKU, so the reason my Xianxia didn't repost is because he lives under the control of your manager every day. Xianxia looks happy and sunny, but I didn't expect him to suffer so much behind the scenes. He has to be on tenterhooks every day to avoid those ill-intentioned dinner parties. I feel so sorry for him. Okay, you broke my idol's wings, so I'll destroy your entire heaven. Your manager wants to pimp me and earn a year's worth of my idol's advertisement fees? In your dreams, go to the heavens and earn your money. Come, let's fight until dawn. Okay, calm down first. Brothers and sisters of Xinguang, this is going to be our toughest battle. Put down what you're doing and start the recording. Start the human search. Start the internet bombing. Start the wreaths. We won't stop until we kill this Dew woman. This was a battle without gunpowder. It lasted until dawn, but there was still no winner. At the center of the battle, Xianxia sat at the end of the sofa with his head lowered. Facing the Qi family, he felt extremely guilty. Bang! Xianxia slammed the car keys on the coffee table. What AB******? I'm going to kill her right now. Sit down. Xianxia hurriedly grabbed the hem of his clothes. Don't be rash. Based on the current situation, that woman must be hiding. You won't be able to find her. I don't care. I'll find her even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Early in the morning, Xianxia flew over at a high speed. His hair was uncombed, and his eyes were full of hostility. All right, Jiaza. Seeing that Xianxia couldn't handle his cousin, Xianxia frowned and said, sit down first and see what Dad has to say. After all, he was the eldest brother. Hearing this, Xianxia had to give in and sat down with a cold snort. The living room finally quieted down. Father Qi massaged his temples and tapped his index finger on the sofa's armrest. His face was as dark as water. Xianxia, why didn't you tell me such a big thing? The Qi family had always called him by his nickname, Xing. Now that Father Qi called him Xianxia, he was probably angry with him. Xianxia felt even more guilty. He said weakly, Dad, Father Qi, all right, let's put this behind us, Father Qi said. In the future, you must tell me or your brother or sister about such a big thing. Don't do it again. Xianxia said weakly, okay. At this moment, he felt the phone against his leg vibrate. It was an unknown number. He was hesitant to pick it up because after he sent the recording last night, Du Lanxin had called him like crazy. It wasn't until Xingguang found her phone number that she had to turn off her phone because of the endless messages and calls. Then, he would switch to another account and continue calling him. It was most likely her number. Xianxia was about to press the button. Unfortunately, before he could press the button, Xianxia, who was closest to him, noticed it and instantly guessed his thoughts. He said decisively, answer it. I'll find the communication company to locate her and listen to what she has to say. There was no way out. Xianxia could only answer the call, put it on speaker, and put it back on the coffee table. This time, it wasn't Du Lanxin. It was a man's angry voice. Xianxia, do you want to lose your job? Xianxia was stunned. Who was this? It's written in the contract that an artist's actions must be approved by the company. You've seriously breached the contract. Tomorrow, I'll go to the court to file a lawsuit. Just wait for the lawyer's letter. Pa, he hung up the phone. Oh, Xianxia knew that this person was probably one of Nuya's higher-ups. Before releasing the audio, he had already considered all the possible consequences and found a way out for himself. When he heard the busy tone from the phone, he wasn't afraid at all. He raised his head and suddenly met a pair of cold eyes. His whole body trembled. I've lived for 28 years, and I've never heard anyone who dared to speak to the Qi family like this. Xianxia curled his lips and called his assistant. Help me write an email and send it to Nuya's chairman. After Nuya's lawyer sent the warning letter, Xingguang, who had thought about it, started to worry about Xianxia. In disputes like this with the management company, the main character rarely got involved unless he had no choice and had to fight to the death. The smarter way to do it was to ask the Internet Water Army to leak some inside information. Then, the idol or the people around him would secretly say that the idol was also deeply hurt. Next, the manager or the management company would definitely come out to clarify. After some wrangling, the idol couldn't take it anymore and released the audio to hammer the manager to death. The battle was won. At this time, the idol was already on the side of the sympathy. The management company didn't dare to do anything. If they did, they would be scolded by the netizens. This was the usual way to operate and also the way to minimize the damage. Once he chose to fight with the manager, it was equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the company. Being forced to release the hammer was different from actively releasing the hammer. Xianxia's actions were equivalent to going against the company. Was it really good to be so stubborn? Xingguang's worried and worked while paying attention to Nuya's and their idol's movements. An entire day passed. Nuya didn't do anything. He was probably urgently discussing how to deal with the public relations. However, Xinguang guessed wrong this time. Not only did Nuya not do public relations, but the chairman also wasn't in the company. According to the assistant, after seeing an email in the morning, the chairman's face turned from green to black, from black to green, from green to green. In short, just as the client's father had requested, his face was as black as a rainbow. Then, the chairman left, forgetting to wear his coat. 2:00 in the afternoon, in a small hotel in the suburbs of H City. Nuya's chairman, Chen Nuya, looked at the old bed sheets and the small table that glistened with oil. He suddenly felt helpless. Du Lanxin didn't care about this. She sat cross-legged on the bed and cried. Do you know how much his fans have gone overboard? They sprayed paint on my door, sent me razor blades, asked the crematorium to send me an urn. There's even a picture of me on it. I don't dare to stay at home or in the city. I can only come to this sh*tty place. Okay, stop crying. Can crying solve the problem? Chen Nuya was annoyed. He crossed his arms and paced around the room. Hearing this, Du Lanxian cried even harder. Director Chen, you must help me vent this anger. You have to send him a lawyer's letter and freeze him. Make sure he can't appear on screen for the rest of his life. Hire the internet water army to defame him. Make sure no other company dares to hire him even if he pays the liquidated damages. Chen Nuya's expression was cynical. After hearing this, he suddenly swung his hand and slapped the woman in front of him hard on the face. Du Lanxin was stunned by the slap. She touched her red and swollen face and murmured, Chairman Chen, why did you hit me? It's considered light for me to hit you. Chen Nuya pointed at her nose. If it weren't for the fact that you're my lover's best friend, I would have killed you right now. Du Lanxin was even more confused. Why? You still have the nerve to ask why? Do you know who you've offended? Forget it, you don't need to know. Go on Weibo now and apologize to Xianxia. Why should I apologize to him? Slap, Chen Nuya slapped her again. Because you did something wrong, because you took an artist out for a pimp. Because you coveted a small artist's annual promotion fee. Based on. Chen Nuya was so angry that his hands trembled. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Tomorrow, I will sue you for dereliction of duty, organizing prostitution, and making improper profits. You're on your own. The contrast between sending a lawyer's letter to Xianxia and receiving one herself was too great. Du Lanxin couldn't believe it. She covered her face and stood there in a daze, unable to say a word. By the time she recovered from the shock, there were only footprints all over the floor in the small hotel room, and dust that could not be dispersed. The next night was still a sleepless night. Compared to the overbearing contract of the management company, the fans were more disgusted by the manager's pimp. Other than Xinguang, many fans of other idols felt the same way and helped to repost it a few times. Most of them were fans of the guests of Budget Traveler, and there were even guests who went against the trend. Lu Ziyu, Xianxia, your brother has suffered. I support you. Xinguang, thank you, Sister Ziyu. Passers-by, a certain little girl is trying to gain popularity again. Disgusting. Get out of the entertainment industry. Lu Ziyu, she had been wronged. Xianxia knew that it was the stupidest time to pick a side. It was easy to offend people. So the other guests of Budget Traveler just comforted him on WeChat, and there was no response on Weibo. Xianxia was already very satisfied that they didn't avoid him, so he thanked them one by one. When he reached Lu Ziyu, Xianxia directly called her. Sister Ziyu, thank you, but you have to delete your post on Weibo now. You scared me. I'm not scared, so what are you scared of? Lu Ziyu smiled. I'm used to being criticized, so it doesn't matter. I happen to have a lot of die-hard fans, so I'll help you wherever I can. Don't blame me if I can't help you. Why would I blame you? You've done enough. Hey, stop. Lu Ziyu interrupted him. Don't talk nonsense. Do you need a lawyer now? I can introduce my lawyer to you, and I'll pay for the fee. Xianxia said that there was no need. He had already looked for a lawyer at home. Lu Ziyu said, then you can call me if you need anything. I'm going to a dinner party after putting on makeup. I can't talk to you anymore. After that, Lu Ziyu hung up the phone. Xianxia couldn't help laughing and fell asleep. He slept very happily, but Du Lanqing couldn't. After the shock of the slap, she calmed down again and analyzed the feasibility of Xianxia suing her. First of all, dereliction of duty didn't constitute a sentence, so there was no threat. Second, there was no evidence that Nuya sold sex, and neither the buyer nor the seller would testify. If they did, their reputation would be ruined. Third, there was no legitimate profit. She didn't take advantage of Xianxia, and she hadn't received the fee of poor traveler yet. It seemed that the thunder was big but the rain was small. When the storm blew over, she would be a hero again. Du Lanqing held her phone and paid attention to the news on the internet. 24 hours after the incident, a girl suddenly posted a censored video on a media platform, saying that she was Du Lanqing's artist, and that she was forced to attend the dinner party and was willing to testify in court. Then, in less than 5 minutes, the same video was posted on a media platform. The third, the fourth. After the first one, anonymous videos kept pouring out. In the end, a total of 8 witnesses stood up. Du Lanqing completely fainted. Xianxia didn't feel good either. The appearance of the witnesses at a critical juncture before PR had time caused public opinion to tilt and the company's image to deteriorate. It caused a lot of panic among the shareholders who held Nuya Entertainment shares. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the Shanghai market hadn't opened yet. Nuya Entertainment's 350,000 sales directly blocked the limit down. The market officially opened at 9:30. Emmy Straight Line caused the shareholders to panic to the extreme, causing panic selling, and dealt a heavy blow to Nuya. During this period, a fund called Stars Asset Management bought Nuya's shares in small amounts. Xianxia opened his third eye and found that the legal person behind it was Qi Group. 3 big bubbles popped out of his mouth, and he urgently informed the PR department to draft a public apology letter. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, a top user posted, "Bai Yi, Xianxia, good luck." Before the market opened at 13 o'clock in the afternoon, Nuya Entertainment released an apology letter. Xinguang fans who had been worried for 2 days, "Oh wow, my idol actually won in a head-on confrontation. What a miracle." If you asked how Xinguang felt at this moment, it would be one word: awesome. Nearly 2 months ago, when Xianxia had just transmigrated, he had been thinking about buying Nuya's shares. However, Nuya had Bai Yi, who was a big shot, so many small shareholders were willing to sell their shares. Several major shareholders had discussed it several times, but they had always avoided talking about it. This time, Xianxia had a chance. As an entertainment company that depended on its fans, its image had a huge impact. After this incident, Nuya's share price would continue to fall. As for when it would rise again, it would depend on Xianxia's thoughts. Right now, Stars Asset Management Fund already held 35% of Noah's shares. They only needed to take down 2 more major shareholders and change the actual controller. Then, they could give the shares as a gift to the person who fit this name. A war that was supposed to last for a long time ended quickly and silently. Nuya promised in the apology letter, "We will sue former employee Du Lanqing and change Mr. Xianxia's agent and compensate him for his financial losses. We hope that Mr. Xianxia and the public can forgive us." The letter was very sincere. Even so, Xinguang's fans, who had just tasted the fruit of victory, still didn't give up. They scolded a few more times before wearing the "My Idol is the Proudest" medal and closing their eyes to catch up on sleep. With Xianxia's help, Xianxia experienced the comfort of being in a corner in the midst of chaos. He had planned to use the travel expenses Father Qi gave him as the liquidated damages. After terminating the contract, he would set up his own studio and avoid the embarrassment of finding another company. Now, Xianxia had settled it for him. He lay on the deck chair in the yard, drinking afternoon tea and browsing Weibo. Although the main contributor this time was Xianxia, without Xinguang's help, Nuya wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. He posted a picture of himself with tea and a script beside the tea to comfort his fans. At the same time, he wanted to announce that he, Xianxia, was going to act in a movie. After doing this, he rummaged through the pile of tags for a while and found that Bai Yi had done the same stupid thing as Lu Ziyu. Did the author not set up a character when she wrote The Peaches of the Night? Why did she make the male lead so silly? Aren't you afraid of offending people by blindly siding with a nobody? Xianxia mumbled as he flipped over. With his butt facing the sun, he switched to the WeChat group for Poor Traveler. Bai Yi had yet to express any opinions about his photos. He found it hard to calm down. He clicked into Bai Yi's private chat and zoomed in on his profile picture. He rubbed it a few times to vent his anger and typed, "Thank you for cheering me on." "Sorry, I just saw it." Bai Yi replied quickly this time, "It's okay, it's what I should do." "Have you dealt with the matter?" In the world of adults, there was no such thing as should or shouldn't. Helping was a favor, but not helping was a duty. No matter what, Xianxia remembered this favor in his little notebook. "Xing, yes, it's almost done." "Have you finished filming in Washington?" "Bo, landing in H City tomorrow morning." "Xing, are you free tomorrow?" "If I'm free, I'll treat you to a meal," Xianxia thought to himself. Bai Yi asked back, "Why, do you want to pick me up at the airport?" Xianxia's hand that was drinking tea paused. The other party misunderstood. If he thought about it from another perspective and treated him as a fan, it was normal for Bai Yi to think in this direction. And it seemed like a good suggestion. Wouldn't it be perfect if he went to the airport and directly pulled Bai Yi to the restaurant to treat him? "Xing, that's right, I want to pick you up at the airport. Send me your flight number." Bai Yi, this time, it was Bai Yi's turn to choke. He was 3 years older than the little fan. When the little fan mentioned it, he guessed that the other party wanted to return the favor. As he was filming abroad, he did not know about this immediately, nor did he accompany the little fan to give him advice. Bai Yi only used words to cheer him on. He felt that he was not competent enough. Therefore, he said that he wanted to pick him up to change the topic of the meal. In the end, the little fan actually admitted it. Bai Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. But on second thought, the little fan came to pick him up, and he brought the little fan to eat to apologize. This seemed to be a good idea. He sent the flight number to the little fan and agreed on which exit to take. Then, he opened the review software and began to choose a suitable restaurant. It was quite difficult to choose a restaurant to treat a big star like Bai Yi to a meal. The first thing to do was to be secretive, and the quality could not be bad. The environment was a must, and the service and quality of the dishes had to be top-notch. Therefore, Xianxia lay on the rocking chair and accidentally fell asleep. At night, Aunt Zhang chased him back to his room with a rag. The next day, he woke up early and went to the yard to run 1,500 meters. Then, he went back to his room to wash up and dry his hair. He chose a smoky gray sweater, dark blue jeans, limited edition sneakers that Father Qi gave him, and a fisherman's hat and mask. It was simple and not easy to be recognized. When he went downstairs to the garage, Qiuji's eyes widened when she saw her brother. "Wow, Xing, you're so handsome. Where are you going? Dressing up?" "Sister, how can you tell?" Xianxia was surprised. "Isn't this just a normal college outfit?" Qiuji pursed her lips and clicked her tongue. She walked up to him and grabbed his sleeve, putting it under his nose. "Pan Hailey, young shepherd, EDC. You're wearing perfume, and you still don't admit it?" "Xianxia, what kind of nose was that? Don't choose cologne next time. The fragrance is too short. It might lose its scent before you even reach the place." Qiuji made a heart at him. "You're not allowed to stay out all night." "Xianxia, at yen and percent, what do you mean by staying out all night? It's not like I'm going to do something bad." Your brother Xing quickly fled the scene. Xianxia's acquisition operation was very secretive. It was done through a securities company, and Xianxia's identity was not discovered for the time being. In order to maintain his image as a working-class family, he only asked the driver to send him outside the airport and walked into the terminal himself. When he arrived at the agreed pickup gate, Xianxia's vision darkened. Damn, why were there so many people waiting to pick him up? He couldn't see the end of it. He lowered the brim of his hat and pulled up his mask, leaving only his eyes exposed. He carefully squeezed into the crowd. Night Sky was an organized and courteous group, and they automatically made way for him. Some girls whispered, "Hey, hey, look, it's a handsome guy. He didn't even show his face." "How do you know he's handsome?" "Look at his figure and what he's wearing." "I love handsome guys who wear refreshing clothes." "Yes, yes, me too. And he smells so good. Lavender and cardamom, is that the pheromone of milk?" Ha 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 ha. These voices kept drilling into Xianxia's ears. When he heard the word pheromone, he subconsciously thought of the dial he had seen before. The color that had just faded came back again. He lowered his head and used his phone to block the female fans. Not long after, the phone vibrated with the screams of the Night Sky. "Bo, I'm out." Xianxia quickly looked up. Bai happened to be looking in his direction, and their eyes met in the air. Then, they tacitly avoided each other, as if they did not know each other. Bai walked into the crowd, and the Night Sky only followed him slowly. They did not push, or try to touch their idol. It was precisely because of this that Bai would always choose to walk through the normal passageway even if he could walk through the VIP passageway. This was his idol, this was his organization. Xianxia followed the crowd and was extremely proud. When they reached the elevator of the underground parking lot, a fan couldn't help but beg, "Brother Yi, can you give me an autograph?" "Okay, where do you sign?" The Night Sky handed him the handwriting. After Bai signed, another fan's notebook was handed to him seamlessly. He did not refuse and continued to sign. Bai's handwriting was extremely sharp, and he never hid his arrogance. It was said that in the entertainment industry, modesty and prudence were the most important, but he did not need it. This was the shield cast by his powerful strength. "It's your turn." Xianxia's thoughts were in a mess, and a pair of slender hands reached out in front of him. "Where do you sign?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows and looked at Bo Da, who had a calm expression on his face. How was this a singer? This was a movie star. He came to treat people to a meal. Why would he bring anything for an autograph? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Bai had a pen in his hand. He stretched out his hand and said, "Sign on my palm." "Okay, what's your name?" Hearing Bai's question, the rest of the Night Sky girls immediately turned into lemon juice. Asking what his name meant that he wanted to sign for this male fan, they also wanted it. However, the fans who got the to sign didn't seem to buy it. The Night Sky girls were not anxious and reminded him, "Hey, brother is asking for your name." "Oh." Xianxia forced himself to make up a name. "My name is Qixing." Bai expressed that he understood and turned his head to write on his hand. He wrote very lightly, and there was a faint smile on his lips. Xianxia's hand was itching, and he couldn't help but grin. Fortunately, the mask blocked it and they couldn't see it. When he finished writing and raised his pen, Xianxia realized that the other party didn't sign the fake name he made up. Instead, he drew a Xing symbol. The two sides of the Xing symbol were very long, and the topmost corner was shorter. It was cute, but it didn't have a head. Xianxia quickly hid his hand behind his back and left the crowd. He ran to the elevator at the other end and took a detour into the underground parking lot. Bai's 3 nanny vans were already parked in different places. This was a trap for the paparazzi and his illegitimate children. Xianxia found the corresponding car according to the license plate number Bai gave him yesterday. He wanted to call Bai to open the door. The electric car doors opened from both sides. Before he could react, a hand reached out from inside, grabbed his wrist, and pulled him directly into the car. Xianxia didn't even realize what was going on when he sat down. When his eyes adjusted to the light in the car, he saw that he was surrounded by a group of people in the nanny van like a panda. Bai's personal makeup artist, Xiao Man, said, "Boss, isn't this the male fan that to signed? Do you know him? Why do I feel that he looks familiar?" Bai's assistant, Aluan, scratched his head. "His body shape is very similar to that. Xianxia took off his mask. "It's me." "Wow, Xing. Why are you here? Did you miss me?" He, come on, let me have a kiss. It's so cool to see you stand up to the company. If I was born 10 years later, I would definitely marry you." Seeing that his employees were brazenly flirting with his little brother in front of him, Bai reprimanded them helplessly. Don't scare him, he's still young. After that, he turned to Xianxia. There were paparazzi at 9 o'clock just now, so I had to pull you up. Are you hurt? No. Bai Yi was worried because the little fan had a history, so he leaned over to check his wrist. A faint smell wafted into his nose. Bai Yi paused for a moment, then continued to lean forward. He stopped next to his ear and sniffed. What's that smell on you? It smells so good. It was too close to him. Xianxia could even clearly feel Bai Yi's breath on his eardrum. His upper body jerked backward. Behind him was the car window. Bai Yi was afraid that he would hit his head, so he quickly put his hand behind his head. Bang! The back of Xianxia's head hit Bai Yi's hand, making a muffled sound. Bai Yi frowned. Does it hurt? Shampoo. Xianxia said inexplicably. After saying that, he realized that his words were unclear, so he added, the shampoo I use smells good. Okay. Bai Yi smiled and pulled his hand back. I know. Xianxia saw that the matter was over and secretly sighed with relief. At this time, the driver who had watched the show finally said, Boss, where should I drive to? Xianxia immediately shouted the name of a restaurant and then turned to Bai Yi. It's my treat. Don't refuse. Bai Yi was stunned. Okay, I'll listen to you. Since the boss had spoken, the driver drove to the restaurant. Xianxia realized that there were so many people in the car, so he said tentatively, let's eat together later. Xiao Man showed an I have good taste expression. No, thank you for your kindness. I want to go home and have a beauty sleep. I want to go back and feed the cat, Aluan said. The rest of the people also said that they had something to do. Xianxia pretended to be regretful. That's too bad. I'll treat you next time. Xiao Man, Aluan, and the others, can't you persuade them a little more? This is too fake, Bai Yi couldn't help but smile. When they were near the restaurant, Xianxia called the restaurant owner and asked him to open the back door. With Bai Yi's current reputation, going in through the front door would cause chaos in the restaurant. The owner said, you can come in from the spot I told you yesterday. There are other inconvenient guests today, so the back door was opened in the morning. Could it be that another superstar was coming? Xianxia thanked him. Following Xianxia's instructions, the van stopped. Xianxia put on his mask. Brother Yi, don't move. I'll go down and take a look. Bai Yi understood the little fan's arrangement, so he nodded and didn't move. 2 minutes later, Xianxia said that there was no danger, and Bai followed. Walking to the door, the restaurant owner, who was waiting to welcome the VIP guests, saw them and widened his eyes. So you're together? The restaurant owner and Bai Yi knew each other. He looked at Bai Yi and didn't know if he should say anything. Bai Yi pursed his lips and answered for him, actually, I also booked this restaurant yesterday. Xianxia, huh? Seeing the question mark on Xianxia's face, the owner reacted. Oh, so the two of you booked separate restaurants, but both of you booked at my restaurant. You're quite, what's that idiom again? Yes, you have telepathy. You have telepathy. Telepathy? How could he describe it like that? Xianxia blushed for the 4th time today. He didn't know what Bai Yi's reaction was, but he couldn't help but look sideways under the brim of his hat. Then, he found that Bai Yi was also looking down at him. He raised his eyebrows. Maybe. I follow my idol. It was a wonderful meal. Bai Yi asked some questions about the Du launching incident. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, so he didn't ask any more. He only talked about the interesting things about Budget Traveler and their future plans. When it was time to pay the bill, Xianxia rushed to pay. Unfortunately, the owner handed the bill directly to Bai Yi. Bai Yi signed and said, I'll do it first this time. Next time, you'll do it. Hearing the words next time, Xianxia subconsciously retracted his hand. In the next few days, Xianxia spent every second reading. Although he had fallen out with Du Lanxin, the contract for Heart of the Ocean was still there. He did not want to create any more scandals about him not acting in the movie or breaking the contract. The afternoon before the opening ceremony, he obediently entered the set with his suitcase. The director was called Shang Yuliang. He had just turned 50 this year and was sitting in the audience of Beijing Hall discussing the storyboard with the assistant director. Seeing him walk over, Shang Yuliang said, "Yo, why didn't our third male lead go to the hotel first?" Xianxia had caused trouble a few days ago and indirectly promoted Heart of the Ocean, so the director's attitude towards him was quite good. "I bought afternoon tea. I'll send it to you guys first before going to the hotel." Xianxia and Ran and brother Qin distributed the refreshments to everyone in the venue. This kind of thing should have been done by his agent. Everyone in the crew, from the director to the stage supervisor, knew about Xianxia's current situation. They didn't poke at his sore spot and shouted with a smile, "Thank you, Teacher Qi." "Don't call me teacher." Xianxia quickly waved his hand. "I'm the youngest in this venue, so it's more appropriate to call you teachers. If you continue to call me that, I'll go back on my word." The assistant director teased him. "How?" Xianxia said, "I'll post your recording on Weibo." Everyone could tell that he was mocking himself and burst into laughter. The assistant director also smiled and muttered. To Shang Yuliang, "This kid is quite interesting. I hope he's so smart when he's filming." Shang Yuliang didn't comment. "I like actors who put all their effort into acting." After successfully showing his face, Xianxia said goodbye to director Shang and went back to the hotel. "There's a script reading at 6 in the morning tomorrow, and the opening ceremony at 9:30 in the morning." Shang Yuliang reminded him. "Thank you, Director Shang. I got it." Xianxia noted it down. For the sake of convenience, the crew had already booked a hotel outside Baisha Harbor's Ocean World, which was a 5-minute drive away. Xianxia had just gotten out of his Buick when he saw a Mercedes-Benz parked next to him. The door opened and 2 men dressed as bodyguards jumped out. One opened a parasol and the other crossed his hands in front of his abdomen. They were very well behaved. "Which superstar is this?" And Ran approached Xianxia. "Feng Qingyuan?" Feng Qingyuan had a good reputation in the industry. He had been in the industry for more than 10 years and had never been involved in any scandals. He was a rare academic actor. Xianxia shook his head. "It doesn't look like it. Let's wait for him and go up together." They were about to work together for a month, and it would be rude not to greet him. And Ran stood behind Xianxia obediently. A minute later, she finally saw the superstar. The superstar was wearing a casual suit with his ankles exposed. He was wearing a pair of shiny Valentino leather shoes. His hair was a popular Korean-style fringe, and he had a high nose and a sharp chin. Sunglasses covered most of his face. And Ran whispered, "It's him." Xianxia asked, "Who?" "Sushing, 26 years old this year. He's the son of a coal boss. Because his father owns a mine, he asked his father to invest in a few web dramas. He's now in the 2nd and 3rd tier." And Ran paused. "Xing, don't get too close to him in the future." Xianxia asked, "Why?" In the past, when he was filming web dramas, he was very arrogant and looked down on the workers. He was the one who called himself a worker. In his eyes, newbies without any background were the same as stage assistants who moved props. They were all workers. Now that he's in a web drama, he's in the sky. And Ran imitated the voice of a monkey. Xianxia was amused by her. Sushing saw them. Xianxia stepped forward with a smile and reached out his hand. "Brother Sheng, what a coincidence." Sushing didn't shake his hand or take off his sunglasses. Instead, he glanced at him. "Do I know you?" Xianxia had caused a stir in the company. Everyone in the crew knew him. How could Sushing not know him? In that case, it was nothing more than putting him in the category of wage earners. Xianxia calmly took back his hand. "It seems that Brother Sheng didn't do his homework before joining the crew. I'm Xianxia, the actor who plays Lin Xiao." "Ah." Sushing's face instantly darkened. Afraid that there were paparazzi around, he reluctantly said, "I read it a few days ago. I forgot." With that, he walked towards the hotel. Xianxia knew what kind of person he was. He didn't want to talk to him and followed him. After checking in, they went into the elevator together. The bodyguard pressed the 34th floor for Sushing. In this hotel, the higher the floor, the more expensive the room was. Shang Yuliang booked the second floor, the 32nd floor, the 34th floor, and the top floor. The second floor was for the crew, the supporting actors on the 32nd floor, the lead actors and actresses on the 34th floor, and the top floor had 3 swimming pool rooms for director Shang and the chief producer. Sushing could go to the 34th floor because he paid for it. He originally wanted to book the remaining sea view room on the top floor, but the front desk said that it was reserved for the hotel's shareholders. He was so angry that he almost fought with the front desk. Thinking of how he was mocked for not doing his homework, Sushing was furious. He scolded the bodyguard in front of him. "How can you be so rude? Why didn't you press the button for Qi Xingchen when he came in?" The bodyguard hurriedly asked, "Mr. Qi, which floor are you going to?" Sushing thought that his approach was very smart. As an actor, he definitely knew that the supporting actors were going to the 32nd floor, so he didn't say it directly. Instead, he asked the security guard to press the button. The security guard didn't know what was going on. After asking Qi Xingchen said 32, and compared it with his 34, the gap between the rich and the poor was immediately obvious. Sushing was so proud that he kept shaking his legs, waiting for Qi Xingchen to humiliate himself. However, the next moment, Qi Xingchen said, "No, it's done." "Thank you." "Are you done?" The 34th floor, the hotel prices near the scenic spots were different from other places. It was much more expensive. Especially since this was an international 5-star resort hotel. The suite on the 34th floor cost 4,500 yuan per day, which was 135,000 yuan per month. The suite on the top floor with a sea view was even more expensive. It cost 7,000 yuan per day, which was more than 200,000 yuan per month. Seeing that this person was dressed quite plainly, it didn't seem like he could pay for a suite out of his own pocket. Sushing rolled his eyes. "Are you going to look for Tao Tao?" "Yes, we meet again so soon. I'm going to look for her to catch up." Qi Xingchen really planned to do so. Sushing didn't say anything. He thought that although he didn't slap Sushing in the face this time, there would be plenty of chances in the future. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 34th floor. Qi Xingchen didn't have many things, only a suitcase, and gestured for him to go out first. When he stepped out of the elevator, Tao Tao was talking and laughing with a middle-aged man as they strolled over. Qi Xingchen greeted, "Sister Tao Tao." "Oh, Xing," Tao Tao's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "You're early. Come, let me introduce you." Qi Xingchen walked over. Tao Tao pointed at the middle-aged man. "This is teacher Feng Qingyuan, the male lead, and my partner." Qi Xingchen greeted, "Hello, teacher Feng. This is Qi Xingchen." "Oh, it's Lin Xiao." Feng Qingyuan took the initiative to shake hands with Qi Xingchen. "This young man is quite good-looking. He fits the role very well." "Teacher Feng, you flatter me." Qi Xingchen bowed and shook hands with him. At this time, Sushing, who got off the elevator behind Qi Xingchen, saw that the social interaction had started. He didn't want to be left behind and quickly squeezed in to say hello. Feng Qingyuan exchanged a few words with Sushing and continued the previous topic. "Xiao Qi, what I said is true. As the saying goes, beauty is in the bones, not the skin. Your bone structure is very good, just like Tao Tao. You're a natural beauty." In the original text, the main purpose of this sentence was to show that the female lead was quite beautiful and that the male lead admired the female lead. Qi Xingchen was also praised, so he didn't take it to heart and thanked him implicitly. Seeing that Feng Qingyuan praised Qi Xingchen but not him, Sushing frowned unhappily and took off his sunglasses. Unfortunately, this topic had passed and Feng Qingyuan didn't mention it again. The four of them stood and chatted for a few more minutes. Tao Tao looked at the time and said, "Xing, Xiao, Brother Yuan and I have to go. Director Shang wants to talk to us." Qi Xingchen said, "Okay, be careful. See you tomorrow morning." "By the way, Xing," Tao Tao said, "which room do you live in? I can go and play with you when I'm free." Xiao Qi should live in the same room as me." Before Qi Xingchen finished, Sushing interrupted, "We both lived on the 32nd floor, but I booked a suite on this floor." Xing, which room do you live in? I want to go and play with you too. After saying all this in one breath, Xing glanced at Xianxia with a smug look on his face. Xianxia ignored him and waved his room card. I live in room 1 on the top floor. You can come and play with me anytime. I don't have many scenes, so I have a lot of time to play with you. Room 1 on the top floor, the room that was reserved for the shareholders, was actually for him to stay in. Crack, the plastic door card in Xing's hand was cracked by him. Xianxia did not want to talk to Xing at all, because Xing's character in Peaches of the Night was a bootlicker who liked the female lead, and the kind who would end up with nothing in the end. Towards the end of the filming of Ocean's Heart, Xing fell in love with the female lead and started to go astray. After a crew gathering, Xing took the drunk female lead back to his room in the name of sending her off. In desperation, the female lead called the male lead. At this time, the male lead was not familiar with the female lead, but he immediately rushed over to save the damsel in distress. He defeated Xing with 2 punches and spent the night with the female lead in the room. That night, there was a subtle chemical reaction between the two. The female lead realized that the male lead was not as cold as he looked. The male lead realized that no matter how kind and strong the female lead was, she was just a little girl who needed protection. Xing was the catalyst for the progress of the relationship between the male and female lead. You stupid and vicious tool, stop it. Xianxia glanced at the key card in his hand. Go to the front desk and change one, or you won't be able to get in. Xing was speechless. Damn it, just you wait. Xianxia dragged the suitcase into room 1 on the top floor. No wonder it was a top suite that cost 7,000 a day. Its size, layout and appliances were excellent. The entire LCD glass wall facing the swimming pool was very high-tech. It was divided into 3 modes: transparent, translucent and closed. If one wanted to see the scenery outside, they could switch to the transparent mode and the LCD glass would become normal transparent glass. They could lie in bed and enjoy the sea view without leaving the room. If they were afraid of disturbing privacy, they could switch to the closed mode and the glass wall would turn into an ocean blue. It was beautiful. The most amazing thing was that all the electrical appliances in the room could be controlled by artificial intelligence. With 2 claps, clap, clap. Xianxia clapped twice. Glass wall transparent mode. The artificial intelligence said, transparent mode activated. The scene of the director wearing swimming trunks and breast swimming in the swimming pool appeared in front of him. Xianxia clapped again. Glass wall closed mode. Why are you swimming in the middle of the afternoon? After putting away his clothes and toiletries, he went to the bathroom to wash his face and his eyes that were stung by the director. Before he could wipe off the water droplets, Qiuji called. He put the phone under his shoulder. Xing, have you arrived at the set? We're here. Are you satisfied with the room? Yes, but... Xianxia didn't want to hurt his sister's feelings, so he said carefully, but the people in the crew are already suspicious of my identity. It's okay, I've already thought of an excuse for you. Just say that your friend rents this room all year round for vacation use. He's not around recently, so you're borrowing his grace to stay here. Xianxia was speechless for a moment. Since when did he have such a friend? But after thinking about it, this seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. Therefore, during the script reading session, when Tao Tao asked him about the source of the room, he followed Qiuji's instructions and continuously transferred the room to Tao Tao. I see. Tao Tao wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. You didn't like to be extravagant when you were in budget. I'm curious why you suddenly changed and rented a luxurious room out of your own money. Xianxia also yawned. It's empty anyway. It's a waste not to stay here. He looked at the time. 5:50. Director Xiang should be here soon. Almost. Hey, speak of the devil. Director Xiang is here. Tao Tao picked up the script. I'll go to the front. Talk to you later. Script reading was an important part of filming. It was mainly to help the actors organize their thoughts. If there were some important scenes and the actors didn't know how to perform, they could read it together and give their own opinions. Most of them could understand it. Today, they were going to read the scenes in the past 7 days. Qi Xingchen had a lot of them, but not many. Tao Tao and Feng Qingyuan had the most. By the time they had finished, 2 hours had passed. There's still an hour left. We have to go out half an hour earlier. Shang Yuliang looked up at the actors sitting in a circle. Xiao Su, you go first. Su Xing obediently read through his scenes. With the support of his experience in several web dramas, it was neither good nor bad. It was just average. Then it was the second female lead. Shang Yuliang said, Qi Xingchen, get ready. Xing Xing, who was reading the script for the first time, swallowed. The female lead finished in 20 minutes. Qi Xingchen swallowed. In fact, Shang Yuliang was worried about him the most. In his resume, there were only a few small supporting roles related to acting. How small were they? The kind that didn't have more than 10 lines. Shang Yuliang looked at him with a straight face. Qi Xingchen was so nervous that he forgot to lower his head and looked directly at Shang Yuliang. Using the speed of speech he had learned from books, he recited the lines of the dozen or so plays from beginning to end. Shang Yuliang, who had been looking at him for 8 minutes, was speechless. Shang Yuliang felt helpless. You memorized all the lines? Yes. How long did you memorize them? Quite long. Seeing that Shang Yuliang didn't speak, Qi Xingchen said hesitantly, what's wrong with me? It's okay, I'm thick-skinned. Su Xing snorted. You're quite thick-skinned. You've learned how to find a sugar daddy at such a young age. Su Xing's voice wasn't loud, but Qi Xingchen could hear him. Qi Xingchen furrowed his brows imperceptibly and ignored him. In fact, after he won the company, many conspiracy theorists jumped out and accused him of having a sugar daddy behind him. They either accused him of having a sugar daddy behind him or of not having the courage to fight in person. The most likely candidate for a sugar daddy was the girl who tore the scumbag's green dress. Judging from the things she gave the scumbag, she was definitely not an ordinary socialite. Qi Xingchen dismissed these comments with a laugh. His sister's sugar daddy? It seemed to be the case. Anyway, he didn't take these dirty words to heart. He ignored Su Xing's words and continued to look at director Shang. Shang Yuliang smiled. No, it's quite good. Young man, keep up the good work. While the script was being studied, the venue for the opening banquet was all set up. In the open space outside the aquarium, the offering table was covered with a red velvet cloth. In the middle of the offering table was a statue of Emperor Guan. On both sides were roasted suckling pigs and various fruits. When the auspicious time of 9:30 arrived, Shang Yuliang took the lead and stood in front of the offering table. Tao Tao and Feng Qingyuan stood on both sides. Behind them were the crew's main creators. Everyone bowed a few times to the statue of Emperor Guan. Shang Yuliang personally lifted the red cloth on the camera, indicating that from today onwards, Heart of the Ocean had officially entered production. The surrounding media waiting for the interview applauded and congratulated them. Shang Yuliang took the 2 lead actors and gave the media cigarettes. After directing for a lifetime, Shang Yuliang had accumulated a lot of contacts. The scene was very lively. At this time, the little invisible Qi Xingchen couldn't play any role. He quietly retreated to the back and played with the claws of the seal statue. Little President Qi. When he touched more than 30 times, a curious and scared voice suddenly came from behind him. You, when did you come? Qi Xingchen was startled and quickly turned around. Didn't I tell you to pretend that you don't know me in front of others? The manager thought he was here to inspect. Remembering that the statue was not clean today, he felt that his position was at risk. As a result, he forgot the leader's instructions and made a mistake. He quickly covered his mouth, hoping to save his image in the leader's mind. Looking around, Qi Xingchen found that the media's attention was focused on the protagonist. No one was paying attention to him. He took a long breath. Seeing that the manager was scared, he pretended to be serious and said, "Why are you covering your mouth? Take your hand off." "Oh. I'm now filming in this crew. If people find out that I'm the boss of Baisha Harbor, do you know how serious the consequences will be?" Fortunately, no one found out. Qi Xingchen waved his hand. "I forgive you this time, but it won't happen again. Go back and tell other employees not to say hello when they see me. Can you do that?" The manager was ecstatic. Yes. Send me a photo and I'll send your instructions to the group. Xianxia did not think much of it and immediately sent a photo to the manager. He also sent an announcement to the group, "At everyone, this is our little President Qi. Look carefully. When you see him in the future, you must pretend that you don't know him." The employee who received the photo, "Wow, so handsome. I didn't know him before, but now I know him." After a series of actions, Xianxia rushed the manager. "Okay, you can go first." "Yes, I touched the seal's claw just now. You have to pay attention to this in the future. Not only do you have to clean it, but you also have to disinfect it. Otherwise, it will be unhygienic if children touch it." The manager thought to himself, "How can children touch it? Only you." Okay. He nodded and walked away. Xianxia was still not done. Xianxia continued to touch the seal. After touching it for 100 times, he suddenly remembered that he did not take off his hat that day. Bai had not commented on his hairstyle until now. Since he was filming today, he woke up early to do his makeup and hair. His appearance was not bad. He turned on the front camera and prepared to take a selfie to send to Bai. Just as he raised his phone to his face, he put it down again. No, this would not do. It would look too deliberate. One look and he would know that it was specially taken for him. Xianxia pondered for a moment and half-squatted on the ground. He hugged the seal's neck and pressed the camera button. He found Bai's WeChat and sent it to him. "Xing, isn't it cute?" Bai replied 5 minutes later, "Cute." Xing added, "I'm talking about the seal." "Bo, yes, the seal is cute." Xianxia, he lowered his head and rubbed his toes on the ground twice. The seal's claws had been touched until the color was faded. How was it cute? Then, another message appeared on his phone. "Bo, you're cute too." Xianxia. "Oh. That's more like it." However, after receiving the compliment, Xianxia did not forget the reason why he sent the photo. He found a place where the sun was the brightest and basked in the sun as he typed, "Did you notice the change in me? Bo, hairstyle?" As expected, he did not see the photo in the group. Xianxia was angry. "Yes, new hairstyle. How is it compared to before?" After sending the photo, he guessed the other party's reply in his heart. With his idol's bad temper, the most he would reply was, "Not bad." This was under the condition that Peaches of the Night completely copied his idol's character. He now felt that the male lead of Peaches of the Night had changed. His idol had always been distant to others. It was impossible for him to be like Bai, who drew Xing on his palm. After thinking for about 3 minutes, there was finally a reply. Xianxia rubbed his eyes and looked down. There were 3 words on the interface. Pretty good. Xianxia, you also know about ABO novels? The filming of Heart of the Ocean was divided into 2 groups, A and B. Group A's main location was the aquarium, led by Xianxia. Group B was the male lead's work location, the marine biology laboratory. The crew rented an office building outside Baisha Harbor and set it up as a laboratory, led by the assistant director. After the excitement in the morning, everyone was focused and devoted to the intense filming. The assistant director set off with Group B, and Group A also began to shoot the first scene. Heart of the Ocean, Scene 1, 1 take, action. With the script, Tao Tao skillfully changed into tight plastic overalls, carried a bucket of fish, and sat on the edge of the thermostat pool. The white whale swam to Tao Tao's leg, and Tao Tao patted its head and threw it a fish. This was what the white whale trainer had to do every day: feed the white whale, cultivate feelings, play with it, and then train it. Cut. Xianxia picked up the walkie-talkie. Tao Tao, don't be afraid of it. Trainer, can I trouble you to recall the beluga whale and take another shot? Before Xianxia joined the crew, Tao Tao had already joined the crew a week earlier and familiarized herself with the white whale. Maybe it was not long enough, and she was still a little timid when she saw the white whale. This kind of large marine animal, girls could look at it from the outside, but it was inevitable that they would be afraid when they actually came into contact with it. So Xianxia did not say anything else and let Tao Tao do another take. However, it could be seen that he deliberately chose the simplest one-man show in the first take, and Cao Cao's performance was not good enough, which made him quite dissatisfied. Xianxia sat on a small stool and carefully analyzed Cao Cao's movements. Throwing away the fear, Cao Cao was a good actress. The angle of facing the camera and the range of her movements were very standard, which was worth learning. At this time, someone suddenly made a tisk behind them. Xianxia wanted to look back, but Anran stopped him. "Don't worry, it's Su Xing." For the convenience of preparation and rest, the crew prepared a lounge for the director and the male and female leads. Su Xing and Xianxia weren't available. If they wanted to rest, they could only return to their nanny van. Su Xing was done resting. He moved a small stool over and sat behind Xianxia. "If your acting isn't good enough, why don't you ask your sponsor to give more money to the crew? Why are you pretending to be serious?" Xianxia was speechless. This guy also brought money into the production team, how could he have the face to criticize others? Xianxia did not want rumors of discord among the crew to affect the progress, so he pretended not to hear anything. After 3 NGs, Zhang Yuliang watched the replay and was finally satisfied. He shouted, "Get ready for the next round." The reflector adjusted its angle and the camera crew changed positions. Xianxia took off his coat and walked to the seal domestication farm next to the beluga whale's thermostat pool. The two fields were separated by a metal fence. That was half a man's height. Because of this, Lin Xiao, who had just come to feed the seals, was fascinated by Ji Yan, played by Cao Cao, when he saw her dancing with the beluga whale in the water. Heart of the Ocean, Scene 1, Take 1 Action. Lin Xiao, who was wearing overalls and boots, was absent-mindedly sweeping the seal feces. He muttered, "Brother, what kind of boy do you think Sister Ji likes? Papa. Is it a mature one or a young one like me? Papa. Hey, don't just pat your belly." Lin Xiao was unhappy. He threw the broom to the corner and walked to the place where the papa sound was coming from, beside a seal lying on its back. "Answer me. Seal, papa." "Okay." Lin Xiao fished out 2 small fish from the metal bucket next to him and fed it. "After eating, you must." Before he could finish his line, Zhang Yuliang raised the loudspeaker. "Cut." Hearing this word, Xianxia's body immediately tensed up. Zhang Yuliang said, "Little Qi, your tone is wrong. In this scene, Lin Xiao has already fallen in love with Ji Yan, so when you speak, you should feel like you like her. What do you think like is?" "Nervousness, throbbing." Xianxia racked his brains. "Sweetness, shyness." Zhang Yuliang was puzzled as he watched him choke out a few words. "You've never been in love?" "No." "Then you must have had a crush on someone." "No." "So pure?" Zhang Yuliang was helpless. "Little Qi, like is the most moving emotion in the world. Apart from what you said, your emotions should also be affected by her at all times." To Lin Xiao, the 2 words Ji Yan are synonymous with beauty. When you call her Sister Ji, you must have a smile in your voice, okay? "Got it." Xianxia pondered for a moment and nodded. The script clerk hit the board again. Xianxia fished out 2 small fish and fed them to the seal. "Cut, better than before." "Give me another one." "Brother, you said Sister Ji, cut, better, but almost boring." 4 fish came and the scene was finally over. Su Xing saw Xianxia and Ji and was very happy. "Little Qi, look at how many fish you wasted. This aquarium is not owned by your family. Save some next time." His tone was joking, but Xianxia and everyone in the scene could hear the gun and stick in his voice. Everyone was silent for a few seconds. Xianxia glanced at him and went to the makeup artist to fix his makeup and prepare for the scene. The next scene was Su Xing's scene. As the second male lead in this drama, his character was set up as a domineering president. In such a drama, there were 3 elements of a gentle uncle, a domineering president, and a wolf dog, which could provide different kinds of immersion for the audience. Su Xing's scene was with Cao Cao. After a busy day, Su Xing came to pick up Ji Yan. He watched Ji Yan tidy up her things in an orderly manner, went up to give her a cup of hot coffee, and then helped her wipe the water splashed on her face. Compared with his character, his acting skills were not bad. He served the coffee and raised his hand to gently touch Ji Yan's cheek. In order to capture his eyes, the second camera cut over and gave him a close-up of his face. No, what's with that expression? Xianxia, a layman, could see that his facial muscles were not well controlled. Shang Yuliang shouted the word cut again. Little Sue, Shang Yuliang frowned. Everything else is fine. You've gone overboard. Stage supervisor, get a cup of prop coffee for little Sue. From the monitor, it could be seen that Su Xing's eyes were full of affection, but the corners of his eyes and mouth were flying upwards for some reason, looking very greasy. The high-definition camera magnified these small details to the extreme. Su Xing had no choice but to grit his teeth and take a few more shots. The stage supervisor, who delivered coffee to Su Xing again and again, was sweating profusely. He wiped his forehead and complained to the person next to him, he's not any better. Why is he mocking Xing? Aya, you've been bought over after drinking Xing's afternoon tea yesterday? I think there's something wrong with his face. Shu, lower your voice, don't let his assistant hear you. Su Xing had 3 scenes in the afternoon. After finishing, he probably felt that it was embarrassing to have NGs like Xianxia, so he put on his sunglasses and went back to the hotel. After Xianxia's 2 scenes, Shang Yuliang waved his hand. Go back and read the script, and think about what it means to like. No, just like is not enough. You're going to pursue Ji Yan like crazy, so you have to understand what it means to pursue. Okay. Xianxia nodded. But I'm not leaving, Director Shang. I want to stay on the set to learn how to act and communicate with my brother. The brother he was referring to was a seal. 60% of the scenes in the future had seals, so he had to prepare in advance. Then stay. Shang Yuliang didn't have time to care about him. He reminded him again, you have to think about how to like someone. If you don't know how to do it, find someone to practice with, or practice with your sister Tao Tao. How good would it be if you and Xiaosu could neutralize it? One doesn't know how to show, the other doesn't know how to accept. Shang Yuliang meant that Xianxia couldn't express his feelings, and Su Xing's performance was too much. To put it bluntly, they were like 2 newbies pecking at each other. When Xianxia heard that he was already on the same level as Su Xing, he immediately felt uncomfortable in his heart. He secretly made up his mind to play Lin Xiao well. He watched a few scenes on the set and saw that there was nothing to learn. He went backstage to find his brother. His brother was sleeping and unconscious. So he called and ran. Sister and ran, come here. What's wrong? What's wrong? And ran to Xianxia and squatted down. Don't move. Do me a favor. Xianxia pulled her sleeve and leaned forward. He said affectionately, Sister, I like you. Can you be with me? And Ran blushed at first, but then she laughed. Xianxia had been thinking about this since he walked to the backstage. He felt that he had performed well, so he asked, Sister and Ran, what's the difference? Too superficial, and Ran said accurately. You can fool an inexperienced girl, but you can't fool me. Then what should I do? Tell me how I should perform. Xianxia was troubled. How would I know how you guys feel when you like someone? And Ran spread her hands. Men and women are different. Ask someone of the same sex. Then she went back to work. Xianxia had no choice. He opened his WeChat contact list, thought about it, and took a picture of the sleeping seal. Xing, yesterday it was a fake seal. Today I'll show you the real one. The person he asked for help was doing her makeup and opened WeChat. Bo, cute. Bo, what's the matter? Xianxia was curious, how did you know? Bo, because you didn't take a picture with the seal. Xianxia wondered what kind of logic was this. He went straight to the point, the character I'm playing now likes the female lead, but the director said that I'm not open when it comes to liking and chasing people. Do you know how a guy acts when he likes a girl? How would he act when he likes someone? This question really stumped Bai Yi. Since his debut at the age of 16, he had focused all his attention on his passion, music and dance. He had never thought about dating. Moreover, he had one job after another. When he was busy, he could only sleep 5 hours in 3 days. He had no time to date. He told the truth, sorry, I can't help. Xing? Xing, you mean, you've never liked a girl before? Bai Yi, yes. After sending this message, Xiaoman asked him to raise his head to dry his hair. Bai Yi cooperated and raised his chin. After 5 minutes, he looked at the chat interface. There was no message from the other side. In his mind, he couldn't help but imagine the embarrassed look on the little fan's face. She must have lowered her head and bit her full lower lip without saying a word. Bai Yi sighed and couldn't help but type, "How about this? You can treat me as a target to practice. In a few days, I'll go to Baisha Harbor for filming. Then we can discuss it face to face, okay?" Xianxia couldn't believe it when he found out that Bai Yi, who was so good-looking, had never liked a girl or been in a relationship. He lowered his head and bit his full lower lip without saying a word. He was in a daze for 5 minutes. Then he shook his head and sent an emoji, crying cat. JPG, Xing, yes. The word practice sounded easy, but it was hard to put it into practice. She could talk about anything with Bai Yi, but she didn't know what to talk about now that she was pursuing someone. Xianxia returned to the hotel with the crew and curled up on the bed like a shrimp. He thought of the jokes he saw online and said, "I'm done." Then nothing happened, as if his phone was broken. Well, his first experience of love failed. Xianxia angrily stuffed his phone under his pillow and took out the script. Hence, the pitiful Anran became Bai Yi's scapegoat. At 10 o'clock, Anran yawned. Xing, are you ready? Look at my expression. Do I look more like a little wolf puppy? It's better than last time, but there's room for improvement. Then stay with me for a while. At 11 o'clock, Anran's mind was in a mess. Xing, are you ready? Am I reading my lines a little too fast? A little wolf puppy shouldn't speak so clearly. Yes. Then. Xianxia looked at Anran, who was staring blankly. Go back to sleep. Thank you, Sister Anran. Anran cheered, then reacted. What about you? I'll practice for a while. You have a scene tomorrow morning. I'll call you at 7 o'clock. Don't sleep in. No. Xianxia pushed her out. Go to sleep. Anran went back to her room reluctantly. Xianxia locked the door and walked to the mirror. He had never acted before, and the experience of the original owner was almost negligible. He thought that the theoretical knowledge he learned before joining the crew was enough, but after 2 scenes today, he realized that he was too naive. He needed practice, a lot of practice. He also needed to understand himself and master his expression and tone of voice to control his facial expressions. He picked out a few important scenes from the script, some for himself and some for the other actors. She looked into the mirror and repeated her lines over and over again. She did the actions and tried to put in her emotions. After practicing the scene where Lin Zhao's seal died of illness, he couldn't calm down for a long time. He crawled back into bed and looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. It was almost time to wake up. He turned off the lights and wanted to go to sleep, but the moment he closed his eyes, he saw the scene of the seal dying, which made his heart ache. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Suddenly, he remembered that Bai Yi hadn't replied to his message. He took out his phone from under his pillow. You have received a WeChat message. Bai Yi is back? He immediately opened it. Bo, sorry, I was out of town just now. My phone was with Aluan, so I didn't see it. When he received this message, it was more than 3 hours ago, when he was most engrossed in his training. Previously, he had blamed the other party for not replying to his messages. Now, it was his turn to not reply for more than 3 hours. Xianxia's heart was as weak as it could get. He put his finger on the screen and typed a bunch of words to explain. After typing, he thought about it again. What if the other party didn't turn off his phone when he was sleeping? Wouldn't he be woken up? But on second thought, if he didn't explain, what if Bai Yi misunderstood that he was angry when he woke up tomorrow morning? The other party was kind enough to practice with him. He couldn't do that. He deleted. Hence, after Bai Yi hummed a beat, he looked at his phone for the nth time tonight and saw, the other party is typing. This scene was familiar. It seemed to have happened before. Bai Yi could even imagine the confused expression of the little fan. He couldn't help but tease him, "Are you writing a love letter?" The phone vibrated. Xianxia was so shocked that he almost dropped it. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and Bai Yi was still awake? Also, what was the meaning of a love letter? His brain wasn't working well after being overly sad. He was stunned for a while before he realized that he was chasing Bai Yi. But a love letter? Xianxia blushed. "I didn't write one." "Xing, why are you still awake?" "Bo, I have work." "Xing, oh, are you done with work now?" "Bo, soon." "Go to sleep first." In order not to delay Bai Yi's work, Xianxia told him to finish quickly and go to bed. Xianxia said goodnight to Bai Yi and hurriedly locked the screen. Then, as if he remembered something, he unlocked his phone again and found a Luan in the Poor Traveler group and sent a friend request. The shadow of the seal swayed in his mind. He followed it for the whole night and couldn't fall asleep. At 5:30 in the morning, he tried knocking on Anran's door. Anran immediately opened the door. She was dressed neatly and said in surprise, "Xing, you're awake." "No, why are your eyes so dark? Did you lose sleep?" "Yeah, I didn't sleep well last night." "Then go back to sleep. I was just about to make breakfast for you. I'll call you when I'm done." It turned out that Anran always woke up early to make breakfast for him. Xianxia waved his hand. "Don't make breakfast. Let's go out for a change. I want to eat shrimp porridge." After that, he dragged Anran out and asked old Qin to eat a luxurious shrimp porridge together. He also packed a dozen servings. At the aquarium, the other actors hadn't arrived yet. Only the makeup artist and the prop team were there. He asked Anran to distribute the porridge to the prop team and took one into the dressing room. "Good morning, sister. I brought you porridge." Tao Tao and Feng Qingyuan had their own styling team, and the stylist of the crew mainly served the supporting roles. The makeup artist heard his raised voice and couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you here so early today?" Xianxia said, "I just finished eating." "You eat the porridge first, and then help me do my makeup." "No, I'll do your makeup first." The makeup artist pressed him on the chair. "Your face is small, and your facial features are very clear. It's very easy to draw. I can finish it in 20 minutes. By the way, your dark circles are a bit big today." After makeup and styling, Xianxia entered his main venue, the seal training ground. His brother Xianxia had already gotten up and was doing exercises opposite the trainer. Xianxia asked a few tips on cultivating feelings with seals, wrote them down on his mobile phone, and asked the trainer to go backstage to eat porridge. Then he stayed in the training ground and walked 13 steps from this side of the training ground, climbed over the iron fence, jumped to the thermostat pool, walked another 17 steps, and stopped in place. In this way, he went back and forth. The first scene of the day started at 8:30. Shang Yuliang arrived at the set at 8 o'clock and saw Xianxia walking around. He grabbed the trainer who had finished training Xianxia and asked, "What time did he come?" "Around 7 o'clock. "I'm not sure." "He entered the training ground at 7:30. "Then how many times has he walked like this?" "Let me think." The trainer tried to remember. 20 or 30 times should be around. Shang Yuliang said thank you and let the trainer leave. The trainer didn't know what Xianxia was doing and thought he was wandering around. But Shang Yuliang knew that Xianxia was practicing his positioning. In small scenes, such as in residential houses, the size of a room was limited. After the lights were set up, the scene with sufficient light could be obtained from any position. The aquarium was a large scene, and for the sake of the indigenous people, the sea creatures, the crew did not install lights throughout the aquarium. They used the primitive method of dimming with small rows of lights and reflectors. Therefore, the optimal viewing range was limited, and the actors needed to walk and stand accurately. In particular, Xianxia's scene this morning required Lin Xiao to cross from the seal training ground to the beluga thermostat pool to find Ji Yan. The span was large, and there were many steps. One wrong step had to be reversed and res-hot. Therefore, Xianxia came early. Shang Yuliang looked at him, who kept climbing over the fence, smiled, and returned to his seat. Under Qi Xingqian's crazy practice last night and this morning, the first scene of Ji Yan and Lin Xiao in the morning was very smooth and passed in one go. Team B didn't go out today. Feng Qingyuan and Shang Yuliang had a personal relationship. He stood behind Shang Yuliang and said, "This young man is not only good-looking, but also good at acting." "Come on." Shang Yuliang rolled his eyes. "You didn't see him yesterday. He was like a wooden man." "Impossible." Feng Qingyuan didn't believe it. There was a night in between. How could the difference be so big? He stayed up late to practice. Look at the dark circles under his eyes. Shang Yuliang pointed at the playback image on the monitor. Feng Qingyuan took a step forward. Sure enough, Qi Xingqian's eyes were blue. It was the kind that concealer couldn't cover, so it didn't affect the image. Feng Qingyuan pondered for a moment. This child, if he doesn't take the wrong path in the future and develops according to this route, he can't go wrong. Why do you say so? What's the point of asking when you already know the answer? Feng Qingyuan teased Shang Yuliang. He went from a wooden man to his current level in one night. Is that something that can be done just by hard work? He's talented and smart. Don't be so absolute. Shang Yuliang sounded like he was refuting Feng Qingyuan, but there was a smile on his face. At this time, Qi Xingqian went down to wipe the water sprayed by the white whale. Next, Sushin went up. Shang Yuliang smacked his lips. Xiaosu and Xiaoqi are two extremes. It's easy to overdo it when acting. Feng Qingyuan was a good person. He said, Xiaosu is a good child. Maybe he's not used to it because of yesterday's shoot. He should be fine today. Shang Yuliang nodded. The script director hit the board. Sushin put on a coat and walked into the aquarium, calling Ji Yan's name. Ji Yan hurried out. What's wrong? Sushin was speechless. Shang Yuliang said, Cut. Xiaosu, where are your lines? Don't just stand there and say nothing. Didn't you sleep last night? However, Qi Xingqian didn't know what Sushin's performance was like. After changing his wet clothes, he saw that there was still some time before the next scene. He sent a red packet to Aluan, who had accepted his friend request. Xing, Aluan, accept the red packet. Buy a bottle of vitamins for your boss when you're free. Aluan, okay. Aluan, there's no need for the red packet. I've been preparing all kinds of nutritional supplements for my boss. Xing, okay, then remember to remind him to take them. Vitamins are anti-fatigue. Since he worked so late last night, he has to take some supplements. Aluan, got it. Then, Aluan felt that something was wrong. Xing, when did you say so late? How late was it? Qi Xingqian said matter-of-factly, it was past 3 in the morning. To be precise, it was past 3 in the morning. Are you sure? Aluan said, my boss finished work and returned to the hotel at 11 o'clock last night. Did you remember it? Qi Xingqian was confused. That's impossible. I sent him a WeChat message at 3 o'clock last night. If you don't believe me, take a look. Qi Xingqian took a screenshot of the last page of his chat with Bai Yi and sent it to Aluan. It avoided the love letter and had a clear chat time. After reading it, Aluan couldn't help but laugh. Damn, my boss lied to you. He definitely went back early last night. If he's talking to you so late, he's probably waiting for your reply. After saying that, Aluan threw down his phone and left. Qi Xingqian was left alone in a daze. So, he really waited for my reply until 3 o'clock in the morning. Why don't I go back tonight and ask him indirectly? Qi Xingqian thought to himself. If it's true, I'll apologize to him and buy some. Xing. Qi Xingqian was thinking about what to buy for Bai Yi when Ran suddenly ran in. She was calmer than girls her age and was rarely so anxious. Qi Xingqian had a bad feeling and stood up. What happened? Take your time. No, nothing. Ran took a deep breath and handed her phone to Qi Xingqian. Xing, you've been hacked. Ran showed Qi Xingqian a reply from a Big V blogger. This Big V blogger had more than 4 million fans. Some netizens commented on his chat, I've been watching Poor Traveler recently. I'm very interested in Brother Xing in it. He's so cute. The blogger replied, he's not cute after playing for a long time. The meaning was obvious, brother Xianxia was a rich man's plaything and had a sugar daddy behind him. The blogger was famous for breaking news and knew a lot of secrets and interesting things in the entertainment industry. 90% of the news he broke was true and 1% was false. The netizens trusted him very much. What they didn't know was that most of the false news was slandered by money. It was just that it was difficult to distinguish the true from the false. Even if the person who was slandered found a chance to clarify it later, the news would have already spread. Except for fans who were willing to believe you, the so-called onlookers would only remember that, oh, XX had XX scandals. Then the news would spread one by one, and the false news would become true. And Ran lowered her voice and said, I just found it by chance when I was browsing Weibo. It hasn't spread yet. You don't have an agent. Tell the company first and let them prepare a public relations plan in advance. Also, find out who did it. It seemed that this was the only way now. Xianxia walked to a corner and called Xianxia. The acquisition process was not completed. On the surface, Xianxia was still the legal person of Nuya Entertainment. He probably set Xianxia's phone number as an exclusive ringtone. After the busy tone rang, Xianxia immediately picked up and said enthusiastically, Little President Qi, what can I do for you? Why did Nuya call him that? Xianxia felt a little awkward and told him what happened on Weibo. Xianxia pondered for a moment and analyzed, the blogger who slandered you is from Fodder Media. It's a little difficult to ask him to delete the post. Don't respond first. I'll try to negotiate and let the public relations department prepare a public relations plan. Okay. Xianxia hung up the phone. Fodder Media was a big company, and big companies valued trust. Since they had received money from their customers, they had to do it properly. Therefore, Xianxia had never thought of asking them to delete their posts. It was enough to stop the news from spreading further. He was not famous, and not many people paid attention to him. Over time, he let it go. Also, who could the person who slandered him be? Xianxia thought for a moment. And looked at Susheng. Xianxia only had one scene in the afternoon. After 2 scenes, he went backstage to cultivate his relationship with his brother, Xianxia. Xianxia was awake this time. Xianxia teased him with the fish. Clap your hands. Xianxia patted his belly. Papa. Xianxia grabbed a plastic ring and gestured to Xianxia. Catch it. If you catch it, I'll give you fish to eat. Xianxia patted his belly. Papa. Looking at Xianxia's non-cooperation, Xianxia knew how difficult it was to be a fish trainer. He sat next to Xianxia on the floor, feeding the fish and touching Xianxia's head. He opened Weibo to see what was going on. Xiaoqi, you're here. Susheng had followed him. He put his hands in his pockets and walked around Xianxia and Xianxia as if he was patrolling. Finally, his eyes fell on the script in Xianxia's hand. Oh, Xianxia, you always have a script with you. Susheng didn't know whether he was praising him or not. You're so hardworking. No wonder you've made so much progress. It was most likely Susheng who had bought the accounts to slander him. There was no one else around. Xianxia didn't want to bother to maintain a harmonious appearance. He said coldly, hurry up. Look at you. You're so weird. Susheng said, I'm here to ask you for advice. Director Shang said you're in a good state. He squatted next to Xianxia and said, so I want to ask you, how do you do it quickly? Susheng gritted his teeth and said the last 4 words one by one. The scene of Shan Yuliang telling him the script just now appeared in his mind. Xiaosu, you're here because Ji Yan's father suddenly fell ill. You're very anxious at this time, but you have to be calm to appease Ji Yan. You don't have to change your expression, but your steps have to be a little messy. You have to figure out the character's psychology, not just on the surface. You've been acting for a few years. You should be more experienced and adaptable than Xiaoqi, but you're not as good as him. I have high hopes for you. You have to hurry up. On the surface, he said he had high hopes for him and that he was better than Xianxia. In fact, he was secretly praising Xianxia. Tao Tao was next to him. He had always admired Tao Tao. This time, he lost all his face in front of his goddess. Susheng grinned and said, Xiaoqi, tell me, what did you do to make Director Shang protect you? Did you bewitch Director Shang, or did your sugar daddy invest more in the crew? Hearing these ridiculous words, Qi Xingqian was angry and amused at the same time. He snorted and said, don't think that just because you brought money into the crew, everyone else is as lazy as you. Oh, so you're saying that you worked hard on your own and not your sugar daddy? Susheng licked his gums and said, okay, thank you for your advice. I'm leaving. Everything will come to a conclusion. Susheng left proudly, and Qi Xingqian continued to scroll through Weibo. It was obvious that Nuya's internet water army had joined the fray. Under this comment, a small number of people questioned the authenticity of the news, a small number of people mocked the blogger for taking money, and the rest changed the topic and pushed the rest of the comments to the top. In short, they were trying to muddy the waters and confuse the public. On the other hand, the people who bought the marketing did not plan to let Qi Xingqian go. The news was forwarded more than 10,000 times, and then some of his photos were dug out. There was a time when he gave Zhou Yu a watch during the live broadcast. At that time, the brand of the watch could not be seen in the live broadcast, but Zhou Yu said it was high-end, so it must not be cheap. There was also a time when he accidentally exposed his socks in Qianzhou. The netizens found that it was alpaca wool socks produced by Falk, which cost more than 700 pounds a pair. Qi Xingqian was speechless. It was windy at night in the mountains, and he was afraid that his feet would freeze, so he casually took a pair of wool socks. Who knew that Qi Yuji would buy such expensive socks? Of course, the most solid proof was that after he confronted the company quickly apologized. Adding all these together, it was no longer something that a child from an ordinary working-class family could afford. They had to come up with an explanation. Qi Xingqian put down his phone and sighed. Now, he could only wait for Chen Nuya to settle it. He did not want to expose his identity for the time being. After all, the Qi family looked powerful on the surface, but when the plot needed cannon fodder, they would be no match for the powerful protagonist. Once the protagonist found out that he was a member of the Qi family, his identity would be exposed, and it would be difficult to get close to him. When he had just transmigrated, he wanted to return to the real world alive. But after spending some time with the Qi family, whether it was for the sake of the original owner or his own thoughts, he did not want the Qi family to die. Papa. Xianxia beside him seemed to feel that he was in a bad mood, and patted his belly twice. Don't worry, it will pass. Qi Xingqian patted Xianxia's head and smiled as he picked up the script. Unfortunately, after Susheng's interruption, he could not get into character. He thought for a while and decided not to ask Bai Yi if he was really waiting for him last night. He took out his phone and sent a Kata duck emoji over. BZZT. The vibration sound of the reply was very long, unlike WeChat. Qi Xingqian looked down and saw that Bai Yi was calling him directly. Hello? He waited for a while before answering. It's me, are you not filming now? Qi Xingqian replied, no. Then don't play with your phone all the time, memorize your lines, Bai Yi said, use all the time you can. Why did he sound like a teacher educating his students? Qi Xingqian opened his mouth and wanted to tease him. But then he realized that there was another meaning to this sentence. Brother Yi, Qi Xingqian asked, have you seen Weibo? Xiaoman told me when she saw it. Have you reported it to the company? He really saw it. Qi Xingqian said, I've reported it to the company. Good, wait for the company to do the PR for you. The innocent will know that they are innocent, and the innocent will know that they are innocent. Hearing this, Qi Xingqian unconsciously reached out and grabbed Xianxia's paw. He said, the innocent will know that they are innocent, but aren't you afraid, of what? Aren't you afraid that I'm innocent? Qi Xingqian explained, aren't you afraid that I really have a sugar daddy? As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Qi Xingqian couldn't help but bite his lower lip. His full and soft lips were deeply dented by him. After about 10 seconds, the other party suddenly let out 2 low chuckles. Qi Xingqian's ears turned red. What are you laughing at? Was he laughing at him? Nothing, Bai Yi stopped laughing. Xing, I believe that you don't have a sugar daddy. Why do you believe me? We haven't known each other for long. Xianxia finally let go of his pitiful lips. Just because I'm your fan? Not entirely, Bai said. If you want to find a sugar daddy, how can you let go of the nearest one? Xianxia racked his brains to think about who the nearest one was. Then, Bai gave him an answer. Most people in the industry don't have as much resources as I do. If you really want to do something, when I applied medicine on your back in Denmark, she should have taken advantage of the situation to show more. She could have thrown herself into his arms or said that she was in pain and needed comfort. In short, there were many ways. After being in the entertainment industry for so many years, Bai had encountered all kinds of things. There were even female celebrities who were bold enough to directly press their breasts against him. In order to ride on his popularity, in order to ride on his coattails, they would do anything. She didn't look like a small fan at all. When he touched her, her entire back, neck, and face turned red. She was so shy that she couldn't be looking for a sugar daddy. After Bai finished speaking, Xianxia also remembered the scene in the bathroom and the cold touch on his fingertips. Don't say any more. Xianxia's face turned red, even more than that day. Thank you for believing in me. Well, call me if you have any questions. By the way. Bai paused. Aluan kept pestering me to take vitamin pills. I hate the smell of pills. I hope you won't make me wait too long tonight. Xianxia, what are you thinking about? Nothing. When Xianxia heard the makeup artist's words, he was sitting in the dressing room waiting for his makeup to be removed. He quickly pulled himself out of his thoughts of "don't make me wait too late" and said, "My makeup is almost done. There's no need to take it off too seriously, right? How can you do that? If you don't remove it properly, your pores will be blocked." The makeup artist helped him remove his makeup and put a mask on his face. Not only do you have to remove it properly, but you also have to put on a mask. Your handsome face won't be discounted. Got it. Thank you, sister. Xianxia nodded and began to tell the makeup artist how cute Xianxia was. Xing, who had also finished all his scenes and removed his makeup, also closed his eyes and waited for the makeup artist to come over and put on a mask for him. After waiting for 2 minutes, the makeup artist did not respond. Stop chatting. Xing was impatient. He pointed at Xianxia and said, "Put it on for me. I'll go back to the hotel after that." "Ah, sorry, Mr. Su." The makeup artist apologized in a panic. "I brought the mask for Xianxia. I didn't take yours." Bang! Xing fell off the chair and walked away cursing. Xianxia had lived alone since he was a child, so he knew the ways of the world very well. In the past few days, he often brought takeout and refreshments for the crew. He was good-looking and had a good personality. Plus, he knew how to do things. He had already gotten along well with everyone. After 15 minutes, he took off the mask and got into his nanny van. He slumped in his seat and typed on his phone. And Ran asked, "Xianxia, have you seen Weibo?" No. Xianxia was absent-minded. What's the situation now? We've been fighting with the internet water army for the whole afternoon. The other party has been persistent. If it doesn't work, the company will probably release a statement. Xianxia could predict what the other party would do. The longer the rumor spread, the more people would know about it and the more harmful it would be to the person involved. He finished typing the last word and sent it out. Then, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, he collapsed into the shape of the Chinese character. And Ran saw it and asked curiously, "Who were you texting just now?" "Someone who doesn't like taking vitamins." "Who is that?" "No, it's not that he doesn't like taking vitamins," Xianxia said to himself. "He doesn't like to take any pills." And Ran was speechless. Her artist must be crazy. What nonsense was she spouting? The van continued driving towards the hotel. Along the way, Xianxia got old Liang to stop at the entrance of a restaurant. He put on a cap and a mask and got out of the van in full gear. Although he hadn't reached the level where everyone knew him, it was better to be cautious in this critical period. He found the private room under the guidance of the waiter. A gray-haired teenager wearing a Croatian t-shirt and a pilot jacket was sitting at the other end of the table. Seeing him come in, Jiaozi raised his chin carelessly. Brother, you're here. Order first. Xianxia ordered a few dishes that were good for the brain development of teenagers and closed the menu. Why did you skip class again? Xianxia said, there's no class in the afternoon. Tell me the truth. I want to eat eel rice here, Xianxia mumbled. It's been more than 3 months since we last came here. Xianxia's heart softened. This kid said that he wanted to eat eel rice, but in fact, he wanted to eat eel rice with his brother. He missed his brother. In the afternoon, Xianxia suddenly called him and asked if he was free. Xianxia guessed that this kid was looking for him. Coincidentally, he also wanted to talk to Xianxia about school violence. Firstly, school violence was wrong. Secondly, it would be best if he could avoid a conflict with Tao Tao's brother. Xianxia couldn't tell his cousin directly because of his awkward personality, so he asked, how are the results of the mock exam? Xiaoxia's hand that was assembling the chopsticks paused. Well, it probably wasn't good. Xianxia changed the topic. Did the teachers look for your parents recently? Xiaoxia, well, the school bully was the bully. You're about to graduate. Try to get along well with your classmates and leave a good impression. You might not see each other in the future. Xianxia went straight to the point. Do you have a classmate called Tao Xian? He's my friend's brother. You guys can talk more. Tao Xian. Xiaoxia frowned and thought for a while before he remembered. Oh, there is such a person. Brother, don't worry. Since you know him, I'll take care of him in the future, although he's a little weird. Weird? What's weird about him? He's always pulling a long face. He doesn't play games or basketball. He ignores everyone who talks to him. Xiaoxia rubbed his bangs angrily. If it wasn't for the fact that he's so weak and easily knocked down, I think he'd be the boss. Didn't like to exercise, kept away from people, and had a weak body. Xianxia recalled the plot of The Peaches of the Night. It was very likely that Tao Xian had already contracted systemic lupus erythematosus by this time. However, his condition didn't worsen in the early stages and he could still study and attend classes as usual. Tao Xian chose to hide his medical history and didn't tell his classmates, so he couldn't talk about it casually. Xianxia sighed inwardly and said slowly, Jiaza, Tao Xian might have his own reasons for doing this. You can't hate him just because he's not close to his classmates, understand? But he's so annoying when he keeps his mouth shut and acts all high and mighty. Don't tell me you have to ask people to respond when you talk to them. That's not annoying? Xianxia retorted. Xiaoxia choked. All right. Xianxia stretched his arm across the table and rubbed Xiaoxia's head. Everyone's personality has its reasons. If you can't understand, try to respect him. Xiaoxia's sleepy eyes suddenly widened. Brother, you're touching my head? How dare you touch my head? Even the dean doesn't dare to touch it. Wasn't it normal for an older brother to touch his younger brother's head in television dramas? Could it be that Xiaoxia hated it when others touched his hair? Xianxia opened his mouth to apologize, but then he saw Xiaoxia lean forward slightly as if to make it easier for him to touch him. He pretended to lower his head to open the sea urchin. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh and rubbed his head again. Under Xianxia's repeated reminders, Xiaoxia promised that he wouldn't bully Tao Xian anymore. Xianxia was satisfied. After dinner, he asked Xiaoxia to send him back to the hotel. Xiaoxia turned his sports car into a wheelchair. The 20-minute journey took more than 40 minutes. When they arrived at the hotel, Xiaoxia took out a cigarette from the pack and narrowed his eyes. Brother, wait for me, what are you smoking for? Xianxia reached out and took the cigarette out. Xiaoxia. Brother, how dare you take my cigarette? Even the dean wouldn't dare. Xianxia understood his character. He chatted with him for a while and watched him leave. He took the elevator to the top floor. And Ran had already tidied up his room. When she heard him open the door, she immediately stopped him. Stop. Don't go into the bedroom. Go take a shower first. I prepared the bathtub water and essential oil. Soak in it for half an hour to get rid of the smell. Xianxia? You've been hanging out with Xianxia all day. You smell like fish and disinfectant, and Ran explained. Sister Tao Tao's assistant introduced me to an essential oil. It tastes good. Try it. Xianxia sniffed his sleeves. There was indeed a fishy smell. He had always been in that kind of environment. If Ran did not mention it, he would not have realized it. Just now, he stayed in the airtight sports car with Xianxia for so long. Xianxia didn't complain at all. Xianxia put his phone on the shelf, took off his clothes, and got into the bathtub. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his phone vibrated twice. He didn't want to move. He lazily glanced at it and saw that it was Bo who sent him a message. He sat up, wiped his hands with a towel, and opened the message. Bo, are you at the hotel? The previous message was sent by Xianxia. He had punched in to tell the other party that he had finished filming. There was a meal's time between the two messages. Xianxia thought to himself. No wonder there were so many people in the entertainment industry who were together, but only a few could make it to the end. Based on this efficiency of chatting, even if he did, they would break up in a few months, not to mention that he hadn't won Baiye's heart yet. No, that wasn't right. Wasn't he looking for Baiye to cultivate the feeling of chasing someone? Why did he have to think so far ahead? Xianxia shook his head. We're here. We're all in the bathtub. As he spoke, he held the essential oil bottle a little guiltily. He took a photo and sent it to Baiye to prove that he wasn't fooling around. Baiye's gaze fell on the fingers holding the bottle. It was white and round. His fingers were wrinkled because he had been in the bathtub for too long. It was obvious that he had specially wiped his hands to reply to the message. Baiye's comment, cute. Xianxia didn't quite understand. Are you saying that the essential oil is cute? Only then did Baiye see the essential oil. He changed the topic. Was that the smell I smelled the last time? The smell he smelled the last time, didn't he explain that the smell he smelled last time was shampoo? Why couldn't he get over it? Or did Baiye really like the smell? Xianxia looked at the young shepherd on the sink. At this moment, a call interrupted the conversation. It was Xianxia. Xianxia picked it up. Brother. Xianxia's intention to criticize him dissipated instantly. Well, tell me about the Weibo incident again. Xianxia was busy with work and almost didn't look at social media. The morning was his busiest time, so Xianxia didn't call him immediately after the incident. Instead, he called Xianxia directly. Xianxia had no choice but to repeat it. Xianxia heard it and asked, Xianxia couldn't do such a small thing in one day? Xianxia, don't look for him next time. Just look for me. Pigs can't solve human problems. Xianxia paused. Sleep well tonight and watch it tomorrow morning. Xianxia admired his brother's ability to scold people without using vulgarities. He obediently closed Weibo after receiving instructions. He continued to practice tomorrow's scene in front of the mirror and chatted with Baiye until they went to bed. Xianxia turned off the light and sent a message, good night. Baiye, good night, sweet dreams. Maybe it was because of Baiye's blessing, Xianxia really had a good night's sleep. He got out of bed in a good mood, put on his clothes and pressed the young shepherd's perfume twice. He estimated that the remaining perfume would only last until the middle of next month. He begged Ran to help him buy another bottle on Taobao. Ran skillfully found the product and asked, how many milliliters do you want? The biggest one. That's not necessary. In my experience, anything like lipstick and perfume can only be fresh for a month. When the honeymoon period is over, it will be thrown to the corner to collect dust. Or do you have a special feeling for it? Xianxia stopped putting on his shoes and rubbed the tip of his ear. I'll buy it from you. It's not like you don't pay. Okay. Ran smiled mischievously. Then she suddenly shouted, Xing, look at Weibo. Fong Di at you. Brother is done? Xianxia immediately put on his shoes and opened Weibo. Fong Di Media, yesterday, our company's blogger accepted money from an artist's agent and posted inappropriate comments, causing great damage to Mr. Xianxia's reputation. We sincerely apologize for this and will adjust the staff structure and strengthen the restrictions and control of the account. We hope you can understand. Seeing this, Xianxia was quite shocked. He had thought that Xianxia's way of dealing with this was to force the blogger to delete the post. As long as the blogger deleted the post, Fodder Media would break the contract, and not only would they have to return the money and pay the penalty, but they might also offend the buyer. But he didn't expect that Xianxia would be so ruthless that he even pointed out an artist's agent. Xianxia clicked on the comment section to see the public's reaction. Then he found that Xianxia was more than ruthless. In the comment section, a lot of netizens pointed their swords at Su Xing, implying that the artist surnamed Su was the one who paid money to slander Xianxia. They all said the same thing. It was obvious that someone was behind this. At the same time, in the executive suite on the 34th floor of the hotel, Su Xing's agent and Su Xing were sitting at the table. The breakfast was cold and the ashtray was full of cigarette butts. "I told you not to cause trouble. Now you're in trouble, aren't you?" The agent drew the curtains. "The boss called me and scolded me." Su Xing's face turned red. "Shut up. You said he's the third male lead and you're the second male lead. He's not in a position to suppress you, nor is he qualified to steal your show. Why are you picking on him? I told you to stop talking." Su Xing stood up abruptly, the veins on his forehead bulging. The table was moved by his sudden movement, the steamed dumplings and porridge splashed all over the floor. "Are you King deaf?" The agent was stunned for a few seconds by his ferocious face. He had been taking care of this rich man's son for more than 2 years. He knew that Su Xing had a bad temper, but it was rare for him to fly into a rage like today. "I can't stand him pretending to be serious. I can't stand Director Shang praising him in front of Tao Tao. I just want to mess with him." And what? And, Su Xing said and twice, but didn't finish his sentence. His eyes cleared up for a moment, then he returned to his usual arrogant and domineering self. "No. Also, go and release a statement saying that Xianxia directed and acted out this incident to stir up hype and deliberately slander me." Less than 3 hours after Fodder Media released the statement, Su Xingfang posted that the so-called Su Xingfang defamed Xianxia to find a sponsor was purely false. It was a hype designed by Nuya Entertainment and Xianxia to increase their fame and at the same time, pour dirty water on Su Xingfang, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The onlookers analyzed it and it seemed to be the case. First of all, Fodder Media's statement was too explicit. How could a company not be afraid of offending Party A and point things out so clearly? This was not scientific. Secondly, under Fodder's Weibo post, the comments that speculated that Su Xingfang paid for marketing are too obvious, and Ran analyzed as she walked with Xianxia into the aquarium. I checked a few of them. The names of the water army were random, and there were not many Weibo posts on the homepage. They were probably the kind of zombie comments that cost 50 cents per comment. It was indeed very obvious. Xianxia nodded. And Ran continued, "Now the netizens who support you and Su Xingfang are almost equal. According to my observation, more people seem to be leaning towards Su Xingfang. Look at these comments." She handed the phone to Xianxia. "Xingshi peach blossoms, this guy surnamed Qi looks very innocent. I didn't expect him to be a black-hearted lotus." After the hype, he turned around and pushed the blame to others. Why didn't he spend money to buy a more expensive water army? He was killed by Brother Xing. Haha, Adobe, maybe after spending money to buy Fodder, he has no money to buy a water army. Manual dog head, Wan Xiaopai. I watched Poor Traveler some time ago and bought Xianxia's shares. I regret it so much. Eating human blood steamed buns so happily. I hope you will always be a nobody. Monday, you are not allowed to say that my brother Xing is the most innocent and clever brother of Xing. 50 cents per comment. Xianxia glanced at it and pushed the phone back to Anran. Think of a way, Xing. We can't let them pick sides, Anran said. If they put such a label on you, you'll definitely be hammered into a black lotus. Xianxia hummed. Why aren't you anxious? Anran stood in front of him and frowned. A starlet like you who has just started out can have scandals, but you can't have a stain on your character. It will affect your future as a star. Alright, don't worry. Xianxia grabbed her bag and carried it on his back. I already have a solution. Let's go and see. With that, Xianxia stepped into Beijing Hall. He instantly understood what it meant to be the center of attention. Everyone in Beijing Hall, from Shang Yuliang to the cleaning lady, was staring at him, as well as Su Xing, who had just arrived at the set. Yesterday, Xianxia was accused of looking for a sugar daddy, but it didn't affect Heart of the Ocean. After all, they had just started filming. It would take half a year for the production to be approved and broadcast on satellite TV. This matter was long over. Fangdi Media's statement this morning also didn't affect Heart of the Ocean. If used well, it could even be used to promote it indirectly, but after Su Xing's clarification, this melon instantly became sweet. The two of them were in the same crew. Whether it was Su Xing buying marketing materials or Xianxia's Black Heart Lotus, they would see each other every day. How could they get along? Everyone in the crew looked at the two of them happily. Only Shang Yuliang felt bitter in his heart. Get back to work. Shang Yuliang picked up the loudspeaker and shouted. Seeing everyone rush back to their original positions, he pointed at Xianxia and said, You, Xiao Su, come with me. With that, Shang Yuliang threw down the loudspeaker and entered his lounge. Xianxia lowered his head and walked over obediently. Su Xing hurried to catch up with him. Xianxia heard a slightly complacent voice behind him. Xianxia, don't struggle. You can't beat me. Xianxia pretended not to hear it. He went straight into Shang Yuliang's lounge and pretended to be very obedient. After the two involved parties and Demon King Shang Yuliang left the scene, the film crew, who had been holding back for the entire morning, was finally released. This is so interesting. Guess who did it? I'm sure it's not Xing is so obedient. Not necessarily. Although I also like Xing, we can't blindly trust him. There's no hype in the entertainment circle. Maybe the company forced him. It's also possible that he did it himself. Think about it. If the artist doesn't agree, who can force him? And look who his friend is, Lu Ziyu. Maybe it was Lu Ziyu who helped him create hype. Let's get to work. Hearing all kinds of speculations, Tao Tao couldn't stand it anymore. I want to try dancing with the whale in the water now. Assistant Director Zhou, can you bring me along? Under Tao Tao's control, the discussion in Beijing Hall disappeared and turned into the sound of pushing the camera, coordinating the plan, and splashing water. Half an hour later, Shang Yuliang finally ended his inhumane criticism and education. Xianxia lowered his head and poured tea for him. Don't try to curry favor with me. Shang Yuliang spat. Look at what you've done. Let me tell you, no matter what feud or grudge you have, you'd better keep it to yourself. As an actor, acting is the most important thing. Got it, Director Shang, Xianxia said honestly. I don't blame little Qi, Su Xing said. Shang Yuliang. Sigh, go out and continue filming. You guys are really infuriating. By the way, little Qi, how's your preparation for today's scenes going? I'll try, Xianxia said. Give me some time to build up my emotions. As the third male lead, Xianxia only had two important scenes. One was where Lin Xiao confessed to the first female lead, Ji Yan, and was rejected. The other scene was the one they were filming today. Xianxia passed away due to illness and Lin Zhao's emotional outburst. Shang Yuliang brought Xianxia out and returned to the monitor. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Are you ready for scene 32? Lights in position. Camera 3 in position. Cameras 6 and 8 in position. Okay, Shang Yuliang ordered. Script supervisor. With a bang, in the sealed training ground, the four supporting roles surrounded Xianxia, who had collapsed on the ground. Everyone's eyes were red. Xianxia was already an old seal. It was naughty, cute, and knew how to play many tricks. However, it couldn't change the fact that its life was coming to an end. After a performance, Lin Xiao found that its physical strength was seriously depleted. After an examination, Xianxia was diagnosed with advanced liver cancer. Baishagang decided to let Xianxia retire and spend its old age in peace. However, the good times didn't last long. The cancer quickly eroded its vitality, and its spirit became more and more sluggish day by day. Until this morning, when other keepers brought fish to its mouth, it looked at the fish, turned its head, and lost the desire to eat, or the strength. Seeing this scene, everyone in the SEAL training ground understood that its life had come to an end. Did you inform Lin Xiao? Yes, he's on his way here. After the two breeders finished speaking, they looked at each other and fell silent at the same time. In the entire aquarium, Lin Xiao and Xianxia had the deepest feelings for each other. They didn't know how sad Lin Xiao would be if he saw it. Where is Xianxia? At this time, the back door was pushed open. Lin Xiao, who had just rushed from class, didn't have time to change his work clothes and quickly rushed into the crowd. He saw his brother lying on the ground at a glance. At this time, Xianxia seemed to feel the arrival of its master. The whiskers on both sides of its nose moved. Lin Xiao's eyes turned red. But he didn't cry. He smiled and knelt beside Xianxia. Brother, I'm sorry. Am I late? Papa. Xianxia patted its belly twice. You said I'm not late. But I think I'm late. I should have entered the aquarium earlier and met you earlier. I missed so many years of your life, so many performances. Papa. Xianxia stretched out its paw. This time, it didn't pat its belly, but patted Lin Xiao's forearm. Then, it winked at Lin Xiao. It seemed to say, it's not late. As long as we meet, it's not late. It also seemed to say, I'm sorry, brother. I can't continue to accompany you on the road of life. My life has come to an end. If I can choose to reincarnate in my next life, I still want to be your seal. I love you. The wet touch on his forearm disappeared, and Xianxia's paw slowly slipped down. As its paw slipped down, so did its black gem-like eyes. It was so bright. From now on, it would never open again. It will be dark forever. Ah, Lin Xiao threw himself on Xianxia's belly and cried. Extremely sad cries spread throughout the venue. Everyone present, including Shang Yuliang, felt their hearts tighten. Cut. Shang Yuliang took a deep breath, indicating that the scene was over. The supporting actors wiped their eyes and hurriedly reached out to help Xianxia. There were 4 people in total, but they couldn't help him. Shang Yuliang got up and walked to his side. Little Qi, slowly, Xianxia is fine. He just injected some tranquilizers to cooperate with you. Xianxia still maintained his lying position. I'm fine, Director Shang. You do your thing. I want to stay with Xianxia for a while. Shang Yuliang shook his head helplessly. He knew that Xianxia was too immersed in the role and couldn't recover for a while. New actors had this problem. Either it was difficult to get into the role, or they were too emotionally involved and couldn't get out of the role after acting. This could only be solved by the actors themselves. The director couldn't help at all. Shang Yuliang patted his back. Little Qi, you acted very well. You've improved a lot. I'm very satisfied. Keep it up. Then he went back to direct the next scene. He said very 3 times in a row, but Xianxia didn't hear it. His mind was full of Xianxia. Xianxia was disobedient, Xianxia was eating fish, and Xianxia was patting his belly. After a long time, he sat up with red eyes. And Ran was waiting beside him and handed him a wet tissue. Director Shang said that you can take the afternoon off. Let's go back to the hotel. Xianxia has to go back to the pool to soak in the water. Okay. Xianxia nodded and kissed Xianxia, who was already half awake. Let's go. And Ran took him back to the hotel in a daze. In order not to worry the people around him, he ate a mouthful of food and got into bed. He didn't know if he was dreaming or waking up. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Fangdi Media posted again. There were only 2 pictures in the post. One was a screenshot of Fangdi's account. The account owner was Sushing's agent. The other was a screenshot of the chat history of the account owner and another person discussing how to attack Xianxia. After checking, the other person's WeChat account was Sushing's agent. It couldn't be more solid. The reversal of the situation was simply a carnival for everyone. The discussion on Weibo reached the peak for a while. Xianxia knew that it would end like this, because he knew that Qi Yunxiao wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He trusted his brother very much. And Ran was overjoyed and came to tell him the good news. Lu Ziyu was far away in a foreign country and called him to tell him the good news. Unfortunately, he couldn't be happy. After all, the impact of that scene was too deep and he still couldn't completely get out of it. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Bai finished filming a small party and found that he hadn't received any messages from his fans. He typed, "Do you have a night scene tonight?" 5 minutes later, Xianxia, "No, I have the afternoon off. I slept all afternoon and forgot to send you a message." Bai stared at the screen and frowned. He swiped his finger on the screen and said to Aluan, "Turn on the lights in the car." "Ah? Why? Do you want to take a selfie?" Bai shook his head and didn't say anything. The next moment, Xianxia's phone rang with an unusual tone. "Bo invites you to a video call." Xianxia unconsciously picked up the call. His idol's face, which he had been looking at for 7 years, suddenly appeared in front of him. Sharp eyebrows, slightly upturned eyes, a high nose bridge, a small mole on the side of his nose, and an inward jawline, Xianxia suddenly woke up and realized what he was doing. He was video chatting with Bai. And Bai was also observing him. His hair was messy, his eyes were red and swollen, and his eyelids were even more swollen. There were also some water stains under his eyes that he hadn't had time to wipe off. Bai immediately frowned. "Who bullied you?" No. Xianxia quickly explained. "No one bullied me." "Did the director scold you, or did Sushin cause trouble again?" "No, really." Xianxia was flustered, but in order to stop Bai from making wild guesses, he could only tell the truth. "I filmed a crying scene today." Bai was surprised. "How many scenes did you cry for?" One. Xianxia was too embarrassed to say that he cried for an entire afternoon. "You cried so much after one scene," Bai joked. "Then I won't dare to provoke you in the future." Xianxia was thinking about what "won't dare to provoke you" meant. After a while, he figured out that Bai was afraid that he would make him cry. I'm not the kind of person who cries." Xianxia was embarrassed and angry. "This time I cried because Xianxia passed away." When he said Xianxia passed away, his heart skipped a beat. "Yes," Bai said. "You don't cry. You don't believe me?" "I believe you, so." Bai paused. "Don't cry now. Get up and wash your face, okay?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he finally understood. It turned out that after beating around the bush and saying so much, the other party just wanted to coax her so that she wouldn't continue crying. Xianxia lowered his head to hide the smile on his lips. "Okay. Let's go then. We'll eat something while we're at it." Xianxia nodded. When the video call ended, he then realized that he had forgotten to take a screenshot. QAQ. While Xianxia had been appeased by Bai, the people in the Qi family's headquarters were still worried. In the evening, Yuji was cooking desserts while crying. "Xianxia has suffered a lot this time. What should I buy for him as compensation?" Xianxiao cleverly bypassed the desserts and thought for a moment, "Why don't we buy a yacht? It just so happens that there is a yacht port on the coast of Baisha Harbor. We can dock there." Not bad." Yuji was very satisfied with her brother's suggestion. She sat down and said coquettishly, "How about this, big brother? I'll buy a yacht for Xianxia. You help him find a yacht trailer and apply for a sea license, okay?" Xianxiao chuckled softly. He knew that his sister was saying this to steal the credit and make Xianxia more indebted to her. He didn't care about this and agreed with a smile, "Okay." Grandpa Qi, who had just returned from the banquet, was very upset when he heard that his son and daughter had already chosen a gift. As a father, he should give his son a better gift so that his son would like it more and be happier. He went back to the study and racked his brains. After a long time, he finally came up with a good idea and called his assistant. "Apply for a route to South Africa tomorrow. I want to go there for an inspection." It had to be said that the male leads and his idol's identical faces were very magical. After the video call, Xianxia's waist no longer hurt, and his back was no longer sore. He didn't even have to expend any energy to climb up to the 5th floor. The effect was comparable to downing 3 new bottles of wine. Although Shang Yuliang had given him a leave of absence for the afternoon, it had delayed the filming progress. He called and ran and wanted to go to the hotel restaurant to order supper for the crew. The hotel restaurant was on the first floor. As soon as he entered, he saw Sushing sitting at the entrance of the restaurant. His eyes were scarlet, his face was dark, and his hair was unkempt, lying on his forehead with grease. Sushing was a person who liked to dress up. Xianxia couldn't help but think of the day when he first met him. He was wearing a branded casual suit and Valentino shoes that were shiny. But now, perhaps he didn't notice that the few drops of vegetable juice on his shoes had already solidified. Sheng, eat a little. If you don't eat or drink, it won't solve the problem. If you starve, people will laugh at you. Sushing's agent sat opposite him and said earnestly, also, I have several artists under me. Who can be sure who I'm buying marketing for, right? Sushing didn't say anything. He looked up and happened to meet Xianxia's eyes. In fact, Xianxia didn't understand why Sushing was so against him. At most, he had embarrassed Sushing when they first met, but he had never done any real harm to him. Even if The Night Peach was a brainless novel, the villain shouldn't be so stupid as to fight with him to the death. Xianxia pretended not to see it. He pulled and ran from the other side and went to the front desk. Sushing looked at his back with a cold gaze. Just as Sushing's agent said, they were playing rogue tactics. After the two Stone Hammer pictures were released by Fongdi Media, Sushing and his agency didn't respond or clarify anything. It was as if they had never been involved in the planting of the melon field. Early in the morning, the crew set up the props needed for the day and whispered from time to time. Hey, do you think Director Shang will still want Sushing? Will he terminate the contract and change the actor? Hey, brother, you don't understand. Sushing did something dishonorable and he will definitely be criticized for his bad character. But there are too many things that tarnish the reputation of his peers. Unlike domestic violence and cheating, it's not a fatal stain and it will be over soon. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. But if I were Sushing, I would go to Director Shang and ask him to quit. How embarrassing would that be? It would cause a huge uproar. Resign? Do you think it's that easy to get a second male lead in a movie? Stop it, he's coming. Sushing paused for a moment and then continued to walk to the set. After all, his reputation was not as important as his future. God knew how much effort he had put in to get the second male lead in Heart of the Ocean. Moreover, there was a goddess in the cast that he liked. Perhaps he was warned by the company or his agent, but Sushing did not talk to Xianxia for the next week. He staggered the time for filming, and makeup, perfectly avoiding all contact with Xianxia. Coincidentally, the two of them did not have any scenes together. Xianxia was happy to stay away from him and ponder over his own script. When he was free, he would rub Xianxia. At the same time, Lin Zhao's scenes were getting better. Because of Xianxia's departure, Lin Zhao understood the importance of protecting wild animals. Coincidentally, Ji Yan began to run around for the white whale. Out of love and his own dreams, he looked for opportunities to stick to Ji Yan all day long. On this day, Ji Yan finished her work for the day, changed her clothes, and stepped out of the changing room. Lin Zhao held her bag with one hand and held the wall with the other, trapping Ji Yan between the changing room door and the wall. You scared me. Ji Yan patted her chest. Lin Zhao, what are you doing in the female changing room? Of course I'm here to find you, Sister Ji, Lin Zhao said. Are you going home? I'll give you a ride. Thank you for your kindness, but I have an appointment with someone today. Ji Yan squeezed out from under his arm and walked out quickly. The backstage of the Beijing Hall was a long corridor. After exiting from the second door on the left, one would enter the most beautiful place in the white sand harbor ocean world, the Ocean Life Viewing Tunnel. The tunnel was made of 360-degree transparent glass. On the other side of the glass was the blue seawater and freely swimming marine life. The light shone through the seawater to the ground, reflecting the sapphire-like waves. Lin Zhao caught up with Ji Yan. Who are you meeting? That biologist? Why are you asking so many questions? Ji Yan ignored him and continued walking. Hurry up and go back. There's still training tomorrow morning. Hearing the word child, Lin Zhao's blood rushed to his brain. He stepped forward and reached out to grab Ji Yan's arm, exerting force, he pulled her directly into his arms. Ji Yan. Lin Zhao gritted his teeth. I'm not a child. I'm 18 years old. I'm a person with full civil rights. I know very well what I'm doing right now, and I know very well how I feel about you. Can you turn around and look at me? He bent down and looked directly into Ji Yan's eyes. Sister Ji, I like, cut. Kakaka. Shang Yuliang placed his hands on his hips. Little Qi, come over here. Qi Xingqian's heart thumped. It's over, it's over. Director Shang isn't happy with this scene again. He bowed and apologized to Tao Tao, then ran to Shang Yuliang. Little Qi, you're fine in other areas, but confessing is boring. You're facing the girl you like, not your sister. Not only must your expression be affectionate, but your eyes must also be burning with love. Shang Yuliang explained, do you know what love is? It's blazing, surging, burning your heart and your rationality. It's going to burn you crazy. I'll try again. Qi Xingqian nodded, half understanding. Shang Yuliang's heart sank. Forget it. Shang Yuliang sighed. Let's not film today. Come to my room tonight. I'll personally teach you. Qi Xingqian was speechless. Don't think too much. I'm not going to sleep with you. I'll rehearse with you. Shang Yuliang explained, then pushed him away. Go to the side and think about it. Don't get in the way. Come, the next scene, Tao Tao's dance with the whale. Are you ready? Just like Xianxia's death, the dance with the whale was also one of the highlights of the drama. The name of the drama was taken from the dance with the whale, Heart of the Ocean. At the same time, the dance with the whale was the first scene of the drama. Tao Tao didn't learn well in the early stages, so it was delayed until today. Hearing Shang Yuliang's question, Tao Tao, who had already changed into her costume, made an okay hand gesture. Qi Xingqian saw that they were going to film this famous scene, so he quickly sat down in the audience. In the original text of The Peaches of the Night, this scene was the cornerstone of Tao Tao's career. Shang Yuliang would be shocked by her performance and personally cut a clip for her. Once it was released, it would immediately go viral on the internet. Qi Jiaozi had promised not to conflict with Tao Xian, so the plot of Qi Jiaozi being robbed in school and driving into Tao Xian would also disappear. His brother was out of danger, and Qi Xingqian's mood was a lot more relaxed. In the face of the dance with the whale, he especially wanted to watch it. After all, art was universal, and acrobats and aquarium actors were not much different. The dance with the whale was done by two actors, one was Tao Tao, and the other was the real white whale trainer of the White Sand Harbor Aquarium. All the props were ready, and the two white whales stood upright in the water under the trainer's instructions. With the sound of the background music, Tao Tao and the trainer jumped into the water together. The background music chosen for Heart of the Ocean was the theme song of the movie Titanic, My Heart Will Go On. Tao Tao and the trainer each led a white whale and danced to the rhythm of the music. So that's how it is. Qi Xingqian carefully observed their movements and found that the two white whales were actually guided by the trainers. Tao Tao did not need to give instructions to the white whales. She only needed to make the movements perfect, and when she came out of the water to breathe, she could feed her white whale. After the performance, Qi Xingqian was not satisfied and felt that something was missing. Tao Tao came out of the water and asked Shang Yuliang how the mirror worked. Shang Yuliang watched the underwater shot twice cautiously for nearly 4 minutes. Obviously, he was not very satisfied. It's not enough. Tao Tao, your movements are not soft enough, not beautiful enough. Not soft enough, not beautiful enough. Qi Xingqian suddenly realized, no wonder he felt that it was not enough. Tao Tao had never learned to dance, and her body was stiff. Although there were not many dance moves in the performance, and it was mainly to interact with the white whales, it lacked the gentle and beautiful texture of the dance, which made the entire performance less appealing. Then I'll do it again, Tao Tao said. Maybe it's my first time in the water, so my body is stiff. Let me do it again. Shang Yuliang nodded and prepared the underwater camera for the second time. Unfortunately, the second time was no different from the first time. Xianxia's Waterloo Confession and Tao Tao's Waterloo Dance were 2 scenes in a row. Zhang Yuliang pulled his hair worriedly. What should I do? Should I hire an underwater dancer to teach you? Director Shang. Tao Tao was panting heavily. I can still do it. No, you're exhausted now. I'd better find an underwater dancer, Zhang Yuliang said as he took out his phone to contact his friend. Director Shang. Xianxia stood up. No need. Let me try. Zhang Yuliang was speechless. You? Looking at Zhang Yuliang's incredulous expression, Xianxia jumped down from the audience seat. I know acrobatics. Sister Tao Tao knows that acrobatics tests one's soft skills the most. Also, I was a trainee in the company for a year, so I have a foundation in dancing. Let me try it once. Finding an underwater dancer was more troublesome than finding an ordinary dancer. Why not let Xianxia try? Director Shang agreed dubiously. In order to observe the effect of Xianxia's performance, the underwater camera was not removed, and the director's monitor was not turned off. Xianxia and the trainer stood by the pool and put on the goggles. Then, he tore off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body and strong forearms. After transmigrating into the book, in order to pick up his acrobatic skills, he had not stopped training. The original body's thin and weak body had been trained by him until his waistline was tight and his back was smooth. There was a faint shadow of abdominal muscles on his abdomen, and a shallow vest line was imprinted on it. He had the beauty of a man, but because of his thin body, he did not lose his youthfulness. Maybe it was the first time seeing a handsome guy strip in public, the trainer's cheeks immediately turned red. All the female creatures in the stadium were not in a good mood. Their faces were all red, and their eyes were like hungry wolves. Xianxia didn't notice. He exchanged a glance with his partner and nodded. Then, Celine Dion's deep and penetrating voice slowly flowed out from all directions of the stadium. Xianxia jumped into the pool and swam to the white whale that was waiting for him. Every night in my dreams I see you, I feel you. He put his hand on the white whale's head and led it across the sea. That is how I know you go on. He grabbed the white whale's fins with both hands and spun and jumped with it. Near far wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. He wrapped his legs around the white whale's tail, bent down, and spread his arms. Once more you open the door. And you are here in my heart, and my heart will go on and on. He pressed his forehead against the white whale's, his eyes closed, a smile on his lips, and hugged each other tightly. Everyone in the stadium was stunned, including the trainer. At that moment, he was not Xianxia, nor was he a human whale dancer. He was an evil siren, a romantic mermaid prince, a god that had finally awakened after 10,000 years of slumber in the deep sea. He was a king, he was the ruler of the white whale, the ruler of the sea. Sob sob sob, my heart will go on was too shocking with this scene. A girl's soft sobs came from somewhere. Only then did the people in the stadium come back to their senses from the performance. Zhang Yuliang hurriedly said, Quick, 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 get little Qi out, don't suffocate anymore. Everyone scrambled to get their mermaid prince. Zhang Yuliang wanted to go too, but he found that he had 2 missed calls on his phone. They were from Bai Yi. And 2 WeChat messages. Frowny face. I came to White Sand Harbor to get the music video for my new song and dropped by to see you. Where's your filming location? No need, I found it. You do what you need to do. The calls and WeChat messages were from 20 minutes ago. Zhang Yuliang put away his phone and craned his neck to look outside. Sure enough, Bai Yi was standing at the entrance of the White Whale Stadium with his jacket in hand. His gaze was fixed on the mermaid prince who had just been fished out of the training ground. That. Zhang Yuliang raised his loudspeaker. It's a holiday this afternoon. My friend is here, so I'll have a meal with him. Everyone, go back and relax. Little Qi will be in charge of teaching Tao Tao dance. Little Qi, don't forget to come to my room tonight to practice. Hearing this, Bai Yi's gaze finally turned to Zhang Yuliang. He raised his eyebrows. What scene? Confession scene. Little Qi is a virgin and doesn't know anything. Practice, do I need you? You rest. Bai Yi lowered his eyes, then raised his eyelids, the corners of his eyes rising. I'll accompany him. Back then, the film crew had only rented Beijing Hall for a month. In order to finish filming the main scenes within a month, everyone worked overtime. Every day, they worked from dawn to dusk, working for more than 10 hours without rest. Hearing that Shang Yuliang was merciful enough to give the entire film crew a day off, the entire venue burst into thunderous cheers. The mermaid prince, who had just crawled out of the water, knelt on the ground. His ears were wet, so he couldn't hear anything. He looked around blankly. Then, he saw the person who had a video call with him a week ago, walking quickly towards him. He first glanced at his naked upper body, then turned around and draped his jacket over his shoulders. He reached out a hand. "Get up." Only then did Xianxia realize that he was still a naked man. He quickly put on his jacket and grabbed Bai Ye's hand. That hand was warm and dry, which helped to alleviate the coldness of coming out of the water. He was easily pulled up by Bai Yi, who lowered his head and buttoned his shirt. Although Xianxia's arms and legs were long, he couldn't match up to Bai Ye's height. When he put on the jacket, he looked like a child secretly wearing an adult's clothes. The sleeves completely covered his hands, leaving his neck and collarbone exposed. "Haven't you had enough?" Bai Yi didn't know what was wrong with him, but he reached out and buttoned the topmost button for him. Xianxia, he shook his head. Firstly, he wanted to clear his ears of the water. Secondly, he wanted to confirm that everything in front of him was real and not a figment of his imagination caused by the water pressure. Bai Ye's arrival was too sudden. It was only then that the crew realized who Shang Yuliang's friend was. They immediately let out a second round of thunderous cheers. That scene was even crazier than seeing a naked man. "Bai Yi, I've liked you for a long time. Can you give me an autograph?" "Boo-hoo, I actually saw Brother Yi in real life." "Director Shang, why didn't you let him come earlier?" "I hate you." "Baby, when will your new movie be released? Mommy fans have been waiting for so long." "Brother Yi, your face is so small in real life. It's much smaller than on TV. No wonder my girlfriend looks at you every day." A large group of people threw down the work in their hands and rushed up, surrounding Bai Yi in the middle, chattering and asking questions. The mermaid prince instantly lost his favor and snorted in dissatisfaction. Tao Tao also walked over and said with a smile, "Brother Yi, you're here." "Okay." Bai Yi nodded at Tao Tao and turned to whisper to Xianxia, "Go back to the car and wait for me." Wait for him in the car? Wasn't he going to have dinner with Director Shang later? Why was he waiting for him? Xianxia didn't know why, but there were too many people around and it wasn't convenient for him to ask, so he could only obediently walk out. And Ran also squeezed into the crowd to watch the commotion. Xianxia tugged at her backpack and said, "Let's go back, sister," and ran. "I'm Bai Ye's night sky. Wait for me to get an autograph." And Ran didn't even look at him. She had an ugly expression on her face as if she had forgotten her mother after getting a wife. Xianxia had no choice but to get into the nanny van alone. The driver, old Qin, was smoking by the window. When he saw him, he immediately put out the cigarette and asked curiously, "Where's Anran?" Bai Yi went to the set. "She's waiting for an autograph." "Bai Yi." Ouch. Old Qin slapped his forehead. "My daughter likes him too." "Xianxia, since Anran isn't back yet, just wait for me for a while." With that, he pulled out the car keys and drove off. Xianxia was left alone to enjoy the beauty. Xianxia began to consider whether he should change the crew. Fortunately, these two were more conscientious. After about 10 minutes, they came back together, chatting and laughing. Old Qin folded the autograph and put it in his wallet. He asked Xianxia, "Xing, shall we eat first or go back to the hotel? Am I your Xing now?" Xianxia squinted at him. Old Qin chuckled. "Let's rest here." Xianxia thought for a moment. "I'm waiting for someone." The two didn't know who he was waiting for. Anyway, they had nothing to do in the afternoon, so they just sat there and chatted. And Ran was still excited to see her idol. She pulled Xianxia and asked him to tell her what Bai Yi was like behind Poor Traveler. "It's exactly the same as what you see on TV." Xianxia said lazily, "He doesn't have a persona." "Wow, then I like him even more." And Ran said happily. It's so good to be a fan of a real idol. Sigh, I don't know when I'll see him again. It might be years. 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door of the nanny van. Xianxia sat up straight. Uncle Qin, please open the door. The door opened and a man wearing a cap got in. And Rant's mouth was wide open. What the F***ck, when did it happen so quickly? Bai Yi took off his cap and waved his hand as a greeting. He told old Qin the name of a restaurant and asked him to drive there. Xianxia was a little confused. Where are we going? My treat. Bai Yi sat down next to him. Bai Yi had visited Shang Yuliang at work, so it was normal for Shang Yuliang to treat Bai Yi to a meal. But it was different with Xianxia because Shang Yuliang had asked Xianxia to teach Tao Tao dance in the afternoon. Obviously, Xianxia's status and closeness with Shang Yuliang were not qualified to appear at the dinner. It was Bai Yi who wanted to take him. Xianxia knew that Bai Yi was helping him to build bridges and maintain relationships. Thank you, Xianxia said softly. Are you still cold? Not anymore. Do you still have your jacket? His t-shirt was mostly wet. After he got in the car, he had pinned it to the window to bask in the sun. It was almost dry now. You wear it. Bai Yi glanced at his collar. I'll take a nap. After that, Bai Yi closed his eyes. Xianxia turned his head and saw the faint dark circles under his eyes and the shadow cast by his eyelashes. The car fell into silence. Xianxia signaled old Qin to drive steadily and stopped and Ran, who was eager to take photos. He also closed his eyes to replenish his energy. The restaurant was not far from Baisha Harbor. Soon, he was awakened. And Ran and old Qin were let out to eat, and he followed Bai Yi upstairs. This was a private restaurant with antique decor. It only served a fixed number of diners a day. It was very suitable for high-class people to dine together. The waiter led them into the private room. Shang Yuliang had already ordered the dishes. Feng Qingyuan had a good relationship with Shang Yuliang, so he was naturally there. Surprisingly, Tao Tao was there too. Xianxia was probably there, so she would feel embarrassed if she did not invite him. I've asked around. This place has no cameras. You can eat without worry, Shang Yuliang said. Come and sit down. Xianxia and Bai Yi sat side by side. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone was a little hungry, so they chatted while eating. When their stomachs were half full, the waiter brought in the red wine. Director Shang raised his glass. It's rare for Xiaobai to visit us today. Let's drink. Okay, Feng Qingyuan smiled. I'll do as you say. I know Xiaobai's alcohol tolerance. Tao Tao, Xiaoqi, how about you? The two nodded in unison. Xianxia, the youngest and lowest-ranking person at the table, stood up and took the role of pouring the wine. When he sat down, Bai Yi leaned over and whispered in his ear, "It's a private party. Don't force yourself." Okay, I know. Xianxia paused and touched his ear. You too. As Bai Yi said, Shang Yuliang did not persuade them to drink more than a few times. After the meal, Shang Yuliang was afraid that the hospitality wasn't good enough, so he asked them to go to the KTV. We can go. Bai Yi glanced at the little fan who was obviously slow in thinking. But we won't drink. I have a shoot tomorrow. Okay. We'll listen to you. Let's go. This was the first time Xianxia attended a private party with celebrities. He thought that because of his status, everyone would be more reserved. He didn't expect them to be so happy. Shang Yuliang sang well and Tao Tao's voice was quite good. Feng Qingyuan focused on drinking with Bai Yi. Xianxia sang a few songs with director Shang and then sat in the corner in a daze. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Bai Yi stopped them. Shang Yuliang smacked his lips and said, Okay, let's meet again next time. I have a lot of shooting tomorrow. Where's your hotel? I'll send you back. No, Bai Yi said. Aluan is nearby. I'll ask him to pick me up. Aluan was nearby. Xianxia belatedly realized that Bai Yi had gotten into his car on purpose this afternoon. It wasn't because there was no driver to send her. Then, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stopped Bai Yi. No, you can't leave. Bai Yi said, huh? You. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Didn't you say you were going to practice with me? Shang Yuliang was speechless. Everyone present burst into laughter. Xianxia was drunk. He thought for a long time and couldn't figure out what was wrong with his words. He frowned. Tao Tao stopped laughing and reminded him, Xing, look at the time. Brother Yi is going to practice with you. I'm afraid he won't be able to film tomorrow. Yes, you child. Shang Yuliang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop pestering Xiaobai. Come to the set early tomorrow. I'll explain the scene. To you. Xianxia took out his phone and looked at the time. It was really late, but Bai Yi had promised him last week that he would practice with him. Also, Director Shang had said that Bai Yi would help teach him during dinner. How could he leave? Xianxia was emboldened by the alcohol. He walked past Shang Yuliang and looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi said, Old Shang, take me back to your hotel. Director Shang said, huh? He was very strong when he forced Xianxia to come back with him, but when they really entered the room, the male star gave up immediately. He looked at Bai Yi, who was sitting on the sofa and had nowhere to put his long legs. He woke up from his dream and said, there are drinks in the fridge. Drink them yourself. I'll go wash my face. Then, he ran to the bathroom. He splashed cold water on his face and sobered up a little. Regret spread from the bottom of his heart. Why did he look for him to practice in the middle of the night? He had been chatting with him in the morning and at night. It was already very responsible of him. Why did he not sleep and stay with him? He pinched his cheeks and went out with his head lowered guiltily. Bai Yi had just finished watching the scene. Seeing his red cheeks, he sneered. Are you drunk? Yes. How much sober are you? Xianxia. More than half. Then come over. Bai Yi sat aside and made room for him. I'll explain the scene to you. Bai Yi had been in the entertainment industry for 7 years and had never played a leading role, but he often made cameo appearances. He was not proficient in acting, but he was definitely good enough to guide a newbie. Xianxia sat beside him hesitantly. The familiar cold fragrance entered his nose. He immediately closed his legs and rubbed his knees with his hands. He was like a primary school student who was about to be lectured. He was as obedient as he could be. Now you're Lin Xiao, and I'm Ji Yan. Bai Yi was helpless. The premise of your confession was that you guessed that I had a date with another man. The person you like is about to meet another man. How should you feel at this moment? Xianxia instantly imagined the scene of his idol looking for other fans behind his back. Angry and anxious. I've rejected your advances time and time again, but accepted a date with another man. It's obvious that the scale of love has been tilted to the other side. What other feelings would you have? Jealousy, unwillingness, grievance, and the despair that if I don't make it clear, you might really leave. Xianxia did not understand. Bai Yi nodded. That's why I said that this confession was an explosion of your feelings after they had accumulated to a certain extent. Have you ever seen a flood? I've read it. I understand now. Xianxia leapt to his feet, just like how a flood roars and rushes out of a dam during a flood. When I showed you my true self, it was a second before the flood, humble and patient. When I said that I liked you, it was because the dam in my heart was broken by the flood, and impulse overcame reason. I couldn't help but hug you tightly and grab your arm. Yes, Bai Yi threw down the script while the little fan had an epiphany. Come on, let's go through it. After searching for so many days without finding her, Xianxia was very excited. In order to simulate the aquarium scene, he turned the smart glass wall into a fully transparent mode and dimmed the lights. The moonlight shone into the room through the pool outside the glass wall, and it was not inferior to the viewing tunnel. He clapped his hands. Heart of the Ocean, Scene 37, Act 3, 1 take, action. What a little fool. Bai Yi couldn't help but want to laugh. In order not to affect his mood, he tightened the corners of his mouth and turned to walk in the other direction. Who are you meeting, the marine biologist? Xianxia chased after him. Why do you ask so many questions? Bai Yi ignored him and continued to walk. Go back, there is still training tomorrow morning. Hearing the word child, Xianxia's blood boiled. He leaped forward and grabbed Bai Ye's arm. Exerting force with his wrist, he pulled Bai Ye into his embrace. Bai Ye was half a head taller than him. In order to cooperate with him, he bent his legs awkwardly. Even so, the two could barely maintain eye contact. Xianxia's emotions reached the peak. He gasped and looked straight at the other person, bang. As if the earth had hit Mars, Xianxia's eyes darkened and brightened. In an instant, the world was only left with eternal brightness. In the intertwining light and shadow, the night sky that he had looked up at in the abyss for 7 years. Bai Ye was puzzled. Say your lines, are you stuck? No, no, Xianxia took a step back and pointed outside the glass wall hysterically. I suddenly want to swim. In fact, Bai Ye agreed to come today because of his promise to the little fan. Later, when he saw that the little fan was drunk, he felt that the scene would not work well in this state, so he wanted to go back first and come back tomorrow. He would stay here for 3 to 5 days, so he was not in a hurry. However, the little fan was very stubborn, and he could not refuse. He was afraid that the little fan would be sad if he did not come, and he was also a little afraid that the drunk fan would not be safe alone. Now, it had turned into this situation. Bai Ye stood on one side of the glass wall, and Xianxia stood on the other side of the glass wall by the pool. He quickly took off all his clothes, wearing only a pair of boxers, and plunged into the water. He made a big splash. Bai Ye quickly went to the bathroom to find a towel. When he came out, the man had already swum twice. His swimming style was disorderly, one moment freestyle, the next dog paddle, as if he was trying to make the splash as big as possible to hide some kind of aggressive mood. Bai Ye went out of the balcony door and shouted from afar, "Xing Xing!" Only the sound of water answered. Bai Ye had no choice. He took off his shoes and walked barefoot to the marble pool that was full of water because of his splashing. He called again, "Xing Xing!" Still, only the sound of water answered. "Xianxia." Bai Ye lowered his voice. The sound of water finally stopped, and a person floated up. The person came out of the water reluctantly and slowly raked his short hair to the back of his head. His eyelids were drooping, and a few drops of water hung on his eyelashes. His expression could not be distinguished. His slender neck, thin shoulders, sunken collarbone, and even his entire upper body were covered with a layer of water stains. His white skin had a smoky texture under the moonlight. Thin, transparent, fragile, and tough. It was as if he was about to be scattered when the night wind blew. It was as if he would gather again when the night wind left. He was like the legendary sirens. Bai Ye tightened his grip on the towel and ordered, "Come up." "Xianxia, I'll count to 3, 3, alright, I'll come up, alright?" Xianxia came over while dripping with water. He placed his hands on the countertop and was about to make a dashing movement when he suddenly realized something. When he came over, he didn't think too much about it. He felt that swimming in his clothes would pollute the pool, so he took them all off, making it inconvenient for him to meet people at this moment. Or rather, it was inconvenient to meet this person. He froze. Bai Ye saw his eyes turn red and guessed what he was thinking. He put the towel aside and turned back to the room. Xianxia jumped out of the pool and wrapped himself in a towel. She did not return from the balcony through the front door. Instead, she took a big detour and entered the corridor through the hotel's back door. He took out the key card from his pants pocket and swiped it to open the door. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Bai Ye wiped his hands and said, "The bathtub is almost full. Let's take a hot bath before sleeping." He threw a drunken tantrum in the middle of the night, but Bai Ye not only did not scold him, but also helped to take care of him. Xianxia lowered his head guiltily. "Okay. Ask your assistant to make a cup of honey water tomorrow morning, so I don't have a headache." "Okay. Call me if anything happens." Bai Ye reached out to take the shirt and jacket in Xianxia's arms. "I'll go first." Xianxia took a step to the right and avoided Bai Ye's hand. "Can you find a car this late? I'll give you a ride." "You want to drink and drive?" Xianxia. I'm sober." "Go and rest," Bai Ye said. "I asked Aluan to come over." Oh, okay, but the shirt." Xianxia licked his lips. The shirt is dirty. I'll send it to you after I wash it, okay? After taking a hot bath and washing his clothes, Xianxia still did not feel sleepy. He stared at the ceiling the whole night. In the morning, when Anran came to wake him up, she said wow with a subtle expression. What do you mean? Xianxia spat out the toothpaste foam. What time did Brother Yi leave? Anran asked. About 2 o'clock. Why? 2 o'clock, more than 2 hours. My idol is my idol. He's really strong. Anran muttered. Xianxia felt that she was acting weird, so he ignored her. After washing up, he went downstairs with her. Like every day, after getting into the van, Anran took out the nutritious meal she had prepared. Yesterday, Xianxia danced and swam with the whale and wasted a lot of energy. He began to wolf down the food. Halfway through the meal, he found that Anran was absent-minded. She kept holding up her phone and was looking at something. He was not interested in other people's privacy, but Anran was sitting in the same row as him. He could vaguely see the words Xianxia on Anran's phone screen. Looking at something related to him was not considered an invasion of privacy, right? Xianxia pretended to go to the back row to get his bag and went behind Anran. He saw that the words in the Word document were quite indecent. Bai Yi moved forward fiercely. Xianxia immediately let out a cry of pleasure. Xianxia. Sister Anran, you're actually looking at this kind of thing. Who gave it to you? Xianxia did not care about being a gentleman and reached out to grab Anran's phone. Anran reacted quickly. She quickly dodged the sneak attack and hid the phone behind her back. She stammered, I found the briefcase in the fan group. I was bored in the traffic so I secretly opened it. Xianxia was speechless for a moment. If you're bored, why are you looking at my and Bai? My fans? Besides, which fan group has this kind of thing? Anran was caught doing something bad and panicked. She opened QQ and showed it to him. Last night Star's fan group. Looking at the eye-catching 359 people in the QQ group, Xianxia almost fainted. His assistant secretly thought that he and Bai Yi were a couple. Isn't this too magical? Couples are made by fans for fun. Xianxia took a deep breath and said earnestly, as an industry insider, you shouldn't mess around with them. I know, I won't look at it. But I really think it's super sweet and full of food. Xianxia choked. How is it sweet? Anran analyzed, feeling wronged. When you argued with your agent, he posted on Weibo to support you. When you were filming, he especially came to visit you. He had a nanny van, but he insisted on taking your car. Our van's windows are ordinary. If we meet a perverted fan, he can break the glass and get in. It's very dangerous. He even went to the hotel with you in the middle of the night. Xianxia corrected her. He was visiting director Shang. After saying that, he realized that Anran's last sentence was not right. What do you mean by going to the hotel? He went to the hotel with me to rehearse with me. Anran was shocked. You two were rehearsing for more than 2 hours last night, did you? No, I got it right once. And then? Xianxia was embarrassed to say it, but to prove that there was nothing between him and Bai Yi, he braced himself and said, I went swimming. 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 Anran was shocked to the extreme. Xing, you brought the top celebrity back to the hotel and went swimming by yourself? Hearing that, Xianxia also felt that he was rude to Bai Yi last night. He turned around and looked out of the window. It's all director Shang's fault. The red wine he ordered must be fake. Xianxia fought with Anran the whole morning. He did not get the feeling of the confession scene in the first 2 times, and only passed it on the 3rd time. The effect was not particularly good, but Shang Yuliang was already very satisfied. He replayed it and called Xianxia to his side. Not bad, Xiao Bai taught you well. You learned very quickly. After this scene, your remaining scenes will be easier. Put down your burdens and shoot well. There's one more thing, Xianxia, go ahead. Xiaosu made a mess a while ago. In order to save the image of the heart of the ocean, I plan to release the scene of you dancing with the whale yesterday. It won't be a spoiler, and it will also have a promotional effect. Releasing the scene of a man dancing with the whale. No, Xianxia was suddenly alarmed. Director Xiang was supposed to edit the trailer for the female lead in this part of the plot. How did it become his trailer? Yesterday, Xianxia had chosen to try dancing with the whale in order to find the technique to teach Tao Tao. Putting aside the plot of hurting the Qi family, with the emotional foundation laid by Budget Traveler, he did not hate Tao Tao. When he was fighting with the company, although Tao Tao did not publicly support him like Lu Ziyu and Bai Yi, that was human nature. He still had a good relationship with her. He could not change the direction of the plot and affect Tao Tao's stardom. He quickly stopped Shang Yuliang. Director Shang, I'm just trying it out. There's no need to release my trailer. No, you can cut one for Sister Tao Tao. She'll definitely look better underwater than me. With your finished product, won't it save us the trouble of editing the trailer? Also, Tao Tao hasn't learned it yet. You can sacrifice yourself. It's not that I don't want to sacrifice my body. Xianxia was thinking about what reason he could use to persuade Shang Yuliang when Shang Yuliang's assistant jogged over. Director Shang, I finished posting the trailer you asked me to. Do you want to take a look? Shang Yuliang was old and did not know much about social media. His assistant usually posted on Weibo. Hearing this, Xianxia quickly opened Weibo. Heart of the Ocean official Weibo, Prince Xianxia, where are you from? Video, 146 reposts, 251 comments, 882 likes. It was over. Xianxia's brain buzzed. Everything he had done before was to protect himself and the Qi family. He had never changed the direction of the main plot of the male and female leads, nor had he used any of the female leads' resources. At this moment, with the Weibo post, he had been involved in the main plot. So, would the plot change because of this? Would he be punished for interfering in the plot? Xianxia's heart was in a mess. His face was serious. Maybe she was curious why Shang Yuliang had not filmed the next scene. Tao Tao stretched her neck and asked as she walked over, Director Shang, Xing, what are you looking at? Hearing Tao Tao's voice, Xianxia collected his thoughts and tried to return to his normal state. What was done could not be undone. He could only feel his way down. I'm looking at Weibo. Xianxia carefully observed Tao Tao's expression and said. Tentatively, Director Shang posted the video of me going into the water yesterday on his official Weibo. Really? Tao Tao seemed to be very interested. I want to see it too. Xianxia handed the phone over to Tao Tao, and Tao Tao watched the video from beginning to end. When it was over, she covered her chest and sighed. It's so beautiful, so beautiful. My maiden heart is pounding. Xing, I announce that from today onwards, I'm your fan. She looked sincere when she spoke. There was no falsehood or unnaturalness. Xianxia looked away. She didn't care that her plot had been changed. Was she really just a paper person who didn't have her own thoughts and was focused on the plot? With that video in front of him, Xianxia was not in a good mood for the whole day. Fortunately, as Shang Yuliang said, after the confession scene, Lin Zhao's remaining scenes were very easy. She pulled herself together and barely managed to muddle through. Some people were happy while others were sad. His thoughts were in a mess. And Ran, on the other hand, was very happy. On the way back to the hotel, the latest data was broadcasted every 10 minutes. She also picked a few comments or bullet screen comments to read. Xing, do you know how many shares there are? 32,000, Oh my god, there's a HD version on Bilibili. Is it from the assistant hairdresser? Sob, brother assistant, I love you. Pfft, this year's netizens are so talented. Let me read a comment for you, and Ran cleared her throat. If the mermaid knew that there was such a beautiful prince in the sea, she wouldn't have to turn into bubbles for love. That makes sense. Hey, this comment is so long. Xing's waist is so soft. Brother, you must develop more. Hurry up and get together, I'm dying of anxiety, I'm dying of anxiety. And Rant's brain was in a state of excitement. After she finished reading, she realized that she seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest. Xianxia was still thinking about the plot. The next second, and Rant's words made his ears burn. He warned in a low voice, don't let me hear this in the future. I'm sorry. And Rand felt wronged. I'll read it again next time. And Rand didn't mean it. What else could he say? Xianxia was so angry that his liver hurt. He went up and pressed the elevator button. Ding dong, the elevator door opened a minute later. A face that he hadn't seen for a few days appeared in front of him. Sushing and Tao Tao scenes mostly took place in their homes. The script set them to live in the same unit but on different floors. This part of the indoor scenes was handled by Team B. Sometimes, in order to catch up with the schedule, they would shoot night scenes. Therefore, Xianxia seemed to have not seen Sushing for a long time. Sushing was also surprised to see him. Then, Sushing raised his head and walked out of the elevator. Xianxia looked straight ahead and walked into the elevator. As the two of them passed each other, Xianxia heard Sushing say, "Mermaid Prince, congratulations on becoming popular again." "Thank you. But don't be too happy." Sushing changed the topic. "Things move in the opposite direction. The higher you fly, the more painful it will be when you fall." "That's my business." "It has nothing to do with you," Xianxia said coldly. "Mind your own business." Sushing snorted. It was unclear whether he was laughing or angry. Xianxia pressed the button for the top floor. The door of the car blocked the gloomy face. Sushing's appearance finally diverted Rand's attention from dying of anxiety to scolding. She followed Xianxia into the room. She put her hands on her hips and scolded him while tidying up the room. After tidying up the bed, she pulled out a shirt from the wardrobe. "Hey, isn't this Brother Ye's shirt? Didn't he take it yesterday? I dirted it. I'll iron it and send it to him. It's just a shirt. He's so rich. It doesn't matter if he takes it or not. Maybe it's just an excuse to see you next time." And Rand whispered in a voice that Xianxia could not hear. Then, she asked, "Do you need me to iron it for you?" "No need." Xianxia's liver hurt for the umpteenth time that day. "I'll do it myself." However, Rand's words reminded him that he had been thinking about Tao Tao the whole day and did not contact Bai Yi. Last night by the pool, Bai Yi had called him by his full name. He must have been angry. After all, Bai Yi had told him to behave. He was stubborn and crazy last night. He was so stupid. No matter what, he had to apologize to Bai Yi. Xianxia took out his phone. "Coincidentally, Dad wants to have a video call with you." Why was Grandpa Qi sending him a video call? Xianxia was afraid that there was an emergency at home, so he immediately picked up the call. The signal on Qi Xiaoming's side seemed to be unstable. After more than 30 seconds, an image appeared on the screen. Xing, Father Qi's voice was intermittent. "Guess where I am now?" Xianxia observed the environment where Father Qi was. Behind him was a large open space with machines that looked like drilling rigs. Xianxia was not familiar with machines and could not name them. There were about a dozen workers wearing safety helmets and pushing carts around. He begged for mercy. "I can't guess." "Dad, where are you?" Father Qi deliberately dragged out the word to keep him in suspense before saying, "I'm in South Africa. I'm here to buy a gift for my Xing." "South Africa?" Xianxia was about to ask him what he was doing in South Africa when he suddenly reacted. "Dad, why are you buying me a gift again? Didn't we agree not to waste it last time?" "Yeah, it's just a small thing. Don't take it to heart." Xing, aren't you curious what Dad is going to give you?" He had specially gone to South Africa to buy it. How could it be a small thing? Xianxia cursed silently. Afraid that Father Qi would be disappointed, he readily cooperated. "Of course I'm curious." "Dad, what are you going to give me?" It was obvious that Father Qi was quite satisfied with his son's attitude. He said proudly, "I heard that the father of that Su XX who bullied you owns a mine, right?" "Yes. His father's property belongs to his father, not him. At the end of the day, he's just a penniless boy. And now, you're completely different from him." Father Qi pointed at the dark entrance behind him. "I bought you a diamond mine so that you'll be as valuable as his father. How is it? Are you satisfied?" Xianxia, Sushing's father owned a mine, and so did he, so he was equivalent to Sushing's father. Xianxia's horizons were broadened. F*ck, Where did this weird logic come from? Xianxia was really trapped by this logic. He was confused until he hung up the call with his father. It had nothing to do with Su Xing. The main thing was that he was currently filming and couldn't leave for a while. How could he manage the diamond mine? Moreover, even if Heart of the Sea was done filming, he didn't want to go to South Africa. Mine owner sounded nice, but he was a transmigrator. All the people he was familiar with were here. If he went to South Africa, he would be unfamiliar with the place. Dad sent me a message. Xianxia was conflicted about what to do with his gift when Father Qi also thought of this. He said to him, "You don't have to worry about the business. I've already found a suitable supervisor to take care of it. From now on, the quarterly income will be directly transferred to your bank account. I'll send the supervisor's WeChat account to you. If you have any work arrangements or diamonds, you can ask him directly." Xianxia was speechless. In just over a week, from going to South Africa to buying a mine to choosing a suitable supervisor, it was obvious how much Father Qi had suffered, how tired he had been, and how much he had worried. Xianxia's heart softened. He planned to give his family 10 or 20 of the best diamonds when they were mined. After sending a friend request to the WeChat account that Father Qi had sent him and thanking Grandpa Qi, he started to worry about how to coax Bai Yi. Recently, they had been chatting frequently, given Bai Yi's workload. Most of the time, he took the initiative to send messages. However, if he needed to prepare for a scene in the morning, or accidentally fell asleep in the car for the whole morning, Bai Yi would take the initiative to ask him around noon. This seemed to have become a custom between them. However, after he did something stupid last night, Bai Yi ignored him for the whole day. He must still be angry. And Ran hadn't finished cleaning up the room yet. Xianxia crossed his arms and leaned lazily on the balcony railing. He tapped his phone on the screen and finally typed 3 tacky words. "Xing, I'm sorry. Xing, I drank too much last night, cry. After sending it, he stared at the screen. He had set up an automatic lock screen every 3 minutes. After repeating the lock screen 4 times, the chat interface finally changed. Bo, okay. 1 word, 1 full stop. Even in high school, there had never been such a difficult question. Xianxia thought that as long as the other party replied, their friendship would not be broken. From the looks of it, however, he felt that he could still be saved. He braced himself and typed, "I suspect that the wine in the restaurant is fake. It's not good for the brain. Bo, okay. Xing, be careful when drinking next time. Bo, okay. How am I supposed to coax her?" Xianxia couldn't lie down anymore. He propped himself up and kept rubbing his toes on the ground. From afar, he looked like a big dog that was trying to pass the test by being cute. Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. After a round of probing, Xianxia realized that it was useless to find excuses, so he decided to correct his attitude and admit his mistake. "Xing, I promise I'll be good from now on." "Bo, how?" Finally, it wasn't an okay. Xianxia saw a glimmer of hope. He quickly promised, "I can't leave you alone. I'll do whatever you want me to do. If you want me to get out of the pool, I'll come out. You don't have to count to 3. Bai Yi, that's it? What else is there?" Xianxia was confused. Wasn't Bai Yi angry at him for being rude and disobedient? He rubbed his toes even faster and said anxiously, "What else do you want?" "I'll listen to you." "Amazing, really amazing." "Bai Yi, get out. My license plate ends with 365. Xianxia was stunned for a few seconds before he understood what the other party was saying. He leaned out and looked down. He saw Bai Yi's nanny van at the side door of the hotel. He immediately stopped rubbing his toes and put his phone back in his pocket. He put his hands on the railing and leaned his upper body out. Bai Yi had let the driver go home to rest. For the past 2 nights, Aluan had been driving. Through the one-way glass, Aluan saw Xianxia's actions and was shocked. "Oh my God, that was dangerous. He won't fall, right? What does he want to do? Maybe he wants to greet us." Bai Yi frowned. Fortunately, the person on the top floor seemed to realize that he couldn't see them from so far away. He jumped back to the balcony and disappeared. Aluan was finally relieved and let out a sigh. He turned around and said, "Hey, boss, did you notice?" "What?" "Xianxia is usually very smart, but he acts stupid when it comes to you." "Really?" Baiye's lips curled into an imperceptible smile. Xianxia ran back to his room and found his small backpack. He opened the fridge and filled it with a few cold drinks. He walked to the shoe rack with his long legs. And Ran saw his unusual behavior and asked curiously, "Xianxia, are you going out?" Xianxia nodded and said honestly, "Brother Yi is waiting for me downstairs." "Oh, then be careful. Don't let the media catch you." "By the way," and Ran said, "do you want to return the shirt to him?" Xianxia's hands paused. "I'll find a chance in the future. It's not polite to return a shirt that hasn't been ironed properly." After that, he quickly ran out and put on his hat and mask in the elevator. As soon as he opened the hotel's side door, the door of the nanny van opened and he jumped in. Baiyi looked at his slightly heaving chest and sighed. "Why are you running so fast?" Xianxia sat in the same row as Baiyi. "I'm in a hurry." "What's the hurry?" I'm scared." Xianxia panted. "I'm scared that you can't wait to leave." Did he look like an impatient person? Baiyi really wanted to ask the little fan. However, in the little fan's imagination, he was in a state of anger. Baiyi took the opportunity to put on a straight face and didn't say a word. Xianxia glanced at his face and his heart skipped a beat. He took out the drinks he had brought, picked and gave the normal flavor to Aluan. He unscrewed the only bottle of sugar-free tea and tentatively handed it to Baiyi. "Are you thirsty?" Looking at his sparkling eyes, which were a little nervous and expectant, Baiye's mouth tightened. He took the drink and took a sip. "I heard from Laoshang that you did a good job in the main scene today?" "Yes." Xianxia was proud and didn't forget to flatter him. "It's mainly because you spoke well yesterday. There's still half a month to go. Do your best in the next scenes. After half a month, I'll ask Laoshang about your situation again. If Laoshang is satisfied, you can get your gift." Before Xianxia joined the set, Baiyi had promised to give him a gift. At that time, he thought that Baiyi was just saying it to appease him. He didn't expect that Baiyi would really put this matter on the agenda. Xianxia was suddenly very curious. He wanted to know what kind of gift Baiyi would give him. However, he was too embarrassed to ask, so he took a roundabout approach. "Why are you here? Are you looking for Director Shang?" "If I'm here to look for him, I'll go straight to the hotel." Baiyi raised his eyebrows. "Oh, then who are you looking for?" Baiyi felt that Aluan was right. "I'm here to question you. I want to ask you why you ignored me and why you didn't listen to me." This seemed to be what he said on WeChat. Xianxia frowned. He felt that Baiye's tone was wrong. It seemed like he was being sarcastic. "It's all my fault." Xianxia lowered his head. "These are two crimes. What else is there to be sentenced together? I'll be executed after autumn." Baiyi was so angry that he laughed and said, "Then let me ask you again. When you went to the swimming pool, did you read the precautions?" "Yes." Xianxia tried hard to recall. "People with skin diseases and heart diseases can't enter." "Oh, and drunk people can't enter either." After saying that, Xianxia was stunned. He suddenly understood why Baiyi was angry. It was not because he was impolite or disobedient. After drinking, people's reactions will become slower. Every year, there are many reports of people drowning in the sea after drinking, Baiyi said. And it was so late last night. If I wasn't there, who would you look for if you were in danger? Xianxia rubbed the tip of his nose. Don't do such dangerous things next time, okay? Alright, I got it. If you do it again, I won't just be angry next time. I know, next time I won't. No. Seeing Baiyi raise his eyebrows, Xianxia quickly changed his words. There won't be a next time. This is the last time. Looking at how confident he was, Baiyi finally could not hold it in anymore. He smiled and nodded. The yellow light in the car was warm. Outside the car, cicadas were chirping one after another. Xianxia could not help but think of last night. He licked his lips. Okay, it's getting late. Bai looked at his watch. I still have a part to do. You should go back too. Leaving so soon? Xianxia picked up his backpack. Wait. Before he got out of the car, he suddenly remembered. Who are you looking for? Have you finished your business? Idiot. Bai said helplessly, I was just passing by after filming and wanted to see you. I was just passing by after filming and wanted to see you. Xianxia's brain was stuck. This sentence flashed through his mind from time to time. The next day, when he entered the set, the frequency of replays decreased. Oh, our mermaid prince is here. As soon as he stepped into the dressing room, the makeup artist and stylist surrounded him. Hee, Xing, how does it feel to go viral on the internet? Xianxia had never been treated like this. He blushed. Don't joke with me. It's just a short video, not a movie. Movies may not even have as many views as you. The makeup artist took out his phone. Look, Kuyu was the second most viewed video yesterday and the first page of total views. GEAI was the third most viewed video yesterday and the first page of total views. There's also Penguin video. After Bai returned to his room yesterday, he washed up and went to bed. He did not pay attention to these things. Hearing this, Xianxia opened the video app on his phone and watched them one by one. The truth was just as the makeup artist said. The video of him getting into the water was not at the top of the hot search list, but it was very popular. Every video platform had it. Moreover, it was in the top 3 most viewed videos yesterday. Many foreign video websites even reposted it. Xianxia's eyes widened slightly. He did not expect the short video to be so popular. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps at the door. Director Shang's assistant came in and looked around. Mr. Qi, you're really here. Get ready when there's no more filming later. The media will be here in the afternoon for a group interview. Group interview? Xianxia was puzzled. Why didn't Director Shang say this in advance? It's too sudden. How many media outlets are there? As the name suggested, a group interview was a group of media outlets interviewing. The assistant said they contacted Director Shang at the last minute this morning and did not come in advance. Now we can confirm that there are 9 media outlets, 3 live streaming, 1 print, 2 self-media, traditional media and TV stations. Now there were 9 media outlets. The number would probably double when the news that Heart of the Ocean could accept group interviews spread. Xianxia was even more puzzled. Do I have to go? The group interview was mainly to interview the main cast and crew. It was not like a single media outlet who would interview anyone they caught. It had nothing to do with the third male lead. You have to go, Mr. Qi. Most of them are here for your short film. The assistant was busy and told him that the location of the group interview was at the Bird Garden Performance Hall. Hearing the bad news that he had to attend, Xianxia, who did not understand this, sighed. He began to think about what questions the media could ask and how to answer if he was asked. He had entered the industry late and did not understand the art of speaking. It was easy for him to make mistakes. If he brought trouble to the crew, he would feel guilty. Fortunately, Shang Yuliang had the foresight to gather everyone for a small meeting at noon. At the meeting, he specifically told Su Xing and Xianxia not to talk nonsense and not to argue with each other. The two of them nodded honestly. At 2:00 in the afternoon, at the Bird Garden Performance Hall. The iron rings and wooden frames on the stage for the birds to perform were all removed and replaced with a row of long tables. On the tables were microphones and the name tags of the main cast of Heart of the Ocean. The third female lead was Xianxia, Feng Qingyuan, Shang Yuliang, Tao Tao, and Su Xing. Su Xing was the first to enter. When he saw the name tag, his face darkened. Judging from the name tags, Feng Qingyuan and Shang Yuliang were on the same level. Tao Tao and Xianxia were on the same level. However, because Tao Tao was the real female lead, she was on the same level. Xianxia was on the verge of being on the same level. Did Director Shang want to add more scenes for him? What was more hateful was that he and the third female lead were sitting on the outermost side. Obviously, they were on the same level. Wasn't it just a short film? If not for Xianxia's good luck, would he have gotten such a big exposure? Su Xing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he had calmed down and put on a kind smile. In the afternoon, the bird garden was temporarily closed for the group interview. After feeding the birds and cleaning the garden, the 5 bird trainers felt bored and pulled each other. "Hey, I heard that there's a big star in the crew. Shall we go and take a look? They're having a meeting." "It's not good for us to go." "What's wrong with that? It's okay to take a look at the door." "I heard that Tao Tao is there too. Don't you like her very much?" Hey, I really want to see her." "Let's go and try." "Let's go." The 5 young men put down their parrots. However, when the parrots saw that they were about to leave, they all flew back to their owners' shoulders. These parrots were all purebred and were very smart after being trained by them. If it weren't for the fact that they had bird skin, they would have become immortals. Seeing that they couldn't get rid of the parrots, the young men thought that if they didn't talk, the birds wouldn't make any noise. Thus, they let the birds stand on their shoulders and grope their way to the entrance of the auditorium. Of course, they were stopped by 2 bodyguards. Since the door was open, they decided to stand at the door and watch the show. In the end, nearly 20 media outlets were present for the group interview. For a satellite TV series without a popular star, it was quite good. Under the direction of the director's assistant, the small segments were completed very smoothly. Now, it was time for the free Q&A session. The media in the front row stood up. Through the interview, I feel that the crew of Heart of the Ocean is a very harmonious and loving group. Are there any interesting things that happened in your life? These kinds of questions were inevitable. Everyone answered according to their seats. Xianxia said that Director Shang had asked him to go to his room at night and that it had almost caused a misunderstanding. Soon, it was Sushing's turn to speak. Sushing cleared his throat. "Speaking of which, I'd like to take the opportunity to apologize to Xianxia. On the first day of reporting to the crew, I thought that Xianxia lived on the 23rd floor of the hotel like the other supporting actors. I kept dragging him up to the 23rd floor, ha ha ha." The media asked, "And then?" "Actually, Xianxia lived on the top floor of Director Shang's room. Now that I think about it, it's really interesting, haha." As soon as Sushing finished speaking, the media all laughed along. After laughing, they realized that there was something wrong with this sentence. The 4th season of Budget Traveler had become a success, and the attention of the cast members had increased a lot. Now, many people knew that Xianxia came from a salaried family. Why was he different from the other supporting actors? Why did he get special treatment and live on the same top floor as the director? Thinking back to before, when Sushing bought marketing to slander Xianxia, maybe it wasn't just to slander him. It took 2 hands to clap. If Sushing didn't slander the first male lead, why did he slander the 3rd male lead? Reporters were all smart people. Suddenly, someone jokingly asked, "Xianxia, how does it feel to live next door to Director Shang? Does he often ask you to talk to him about the show?" Xianxia's expression was subtle. He naturally understood that the media's focus was not on talking to him about the show, but living next door to Director Shang. He lowered his head and leaned close to the microphone, preparing to answer according to what Yuji had taught him. He opened his mouth. When the bird trainers saw his appearance, they were shocked beyond words. "Boss? Isn't this our boss?" Then, because they heard their owner speak, the parrots also cried out. "Boss! Quack! Boss, quack! Boss, quack!" Because the last reporter's question was very sharp, all the media quieted down, waiting to hear Xianxia's answer. The voices of the 5 hot-blooded young men accompanied by the 9 parrots were transmitted to the ears of everyone in the performance field as soon as they came out. One after another, "Boss, quack, quack! Boss, quack, quack, quack!" The bird trainers were so surprised that they called the boss without thinking. Seeing people looking at them, they hurriedly stopped the parrots. They even whistled and scolded the birds, "Shut up, don't call. The manager told us to pretend we don't know the boss." The parrots tilted their heads and seemed to have caught a funny word. "Boss, we don't know. Boss, we don't know." In addition to the paper media and new media, there were no less than 5 live broadcast platforms. The reporters immediately turned their cameras to the door, and a funny and magical scene suddenly appeared on the screen. The number of bullet comments increased sharply. Frowny face. Damn, I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha, I just heard the voice and didn't see the picture, I didn't expect it to be so magical. Bird trainer, if you don't shut up, I'll kill you. Little brothers, there's enough for dinner tonight, I don't know if the parrot stew is delicious. Parrot, boss, me, parrot, give me money. The netizens were playful for a while, and then a blind student found a point. Frowny face. Who is the boss? The little brothers and parrots spoke when Xianxia was about to speak. It should be him. The bird trainers looked in that direction, but isn't Xianxia from an ordinary family? I live next door to H City, and the Baisha Harbor Ocean World is a famous scenic spot in the country. The boss of Baisha Harbor must be very rich, it's impossible for him to earn a salary. Could it be Tao Tao? Such a beautiful girl opening in Ocean World, she's so cute. Everyone discussed the question of who is the boss for a while. At this time, the bodyguard saw that the bird trainers couldn't handle the birds and affected the order of the venue, so he ordered them to leave. Sir, please leave for a while. The bird trainers were flustered because they had done something wrong. Looking at the whole H province, Baisha Harbor had the best working environment and the highest salary. If they lost this job, they didn't know where to find the next one. They subconsciously looked at Xianxia, trying to figure out what their boss meant before they left. They might not be able to see it clearly through the screen, but the people in the venue had already seen most of it. They quickly turned the camera back to Xianxia. Xianxia knew that he wouldn't be able to hide it any longer as he looked into the eyes of the crowd. He took a deep breath and said into the microphone, I'm sorry, my colleagues. I'm not good at managing my employees and affecting your work. Security, please help me send them out first. Really? Yes. Chi. Star. Chen, the bullet screen suddenly exploded, and the screen was filled with two big words. Frowny face. F***ck. F***ck. The parrots were dragged out by their owners. They felt that they had been greatly wronged. Their pitiful chirps echoed in the corridor. Amidst the chaos, the reporters seized the opportunity to post the parrot calling its boss incident on Weibo, along with the pictures of the bird trainer and Xianxia. He was in a hurry and didn't handle it well enough. However, the matter itself was interesting enough. It had been less than 10 days since the fight between Chi and Su, and the heat of the incident had not completely cooled down. As long as these two people were in the same frame, there would naturally be a chemical reaction. Today, some of the media came because of their conflict. They asked all kinds of tricky questions from different angles, waiting for the right words to be used. This time, they didn't have to work hard to find out. Sushing slapped his own face. After posting the Weibo post, the media quickly turned the camera to Sushing. Sushing still hadn't recovered from the shock. Doubt, surprise, unwillingness, fear, and his face was pale and his expression was distorted. Because he was too angry, he kept clenching his teeth, and his chin was tightly clenched. The sharp tip of his chin, which was sculpted by the silicone prosthesis, was shining brightly in front of the camera. Sushing's agent was also in the audience. He was so anxious that he kept signaling Sushing not to panic and to control his expression. Sushing finally realized what was going on and used his insignificant professionalism to adjust his expression. Unfortunately, it was too late. The frozen camera wouldn't lie, and the real-time images in the livestream wouldn't give him a chance to regret it. The media, who were fighting for news and exposure, didn't want to waste a second. They quickly posted Sushing's photos online. This time, it wasn't just the bullet screen, but also Weibo. Excuse me? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Xing is the boss of Baisha Harbor? Isn't he from a working family? Ha 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 ha, Xianxia from a working family, Xianxia from an ordinary background, Xianxia who doesn't know how to be a big shot, Xianxia who's meticulous and calculative. So he's a hidden rich man. I was bragging a few days ago that he was the mermaid prince. How is he a prince? He's a king of the sea. A real king of the sea, the kind that owns the sea. Haha, what's there to be happy about? This person is obviously trying to create a grassroots image and accidentally got himself into trouble. Isn't it better to be a tall, rich, and handsome guy in the entertainment industry? Oh, sorry, it's not good. There aren't any tall, rich, and handsome guys coming out to do acrobatics. Yo, There seems to be a stinky fan with unknown attributes. Who's the streamer of RWKK's little bitch? Don't look, this is a side account. I checked the IP and found the main account. It's an idiot sent by the opponent. Currently, Xianxia's only opponent was Su Xing. The manager of the Galaxy fan club roared in the fan group. The opponent's fans are already riding on our heads. How can we let them succeed? The answer is no. Xinguang fans immediately arrived at the battlefield. The disgusting incident of your brother buying marketing materials to splash dirty water hasn't even passed, and you're already barking. Vomit? Crawl for me. He, take a whiff of that sour tone. I just said my idol was looking for a sugar daddy, and now I'm getting slapped in the face. Does it hurt? I'm asking you, does it hurt? Replying to the sisters above, it might not hurt that much because Su Xing has a lot of padding on his face and his facial nerves aren't very developed. Manual dog head, reminder to all Xinguang sisters. Watch your words and stay polite. Don't affect other people's perception of Xinguang and Xing. Xianxia had an amiable appearance, didn't cause trouble, and had been stamped as a positive energy by the Communist Youth League. After the reminder from the other Xinguang sisters, the battle fans all turned into obedient children. Then let's unify the format. Let's post Su Xing got slapped in the face the fastest in history. It took less than 5 minutes. Xinguang, okay, thus, under the Weibo posts of various media outlets, as well as the live streaming platforms that had yet to close their channels, this rumor spread, Su Xing got slapped in the face the fastest in history. It took less than 5 minutes. At 3:00 in the afternoon, the group interview barely came to an end. The media came empty-handed and returned with a full load, chatting and laughing. It was completely different from the tense atmosphere of the crew. Director Shang reluctantly smiled and sent off the media with Feng Qingyuan and Tao Tao. He couldn't wait to return to his lounge and directly ordered, Su Xing, Xianxia, stay. Everyone else, go back to the aquarium. Tao Tao winked at Xianxia and left with the rest of the team. The door of the bird park performance field closed. Clang, Shang Yuliang kicked the chair over. Before the group interview, I told you not to argue with each other. What were you thinking? Huh? How much hatred and resentment do you have to make a fool of yourself in front of so many media outlets? Shang Yuliang's face was red with anger. He pointed at Su Xing and said, come on, tell me what you think first. While Shang Yuliang was sending people off, Su Xing took the time to glance at Weibo. Xinguang's unified format was very magical. Many onlookers also joined them and posted Su Xing got slapped in the face the fastest on Weibo and the bullet screen. There were even anti-fans who came to his homepage. Seeing the neat and eye-catching lines of words, he was overwhelmed by shame and humiliation. He clenched his fists and those words kept flashing in his mind. He couldn't listen to Shang Yuliang's words at all. Seeing him like this, Shang Yuliang was even angrier. But he was a director, and this level of scolding was already the limit. He was in no position to say more. He pointed at Xianxia again. Where did those parrots come from? Explain to me clearly. After all, this matter had nothing to do with Xianxia. If only the parrots came to the boss in the middle of the group interview, it would have had a positive publicity effect. Shang Yuliang would have to thank Xianxia. As a result, Su Xing got involved and the scandal of the second male lead in Heart of the Ocean fermented. The positive publicity directly fell into negative publicity. It was disgusting. Shang Yuliang knew that he was angry at Xianxia, so his tone was not so harsh. Xianxia also knew that he was angry. Even if he was angry, he explained nicely. Baisha Harbor Ocean World is indeed mine. I was afraid that it would affect the filming, so I didn't tell the staff that I was here. As for the bird trainers and the parrots, I really don't know why they came. Shang Yuliang was speechless. Shang Yuliang took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. He lit a cigarette. I can't be angry with you. Sooner or later, I'll die of anger. Now I'm giving you an ultimatum. From today onwards, don't create any more scandals. Otherwise, I'll discuss with the investors. I'd rather lose money and find actors to reshoot than hire you. Do you understand? Xianxia didn't answer. These words weren't meant for him. Shang Yuliang was worried about Su Sheng's reputation and conveniently mentioned him. Sure enough, Director Shang repeated, "Do you understand, Su Sheng?" The veins on Su Sheng's forehead bulged. After a long time, he squeezed out a single syllable from his throat. "Yes. I'm asking you if you understand." "I understand." Su Sheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "But little Su, your image has been greatly reduced." After a long time, Shang Yuliang said, "Tonight, I'll find the scriptwriter to modify your scenes. Take care." Any normal person could tell what Shang Yuliang meant by modifying the scenes. It meant that Su Sheng's scenes were going to be cut. Su Sheng gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. But Shang Yuliang had already started a discussion with the chief scriptwriter over the phone. He didn't give him a chance to defend himself. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, Su Sheng left alone. Xianxia still had 2 more scenes in the afternoon. He waited for Shang Yuliang to finish his call before walking to Beijing Hall together. Shang Yuliang said as he walked, "I'll give you some extra scenes as appropriate. The rest will be split between the male and female leads. You'll have to rush your scenes. You can't be as relaxed as you expected. Maintain your condition. If there's anything you don't know, look for me or Qing Yuan." "Okay, thank you, Director Shang." Xianxia thought for a moment. "I'm also part of the reason this time. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." "It's fine. You don't blame me for deliberately hiding it?" "Why would I blame you?" Director Shang smiled casually. "You're an actor and I'm the director. As long as you act well, complete your tasks on time, and don't cause trouble, everything else has nothing to do with me. Also, Xiaobai told me that you have a good character." "He's a good kid." "I believe you're a good kid too." Bai told Director Shang that he had a good character, so Bai had been protecting him behind his back. Xianxia couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Then, he realized that Bai must trust him a lot if he dared to praise him to others. But he didn't even dare to tell Bai his identity. Why did the author of Peaches of the Night set the male lead so well? Xianxia thought. So well that he wanted to stop time and maintain a friendly relationship with Bai. So well that he didn't want to think about the next plot. Xianxia sniffed. Unfortunately, things in the world were beyond one's control, not to mention that he was living in a book written by someone else. He was under the control of others and was at risk of dying at any time. If he was destined to be on the opposite side of Bai in the future, he wanted to cherish this friendship while their relationship was still good. Xianxia suppressed the sour feeling in his nose, took out his phone and walked to the side to call Bai. "Hello." Bai's voice was a little loud. He was probably at the seaside. "Why did you call me?" "I'm here to turn myself in." Bai signaled for the cameraman to stop. "What case?" "White Sand Harbor Ocean World is mine." This sentence was not an ordinary embarrassing sentence. Xianxia paused. "I haven't told you." "I'm sorry." Bai didn't know why he said this, so he didn't answer immediately. At this time, the cameraman who stopped to rest opened Weibo. Bai's sharp eyes saw the 2 hashtags #Xianxia, the man who owns the sea hashtag and hashtag Su Sheng's fastest face slapping in history hashtag. It should be newly created, and the discussion rate was rising rapidly. Bai glanced at it and quickly figured out the little fan's purpose. I saw it," Bai said. "It's okay. You must have your own reasons for not telling me. I respect your decision." "Really?" Xianxia was not sure. "Really? When have I ever lied to you?" Hearing this, the other end of the phone fell silent. Bai didn't want to let him continue to be confused, so he changed the topic. "Is your ocean world fun?" "I haven't been there." "It's fun." Xianxia made up for it. "When you have time, I'll take you to play." "Okay. What about the others?" "Who else knows?" Bai was referring to Feng Qingyuan and the others. They could choose to play together one day after the shoot, and he would also treat the crew to a meal to remember the little fan's favor. "No," Xianxia said. "I took the initiative to tell. Other than Director Shang, only you know." Bai was speechless. So, it wasn't that the other party didn't tell him, but that he didn't tell anyone. After his identity was exposed, the first thing that the other party thought of was to rush to him and apologize. How afraid was he of getting angry? The tip of Baye's heart felt like it was being gently pricked by a needle. It hurt and itched. Baye's tone softened. Okay, I'll finish filming in 2 days. If you finish early one night, I'll come and take a good look at you. Xianxia, Sushing. And the other scenes were changed, but the producers were rushing for the winter break, so they couldn't delay the submission of the film. Director Xiang and the chief editor stayed up all night to grind out the rough new plot. Xianxia had an extra 3 days of scenes, and these extra 3 days had to be completed before the original deadline. Time was tight and the task was important. He looked at the incomplete script and felt his scalp go numb. He wasn't a gifted person, and he didn't have much experience. The scenes that he finished filming some time ago were all done by him staying up late at night to practice. Now, he obviously didn't have that much time. He could only use all the time he had to read the script like Bai said. In the morning, he stepped into Beijing Hall with his lines, yo 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 yo. All the crew members put down their work. Boss Xianxia is here. What boss Xianxia? Xianxia's face was hot. It sounds like a gorilla. You guys should just call me Xianxia, that's right, it doesn't sound nice. How about Boss Chi? It sounds better. How about that? The crew members laughed. Shoo shoo shoo, don't joke with me. I'll treat you guys to tea in the afternoon, okay? The crew members were already familiar with him and pretended to be reluctant. Then we can only choose to accept, ha 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 ha. The crew's work was complicated and heavy. Finding something new in the midst of work was enough to make them happy for a while. The crew members were quite happy, but the cameraman, scriptwriter, and lighting crew weren't happy at all. Just a big change in one scene required a redesign of the storyboard and lighting, not to mention so many scenes. These people barely slept last night, and they probably wouldn't be able to sleep well for a while. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, and they were full of resentment. Not long after, all the actors for the day arrived. The first scene was a scene between Sushing and Tao Tao. Part of the emotional arc was cut, and it was a new plot. The cameraman was a tough man who couldn't hide his thoughts. Looking at the storyboard newly given to him by director Xiang, his eyes changed the position of the camera according to the storyboard diagram, and he shouted to the cameraman next to him, Changzi, do you remember that Xianxia made several NGs in the first scene of feeding the seals? Then someone said to let Xianxia waste less fish. The cameraman pinched his throat and imitated, this aquarium isn't owned by your family. He imitated it so well that Changzi held back his laughter. I remember. In the end, the cameraman emphasized, the aquarium is really owned by Xianxia, don't you think it's funny? Ha 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 ha, funny, funny. Sushing's face was tight and he almost tore the new script in his hand. Xianxia kept his head down. He heard it, but he had to pretend not to hear it to give Sushing the last dignity. And Ran was like him, playing with her phone with her back to Sushing, but in fact, she was listening to the joke. After listening to a paragraph, she covered her mouth and turned her attention back to the phone. Don't laugh out loud. Xianxia warned in a low voice. I know. Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Xianxia saw her asking several questions in a row and asked curiously, what happened? Did the media take my interview out of context yesterday? No, and Ran shook her head and frowned. Then what is it? Xianxia. And Ran turned to him and hesitated for a few seconds. Bai's scandal was exposed and made the headlines. Bai had always been clean and honest. He never used relationships to hype himself up, and rarely had any scandals. Hearing in Ran's words, Xianxia opened Weibo doubtfully. The first trending topic was, Bai met a mysterious woman at night, their relationship exposed, followed by a big red word, explosive, which was quite eye-catching. On the 21st of this month, our reporters took photos of Bai entering a hotel near Baisha Harbor at around 23:40 p.m. He stayed for more than 2 hours before leaving at 3:10 a.m. The next day, Bai's nanny van stopped at the entrance of the hotel again and left after staying for nearly half an hour. And Ran read out the content of Weibo in a low voice, while Xianxia opened the photos and looked at them one by one. From the angle, these photos were taken across the hotel. The paparazzi who rented a room to watch the set of Heart of the Ocean accidentally found them and took photos. In the photos taken on the 21st, Bai Yi and the crew returned to the hotel together. Director Shang, Tao Tao, Feng Qingyuan, and Xianxia were all in the country. In the photos taken out of the hotel, only Bai Yi was seen, and no one saw him off. On the 22nd, Bai Yi's nanny van came and left, and Xianxia got into the van. However, due to the angle, only the top of Xianxia's head could be vaguely seen in the photo. His appearance, height, and clothing were all blocked by the van, and it was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. If an outsider saw this photo would be very suspicious. Xianxia was slightly relieved. He thought that Bai Yi had really gone to meet a girl. Now it seemed that Bai Yi had been careless when he came to look for him these 2 times and was caught by the paparazzi. He opened the comment section. Let me explain, the rest of the people in the photos are all members of the Heart of the Ocean crew. Brother Yi has a good relationship with the director and actors Tao Tao and Xianxia. He probably went to visit the set. If he's visiting the set, won't the director see him off? Shang Yuliang couldn't possibly be so indecent, right? And the next day, he went to the entrance of the hotel again. It's obvious that he called her down to get intimate with her. A certain Kong shouldn't deceive himself anymore. I advise some people to watch their words. What do you mean by tender? Do you know if he's here to collect or deliver something? It's fine for an assistant to take and deliver things. Is there a need for your brother to do it personally? You don't even know how to find excuses. Aren't you afraid that the wind will hurt your tongue? Bai Yi had a lot of die-hard fans and haters. Now, the comments section was full of arguments. Xianxia stood up, and Ran stopped him. Hey, Xing, where are you going? I'll give Brother Yi a call and discuss how to refute the rumors. Xing, before I became Bai Yi's fan, I was your assistant. And Ran looked embarrassed. It's my duty. I have to remind you of something. Listen to me first before you decide whether to help him refute the rumors or not. When she spoke, her expression was solemn. Xianxia frowned slightly. Was there a problem if he helped Bai Yi refute the rumors? Go ahead. He nodded. I remember clearly that you told me that Bai Yi went out of your room at 2:00 in the morning. Xianxia, yes. Then take a look at the content of the Weibo article and the time marked on the photo of him leaving the hotel. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't need to look. When he scrolled through the photo just now, he observed very carefully. The time when Bai Yi left the hotel was 3:10 in the morning. The article could be fabricated, but the photo couldn't lie. I don't know if you remembered wrongly, and Ran analyzed. If you remembered wrongly, you should help him refute the rumors. If I remember correctly, although you shouldn't think badly of people, you haven't been in the entertainment industry for long. Maybe you should think about whether you're being used by others. Of course. And Ran paused. I'm talking about the worst-case scenario. It's also possible that he just went to someone else's place on the way and didn't tell you. In short, once you help him refute the rumors, it'll be fine if no one finds out where he went after leaving your room. If they find out that he went into a secret meeting with a female or male star, you'll definitely be dragged out and slapped in the face. That's enough. Hearing the words female star, male star and secret meeting, Xianxia instantly felt a strong sense of discomfort. He interrupted and ran. He won't lie to me. Xing, you're in the next scene. Are you ready? At this time, the director's assistant called Xianxia to get ready. He put down the script. I'm ready. This scene was added later, inserted before Lin Zhao's confession was rejected. The scene was also in the aquarium. Lin Xiao didn't have lunch at noon, so Ji Yan brought him a bowl of noodles. Lin Xiao took Ji Yan's casual gesture as a sign of goodwill and kept pestering Ji Yan. Sister Ji. Lin Xiao leaned against the railing of the beluga training ground, holding a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other. How did you know I didn't have lunch? Ji Yan was wiping the floor. Swallow the food before you talk. Lin Xiao stuffed another chopstick of noodles into his mouth and swallowed. Don't change the subject. Didn't you have a last-minute performance in the morning? Ji Yan rolled her eyes. It's already 1 o'clock. You definitely didn't eat. It turns out that you care about me so much. Lin Xiao snickered. Cut, Shang Yuliang stopped him. Little Qi, your smile is too fake. It's so ugly. Do another scene. The scene was ready, and the sound of slurping noodles was heard again. Unfortunately, director Shang didn't pass this time and let them shoot the third scene. In order to show that Lin Xiao liked Ji Yan's noodles, Xianxia kept swallowing. He raised his bowl and signaled to the stage supervisor. There's no more noodles. For this scene, the stage supervisor prepared a total of 3 bowls of noodles and trotted to get him another bowl. However, after the second bowl, Xianxia still didn't pass. Tao Tao looked at him worriedly. Xing, do you need to rest for a while? Xianxia shook his head. No, it's okay. Stage supervisor, please help me get another bowl. Then you should eat less next time. Don't overeat, Tao Tao said. Try to pass in one go. Okay. Next, the 5th scene. Cut. The 6th scene. Cut. Another one. Director Shang. The stage supervisor was troubled. There's no more noodles. Shang Yuliang said. Everyone, take a 10-minute break. Xiao Qi, don't move. Shang Yuliang was very good at taking care of the actors' emotions. Usually, he would call the actors over to prevent them from being embarrassed if other actors or staff heard them. This time, he was obviously a little anxious. He got up and walked to the training ground. Xiao Qi, didn't you sleep well last night? Xianxia shook his head. Then why are you in such a bad state? I was afraid that you would be stressed, so I specifically told the scriptwriter to make the new scenes simpler and less emotional. You made 6 NGs for a normal conversation. What's going on in your head? Didn't you have enough noodles? In fact, 6 NGs for a new actor weren't considered a lot. Shang Yuliang said so because in his heart, Xianxia had become much more mature after this period of training. He shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Director Shang, I was wrong. Xianxia apologized. You can film the scene first. I'll ask the driver to buy noodles now. Shang Yuliang glanced at his slightly bulging belly. Forget it. We'll move this scene to tomorrow. Go and rest for half an hour. His stomach was too full. Xianxia didn't return to his nanny van. Instead, he went directly to the seal training ground. There were no seal scenes today. Xianxia was lying on the ground very comfortably, eating hands and wagging its tail. Xianxia squatted beside it and kissed its forehead as usual. Then, he took out his phone. 40 minutes had passed. Baiye's scandal didn't die down at all. It was still firmly at the top of the trending list. He didn't want to look at the comments. It must be very noisy now. He touched Xianxia's face. Brother, do you think I should ask him? Pfft, Xianxia spat. Xianxia was spat on. You don't want me to ask? Then, before Xianxia could do anything, he sneered. That's true. I don't have a reason to care about his private matters. He's already very good that he can stay with me until so late. With that, Xianxia stared at the Weibo post for a few seconds and called the front desk of the hotel he was staying at. Half an hour later, he received something from the hotel. He edited the Weibo post and sent it. Xianxia, asked by director Shang, on the 21st and 22nd, Senior Bai helped me with the drama for 2 days. I learned a lot from it. Thank you very much. Video. The video was a recording of the hotel's surveillance camera. The quality was average, but it clearly recorded the whole process from when he came out of the hotel to when he jumped into Baiye's van. After doing all this, he bent his finger and scratched Xianxia's itch. Brother, I feel much better now. Xianxia panted and closed its eyes. Just as it was about to pat its belly, it was interrupted by a voice behind it. Xing, it's almost your turn. Go touch up your makeup. The stage supervisor ran over to inform him. Seeing Xianxia mumbling to Xianxia, he asked curiously, Hey, why are you chatting with the seal? It can't understand you. Maybe. Xianxia lowered his head and smiled. Maybe it's because I ate too much noodles. For the whole day, Lin Xiao and Ji Yan were acting opposite each other. After changing the script, the second male lead's presence was much smaller, and Lin Xiao and Ji Yan interacted more. From the looks of it, Xianxia and Su Xing's roles were already neck and neck. And from the interaction mode and the female lead's reaction, Lin Xiao had the upper hand and was almost taking on the role of the affectionate second male lead. After being scolded by Shang Yuliang in the morning, Xianxia had recovered 80% in the afternoon and passed every scene with an average of 3 lines. After a monologue and a scene, Tao Tao's assistant entered the set with a phone. Tao Tao, you just called. Tao Tao looked at the caller and hurriedly greeted Shang Yuliang. I'm sorry, Director Shang, I have to go out and make a call. As the female lead of Peaches of the Night, Tao Tao's biggest advantage was her beauty, followed by her professionalism. It was rare for her to go out and make a call. Xianxia suddenly had an ominous feeling. 5 minutes later, Tao Tao ran back, but she didn't go to the beluga training ground to continue filming. Instead, she whispered something into Shang Yuliang's ear. Shang Yuliang immediately frowned. So serious? Let the assistant director keep an eye on the set. I'll send you there. No need, Director Shang. Tao Tao was so anxious that she didn't even change out of her plastic uniform. I'll go by myself. Before her voice fell, Tao Taoren had already disappeared. Xianxia felt even more uneasy. Seeing Shang Yuliang throw down the walkie-talkie, he hurriedly ran up and asked, Director Shang, what happened to Sister Tao Tao? Her brother is in the hospital. Shang Yuliang stood up and sighed. Tao Tao's parents passed away early, and she has been relying on her brother. If something happens to her brother, how is she going to live? Xing, go back and read the script. I'll let the assistant director film the rest of the scenes. I have to go to the hospital to keep an eye on her. Otherwise, it's inconvenient for a female celebrity to do things. Plop, 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 the more Shang Yuliang spoke, the faster Xianxia's heart raced. He stopped Shang Yuliang, who was about to run out. Director Shang, I have one last question. Why did Sister Tao Tao's brother enter the hospital? He said he was beaten up by a classmate, Shang Yuliang said impatiently. Alright, Xing, I really have to go now. You have to read the script properly. End of chapter 48. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.